A night of madness at the bar. Accosted by a beautiful woman. A down-and-out young man unexpectedly becomes a father. Just as misfortunes come in droves, the house I rented has changed owners, and I am on the verge of being evicted. However, the new landlord is a stunning beauty. Should I consider sharing the rent? I only heard her casually utter a single word: get lost. Thus begins the emotional entanglement arising from the rental dispute. Chapter 1. I am carrying your child. It was a rainy evening, with the cold wind whipping through the fallen leaves, wreaking havoc in this city. Lu Yao and I stood at the entrance of the Municipal Maternal and Child Health Hospital, sheltered under an umbrella. Amidst the throngs of people, her complexion appeared somewhat pale as she gazed at me. Zhao Yang, I am pregnant. I was taken aback, then stared wide-eyed and said, go find the man who got you pregnant. Why did you call me out? I've only been with you this past year. Who else could I turn to? I could claim, I've only been with you this year too. Would you believe me? Zhao Yang, do you even count as a man? We're all just having fun. Don't pin this on me when you find yourself in such a predicament. If you want me to take responsibility, then bring forth something substantial. Don't play these empty games. Who the hell wants to be an unwitting father? Lu Yao fell silent for a moment before replying. The child has already been terminated. What proof is there left? I felt a surge of anger. Do you think I resemble a fool? You've had the child removed, and now I raise my hand, feeling utterly speechless. And now you claim the child is mine. Zuyang, are you pretending to be innocent, or am I truly foolish? Lu Yao, we are adults now. Can we not engage in some dignified discourse? Lu Yao bit her lip as she looked at me. Then after a long pause said, you refuse to take responsibility, right? Tomorrow I will go to your company. Damn, is it really necessary? I retorted. Lu Yao bit her lip tightly, gazing at me, but I felt she was merely a skilled actress. I had met her in a bar, and we had shared a night of passion. A woman who frequents bars claims, I am the only man she has been with this year. If I were to believe her, I would be a fool. I did not wish to engage further, so I pulled out my wallet and handed her the entirety of the 100 yuan notes within. You just want money, right? Take it, and don't bother me again. Lu Yao said nothing further, merely nodding before turning and walking into the hospital, as if there were still some outstanding fees to settle. Watching her solitary figure fade into the rain, an indescribable emotion welled within me. Though I did not believe the child was mine, and despite my irritation towards her, I sensed that her life was likely not easy otherwise. She would not resort to extorting me. After a moment of silence, I finally called out to her, wait. Lu Yao turned to face me. I pulled out a bank card and handed it to her. This card allows for some overdraft. You just had surgery. Buy something to nourish yourself. However, Lu Yao refused to accept it. No need. Seeing you willing to take responsibility is my aim. I approached you because I did not want to be carelessly taken advantage of and end up pregnant. In the bar, I drowned my sorrows while awaiting my only confidant and colleague, Fang Yuan, in this city. From the very first day I entered this bar, I had witnessed countless lonely women and empty men drinking various spirits, either in silence or with eyes filled with desire, searching for something akin to drunken bliss. In truth, when we shed our corporeal forms by day and allow our souls to be lost amidst the neon lights, we have already succumbed to a stupor of indulgence. I can't recall when it was that I began to regard this place as my sanctuary. I found pleasure in the women swaying their hips, the flickering lights, the myriad colors of drinks, the mingling scents of perfume and tobacco, and the euphoric haze, which allowed me to inscribe the chaotic past upon tombstones of memory. Lighting a cigarette, I peeled back the film from the pack, letting it rest before me, watching the dancing lights, my body swaying in tandem. And through the refracted illumination, I seemed to glimpse a hedonistic degradation. I couldn't help but be entranced. Fang Yuan suddenly snatched the film from my grasp, and my world became clear once more. What's the rush to find me? Fang Yuan set down his briefcase and lit a cigarette from my pack. I need to borrow some money. I've been extorted. Did you get another girl pregnant? Fang Yuan asked nonchalantly. Damn you. This time I've truly been extorted. Who is it this time? Why are you asking so many questions? I've lent you thousands each time. At least let me know who the hell is extorting my money. Yo. I lit a cigarette, my anger still simmering. That model? Yes, it was indeed her. The industry is chaotic. She claims I'm the only man she's been with this year. Fang Yuan. Would you believe it? If this were to happen to you, would you believe it? I grew agitated, my fingers drumming on the table with a cacophony of sound. This sort of thing could never happen to me besides. She wouldn't stoop so low as to extort you for a few thousand. Last month, all the promotional posters for our department store were shot by her, and her fee was over 10,000. I scoffed, interrupting Fong Yuan. Have you seen her usual spending habits? Can 10,000 sustain her for a month? Now, having gotten into trouble with someone else, she's come crawling back to me. Her cheap fling am such a fool for introducing her to our company. She earned quite a bit from us. And now she's turned around to extort me. Is there no industry integrity left? Fong Yuan, however, paid no heed to my outrage, lowering his voice to ask, "Did you use protection?" I racked my brain, trying to recall, but the memories were hazy from the alcohol after a while. I finally replied, "Of course, otherwise. How could I be saying I've been extorted?" Fong Yuan eyed me suspiciously for a moment before sighing. "Jiang, we've been friends for nearly a decade. Sometimes I genuinely want to advise you. I know your breakup with Jian Wei hit you hard, but it's been 2 years now. You really don't need to demean yourself like this. Youth waits for no one. Find a girlfriend and settle down, all right?" As soon as Jian Wei's name was mentioned again, I instinctively paused before responding. "Don't fret over my affairs. I'm doing just fine. Not lacking in troubles, are you?" Fong Yuan attempted to counsel me for a while, but I grew impatient with his persistent advice. Finally, he left me with a remark about mud that won't stick to the wall and departed in a huff, forgetting about my request for money. Fortunately, having frequented this bar for 2 years and often bringing friends along, I had formed a rapport with the owner, so this round of drinks was temporarily put on my tab. Stepping out of the bar and into the rain-soaked streets, I truly felt the weight of solitude. After 2 years of striving in this city, I had reaped nothing but endless emptiness and loneliness. To escape this poisonous solitude, I had to don a mask to conceal my shame, allowing me to live comfortably in self-indulgence. Yet no matter how I struggled on the edge of despair, she would never return. After wandering aimlessly for several blocks, I finally returned to my modest apartment complex, a place so dilapidated that it lacked even a property management office. On my first day here, I overheard the neighborhood Annies say this complex was built in the early 1990s. Over the years, each building appeared to sag under the weight of time, yet they stood closely together, as if fearing isolation, giving the impression that each building possessed a life of its own. This made me feel that, in the stillness of the night, they too might whisper to one another, alleviating decades of solitude. Clutching a cigarette, I retrieved my keys from my pocket and approached the building where I resided, the only one in the complex adorned with climbing ivy. Each summer, the south-facing wall would bloom green. If these buildings had genders, this one would undoubtedly be a woman of cold indifference, often evoking a sense of sorrow. To my surprise, parked beneath this decrepit building was a red Audi Q7. In my memory, during my 2 years here, no vehicle exceeding 50,000 had ever graced this complex. Without a second thought, I whistled and made my way up the stairs to my apartment. Upon reaching the top floor, I was astonished to find the door ajar. Surely, I had locked it when I left. Instinctively, I feared a burglar had entered, but then I recalled I hadn't paid rent to the landlord, old Lee. In 2 months, he was likely here to collect. Pushing the door open, I found old Lee seated on the sofa with an unfamiliar woman. On the coffee table lay a set of keys belonging to the Audi Q7, unmistakably belonging to the stranger before me. A question flashed through my mind. What kind of sorcery did this scheming landlord possess to bring such an exquisite woman, as pristine as a white lily, to this shabby abode? I was utterly baffled. Chapter 2. The woman in a luxury car. I scrutinized the woman once more. She sat upright, her softly curled long hair cascading over her shoulders, her fair skin radiant, her figure slender. The upward curve of her lips exuded a confident sharpness. In short, she was an undeniable beauty, and at the very first glance, I felt as though nothing in this world was beyond redemption. Old Lee waved at me. "Zhao Yang, come here. I need to discuss something with you. It must be about the rent. I'll pay it all together when I receive my salary next month." "All right." With a faint smile, I said this, considering I had delayed paying Old Lee for quite some time. "It's about the house. This house has already been purchased by this young lady. You sold this place? Who in their right mind would buy your rickety house that can barely withstand a tremor?" I exclaimed, glaring at the woman. Faced with the imminent threat of homelessness, I couldn't care less about her elegance or beauty. My anger took precedence. Old Lee looked awkwardly at the frowning woman and finally said to me, "You should move out tonight. I won't ask you for the rent from the past few months." "Old Lee, Why do you seem to be growing more submissive with age? Even if you were selling the house, you could have at least given me a heads up. Where am I supposed to find a new place on such a rainy day? Just stay at a hotel for the night, Oldley said, utterly indifferent to my plight. You don't even have the rights to the property anymore. Don't talk to me. I shot back at Oldley, then turned to the unfamiliar woman. The house is yours now. Can I continue renting from you? The woman shook her head. I bought it to live in. I have no intention of renting it out. I lost my composure. Miss, are you all right? You drive a luxury car worth over $1 million. Yet you choose to live in this dilapidated house. Are you deliberately trying to make my life difficult? The woman ignored my fury, calmly stating, You have 1 hour to move out. Before she could finish, I interrupted her. Not moving out. Have you ever seen someone being told to leave without any prior notice? I then sat down next to her on the sofa, and she instinctively shifted away. Lighting a cigarette, I surveyed the worn-out room, a wave of despondency washing over me. 2 years ago, I arrived in Suzhou and had lived here ever since. In this room, I had endured some of the most challenging times in my life. I had confided in the living room clock and poured my heart out to the old floor lamp in the bedroom. Every item here seemed like a dear friend who had weathered the storm with me. Leaving this place would mean relinquishing the last vestiges of my existence. The smoke emanating from my mouth irritated the woman, prompting her to rise from the sofa and move to the other side. I felt increasingly unlucky. It seemed as if both good and bad fortune had conspired against me today. After a moment, Oldley addressed us. I have matters to attend to at home. You two can discuss the housing situation at your leisure. He said this and, without waiting for a response, hastily exited like someone escaping a hot potato. Only the woman and I remained in the room. Outside, the cold rain was once again wreaking havoc, and the inclement weather only fueled my reluctance to leave. I decided to sit here and wear this woman down. After all I had left was time. I struck up a conversation. Miss, may I inquire your esteemed name? Without a hint of humor, she replied. Does it matter? Of course it does. I need to know which celestial being has brought me to this state of homelessness on such a rainy night. She disregarded my sarcasm and coldly responded, You have 40 minutes left. If you do not leave by then, I will call the police. I was about to explode when my phone rang. Frowning at the woman, I pulled it from my pocket to see it was Lu Yao calling, yet another source of irritation in my life. I impatiently answered, What now? Didn't he already give you money? Lu Yao hesitated before saying, Zhaoyang, tomorrow is the weekend. Could you accompany me to the hospital for a checkup? Is the child in your womb mine? Can't you find a friend to go with you? Do you think I have nothing better to do? I fired back, attempting to intimidate her into dropping this far-fetched idea. In this city, you're my only friend. Lu Yao, you're mistaken. We are merely friends with benefits, not true friends. Do you know what that means? Lu Yao ignored my comment, her voice low as she said, I'm really scared alone. If you don't come, I'll just let it be. I tried to maintain my composure, but you went alone yesterday. Tomorrow you should be even more familiar with it. It was terrifying being alone yesterday. Lu Yao's persistence drove me to the edge, and I instinctively cursed. If only I had let her have the child and raised it to tell him. Your father is a beast. The line went dead with a beep. What a hassle. I lit a cigarette, smacked my forehead hard. For 2 years, I had never encountered a friend with benefits as troublesome as Lu Yao. Despite her fervent claims, I could just as adamantly assert, the child is not mine. Her statement that I was her only friend made me feel she was pulling a fast one on me. Just last week, I had seen her flaunting pictures of herself partying with friends on Weibo. Scum. I looked up, only to find the woman watching me with a look of utter disdain. In the room, it was just her and me. Did you listen to my phone call? I asked nonchalantly, my heart indifferent to her judgment because I couldn't even discern whether I qualified as scum. You now have 30 minutes left, she said, her tone colder than before. What a troublesome rainy night. Having given all my cash to Lu Yao, I was left penniless. Where could I possibly go? The world was vast, yet there was no place for Zhaoyang to lay his head. After a moment of silence, I said to the woman, Miss, given the tempest outside and the late hour, it seems impossible for me to move out tonight. She glanced out the window and finally relented, asking, When will you move? Tomorrow, perhaps. What time? Before 1 p.m., I replied in a softer tone, as I needed to appeal to her. She nodded, You may leave now, but remember to move your belongings by tomorrow. I remained seated, hesitatingly leaning towards her, and said, Mississippi, could you lend me some money? She looked surprised but firmly replied, I have no obligation to lend you money. Not lending, huh? Then don't expect me to leave tonight. I can't sleep under a bridge with no money, I said, leaning back on the sofa, adding, and please don't even think about calling the police. This was all old Lee's fault for not informing me in advance. She looked at me as if I were a plague, further validating her eagerness to rid herself of my presence. Yet, unexpectedly, she said, I don't have cash. I stared at her wide-eyed. Saying I don't have cash was a statement of affluence, a mark of sophistication. Nowadays, wealthy individuals seldom carry cash, as they engage in transactions worth thousands. Miss, this is fate. I don't particularly enjoy carrying cash either, I shamelessly admitted, revealing my own financial woes. She remained silent. I continued, how about this? Lend me your card, I'll withdraw 1,000, and I'll return it tomorrow when I move. Or there's an ATM 200 meters downstairs. If you're worried, you can accompany me. She pulled out a bank card and interrupted me. The password is 6 zeros. Make sure to handle your affairs before 1 p.m. tomorrow. I took the card from her and replied, no problem. Honestly, I wasn't surprised she entrusted me with her card. Oldley was well aware of my phone number, workplace, and connections. Or perhaps there wasn't much balance on the card anyway. She sat quietly on the sofa, and I took another look at her. Truth be told, in my more than 20 years of life, I had never encountered a woman as stunning as she was. There was an aura about her that set her apart from other women. Unfortunately, it seemed we were not particularly compatible. As I was leaving, I half-teasingly, half-seriously said, Miss, have you considered cohabiting with me? I can cook and give massages. After a long day at work, I can provide you with a full suite of services to ensure your comfort. Get lost, she finally snapped, hurling a cushion at me with pinpoint accuracy. Chapter 3. I only love you yet. One must learn to respect reality, mustn't they? With Oldley selling this apartment, my departure was inevitable. I found an ATM nearby and, as agreed, withdrew 1,000 yuan from the card, casually glancing at the user details. Discovering that the extraordinarily beautiful woman was named Mi Tsai, I quite liked her name. Mi represents sustenance, while Kai symbolizes vibrancy. If life could offer both, it would undoubtedly be blissful, yet I possessed neither. My current existence was reduced to hunger and monotony, making Mi Tsai's presence feel like a cruel irony, mocking my emptiness and desperation. At the corner of a long street, I found a hotel and took a room. Amidst the relentless wind and rain, I finally dozed off in the early morning, waking up just before noon. Checking my phone, I discovered numerous missed calls, all from Liao. Her persistence was remarkable. Seeing I hadn't answered, she sent me a text saying, I should have just had the child and used it to punish you for life. I found it somewhat amusing. She wasn't afraid of becoming a single mother, yet I was expected to fear the title of a mere nominal father. Clearly, her complaints didn't weigh on me in the slightest. After a quick wash, I hurried to the hospital. Perhaps it was a remnant of my dwindling kindness, or maybe it was sympathy between friends with benefits. I couldn't quite articulate the reason, for often, one doesn't fully understand oneself. Arriving at the Women and Children's Hospital, I spotted Liao waiting under an umbrella at the entrance. She noticed me immediately. Her previously anxious expression softened somewhat as she approached. I was boiling with rage, but recalling the time she lay on the operating table, facing the cold scalpel, I restrained myself. Liao, with a grave look, linked her arm with mine, glancing down at her belly, portraying an image of love for me that I appeared to lack. That I resisted, finally losing my temper. What the hell? Just tell me who got you pregnant. You, Zhao Yang. Do you believe I want to strangle you? I glared at Liao. Beast, go ahead and try. If you had done it yesterday, it could have made headlines. Liao shot back, pressing closer to me. Enough already. When did we last sleep together? How long have you been pregnant? Show me the ultrasound. Liao ignored my inquiries, yet her tone softened, laced with deep regret as she clung to my arm. Zhao Yang, if I had given birth yesterday and the child could call you dad, how happy that would be. Suppressing my rage, I pushed her away. Stop playing games. Hurry and get your checkup. Once you leave this hospital, consider me dead and never bother me again. Liao lowered her head and eventually said, Don't say such things. I promise not to bother you anymore. After her checkup, Liao was in a room receiving an 4-drip. While I sat beside her like a family member, yet I remained silent, feeling a sense of frustration. The doctor pulled me outside the room and said, Young man, your girlfriend has a weak constitution and shows signs of mild anemia. After a miscarriage, she must take care of herself. Otherwise, it could lead to chronic issues as she ages. I'll prescribe some restorative medicines and supplements for you to collect from the pharmacy on the second floor." I nodded, not thinking much of it, only assuming the 1,000 yuan I had withdrawn from Mitsai's card would suffice for the medicines. Holding the prescription, I went upstairs, where the staff took a full 5 minutes to prepare a bag full of medicines and supplements for me. They then dropped the bombshell. That'll be 3,016 yuan in total. "Will you be paying by card or cash?" I was taken aback, then erupted. "What the hell are these magical potions worth over 3,000? Do you think I'm made of money?" The staff, unfazed, pointed to a man at the adjacent window who had just purchased over 8,000 yuan worth of health products and said, "See that? If you don't have money, don't let your girlfriend get pregnant." If only I could still be so carefree. I cursed under my breath at the man's retreating figure, then remembered Liao's frail state after the miscarriage. I suppressed my anger and pulled out Mitsai's card, saying, "Could you give me a discount? Or at least waive the 16 yuan?" The staff snatched the card from my hand, rolling their eyes. "Have you ever seen a hospital that offers discounts?" Clutching the bag of medicines, my heart bled. Being a friend with benefits was turning out to be quite costly. As I helped the weakened Liao out of the hospital, the rain continued to drizzle, and the air felt heavy and oppressive, further dampening my spirits. Liao leaned into me for a moment, then unexpectedly asked, "Zhao Yang, next month the production team invited me to Hengdian for a shoot. Should I go? Is it reliable?" I asked, trying not to provoke her emotions. Though I had no real interest in where she chose to work, I've already been for a makeup test, and both the director and producer were quite pleased, believing I fit the role well. "Well, if you guys in the modeling world are always eager to break into the entertainment industry, seize the opportunity. By the way, these are the supplements prescribed by the doctor for post-operative care. Make sure to take them regularly," I said, offering her the bag I held. Liao didn't take the bag but gazed at me for a long time before softly saying, "Modeling is just a transitional phase for me. I graduated from the Shanghai Theatre Academy's acting program. Damn. No wonder she seemed so convincing when she was trying to con me. She is a professional," I lamented, half in sarcasm and half in genuine surprise. Liao ignored my comment, staring at me and asking, "Zhao Yang, do you think I'm beautiful? If you weren't beautiful, would I have slept with you?" I retorted, as she was indeed a stunning woman, possessing a grounded kind of beauty, bright eyes, red lips, white teeth, with a hint of allure. Liao nodded. "Zhao Yang, forget about Jin Wei. When I become a star, I will love only you." With that, she took the bag from my hand and vanished like the wind. After a moment of dazed reflection, a sudden gust of cold wind jolted me back to reality. I abruptly recalled my commitment to meet Tsai to assist her with the move earlier. It was now 1:30. Instinctively, I hailed a taxi and directed the driver to my former residence. En route, I remembered that I had just charged 3,016 yuan worth of health supplements and medication to meet Tsai's bank card. Despite having promised to limit my expenditure to 1,000 yuan, I now owed her 4,016 yuan. How on earth was I going to repay such a sum? The image of Meet Tsai's serious yet extraordinarily beautiful face flashed across my mind, leaving me in a state of disarray. Chapter 4. A weekend of bad luck. By the time I returned to my old residence, it was nearly 2 o'clock. I settled the fare and made my way toward my building. I felt no particular urgency. After all, it was the weekend, and a delay here or there was inconsequential. However, the thought of the 4,016 yuan I owed her weighed heavily on my mind. At this moment, even selling myself wooden tea yielded that much money. Upon reaching my building, I was taken aback. Feel my dismay. My belongings had been unceremoniously dumped in the hallway, and some items had already been drenched by the rain, including a pair of black leather shoes that Jianwei had gifted me long ago. I discarded my umbrella, fished my keys out of my pocket, and dashed upstairs. The keys turned in the lock with a satisfying click, and I kicked the door open, entering the living room and shouting in anger, "You foul woman, come out!" I cursed 3 times, but silence met my outburst. I kicked open the door to her room, only to find it empty. The room was impeccably tidy, a stark contrast to the state of my belongings left outside in the rain. My anger flared even more, and I seized the comforter from her bed, throwing it to the floor, and in my fury, I overturned the mattress, scattering pillows and blankets everywhere. After this fit of hysteria, I stood in Meet Tsai's room and lit a cigarette to calm my rage. I was unaware of when Meet Tsai had appeared at the door, holding a mop and a bag filled with various household items, likely having just returned from the supermarket. She glared at me, and in a moment of impulsive recklessness, I grabbed her by the collar, pulling her into the room with such force that her bag and mop fell to the floor, scattering its contents across the once spotless space. I dragged her to the window, flinging it open and pointing at my rain-soaked belongings below, exclaiming, "Are you out of your mind? Why did you toss my things into the rain?" Mitsai managed to break free from my grip and coldly replied, "You didn't show up, so I had someone help me move. Is there a problem with that? What does it matter if I arrive a little late? A promise is a promise." Her unwavering stance only fueled my ire further. "You're utterly unreasonable," I shouted, raising my hand as if to strike her. I expected her to flinch or at least close her eyes, but to my surprise, she continued to gaze at me with an icy stare. Not even blinking did I lowered my hand and narrowed my eyes at her, saying, "You will bring my things back up as they were, and I will pretend this never happened. I want to go." Mitsai replied, her beautiful eyes glistening with unshed tears yet resolute in her stance. I nodded slowly. "So you refuse, do you?" As the final words left my mouth, I hurled the comforter and blanket out of the window in a fit of vindictive satisfaction. In the rain, they fluttered down like forlorn remnants, resembling deep, painful scars laid bare by an unfeeling hand. I found myself momentarily entranced, a twinge of regret washing over me. I shouldn't have acted so impulsively, nor should I have treated this stubborn woman with such contempt. Perhaps it was the sight of the black leather shoes, tarnished by the rain, that struck a chord deep within me, sending waves of pain through my heart as I was reminded of my withered love for Janwei. The comforter and blanket eventually landed on the ground, and feeling a pang of guilt, I turned to Mitsai and said, "Now we're even." As the words left my lips, tears began to cascade down Mitsai's fair cheeks. Her lips pressed tightly together as she looked at me. Observing the disarray I had caused, an overwhelming sense of guilt flooded my heart, yet I continued to glare at Mitsai, asserting, "I know you despise me and look down on me. Yes, I am poor and lacking in ambition, but that does not excuse your disrespect for me and my belongings. You are a woman. Today I will exhibit some semblance of gentlemanly conduct. I only threw your bedding and blankets. Next time, I might just toss you out too with that." I extracted the bank card she had given me the previous day from my wallet and placed it on the table, saying, "There's 4,016 yuan on this card. I currently have no money to repay you, but I assure you I will find a way to do so promptly." Tears welled in Mitsai's eyes as she retorted, "You scoundrel. All of you are deceitful and untrustworthy." I stared at her in disbelief, unable to articulate the tumult of emotions surging within me. After a long pause, I finally said, "I'm leaving now. I will repay you, even if it's late. But it isn't what you think. This isn't a breach of promise." Mitsai remained silent, her gaze still filled with resentment as I departed. As I left, I had no idea if Mitsai was still crying, but I was acutely aware that being in that disheveled room I had created was surely unbearable for her. Yet, just as she had once berated me, I recognized that I was indeed a scoundrel, a beast in the eyes of Liu Yao, unwilling to control my emotions and recklessly indulgent. I hailed a taxi to transport my belongings to a nearby pavilion sheltered from the rain. For the moment, I was at a loss for where to rest my head. The meager funds I had left were insufficient for renting a room, and staying in a hotel was not a sustainable option. The only person I would consider borrowing money from, Feng Yuan, had temporarily cut off contact due to my refusal to heed his advice yesterday. Indeed, over the years, I had only turned to Feng Yuan for financial assistance, treating him as a close friend, never shying away from revealing my hardships and misfortunes. But with others, I would not that I felt as though I had been cast aside by the world. Lighting a cigarette, I sat on the stone bench in the pavilion, watching the passing vehicles, my mind wondering why life should not be like this. Yet for the past 2 years, I had existed as lonely and helpless as the silent buildings in this city. All stemming from that woman, I knew I would never again have the chance to hold her hand, yet I stubbornly clung to her gentleness. The wind chilled me, prompting me to pull a scarf from my woven bag and wrap it around my neck, finally shielding myself from the relentless chill that invaded my chest. For the next hour, I sat in the pavilion, lost in thought and chain-smoking, until dusk descended, igniting a desperate yearning for salvation within me. Suddenly, my phone rang. Startling me, I wiped my face and retrieved my phone from my pocket. It was a call from my father, whom I referred to as Dad. He was a man of rigid principles, having worked for 15 years in the procurement department of a small state-owned enterprise. He had been made deputy section chief in his first year, yet after 15 years, he had never managed to rid himself of that title. Even more astonishing, despite the procurement department being a place rife with opportunities for bribery and kickbacks, he had never accepted a single gift or penny in kickbacks throughout those years. His unwavering integrity earned him the nickname Banku among his colleagues. And when I turned 17, I modernized my address for him to Bandad, though he continued to believe I was simply calling him Dad. When I answered the call, I heard his monotonous voice devoid of any emotion. Zhaoyang, I will be arriving in Suzhou shortly. I have an exhibition to attend tomorrow morning and will be staying at your place tonight. The wave of dread washed over me. This weekend had truly been cursed. I could not allow Bandad to discover that I was broke and homeless. Though he was rigid, he was not without his temper. My mind raced. Bandad, could you find a hotel near the bus station? I'm dining with colleagues tonight and it will take some time. Eat your meal. Didn't you leave the key under the doorframe? I can get in. There are a lot of thieves around lately. I didn't leave it there, Bandad insisted. Then you should wait for me. Finish your meal, don't linger too long, and come back early, Bandad. You've been traveling for hours. You must be exhausted. It's better for you to find a nearby hotel. You're too frugal to take a taxi, and now it's rush hour. You'll be jostled on the bus. Despite my numerous attempts to dissuade him, Bandad remained unyielding. Finally, he added, your mother knitted a sweater for you, and I'll bring it over. As I listened to the dial tone, I stood there momentarily stunned before quickly shouldering my bag and dragging my suitcase toward the road, glancing around for a taxi. Tonight, I would have to return to the apartment that now belonged to Mitsai. Whether she liked it or not, I had no choice. If Bandad learned of my current predicament, he would surely lose his temper. Chapter 5. For the time being, wait in the rain. I took a taxi back to the dilapidated neighborhood where I had lived for 2 years. After alighting, I instinctively looked for Mitsai's Audi Q7 parked downstairs. Fortune was on my side. The car was absent. Even more fortuitously, I had not yet returned the keys to Mitsai. Optimistically, I thought, after all, Bandad will only stay one night. If Mitsai doesn't return tonight, everything will be fine. I hurried back to the apartment, quickly putting my belongings in their rightful places and making the bed before taking my umbrella to wait at the bus stop for Bandad's arrival. About 15 minutes later, a bus from the long-distance station slowly approached. I craned my neck to look and, sure enough, spotted Bandad disembarking, briefcase in hand. I waved at him and called out, Bandad. Over here, Bandad, somewhat surprised, approached me and asked, aren't you supposed to be having dinner with your colleagues? Dinner is trivial. Your visit is paramount. I know how to prioritize. I took his briefcase from him and carried it as we walked toward the complex. Bandad, since this is a business trip, can't you just take a taxi next time? They reimburse you. Business expenses are still money. Every little bit counts, he replied sternly. We have tens of trillions in foreign exchange reserves in America. We're not short on taxi fare. Bandad fell silent, evidently unwilling to engage in a debate over values. He had always been like this. Once he believed he was right, he would never explain. As if he existed in a world entirely of his own, where he had served as deputy section chief for 15 years. Upon returning to the apartment, Bandad took out a stainless steel lunchbox from his bag, saying, I caught some wild Crucian carp last week. Your mother cooked it and asked me to bring it for you. You can heat it up when you want to eat. It's fine if you don't. Let us eat it tonight, I replied. Bandad looked at me quizzically and asked, didn't you already have dinner with your colleagues? I came back early because you're here. I quickly changed the subject, asking, by the way, did you bring the glutinous rice wine my mother brewed? Bandad nodded and produced a bottle that had originally contained orange juice, now filled with the glutinous rice wine I adored. We poured ourselves a glass of the sweet wine, savored the boiled Crucian carp and peanuts, and made small talk while waiting for the rice porridge simmering in the rice cooker. My mind was elsewhere. Anxious that Mitsai might return at any moment, I feared not scaring her would be fine, but if I were to slip up in front of Bandad, it would be disastrous. Just as I finished a glass of glutinous rice wine, footsteps echoed from outside, followed by the sound of a key being inserted into the lock. Panic washed over me as I glanced at Bandad and then at the door. When the door swung open, I was met with Mitsai, who froze at the sight before her. Bandad, however, remained largely unfazed, treating Mitsai as merely a roommate or perhaps a girlfriend. Before Mitsai could speak, I grasped her arm, concerned, and asked, have you been drinking? Let me help you inside, and no need to thank me. We're all sharing this space. It's the least I can do. While I feigned politeness, I discreetly covered her mouth with my hand, swiftly guiding her into her room. Scoundrel, let go of me, Mitsai struggled, Her words muffled, "Don't shout." I hissed. Mitsai fumbled for her phone in her pocket, clearly intending to call the police to deal with me. My actions were indeed bordering on unlawful entry. I seized her phone from her grasp and pinned her down on the bed, straddling her to prevent her from continuing to resist, disregarding how utterly inappropriate the position was. "Stop shouting. If my dad hears you, I'm finished," I whispered urgently. Mitsai ignored my plea, her expression a mix of terror and defiance as she instinctively clutched my hair. The pain was unbearable, and I gritted my teeth, silently pleading, "Could you ease up a bit? You're going to pull my hair out, scoundrel." Mitsai mumbled through my hand, "I'm indeed a scoundrel," I retorted, then added in a hushed tone, "but in my dad's eyes, I'm not. He has high blood pressure. If he finds out I'm broke and homeless, it could kill him. Please, have some compassion for me. Just bear with me for one night. He is here on a business trip and will leave tomorrow morning. I promise I won't bother you again." Finally, Mitsai ceased her struggles, releasing my hair, yet her beautiful eyes remained filled with hatred and disgust as she glared at me. I cautiously withdrew my hand from her mouth. Relieved that she didn't scream again, I let out a deep breath, only to realize I was still straddling her. Just as I prepared to rise with an apology, Mitsai twisted her body and shoved me heavily, causing me to tumble off the bed with a loud thud. "Xiaoyang, what is going on in there?" Bandad called from the living room. I winced in pain, muttering. I bumped into the cabinet. Bandad didn't press further, and Mitsai regarded me with a mixture of satisfaction and fury. "I warn you not to say anything." I cautioned her, "My dad genuinely has high blood pressure. He can't handle shocks. You'd better stay in your room and not come out." Mitsai neither agreed nor disagreed. I gestured pleadingly, and she remained silent, so I took it as a tacit acceptance. After one last hopeful glance at her, I closed the door behind me and stepped into the living room. In the kitchen, Bandad had already dished out 3 bowls of porridge and said, "Xiaoyang, take a bowl of porridge to that girl. If she has been drinking, she needs something to eat. Let her rest." Before I could finish my sentence, Mitsai emerged from her room, handbag in hand. Given my previous misdeeds, it would be more than justified for Mitsai to expose me now. Just as I felt my legs weaken with anxiety, Mitsai, however, walked past me without a glance, seemingly ready to leave the apartment to me, as I prepared to breathe a sigh of relief. Bandad, despite his usual stoicism, called out to Mitsai, "Young lady, I've prepared a bowl of porridge for you. Drink it while it's hot." I wished fervently for Mitsai to leave, signaling her discreetly, but to my astonishment, she turned to me, nodded toward Bandad, and said, "Thank you, uncle." The two of us, who had just been at each other's throats, found ourselves inexplicably sitting at the same table, sharing porridge. I remained silent, feeling like a guilty suspect, constantly on guard against Mitsai revealing my secrets. I occasionally cast glances at her, unsure of her intentions. Yet she seemed intent on simply sipping her porridge in silence. Father Ban has always been rather taciturn and disinclined to engage in conversation. He approaches meals with far greater focus than others, which is why he was the first to finish the porridge in his bowl. Rising from his seat, he picked up his handbag and remarked to me, "You have someone living here. I shall find a hotel." I glanced at Mitsai and said to Father Ban, "Don't leave, just sleep with me later." Given the severity of my snoring lately and the fact that he has work tomorrow, I added, "I wouldn't want to disturb your sleep." Father Ban shook his head and retrieved a sweater from his bag, handing it to me. "Your mother knitted this for you." I took it, puzzled, and asked, "Why are there 2? He replied, "When you eventually find a partner, you can give one to them. The sweaters made at home are quite thick." I felt a twinge of helplessness. I knew Father Ban and Mom were subtly nudging me to find a girlfriend. I glanced at Mitsai, who was still sipping her porridge, and teased, "It's getting cold. I'll send you a sweater later." Mitsai shot me a glare but refrained from reacting in front of Father Ban, which secretly pleased me. Before leaving, Father Ban counted out 3,000 yuan from his wallet and offered it to me, saying, "Take this." I chuckled nonchalantly. "Why are you giving me money? I'm not in need." He pressed the money into my hand, saying, "You are my child. I know your character well. How many times have I told you? Spend wisely. Make sure to pay the utility bill." He glanced at the overdue notice that had fallen to the floor a few days prior. I suddenly felt a lump in my throat. I truly wasn't the son my parents could rest easy about. I pushed the money back into Father Ban's hand, insisting, "I really don't need it. Mom's health isn't great. Keep it to buy her some health supplements. I'll receive my salary next week. Father Ban said nothing more, placing the money on the table, casting a glance at Mitsai before walking out the door alone. I followed Father Ban downstairs, and after a prolonged silence, he remarked, "That girl just now wasn't too bad. She is quite attractive." I seized his arm, pointing to the Q7 parked nearby. "Father Ban, quickly put away your fantasies. She is not my type. See that car? It belongs to her." Father Ban's gaze shifted to the red Q7 with a look of confusion. I imagined he was surprised that Mitsai drove such a vehicle yet lived in such an outdated place. Ultimately, he opted for silence, resigned to my dismal situation. Whether we admitted it or not, we were indeed living in an era where love required monetary validation, and I wanted him to abandon his fantasies. I was even less inclined to indulge in them myself. As Father Ban departed, he left me with a final admonition to work hard, shielding himself from the rain with an umbrella. Watching his aging silhouette fade into the downpour, I sensed his expectations in those words. He hoped I would work diligently, marry a good woman, and eventually provide him with a grandchild. Yet, Father Ban, I am entangled in my own helplessness and struggle, trapped beneath the weight of reality. Those countless aspirations remain on hold for now. Chapter 6. They are getting married. Upon returning to my residence, I noted that Mitsai had nearly finished her bowl of porridge while mine still steamed, untouched. From the bag left by Father Ban, I retrieved 2 salted duck eggs and handed one to Mitsai, saying, "Try this, I'm almost done eating." This was the first time Mitsai had spoken to me in a normal tone since we met 2 days ago. I smiled and suggested, "Have another bowl. Porridge won't tea make you gain weight." Ignoring my advice, Mitsai replied, "Your dad has left. You can move out now." I gazed out at the tumultuous weather and proposed, "Let us not move today. I'd like to stay one more night." "All right." "No way," Mitsai said resolutely. I slammed my chopsticks on the table in frustration and retorted, "What's wrong with you? Don't you understand that eating someone else's food makes you soft? Spit out that porridge, and I'll move out immediately." Mitsai looked at me with her beautiful eyes, momentarily rendered speechless by my abruptness. I softened my tone, saying, "Sister, I've been running around all day. I'm exhausted. Please let me off the hook this once, scoundrel. Who is your sister? Mississippi is acceptable?" I hastily replied, then earnestly promised, "Tomorrow, I'll definitely move out after work." After a lengthy pause, Mitsai finally relented. "Remember your promise." "Of course, I'll move out tomorrow." Mitsai shot me a disapproving glance, took her bowl to the rice cooker, and filled it with more porridge. "Weren't you just saying you weren't going to eat anymore?" I remarked. Mitsai shot me another glare. "Well, I've already eaten." "What's one more bowl?" I sighed. Alas, this is how one falls into decadence. Despite our playful banter, I peeled the salted duck egg and handed it to Mitsai, who accepted it without protest, and we continued eating in this odd atmosphere. Once we finished our meal, I handed the 3,000 yuan left by Father Ban to Mitsai, saying, "Here's 3,000 for you. I'll pay you the rest when I get my salary next week. If you give me this, will you still have enough for rent?" "Let us pay it back together later," I replied, stuffing the money into my wallet. "As long as you move out quickly, I don't care about the rest." Mitsai took another sip of porridge, seemingly enjoying it. Indeed, Father Ban's porridge cooking skills are exceptional. What could have been a simple bowl of rice porridge tasted like home. I'm not a plague. "You don't have to look down on me this much," I lamented. "With your character, how could I ever like you?" I chuckled, choosing not to respond. Perhaps I truly lacked virtue, or perhaps she misjudged me, but it didn't matter. I had no need to clarify or explain, for after work tomorrow, we would establish clear boundaries. I downed the remainder of my porridge and turned my gaze to Mitsai, who wore a white long-sleeve chiffon blouse paired with black and white checkered slim-fit casual pants. Her wavy mid-length hair added to her elegance. Though she appeared somewhat fragile, I pretended to model the knitted sweater left by Father Ban, sighing dramatically, "It's getting chilly. Don't you think this sweater would suit you perfectly?" Mitsai frowned. "What, do you want me to wear your short arms? Really, it's particularly fitting for you. If you'd allow me to continue renting this room, I wouldn't mind gifting it to you. My dad said it was hand-knitted by my mom, thick and warm for winter. I wouldn't be able to enjoy it." I laughed, handing her the sweater. "I'm just joking. Even if you don't rent, I'll give it to you. I'm not planning on dating anytime soon, and it would be a waste for such a lovely sweater to stay with me. This is my apology for my rudeness yesterday." My expression was earnest, and after a moment of hesitation, Mitsai took the sweater, saying, "All right, I accept your apology, and be nicer to your dad. Don't Don't make him worry. Is there a logical connection between accepting an apology and being nicer to my father? I asked in surprise. In response to my inquiry, I huffed. You're truly a scoundrel. With that, she stuffed the sweater into her handbag and walked out the door. I was left alone, puzzled by I's sudden fury. After pondering for a while, I realized that perhaps her acceptance of my apology and her allowing me to stay another night stemmed from her sympathy for Father Ban. Her eyes. I was the one who had let a woman down, deceived my own father, and treated her rudely while failing to keep my promises. How could I not be seen as a scoundrel? That night, I did not stay in the room, and I wondered if she had other places to stay in this city. Yet I couldn't fathom why she insisted on staying here. I racked my brain but couldn't come up with an answer. So I decided not to dwell on it any longer. The world is filled with peculiar people and events, and compared to the myriad oddities of life, this is particularly strange. Thus, there was no need to dig deeper. It could simply be regarded as an act of artistic expression by the affluent, and truth. I often enjoy living in such a muddled state, for the truth may lead to pain. With gain comes loss, and ignorance of the truth spares one from suffering, as not knowing what is lost means there is nothing to mourn. The next day at the company, after the weekly routine meeting in the planning department, I walked out alongside Feng Yuan, with another colleague, Zhao Li, trailing behind, and I lit a cigarette and waved him over, saying, "Come here." Zhao Li eyed me warily. "What's up? I heard you enjoy outdoor sports." "Yeah, I really do." I smiled, saying, "I have a complete set of professional outdoor gear that I bought but never used. I'll sell it to you for cheap." "But you don't like outdoor sports. Why would you buy outdoor gear?" Zhao Li asked, perplexed. "Exactly because I don't like it. It's as good as new. It's Arc'teryx gear, and I'll sell it to you for 2,000. I put my arm around Zhao Li's shoulders. "Really?" Zhao Li exclaimed, visibly excited. I replied impatiently, "Of course it's real. Hurry up and pay. I'll have Feng Yuan bring it to you tomorrow. It's been sitting at his place." Zhao Li counted out 2,000 yuan from his wallet and handed it to me, reminding, "Don't forget to bring it tomorrow. I'm going rock climbing next weekend." I stuffed the money into my pocket, saying, "Just tell Feng Yuan." Zhao Li then turned to Feng Yuan, who was lost in thought, and said, "Feng Yuan, remember to bring that set of outdoor gear that Zhao Yang left at your place." Feng Yuan snapped back to reality, puzzled. "What outdoor gear?" "The set that Zhao Yang sold me." Zhao Li patiently explained. I took a long drag from my cigarette and headed for the restroom, while Feng Yuan cursed behind me, "Damn it, what are you selling?" "That's mine." I then heard Feng Yuan helplessly tell Zhao Li, "All right, don't feel wronged. I'll bring it to you tomorrow." After finishing my smoke in the restroom, I returned to the office. On Feng Yuan's desk sat a cup of coffee, and he was typing away with radiation-proof glasses perched on his nose. I opened my computer and took the opportunity to fiddle with my lighter while chatting with Feng Yuan, still busy with the proposal for Gucci's dedicated counter in our mall. Feng Yuan, not holding a grudge about earlier, sighed, "Yeah, it's been nearly a week. The business development department is waiting for our proposal to negotiate with Gucci's representatives." I nodded, choosing not to pry further. Feng Yuan and I were polar opposites. He was a workaholic while I was content to coast along. This stark contrast in our attitudes resulted in different outcomes. After 2 years at the same job, Feng Yuan had become the team leader in the planning department, while I remained stagnant at the bottom. Suddenly, Feng Yuan paused his typing and gazed at me with a heavy expression for a long moment. "What's wrong?" I asked, puzzled by his odd behavior. Finally, Feng Yuan spoke. "I didn't mention it before, but I saw you were in a bad mood the other day. I'm getting married to Yin Yin next week." "Finally getting married? Huh." I instinctively sighed, a wave of pain clenching at my heart. Feng Yuan had met Yin Yin entirely because of me and Jian Wei. Yin Yin was Jian Wei's best friend. Feng Yuan and I were close friends, and after I started dating Jian Wei, I helped him and Yin Yin get acquainted, and soon they fell in love. During our college years, the four of us often hung out together, deepening our bond, and we had joked several times about getting married after graduation. Feng Yuan and Yin Yin's union was a tremendous joy, yet it laid bare my own pain and loneliness. I had ultimately failed to sustain my relationship with Jian Wei. Sometimes, one's suffering arises from comparison. But at that moment, apart from feeling pain and envy for Feng Yuan and Yin Yin, what else could I do? The past would eventually turn to dust, yet the wind wouldn't scatter it. It would settle in my heart, casting my world into a gray desolation. I smiled at Feng Yuan. "Where's the wedding invitation, buddy? Hurry and bring it to me." Feng Yuan nodded and retrieved the invitation from his drawer, handing it to me. I opened it to find a photo of Feng Yuan and Yin Yin radiating happiness. After a long silence, I asked Feng Yuan, will Jianwei be back for the wedding? You know, ever since she moved from Los Angeles to New York, we haven't been able to contact her. But a few days ago, Yin Yin sent her an email. She hasn't responded yet. Whether she comes back is uncertain. I see. I replied flatly, no longer engaging Feng Yuan in conversation. My fingers tapped away at the keyboard while my mind drifted elsewhere. Chapter 7. The child is yours. The entirety of that day passed in a haze, and it wasn't until the languid evening sun cast its glow upon the transparent glass that I realized it was time to leave work. Feng Yuan was still busy at the adjacent desk. While I had some leisure time, I slipped into the restroom for another smoke while waiting for the clock to strike closing time. Upon my return, I found Yin Yin seated in my office chair, evidently waiting for Feng Yuan to finish work. I teased Yin Yin. Yin Yin, your backside has grown fuller. I can hardly fit in my chair. Shameless. You have no decorum. Yin Yin shot me a glare that I raised an eyebrow and smiled at her. She truly was a beauty, exuding sensuality, especially with her rounded, perky backside and long legs, creating a stunningly perfect combination. If she walked down the street, her silhouette and curves would undoubtedly turn heads. I approached Feng Yuan and patted his shoulder, asking, have you completed the framework for that proposal? I've got the overall idea and framework laid out. I just need to finalize some text, Feng Yuan replied. Let me handle the rest. You should clock out and not keep Yin Yin waiting. Yin Yin joyfully pressed her hands against my face and said, Zhaoyang, you're a gem. You have no idea how much we have to do later. It's a wedding. There will certainly be no shortage of tasks, I replied, gently removing her hands from my face. Feng Yuan finally stretched his body and turned to me, saying, all right then, I need to run to the wedding planning company with Yin Yin and swing by the bridal shop. If you have any questions, feel free to call. Don't worry. You two focus on your tasks, I said, taking a seat in Feng Yuan's office chair. Feng Yuan quickly gathered his things, and Yin Yin linked her arm through his as they prepared to leave. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something and turned to me, saying, Zhaoyang, our company's building is about to launch. If you're interested in buying, I can help you get an internal price, which is 1,500 yuan cheaper per square meter. Yin Yin was a sales manager at a local real estate company, and the internal price she could secure was undoubtedly enticing. A flat would save at least 100,000. Yet, even with that, I lack the means to purchase a home. Let us discuss it later, I replied. Feng Yuan inquired, which development is launching this time? The second phase of Zhongyuan Eco City, Yin Yin responded. Feng Yuan set down his briefcase and looked at me earnestly, saying, Zhaoyang, you should buy it. This development is genuinely good. If you miss this opportunity, who knows how long you'll have to wait for the next one? Moreover, property prices are bound to rise. What are you talking about? You know my financial situation. With the few tens of thousands in savings Jianwei and I have, we could lend you some. You can go back and discuss it with your father to figure out a way to scrape together a down payment. You both have a mortgage and a car loan to manage, and you're about to get married. You'll need to spend money everywhere. You really don't need to worry about me. Yin Yin exclaimed once more, both of us are comfortably managing our mortgage and car loans. Zhaoyang, you should buy a house first. It will make finding a girlfriend much easier in the future. We truly do not wish to see you floundering like this. It's quite distressing. Your shared loans are manageable for both of you, but have you considered how I will repay my mortgage after purchasing a home? I can barely support myself, let alone handle any loans. I urged Feng Yuan and Yin Yin to leave, as the sky was darkening rapidly. They exchanged a glance, sighed softly, and then looked at me before departing. Standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, I caught sight of Yin Yin linking arms with Feng Yuan as they made their way to their newly acquired white Mazda 6 parked below. A complex mix of emotions swirled within me. Both Feng Yuan and Yin Yin graduated from Suzhou University, and they had already established their own home and car in this city. Soon to embark on the journey of marriage, I found myself perplexed by the stark contrast between our circumstances. Was this a cruel joke played by fate, or had I simply squandered my own potential? In my solitude, I couldn't help but ponder. If Jianwei and I had not parted ways, would we also be on the brink of marriage? At 9 p.m., I finally completed the project proposal left by Feng Yuan. Stretching my body, I held a cup and made my way to the employee break room for one last coffee before the end of the shift. Absorbed in the gentle sound of coffee dripping from the machine into my cup, it felt like a tender call, leaving no room for my desires to hide. Taking a gulp of the coffee, I gazed out at the heavy nightfall and the struggling neon lights, yearning to cast aside this fatigued body of mine. Suddenly, the phone rang. I pulled it from my pocket and was surprised to see it was Lu Yao again. After answering, her voice came through weakly. Zhao Yang, where are you? Working late, I replied, my emotions unclear. Could you come help me with laundry? My hands can't touch water. Don't you have a washing machine? I asked, irritation creeping into my voice. Lu Yao, sounding exhausted, replied, just come. I was momentarily at a loss for words before finally stating, my main concern is the washing machine. Some clothes can't go in there. Then take them to the dry cleaner. I've been working all day and feel utterly drained. I can't manage that. I firmly refused. You can't possibly take your underwear and bras to the dry cleaner. Have you lost your mind? You expect me to wash your underwear and bras? Zhao Yang, I just had surgery. My hands truly cannot touch water. Can't you show me a little compassion? Lu Yao's voice quivered. I know you graduated from the Shanghai Theater Academy. Please, stop acting, I retorted, but Lu Yao burst into tears. I carried your child, and this is how you treat me. Have you ever considered my feelings? Do you know how heartbroken I am? Are you putting on a drama with me? She sobbed. Zhao Yang, you beast. Do you believe I would die just to prove a point? At my wit's end, I conceded. Fine, fine. I'll come. Lu Yao's tone instantly shifted to calm. Hurry, I'm waiting for you. As I heard the line disconnect with a beep, I couldn't help but think, if Lu Yao doesn't make it to the level of a leading actress, it would be a grave oversight by the entertainment industry. Her acting skills are nothing short of remarkable. Women who study acting are truly formidable. Leaving the company, I stood by the roadside waiting for a taxi when I suddenly remembered I had promised Mi Tsai to help her move after work. It was already approaching 9:30 p.m. Could it be that my belongings had already been moved out? I muttered to myself. A taxi pulled up beside me, and I pondered. Since I had already broken my promise, I might as well wash Lu Yao's clothes first. As for the moving, I would deal with that later. After about 15 minutes, I arrived at Lu Yao's single apartment, standing at the door and ringing the bell repeatedly to vent my frustration at being compelled to come. Lu Yao, clad in a nightgown and clutching a stuffed toy, opened the door with a weary expression. Her pitiable appearance caused all my prepared harsh words to vanish, and I merely complained, "You're such a nuisance. If you hadn't slept with me, none of this would have happened." She stepped aside, indicating for me to enter. I had no desire to bicker with her, so I asked, "Where are the clothes?" "In the dirty laundry basket in the bathroom," she replied. Upon entering the bathroom, I was taken aback to find 2 oversized baskets overflowing with clothes. "Did you intentionally hoard a year's worth of laundry just to torment me?" I exclaimed. Lu Yao ignored me, while the television volume in the living room increased. Fuming, I gritted my teeth and began sorting through the laundry, separating what could be machine washed from what required hand washing, and setting aside the underwear. The next hour was spent in a flurry of activity with the washing machine. Finally completing the daunting task, I carried the freshly washed clothes to the balcony, hanging each item with care. Once finished, I stood on the balcony, lighting a cigarette to alleviate the fatigue I had just endured. Lu Yao approached with a fruit platter and softly asked, "Would you like some?" "Not hungry," I replied, taking a deep drag from my cigarette. She took the cigarette from my fingers, used a tissue to wipe the sweat from my forehead, and gently remarked, "Zhao Yang, a man who is willing to wash a woman's underwear must be gentle and reliable. Get lost, will you? Do you think I enjoy this?" Despite my harsh words, she nestled against my arm and inquired, "Have you ever washed clothes for other women besides me?" "No," I replied impatiently. "Not even Jianwei?" She pressed. "Are you going to nag me with these ridiculous questions?" I pushed her away. Lu Yao, accustomed to my attitude, merely watched in silence. I donned my jacket and announced, "I'm leaving. Don't call me again." She grasped my arm, saying, "I won't let you go." "Let go," I said, lifting my arm to shake off her grip. She blocked the doorway, insisting, "Wait, I have something for you." She produced a bank card from her nightgown pocket and handed it to me, saying, "This is for you. There's 10,000 yuan on it. I know you've spent a lot this time." I was taken aback and asked, "Where did you get the money?" "I advanced some from the production team." "Is this a sudden attack of conscience?" I questioned. Lu Yao gazed at me with an expression of sorrow for a long while, saying, "The child is yours. I told you. I just want to see you take responsibility. Of course, I will repay you for what you've spent." The more serious her expression became, the more I felt she was merely acting. Tiomi, she seemed like one of those women lost in a world of glamour, and her talk of responsibility felt utterly unreliable. I understood her well. Her insistence that the child was mine might just be a hollow hope. Or perhaps she herself did not even know whose child it truly was. This strange reliance is difficult to articulate, yet anyone living in this decadent circle understands. We appear carefree, yet our hearts are empty. Ultimately, I did not accept Li Yao's card, even though I was in dire need of money. As for why I declined, I could hardly articulate it. Perhaps, deep down, I felt sympathy for Li Yao. I scolded her, yet I would still assist her when she needed it, no matter how glamorous she appeared. I understood the emptiness that lay behind it, for we were of the same ilk. The only difference was that one day she might truly achieve fame in the entertainment industry, while I was destined to live a life of ordinariness and solitude. After leaving Li Yao's place, I immediately took a taxi to my former residence, hoping Mitsai had not moved my belongings out due to my failure to keep my promise. I did not want to work late. Nor did I wish to be burdened by Li Yao's requests for laundry. But life is filled with unexpected twists that leave me powerless. Chapter 8. Your punishment. As the car rolled into that dilapidated community, I pressed down the window to check whether Mitsai had moved my belongings out, and to my relief, there was nothing downstairs. It seemed my previous warning had worked. I ascended the stairs lightly, but upon opening the door, I was met with darkness. A glance towards Mitsai's room revealed no light seeping through the cracks. It appeared she had not returned tonight, and a wonder I hadn't seen her car downstairs. It was a relief. I could stay here for another night, perhaps the only comfort bestowed upon me as the day drew to a close. After a quick wash, I lay on the bed, and as I turned off the lights and closed my eyes, the world suddenly fell silent. I thought I would swiftly drift into sleep, but fragments of memories intruded upon my mind. All these memories were from the past, and as I recalled them, they pulled forth the emptiness of my current existence. I couldn't comprehend why Feng Yuan and Yin Yin had managed to move forward after graduation, ultimately marrying, while Jin Wei and I faced such a dismal conclusion. What had I done wrong? I truly wished Jin Wei could tell me herself, yet such a simple request had turned into an unattainable wish. Thus, I languished in confusion for 2 years, wallowing in decadence for 2 years. I slapped my face heavily. Sitting up in bed after much contemplation, I retrieved an old guitar from the cabinet, longing to sing a song for myself for Jin Wei. After tuning it, I began to hum the tune of Lost Path by Jean Wallin. Who can see through this splendor? Once more, my eyes grow hazy. Who can escape this clamor? Once more, it invades you. Who recalls the past? Once more, I forget you. Who will meet again in the next life? Once more, to love you that I am lost, unable to find a map. This path of love is arduous. I am lost, unable to find an escape. Why has the world grown so numb? I am lost, unable to retrace my steps. Everyone beside me feels like a stranger. I am lost, treading in place, while your heart has already flown far away. I sang the final line. Warmth welled in the corners of my eyes. I truly was lost. I thought I had traveled far in these 2 years, yet I was merely treading water on a map called love, while her heart had already soared to distant realms. I lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag when suddenly a loud knock echoed through the door, startling me to the point of nearly snapping a guitar string. Wasn't this place supposed to be empty? If you're so keen on singing, please find somewhere without people. This is a residential area. Mitsai's voice rang out from the other side of the door. I slipped on my slippers and opened the door to find Mitsai standing before me in a camisole. Her alluring figure rivaling Yin Yan's, her face tranquil under the soft light, enhancing her unmatched grace. Did you not hear me sing, I am lost? I asked, half smiling, as if someone lost could ever find a deserted place. She retorted, that's a weak argument. Ignoring her dissatisfaction, I inquired, what are you doing here? I've been here all along. I didn't see your car downstairs. It's parked in the empty lot across the street. In a wonder, I sighed and immediately attempted to close the door, fearing she would bring up the moving issue. It was already nearly 1 a.m. Where could I possibly move to? Mitsai pushed against the door. Preventing me from shutting it, I glared at her, asking, you can't seriously intend to make me move out at this hour, can you? Of course not. She paused before adding, since you wanted to sing but got lost. I can take you to find a deserted place where you can sing to your heart's content. Really? You'd do that for me? I asked, suspiciously. Since you've already made enough noise to keep me awake. If you're still interested, I can be your audience. After a moment, she added, your voice is quite good. It seemed Mitsai was attempting to mend our relationship, or perhaps she was simply captivated by my singing. Or maybe she felt pity for me, a despondent man. Regardless of her motives, I felt inclined to accept her offer, as I too was sleepless. We might as well go a little while together. A short while later, Mitsai changed into her clothes while I donned my sleepwear. With my guitar cradled in my arms, we descended the stairs side by side. Mitsai drove us in her car, and as I settled into the passenger seat, I couldn't help but admire the Q7. It was the first time I had ridden in such a luxurious vehicle. Before I could buckle my seatbelt, Mitsai slammed the accelerator, the powerful thrust nearly sending me crashing into the windshield. "Are you trying to leave a corpse beside you?" I exclaimed, rubbing my sore head. "Who told you not to buckle up? Those who disregard the rules deserve to be thrown around." Mitsai retorted coolly. I pointed an accusing finger at her, exasperated yet powerless. "You just love to take revenge on me, don't you?" Mitsai ignored my outburst and continued driving with an expressionless face. After about 20 minutes, Mitsai brought me to a secluded area far from any signs of life. She parked the car, engaged the handbrake, and turned off the ignition, saying, "There's no one here. Sing to your heart's content." "The space in the car is too cramped. I can't really express myself," I replied. "Then get out and sing," she suggested. "Oh, you think I'm an idiot? What if you drive off while I'm out? Where would I go to voice my grievances?" I responded warily, still suspicious of her intentions after her earlier stunt with the seatbelt. "You're such a chatterbox," Mitsai said, unbuckling her seatbelt and stepping out of the car with a demeanor that suggested she had nothing to fear. I followed her outside, standing side by side as we gazed at the sky, only to realize. The weather tonight was splendid, the moon bright and stars sparse. The air was refreshing. I felt a sense of relief at finally escaping the clamor, and my heart gradually calmed. I truly appreciated Mitsai's initiative in bringing me to this tranquil place, as I needed to vent my frustrations and dissatisfaction with reality. Strumming the guitar, I began to sing Metamorphosis by Jean Wallin. After finishing, Mitsai unexpectedly applauded and asked, "Do you also enjoy serious music?" "Yes, if there were more instruments, it would feel even better," I replied, surprised that she recognized the song, as serious music is not widely appreciated. It requires a certain level of aesthetic appreciation from both the performer and the audience. Mitsai nodded, saying, "You don't seem as much of a simpleton as you appear. Judging a book by its cover is rather narrow-minded of you." Unperturbed by our exchange, Mitsai encouraged me. "Please continue." I set my guitar down and asked, "You seem to understand music quite well. Can you play the guitar? How about you give it a try? You promised to be my audience. So keep going." In that dimly lit night, amidst the boundless wilderness, having a stunningly beautiful woman willing to be my audience felt like a divine gift. Reflecting on this, I felt a pang of guilt over my previous harshness towards Mitsai. She had been quite kind to me, lending me money, offering me shelter for the night, and now accompanying me to vent my frustrations. Perhaps my brusque temperament truly needed adjustment. A gust of cold wind swept through, and Mitsai instinctively hugged her thin clothing closer. "You should get back in the car. I can vent on my own," I suggested. "Are you certain?" I nodded. Mitsai opened the car door and climbed inside, but she didn't completely distance herself from me. She pressed down the window, resting her chin on her hand and gazing at me with apparent anticipation for my next song. As I began to strum the guitar again, absorbed in my performance, the car behind me suddenly roared to life, causing me to turn around in shock, only to see Mitsai had buckled her seatbelt. She spoke to me, a smile lingering on her lips. "Your voice is truly commendable, but I must take my leave now. This is a punishment for your failure to uphold promises and your sheer rudeness." With that, her car shot off into the night like an arrow released from a bow. "Damn you!" I exclaimed, yanking off my slipper and hurling it at her vehicle, though it landed harmlessly. "You scoundrel, you wretched creature. I know your intentions are far from noble, exploiting my compassion. Beware, for retribution will come." I shouted in frustration, spinning around and incoherently cursing at the already vanished Mitsai. I have always been the kind of person who easily befriends others, trusting easily and shunning suspicion. To find myself in such a predicament is truly my own fault. Chapter 9. An Eye for an Eye. Mitsai drove me for 20 minutes at a speed of 100 miles per hour, which means I am now at least 30 kilometers away from home. I felt a wave of despair wash over me, wondering why I have recently found myself embroiled in such absurd circumstances. Picking up my slipper from the ground, I adjusted my clothing and gazed upward, relieved to see the North Star still twinkling. Spotting the brightest star, Yuhung, I oriented myself and began walking towards the distant, flickering lights, as if embarking on a solitary escape. After half an hour, I finally spotted a road bustling with vehicles. Upon closer inspection, I felt a surge of anger towards that venomous woman, for I found myself on the Huning Expressway. The dividing line between Suzhou and Wuxi It was not until the brink of dawn that a kind passerby offered me a ride back to the city. I then took a taxi to my residence, but due to my lack of a wallet, I was unable to pay the fare, hastily tossing the driver the remainder of my half-finished pack of cigarettes before fleeing. Once inside the community, my anger ignited like a wildfire. I wanted to confront Mi Tsai. Not about life, not about ideals, but simply to demand an explanation for her treatment of me. Returning to my apartment, I placed my guitar on the living room table and stood before Mi Tsai's door, knocking vigorously as if to release my pent-up frustrations. Is it amusing to toy with me? Do you realize I have work tomorrow? Glancing out the window at the brightening sky, I corrected myself. No, today. After you've tormented me all night, how am I supposed to go to work? If my boss is displeased, I might lose my job. Will you support me? I ranted, but the silence within the room was deafening. If you want me to curse you even more, then keep pretending you can't hear me, I said, pounding on the door once more. Yet, there was still no response. Was she not home? Confused, I twisted the doorknob only to find it locked and meet Tsai's eyes. I was merely scum. Breaking into her room would hardly add to my sins. I rummaged through a set of keys, found one for her room, and opened the door. Regardless of whether she was asleep, I had to talk to her. Upon entering, I turned on the light and beheld Mi Tsai lying on her side, covered by a blanket, her back to me, remaining silent. You seem to sleep soundly. Have you considered the torment I've endured? I lamented, my nose running from the wind. Achoo. I sneezed, rubbed my nose, and continued. Let me tell you, in my 20-plus years of life, I have never encountered someone as unscrupulous as you, utterly deceitful and devoid of integrity. My tirade continued, yet she lay there, unmoving, like a mountain. Just as I was about to pull her from the bed to confront her face to face, she suddenly broke into a fit of coughing. Based on common sense, if my sneeze indicated a cold, her cough surely suggested a fever, a consequence of the chill she had caught the previous night. I paused, then exclaimed, Heaven has opened its eyes. Your comeuppance has arrived. Mi Tsai coughed again, yet remained silent, whether from indifference or the agony of her fever. I could not tell. Get out, she said icily after a prolonged silence. You needn't remind me. I have a penchant for ignoring the dying, I retorted. It serves you right. Retribution. With that, I strode out of Mi Tsai's room. I intended to take a hot shower and perhaps catch a brief nap, but intermittently, I could hear her coughing from her room. I halted my steps towards the bathroom, suddenly caught in a moral struggle. Here I was, the only man in the house, while she coughed helplessly. Could I truly stand by and do nothing? After all this time being a scoundrel, perhaps I should do something good. To accumulate some virtue, I reasoned with myself. I placed the towel on the sofa and headed to the kitchen, finding a piece of ginger and a bag of brown sugar. Igniting the gas stove to brew ginger and brown sugar soup, my exhaustion was overwhelming, and I lit a cigarette to rouse my spirits, numbly watching the concoction simmer. A sliver of dawn peeked over the eastern horizon, a gentle breeze brushing against the hanging plants on the balcony. The new day exuded a vitality and freshness that had persisted for eons, and I found myself entranced. This moment in the world felt enchanting, as if it belonged solely to me. Perhaps, in contrast to this rare morning, I did not particularly relish the vibrant nightlife. Mi Tsai's cough jolted me from my reverie, and I realized the ginger soup had been boiling for quite some time. Turning off the stove, I ladled a bowl and walked towards her room. I've made ginger soup. You should drink it, I said, standing by her bedside. And no need for your kindness, she replied coldly. Who is being kind? I'm merely concerned that your incessant coughing will disturb my sleep, I retorted, somewhat displeased. Mi Tsai, ungrateful as ever, said, you can move out, and then you won't have to hear it. Go ahead and die in your room. No one would know it. I shot back. Enough with the nonsense. Drink the ginger soup. As I spoke, I set the bowl down, propped her pillow up, and roughly assisted her to sit up. I touched her forehead. Indeed, she was burning with fever. I then handed her the bowl from the nightstand. First, drink the ginger soup. Mi Tsai ceased her struggle against her body, accepting the soup from my hands and sipping it. Her expression no longer as frosty as before. After finishing, you should sleep under the covers for a while. Leave the bowl. I'll come back for it later. You have a low-grade fever. Take some fever-reducing medicine and sweat it out. Fearing her cold might worsen, I donned a thick coat before heading out, as I rarely fell ill and had no regular medications at home. Thus, I needed to visit the pharmacy to procure some fever reducers and cough medicine for Mitsai. It was still too early, and the pharmacies were not yet open. I traveled several stops before locating an operational clinic. After purchasing the medications, I immediately took a taxi back, and the time spent had already amassed to 7:30. Upon returning to the apartment, I found Mitsai sound asleep, her breathing steady and her expression tranquil. I refrained from waking her, rummaging through her bag to find her phone, dialing my number, and leaving a note on her nightstand. Remember to take the fever reducer and cough medicine when you wake up. If you need anything, call me. My number is saved in your phone. The scoundrel in your eyes is an angel in my own. Zhao Yang. Gently tucking her blanket in, I exited her room. After a refreshing shower and neglecting breakfast, I boarded the company bus, beginning a day of work while fighting off sleep. My exhaustion was profound, with yawns escaping my lips one after another, ultimately resorting to propping my chin with one hand, adopting a pose that concealed my slumber. Fang Yuan, busy preparing for his upcoming wedding, arrived at the office close to 10, waking me with a light slap. Did you hit the clubs again last night? Recalling the previous night's events filled me with ire, but I saw no reason to take it out on Fang Yuan. I simply didn't sleep well. I was tormented all night. Fang Yuan misinterpreted my words, saying, "You need to be cautious. Even though you're young, you can't afford to be so reckless with women. We are educated individuals. Can we not speak more subtly?" He chuckled helplessly before asking, "Did you finalize the project proposal for the Gucci design counter?" "Completed it. It's saved in the D drive," I replied. Fang Yuan nodded, handing me a note. "Zhao Yang, I'll help you request a leave from the manager. You need to accompany Yin Yin to the mall to purchase items from this list." "Is it your wedding or mine? Why am I going shopping with Yin Yin?" I chuckled incredulously. Fang Yuan sighed. "What can I do? There's so much to buy, and Yin Yin can't manage it alone. Meanwhile, I need to meet with the investment department to discuss setting up a Gucci counter in our mall. I can't let my personal affairs disrupt months of planning for the company." "Can I?" "Very well," I acquiesced, but yawned again. Having walked all night and barely slept, how could I not feel drowsy? Fang Yuan patted my shoulder. "Hang in there. I'll treat you to dinner tonight." I waved goodbye to Fang Yuan. "Go handle your business. I need to catch a quick nap." "Don't nap too long. Yin Yin is waiting for you downstairs," Fang Yuan added, then leaned closer, whispering, "By the way." Jianwei replied to the email. "There's an 80% chance she'll return from the US on the day of my wedding." I stared wide-eyed at Fang Yuan, all fatigue dissipating as I felt as if I had been thrust into a world of ice and fire. After 3 years, was she finally coming back? Chapter 10. Among the crowd, there are villains. Moments later, Fang Yuan and I descended the stairs together. He boarded the company vehicle while I settled into Yin Yan's car. My nerves twisted in an unexplainable agony, resentful that Fang Yuan had so suddenly revealed Jianwei's return. After 3 years, I had completely forgotten how to face her emotionally. I had spent countless nights yearning to see her. Yet I was terrified of the encounter and afraid of the silence and awkwardness that might ensue. Yin Yin started the car, glancing at me through the rearview mirror after switching lanes. "Zhao Yang, you seem lost in thought." After a moment, she shook her head, adding, "It's not very much like you." I smiled faintly. Must I be heartless to be considered myself? "Fang Yuan must have told you about Jianwei's return, right?" "Yes," I replied, rolling down the window and lighting a cigarette, in a wonder. Apart from Jianwei, no one else can touch Zhao Yang's melancholic nerves. Yin Yin mused. "You think too much. She's not invincible, and I'm not so easily broken." I answered with a smile. Yin Yin shrugged. "Zhao Yang, only you are aware of your own emotions. The brighter your smile, the more pain you conceal within." She spoke as if she understood me well till last. I suppressed the smile that Yin Yin considered a fade, trying to prove that I was not as pained as she thought. "After all these years of friendship, who knows you better than I do? Zhao Yang, let me speak candidly. Although we feel sorry for you and Jianwei, I must tell you. When a woman's heart changes, the man she once loved becomes akin to a used cigarette, devoid of pleasure, merely irritating her eyes. At that point, her only option is to discard that used cigarette. Do you understand what I mean?" "What do you say all this for?" I inhaled deeply, questioning her. "I hope you can be more carefree." I remained silent for a long while, unwillingly asking, "What is love to you?" Isn't it merely a promise to hold on to for a lifetime? Why, after making a promise, is there a lack of courage to persist? Zhaoyang, love is not as simple as you envision. You should understand why Fang Yuan and Yin Yin can endure, while you and Jianwei cannot, she replied. I fell silent once more, fully aware that while Fang Yuan and Yin Yin may not belong to wealthy families, their backgrounds were decent, making them well-matched as for Jianwei and me. I distinctly remembered that prior to her departure abroad, her father had gifted her a Cadillac CTS as a graduation present. But must love be measured by material wealth? I struggled to comprehend. Yin Yin continued, Jianwei truly loved you. You know she went to study in America to escape her parents' pressure for marriage, hoping that after 3 years, they would accept the reality of her being with you. But why did she choose to break up with you once she arrived in America? I find it hard to understand. I don't wish to relive the feelings I had at our breakup. I interrupted, stop. Just as you said, once she changed her heart, I became a used cigarette that could no longer bring her pleasure. I only meant that as a metaphor. Yin Yin consoled. There are individuals in this world who possess a peculiar ability to comfort someone to the point of despair, and without a doubt, Yin Yin was one of them. Throughout the day, I accompanied Yin Yin as she shopped for various items needed for her wedding, and only in the evening did we briefly share a meal before parting ways. Despite having not slept the previous night and toiling all day, I found myself wide awake as night approached. Walking the streets, I felt an overwhelming sense of loneliness and emptiness whenever I saw couples cozied up beneath the neon lights. I habitually sought to escape my feelings, as if my nights were meant for nightclubs. I told myself that perhaps a drink would help me sleep soundly tonight. Listening to the pulsating music of the bar, watching the flashing lights and the throngs of people dancing wildly, I quickly consumed several bottles of beer. Feeling pleasantly tipsy, I relished this sensation. Free from worries, devoid of love or hatred, existing only in a haze of reality and illusion. The bar featured 2 resident bands that alternated performances nightly, and tonight happened to be the turn of Robin's band. The torn nerves, I shared a good rapport with Robin, sometimes jamming together. Robin teased me, plucking the guitar strings and making a noise that resembled friction. Zhaoyang, come up and join us. I set down my beer and hopped onto the stage, taking the guitar from Robin's hands and addressing the other band members. Let us play Return to Life. They nodded in agreement, and soon the instruments began to resonate, the heavy metal music swelling under the flashing lights. With the exuberance of intoxication, I stood on a prop shaped like an ammunition box and began to shred on the electric guitar, belting out the lyrics. The hands of delusion grasped the banner, my bones hidden within my coat, desperately recalling the route I took, turning and shattering against the wall. Oh my, I can't return. Oh my, may you bear some burden, oh mother, please give birth to me, give birth to me. Just as I was midway through, a young man with long hair, clad in a black jacket and adorned with gold chains, scowled at me and shouted, "What the hell are you singing? Change the song." I paused, squinting at him. "You little brat, say that again." The long-haired youth kicked over the nearest drum set, glaring at me, "You fool. I told you to change the song. How dare you?" I shouted, feeling a surge of adrenaline as I kicked the long-haired punk in the face. Reveling in the release, I then jumped off the stage, wielding the guitar like a weapon, and smashed it to pieces. The long-haired youth curled up on the ground, clutching his head and screaming in agony. His companions, armed with beer bottles, charged at me, but Robin and the band members intervened. In the chaos, I saw someone calling the police, and in a panic, I discarded the remnants of the guitar and bolted out of the bar in the interrogation room of the police station. The light shone down upon me, while across from me sat an older policeman who appeared relatively amiable. Name, gender, age, workplace. No, officer, that rascal truly deserves a beating. He was the one who kicked our drummer first. You see, for us musicians, our instruments are like our younger siblings. He struck my dear brother. How could I ever let that slide? I lamented, my face a mask of sorrow. Enough with the excuses. Regardless of your reasons, fighting is unacceptable. The law does not grant you the right to behave in such a manner. Do you understand? Officer, I acknowledge my mistake, that I have deeply reflected upon my actions and realize I should not disregard the majesty of the law. From now on, I shall elevate my awareness and strive to be a law-abiding citizen, resolutely avoiding any hindrance to our harmonious society. Enough with the nonsense. Go pay the fine. Will I not be detained? I inquired cautiously. The young man you assaulted has only sustained minor injuries. He has agreed to settle this privately. If you cover his hospital expenses and compensation for lost work, along with the fine, the total comes to 6,000 yuan. 6,000. Officer, I do not have that much money on me. Call your family or friends. The mention of family and friends left me feeling utterly lost. In this city where I had lived for 2 years, I suddenly felt so profoundly alone. I certainly could not reach out to Feng Yuan or Yin Yin. They were on the verge of marriage, and I did not wish to burden them with my troubles. Moreover, they had expressed their hopes for me to live a stable life countless times. It would be best if they remained unaware of this incident, for fear of disappointing them. After much contemplation, a face that I both despised and found excessively beautiful appeared in my mind. I should call Mi Tsai. Yes, I will reach out to Mi Tsai. In her eyes, I am already a scoundrel, devoid of any dignity. I can ask her to help me pay the fine, and once my salary is disbursed next week, I will repay her along with the previous debts. At this point, I was truly grateful that I had noted her phone number earlier that morning. I retrieved my phone from my pocket, found Mi Tsai's number, and dialed it. Chapter 11. Silence between men and tears of women. After a few rings, the call connected, and I pretended to be concerned before Mi Tsai could speak. Did you take the fever and cough medicine I bought you? Yes, Mi Tsai replied flatly, her tone seemingly devoid of the previous disdain. Are you feeling any better? A bit better, she said, followed by a coughing fit. Make sure to wear more clothes. A little warmth will help you recover quickly. I continued to express my concern. Why would I wear so many clothes if I'm not going out? Once I had successfully drawn Mi Tsai into the conversation, I proceeded. I really need your help. I'm at the police station, having gotten into a fight, and I don't have enough money to pay the fine. Could you come help me out? Mi Tsai paused, seemingly taken aback, and asked, You got into a fight? Indeed. That rascal had it coming, and I was merely teaching him not to live so recklessly. I see you living more recklessly than anyone. Mi Tsai shot back, leaving me in suspense about whether she would come or not. Anxiously, I pressed, So, will you come or not? Can you give me a straight answer? Mi Tsai remained silent, her silence almost deliberate. I anxiously urged, Will you come? They're about to take matters into their own hands. Just as I finished, the officer grew irate and shouted, We are law enforcement officers, not a gang. What do you mean, taking matters into your own hands? I quickly covered the phone and whispered, Calm down. Calm down. I was merely using exaggerated language to convey the urgency of the situation, so she would hurry here to help me pay the fine. That way, I would be free, and you would have less hassle. Right, officer? The policeman made a gesture for me to resolve this quickly, and he fell silent. I anxiously awaited Mi Tsai's response. If she chose not to come, I would have no choice but to trouble Feng Yuan and his wife. After what seemed like an agonizing wait, Mi Tsai finally asked, Which police station? Guangqian Police Station, I replied, relief flooding over me as if I had just been saved. Mi Tsai acknowledged with a brief before hanging up. Her ambiguous response left me in a state of apprehension, especially considering her previous actions of abandoning me in a desolate area 30 kilometers from the city. I wondered if she might deceive me again. The officer had left, and I remained in the interrogation room. The cold walls surrounding me, adorned with the stern words confess for leniency, resist for severity, felt oppressive. I longed to escape this place, but as time passed, I began to doubt whether I had been led astray once more. Half an hour later, the door that had been shut for so long finally swung open. This time, a female officer entered and addressed me. Zhao Yang, right? Someone has helped you pay the fine. Please take your ID to register. Her words caused the tension within me to dissipate, and as I rose from the chair, I felt a wave of weakness wash over me. Yet, my heart was now unburdened and liberated. She had truly come to rescue me from my plight. As Mi Tsai and I walked out of the police station side by side, I experienced an almost surreal sensation, as though I had emerged from another world. Even the air outside, tainted with the exhaust of passing cars, felt refreshing. Mi Tsai tucked a few stray strands of hair behind her ear, concealing her mouth with the back of her hand as she coughed again. She had come to assist me despite being unwell. I felt guilty and turned to her, saying, I'm sorry for the trouble today. About the fine and what I owe you, I scratched my head. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, it seems that even with my salary next week, I won't have enough to repay you. Mi Tsai dismissed the notion of repayment, stopping to say, You know you've caused me trouble, so please refrain from such incidents in the future. I forced a self-deprecating smile, replying, You once called me a scoundrel. To be a qualified scoundrel, I must engage in fighting and womanizing. Mitsai regarded me silently, her gaze rekindling the disdain she had previously expressed. Perhaps she merely viewed my words as the ramblings of a fool, failing to comprehend the self-mockery underlying them. Mitsai continued to walk ahead, and I fell into step beside her, lowering my voice to negotiate. Actually, with my salary next week, I can repay you what I owe, but I won't have any extra for rent. How about I pay you back first, and you let me stay for another month? Once I stabilize financially, I will move out. Mitsai looked at me with an inscrutable expression, eyeing the silent exchange between us. A taxi, seemingly fueled by adrenaline, pulled up nearby. The doors swung open, revealing Liao, who hurriedly stepped out. Clutching a handbag, Liao approached me, standing face to face with Mitsai. They were of similar height, and though their styles differed, both exuded a unique charm, true beauties in every sense. Even the two passing male officers couldn't help but steal glances at them. "What brings you here?" I asked, puzzled. Liao, her tone laced with concern, replied, "Luobin called me and said you got into a fight at the bar and were taken to the police station. I'm fine now." I responded casually. Liao did not reply to me but turned to Mitsai, saying, "Miss, could you please step aside? I need to speak with Xiaoyang privately." Mitsai, who had little interest in lingering, merely nodded and walked to her car, driving away shortly after. This night seemed perilous, and I felt agitated, instinctively lighting a cigarette. Liao glanced at where Mitsai had disappeared and asked, "Did she help you pay the fine? Is it not obvious?" "Please don't ask," I replied, a hint of impatience in my voice. "What is your relationship with her?" "You may interpret it however you wish," I responded dismissively, while curt replies left Liao looking somewhat disheartened, and she fell into silence. After smoking half the cigarette, I finally said, "You should go home. The wind is strong, and you just had surgery. Your body can't handle it." Liao shook her head, indicating she wouldn't leave, and asked, "Why did you get into a fight? Is there something bothering you?" I paused, taken aback by her question. It made me ponder why I had resorted to violence. For 2 years at the bar, I had encountered all manner of drunkenness and chaos, yet I had always chosen to ignore it. Why had I been unable to endure it today, though I was reluctant to admit it? The news of Jianwei's impending return had triggered something within me. Previously, her distance had allowed my pain to fester subtly. Now that she was coming back, that pain erupted, irritating my already fragile nerves. I looked at Liao, rubbing my face vigorously as though hoping to erase my thoughts. "Please, I beg you, stop asking," I implored. "Xiaoyang, am I truly such a source of your impatience?" Liao's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she spoke. I remained silent, smoking as we stood in the cold wind, embodying the classic scene of unspoken sorrow between a man and a woman. After a lengthy pause, Liao finally said, "I'm leaving for Hengdian next week. The crew is starting early. Is that so? Wishing you great success in your endeavors." Liao regarded me with a complex expression, speaking softly, "I'm telling you this not for your blessings, but because I hope that during my absence, you can live well and at least find some happiness." I continued to hold my silence, my heart a tumult of emotions, uncertain of their origins. Liao reached into her handbag, retrieving a pin. "Give me your hand," she instructed. Though uncertain of her intentions, I mechanically extended my hand to her. Liao wrote a string of numbers on my palm, saying, "I'll be in Hengdian for quite a while. If you're feeling down or have something on your mind, just call me. We can at least talk as friends." She paused before adding, "This number is available 24/7. ATA lost for words. I simply stared at her in silence. Liao tucked the pin back into her bag, smiled faintly at me, and said, "Next time we meet, we should say, 'Long time no see. Goodbye, Xiaoyang.'" As I watched Liao's retreating figure, an inexplicable sense of melancholy washed over me. Perhaps even among casual acquaintances, time would foster some semblance of affection. Despite my frequent irritation with the trouble she brought into my life as the night deepened, I knew I had to return, but where should I go? Though I still resided in that old yet cozy room, I felt I had overstayed my welcome. If Mitsai insisted on my departure, where would I place the burdens of my melancholy, disappointment, and loneliness? Should I truly relinquish them to the boundless darkness of the night? No, I did not wish to leave. I needed to have a serious conversation with Mitsai, even if it meant pleading for her to let me stay, seeking a refuge for my sorrow, disappointment, and loneliness. Chapter 12. The request for co-rental. The night grew darker, and the alcohol had sobered me up. I zipped up my jacket, lit a cigarette, and wandered aimlessly through the streets illuminated by neon lights. My mind swirling with trivial thoughts, I suddenly felt weary of my current life and yearned to make something of myself, yet I was at a loss for where to begin, plunging me further into confusion. Passing by a hotel, I noticed the lights spilling from dozens of windows, casting shadows that seemed to reveal couples entwined in passionate embraces, causing the entire building to sway on this night. Some reveled in warmth and intimacy, while others wandered the streets, enduring the solitude of the night. Yet, it was this stark contrast that rendered the world so vividly complex and real. I understood that life is inherently a tapestry of contradictions. Loneliness and disappointment must be borne by someone. Thus, I need not feel wronged or complain. However, tonight's moonlight was so enchanting that it exposed the loneliness I wished to conceal. Therefore, I implore the celestial beings above, please turn off the moon's light. I am willing to bear solitude, but that does not mean I wish for it to be laid bare in this stark world. Upon returning to my abode, I instinctively glanced downstairs but saw no sign of Meat-Sai's car. I ventured around to the opposite side of the building and found her vehicle parked there. Meat-Sai seemed to have grown accustomed to parking it in that spot. I squatted beside her car. Smoking another cigarette before heading upstairs, I stood at Meat-Sai's door for a moment before finally knocking. "Meat-Sai, are you asleep?" I whispered. "Yes, there's something you need?" She replied, "I wish to speak with you." Meat-Sai, as I had anticipated, responded, "There's nothing for us to discuss. At least let me thank you in person for tonight. I truly appreciate your help." "No need," she curtly replied. "Yes, there is. I feel guilty not expressing my gratitude," I said, and without waiting for her consent, I opened her door under the pretense of thanking her. The lights in the room were still on, and Meat-Sai sat at her desk, engrossed in reading, perhaps documents or materials. She seemed unfazed by my intrusion. Accustomed to my lack of manners, I stood behind her, peering at what she was reading. "What are you looking at?" I inquired. Meat-Sai did not respond, her focus unwavering on her paperwork. I stood there, contemplating how to broach the subject of my desire to continue living here. "Do you think it's appropriate to stand in a woman's room at this late hour?" Meat-Sai asked coldly. "I merely wish to express my gratitude. I mean no harm," I quickly replied. "Then please, speak quickly and leave." "I see," I responded, then asked, "By the way, did you take your medicine tonight? I just heard you coughing." Meat-Sai closed her files, frowning as she looked at me. "If you have something to say, please do it quickly. I'm preparing to rest. You're the one who asked me to say something." "If I do, don't hold it against me," I said hastily. "Then perhaps you should refrain from speaking. That one do. Once spoken, words cannot be retracted. You asked me to speak, so I must." After a moment of contemplation, I finally said, "To be honest, I don't want to move out." Instinctively, I straightened my posture, hoping to assert some authority and persuade Meat-Sai to allow me to stay. Meat-Sai regarded me calmly, saying, "I told you that you could defer repaying your debts. So you have no reason not to move out." "I've expressed that I have no intention of moving out. Do you not understand my meaning?" I raised my voice. "Yet you have promised me more than once that you would move out. Do you consider your promises so cheap?" Meat-Sai's tone was icy, her eyes flashing with anger. "What's wrong with you letting me stay here?" My words were filled with indignation. In her incomprehension, I too struggled to understand her. In this city, many people share accommodations, so why was I so reliant on this room, while she persistently sought to expel me? I believed I was a decent and safe roommate. Meat-Sai countered, "Then tell me, what's so good about it?" "Everything is good." After some contemplation, I remarked, "With me residing here, should any neighborhood disputes arise in the future, I could effortlessly assist you in resolving them. Allow me to inform you. I am the undisputed authority of this community. Please refrain from such childishness." "All right." Meat-Sai interrupted me. I scoffed. "You don't believe me, do you? You might want to explore other neighborhoods and see if there are nightly disturbances caused by dancing aunties. Have you noticed any in our community? No, right? I assure you, while this neighborhood lacks property management, my presence is far superior to any such service. Even if what you say is true, it does not justify your continued residence here." "You must move out," Meat-Sai insisted resolutely. I retorted angrily. "Are you lacking common sense? What harm is there in my staying here? At least if the pipes clog or the lights malfunction, I can fix them. If it rains and you're not home, I can help collect your clothes. For instance, today, if you fall ill, I cannot just stand by idly. I would buy you medicine and brew you some ginger tea. Why must you stubbornly insist on making this uncomfortable for both of us?" "I am not uncomfortable," Meat-Sai countered. leaving me momentarily speechless. After an awkward silence, I finally said, "Regardless, I do not wish to move. I owe you so much money. I believe repaying you is more important than relocating." To my surprise, Mitsai asked, "Can you explain why repaying your debt is more important than moving?" Without much thought, I replied, "If I repay you, I will feel at ease, whereas moving makes me feel isolated and empty. If you were in my position, would you prioritize repaying the debt or relocating? You could just as easily find another place to stay. What makes you feel empty and isolated?" Mitsai pressed on. I surveyed the room, feeling a wave of indescribable emotion swell within me. Mitsai simply did not understand my attachment to this house, and when she urged me to leave, she never considered my feelings. But to be fair, she had no obligation to consider them. My affection for this place was solely mine. I lit a cigarette to ease my disappointment and helplessness. "Could you please refrain from smoking in my room?" Mitsai's voice was laced with disdain, but that was my fault for being presumptuous and neglecting that I was still in her space. "Apologies, I will smoke on the balcony," I murmured. After finishing my cigarette on the balcony, I returned to the living room, only to find that Mitsai was not in her bedroom but seated on the couch. For the first time, she initiated a conversation, saying, "You still haven't answered my earlier question. You asked why I feel moving out would leave me feeling empty and unsupported, correct?" Mitsai nodded. I settled onto the couch opposite her, closed my eyes, and the countless days and nights spent in this place flooded back to me like vivid fragments. After a prolonged silence, I finally spoke. "I moved in 2 years ago, during a particularly dark period of my life when I suffered from insomnia nearly every night. My sleeplessness stemmed from a multitude of thoughts I could not share with anyone. Bottling them up was unbearable, so I began confiding in the floor lamp, the wardrobe, the wall clock, and even a mop, treating them as friends. Although they never responded, they were patient listeners, allowing me to unburden myself without judgment. I grew grateful to them and to everything in this house. They became my support and my companions. Hence, I do not wish to leave. I love this space. Despite its simplicity, it remains the safest and warmest haven in my world." After I finished speaking, Mitsai regarded me with a complex expression, yet I remained oblivious to its meaning, anxiously awaiting her decision on whether I could continue residing here. Chapter 13. No more nightclub visits. The moonlight outside was exceptionally bright, filtering through the windows and dimming the room's lights. While Mitsai's exquisite visage seemed to overshadow the moon's glow, I found myself gazing at her. Her serene demeanor intensified my unease. Perhaps my fondness for this house would not sway her cold disposition. After a long pause, Mitsai finally asked, "You truly cherish this house?" I nodded earnestly, "Yes, more than anything. No one in this world could love this unassuming dwelling more than I do." Mitsai smiled slightly. "That may not necessarily be true." I looked at her in surprise. "Are you the one who loves it more than I?" I had long pondered why Mitsai and Oldley purchased this house. While I could envision it as a display of wealth, the truth was likely far more complex. Mitsai did not answer my question. Instead, she inquired, "How long do you plan to stay? Does that mean you agree?" I asked, a hint of excitement in my voice. "Zhaoyang, could you please address the issue at hand?" Mitsai's tone showed her discontent. I chuckled. "So you do know my name?" Mitsai frowned again. I awkwardly laughed, fearful she might change her mind, and quickly added, "Let me answer your question first. I plan to stay for another month, if that is acceptable." Mitsai remained silent for a moment before finally saying, "All right, but you must agree to 2 conditions first." "Sure, as long as you don't kick me out, I will comply with anything," I said, patting my chest confidently. "Don't be so certain until you fulfill your promises," Mitsai retorted. I chuckled awkwardly and said, "I understand that I may not seem trustworthy in your eyes. So let us put it this way. I will do my utmost to meet your requests." "All right." She replied, pausing briefly before stating, "First, you must refrain from visiting nightclubs. Can you manage that?" "Ah," I exclaimed, taken aback by her unexpected demand. Mitsai watched me intently, awaiting my response. Although I was puzzled as to why she insisted on this, I chose not to probe further into her reasoning, prioritizing my stay here above all else. I nodded. "Sure. What is the second condition? During your stay, you are not permitted to enter my room, and you must return my key." This request seemed reasonable. I pulled the key from my pocket and placed the key to her room on the coffee table before her. Mitsai stood up from the sofa and said, "Remember your promise. If I find you have violated any of the conditions, you must leave on your own accord." After completing my evening routine, I returned to my room. This was a night that should have felt stable, as I was allowed to stay temporarily, yet my mind was restless with thoughts. In 4 days, Fang Yuan and Yin Yin would wed, and as a friend who had journeyed alongside them, their marriage inevitably stirred something within me. I am not an opponent of marriage. Should I meet a woman with whom I share a deep connection, I would also yearn for marriage. However, my material circumstances are lacking, and I have little to offer in a marriage, making the desire for marriage an unattainable dream. When I must temporarily shelve, I thought of Jianwei and the upcoming wedding. We would undoubtedly meet again. If she were to bring her boyfriend, or, worse, if she were already married, would I crumble once more? I shook my head and chuckled. If I were to break down at a friend's wedding, it would indeed be a grand spectacle. The next day, I arrived at the office on time, and Fang Yuan had already returned from Shanghai. The two of us met by the coffee machine in the break room, each holding a cup of coffee. As we engaged in casual conversation, I asked Fang Yuan, "How's it going? Did you finalize the Gucci display project?" Fang Yuan exhaled in relief and replied, "Yes, it's all set. We should sign the contract next month." "That's impressive. Securing a first-tier brand like Gucci for our department store is no small feat. Your future is looking bright." I patted Fang Yuan on the shoulder with a smile. Fang Yuan, however, turned serious and said, "Zhao Yang, do you have any thoughts regarding your work?" "I can advocate on your behalf." I continued to smile. "You needn't worry about me. If I have ideas, I will pursue them myself." I understood Fang Yuan's concern, but he had only recently assumed the role of team leader for half a year and lacked experience in the company's complex dynamics. Moreover, our well-known friendship could adversely affect him. "Come on, we have worked together for 2 years. When have you ever fought for yourself?" Fang Yuan's tone was tinged with displeasure. I laughed carefreely. "That's simply because I had no ideas. I find things quite satisfactory as they are. At least my work is light. If the sky were to fall, it would first crush those of you who tirelessly strive to climb higher." Fang Yuan was left speechless, finally sighing, "You really are something." 2 years. I quickly interrupted him. "Enough with the nostalgia. Let's talk about yesterday. I spent the entire day shopping with your wife, and you owe me for this favor." Fang Yuan nodded. "Let us have dinner together after work." As we chatted, we carried our half-finished coffee cups toward the office. Just as we were about to enter, Fang Yuan suddenly pulled me to a halt, causing coffee to spill onto my sleeve. "What is the matter?" I asked, shaking off the coffee with a mix of surprise and annoyance, sensing something unusual about Fang Yuan's demeanor since he had asked about my work thoughts. Fang Yuan looked at me with piercing eyes and finally said, "Jianwei spoke with Yin Yin on the phone last night. She was preparing to board her flight back home and will arrive in Shanghai around noon." I stood frozen, momentarily lost for words, unsure of how to process this news. Fang Yuan gently patted my shoulder and asked, "Are you planning to meet her in Shanghai?" After a long pause, I retorted, "How could I possibly meet her? Should I show up as her ridiculous ex-boyfriend? If you feel awkward, just pretend I never told you." "But we should meet at some point." I understood that Fang Yuan meant we would see each other at his wedding ceremony. On that day, Jianwei would attend, and so would I, but such a meeting would be merely a formality, not something intentionally arranged. I thought to myself. If I could just view her as a stranger encountered by chance, there would be no need for small talk or heart-wrenching emotions. The morning passed in a haze as I intermittently tended to my work. When noon arrived and all my colleagues headed to the cafeteria, I lit a cigarette, closed my eyes, and reclined in my office chair. Amidst the swirling scent of tobacco, Jianwei's face from the day she left lingered in my mind, causing me pain and confusion. Yet I was unsure how to alleviate this anguish. 2 years ago, I had already realized that the pain I conjured from our breakup was nothing more than meaningless self-torture, but human nature is such that we would rather endure the false agony than seek liberation. Perhaps at this very moment, Jianwei was enjoying a delightful afternoon tea with her family and friends, while I sat despondently alone in an empty office, smoking and shrouding my surroundings in a cloud of sorrow. I crushed the cigarette stub with force, wishing I could slap myself to remind me not to be so pathetic. In the end, I lacked the resolve to do so, only managing a bitter smile. All these years of indifference and rebelliousness seemed to have left me with a profound sadness that Jianwei had instilled in me. I had been wallowing in this sorrow, inflicting harm upon myself through an inescapable past. The smoke gradually dissipated, and in the vast office, I remained all alone. The warm afternoon breeze carried an inexplicable melancholy through the open window, mirroring my own mood. After sitting in silence for a while, hunger finally struck, prompting me to tuck the remnants of my cigarette into my pocket and seek something to eat. Upon exiting the elevator, my phone rang. It was a call from Luobin. After answering, Luobin spoke with a hint of apology. Zhaoyang, I'm really sorry about yesterday. I couldn't help you out. I casually laughed. As a brother, there's no need for apologies. You guys in the band can't be expected to take the heat for bar fights. Besides, it's my responsibility as a good citizen to teach those ignorant fools a lesson. You don't need to get involved? Luobin chuckled in response. All right then, I want to say more. By the way, there's a fashion show at Suha Bar tonight, filled with beautiful girls. I know a few of them well. Come along, and I'll introduce you to some. Sure. I agreed almost instinctively. All right, tonight's on me. Let us have a wild time. As I walked away from the office, the sunlight enveloped me, and my thoughts began to scatter. Suddenly, I recalled my promise to meet Tsai not to visit nightclubs again. I stopped in my tracks, recollecting my recent reckless behavior around her, and resolved to be a man of my word this time. After a brief silence, I turned back to Luobin, who was still waiting for my response, and said, Oh, look at my memory. I have some personal matters to attend to tonight, so I can't make it. What could be more important than hanging out with us? Luobin joked, though there was a hint of surprise in his tone, as I had always treated leisure as a priority in life. Some things take precedence. Let us reschedule for another day, I replied firmly. Luobin expressed mild disappointment but ultimately respected my decision, allowing me to embrace a night that would be unremarkable due to my commitment to keeping my word. After hanging up, I strolled down the street, surprised at my own transformation. Even if I had agreed to Luobin's invitation, I could easily justify my actions to meet Tsai, saying I merely attended a company gathering and had a few drinks. She couldn't control a legitimate gathering with colleagues. Yet, I found myself questioning why I chose not to deceive her. I couldn't quite grasp the reasoning. After a long moment of contemplation, I settled on the idea that her beauty was simply too captivating. Men instinctively wish to comply with beautiful women. However, this unfounded logic seemed rather flimsy. What was the true reason behind my decision? I pondered this for a considerable time, yet I remained perplexed. Chapter 14. You are my new housemate. That evening after work, Fang Yuan and I found a Chinese restaurant near the office, ordering a simple meal as we sat across from one another. Moments later, our food arrived, and Fang Yuan picked up his chopsticks, starting to eat. Noticing I hadn't begun, he remarked, Aren't you going to eat? Aren't you waiting for Yin Yin? I inquired. She went to Shanghai to see Jianwei. This meal is just for the two of us, Fang Yuan replied calmly. She went to meet Jianwei? You're getting married in a few days. How could she leave? I asked, confused. Fang Yuan shrugged. She just left after work and will be back by tomorrow morning. It won't interfere with anything. I nodded and started eating as well. Fang Yuan set down his chopsticks and studied me for a moment before asking, Zhaoyang, how about we order some drinks? Not today, I replied. After a pause, he continued, You seem a bit down. After speaking, I glanced at the clock and remarked, At this hour, Yin Yin should not be far away. Why don't I call her and ask her to come back for you? It's a rare opportunity for you to meet Jianwei while you're sober. I fell silent for a moment inside. Yin Yin truly is the type to marry a dog and follow it around. What do you mean? Fang Yuan shifted his posture, seemingly unbothered by my indirect insult. Both of you are lacking in morality. I beg you not to comfort someone who wishes to die to the point of actually doing it. All right, did I comfort you? Fang Yuan retorted innocently. Why temper flared. Can you eat this meal or not? If you can't, then get lost. Why anger, however, only elicited a sigh from Fang Yuan. He shook his head and said, You still haven't changed. Whenever it comes to matters related to Jianwei, your mood shifts faster than flipping a page. Can you truly not get over this hurdle? It dawned on me that Fang Yuan's earlier remarks were merely a test, and I was at a loss for how to respond, sinking back into silence. Fang Yuan summoned the waiter and ordered 2 cans of Qing beer, tearing one open and handing it to me while he drank from the other. In a deliberate attempt to change the subject, he asked, How have things been with that model lately? She seems quite interested in you. Enough of that, to be honest. We are merely temporary distractions for each other during our lonely periods. Sexual distractions? Interpret it however you like, I replied nonchalantly, taking a hearty swig from my beer. Fang Yuan took a sip as well and pressed on, Be honest with me. Since Jianwei left, has there been no girl in this vast world who has stirred your heart? No, I answered without a moment's hesitation. Fang Yuan shook his head, saying, You don't strike me as someone who is hopelessly romantic. The truth is, these years have been marked by your own indecision. If you were to settle down and truly reflect, perhaps you would realize that there has always been a girl nearby who has caught your attention. You simply failed to notice her. Indecision? I questioned, perplexed. Fang Yuan nodded seriously and gestured for me to drink. Take a sip of your beer and think about it. Right now, you are bound to make some discoveries. I was skeptical, yet I complied and took a sip, allowing my thoughts to wander as I recalled the girls from these past years. But I genuinely found that none had ever moved my heart. I preferred to confine my memories with them to fleeting nights of passion. I still remember the mornings after those nights, when sunlight filtered onto the bed, lifted by two bodies, but it never provided me with a sense of security. More often than not, I felt the urge to throw on my pants and flee, as if the dawn's light merely illuminated my material poverty, overshadowing any recollection of the night's excitement and ecstasy. If a woman were to sit on the same bed as me one morning, discussing marriage based on the foundation of a house, I would surely crumble. In light of that collapse, I had long forgotten what it felt like to be moved. Is there truly no one? Fang Yuan raised his beer to clink it against mine, his concern evident in his voice. I simply shook my head, took another sip of beer, unwilling to utter another word, and even less inclined to think of any woman. Yet, thoughts are peculiar. When I sought to avoid them, my landlord's stunningly beautiful face suddenly flashed in my mind. I stared blankly at the potted plant behind Fang Yuan, my thoughts surging like a tidal wave. Could Mitsai be the woman Fang Yuan referred to as the one who stirred my heart? I quickly dismissed the notion as absurd. After all, I had only known Mitsai for a few days, and even if she were as beautiful as a celestial being, there was no reason for me to feel such a way. The fantasies and impulses I once had for women had long since perished under the weight of harsh years. Fang Yuan was still eagerly awaiting my answer, but I had no desire to engage in discussions about emotions that held no significance for me, so I opted for silence. After finishing a can of beer, we continued our meal, and outside, the sky gradually darkened unnoticed. The streetlights on either side of the road illuminated the city with their steady glow. Fang Yuan and I each lit a cigarette, idling away the post-meal hours, and as we chatted, he glanced out the window at the night and teased, "Zhaoyang, something feels off today. It's pitch black outside. Yet you're still sitting here. Aren't you supposed to be out seeking pleasure?" "I'm going nowhere. I'll just head home and sleep." Fang Yuan seemed taken aback, exclaiming, "Who has murdered your night?" I was momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, my nights of indulgence had been interrupted by a woman who had recently entered my life. I wasn't in a rush to answer Fang Yuan's question, but I desperately wanted him to help me analyze a perplexing conundrum that had haunted me for days. Why did Mitsai, who drove a luxury car, choose to reside in such a dilapidated place? I refused to believe that it was a twist of fate orchestrated by the heavens. Calling it fate felt far-fetched, especially since just days ago, I had thrown away her blanket, and she had subsequently abandoned me on the outskirts. It seemed the world did not operate on such cycles of torment. After a beat, I said to Fang Yuan, "Let me tell you something really fresh. Does this fresh piece of news have a direct correlation with your reluctance to go out and fool around?" I nodded and selectively recounted the various incidents that had transpired between Mitsai and me regarding that house. Fang Yuan listened, his expression a mix of skepticism and curiosity, before pausing to ask, "Are you certain she drives a luxury car worth over 100,000 in lives in your rundown place?" "Absolutely certain." "Help me analyze this and see what her motives could be," I said earnestly. "Well, it's definitely not about robbing you," Fang Yuan replied dismissively, casting a sideways glance at me. I knew I had no wealth and was merely living on borrowed time, yet I was genuinely trying to discuss something serious with him. "Zhaoyang, we live in a very realistic world. Don't expect her to be someone who owes you from a past life, returning this time to repay a debt," he cautioned. I stroked my chin, responding earnestly, "You never know. There might be some truth to that. Perhaps I've committed countless misdeeds in this life, which is why I'm suffering now. Maybe my landlord is here to repay a kindness from a past life. To serve you? Aren't you the one who said she lured you into Suzhou and Wuxi, leaving you freezing on the highway? Is that how she serves you?" I pointed at Fang Yuan, momentarily speechless. Before muttering, "You are such a terrible friend." Fang Yuan chuckled, patting my shoulder. "Zhaoyang, the arrival of a woman to divert your attention from Jianwei might not be such a bad thing." Before I could respond, he added, "It's nearly 7:30. I have a meeting with the wedding planning company at 8. Let's call it a day for now." Watching Fang Yuan's departing figure, I lit another cigarette in confusion, struggling to grasp his words. Why would Mitsai's presence divert my attention from Jianwei? After leaving the restaurant, I bought another can of beer, drinking as I navigated through the bustling crowd, listening to their laughter while contemplating my own troubles on the way home. Upon returning, I opened the door to find the room shrouded in darkness. I turned on the living room light and surveyed the surroundings. It felt desolate, and my landlord, Mitsai, seemed not to have returned yet. Bored and restless, I sank into the sofa and turned on the television. Without the intoxication of a nightclub, the night felt interminably long. I could hardly recall the last time I sat in the early hours of the night, seeking solace in front of the television like a homebody. The clock barely struck 8:30 when boredom gnawed at me painfully. I found myself longing for companionship, realizing how unbearable a solitary night could be. I rummaged through my room for my guitar and a music sheet, beginning to practice. If there was anything I enjoyed besides drunken escapades, it was strumming my guitar to stave off boredom. After finishing one song, I prepared to play another when I finally heard movement outside. The door swung open, revealing Mitsai, stunningly beautiful, carrying a handbag. Despite our previous disagreements, I could not deny her beauty. She truly seemed like a masterpiece crafted in a moment of divine impulse. I set my guitar aside and greeted her with a smile. "You're back, MHM?" she replied curtly, heading towards her room. "Stopped," I called out, my voice serious as I feigned sternness, driven by boredom and a desire to tease her. Mitsai turned, locking eyes with me. "I asked, there's something you need?" I studied her, increasingly puzzled by how someone could be so beautiful. I blurted out, "How is it that you are so beautiful? You're not a monster in disguise, are you?" Mitsai frowned slightly and coldly replied, "Please don't make me feel like I'm inviting a wolf into my home." I immediately stood up, feigning indignation. "Miss, you must be mistaken. I'm the one who moved in first. Your claim about inviting a wolf is rather inappropriate." Mitsai ignored my point about who arrived first and maintained her icy demeanor. "If you believe I'm a monster, you're welcome to move out anytime. I want to mind. Why should I move out? This house is mine. You're merely a new tenant. Besides, you agreed to stay here. I've kept my end of the bargain by staying home after work. So please don't mention moving out again." I stood up from the sofa to emphasize my agitation. "I'm your new tenant." Mitsai's tone was noticeably displeased. I remained unfazed and declared, "Yes, from this day forth, you shall consider yourself a female tenant in my presence. I in this house. The one with seniority is the landlord. Don't you think you're being ridiculous? Also, let me remind you that you have no right to impose the title of female tenant upon me, as I only agreed to stay for a month. Soon, you will be leaving here with the tenant's identity." Mitsai looked at me with a smug expression. "What's wrong with a month? Even if I'm just a landlord for a month, it's still enjoyable," I retorted stubbornly, although my spirits sank at her words about leaving forever. Mitsai chose not to argue further, dismissing me with a "who cares about you," as she turned to her room. In the solitude of the living room, I lit a cigarette, amused at the irony of claiming landlord status through sheer stubbornness. The smoke coiled upwards in the light, and as I watched it, I felt a sudden breeze that jolted me awake. In that moment, I envisioned Jianwei's hazy silhouette and remembered. We would meet in 3 days at Feng Yuan and Yin Yan's wedding. A premonition washed over me that the next 3 days would prove even more arduous than 3 years of separation. To this day, I still cannot fathom why our 4-year relationship, built on the finest moments of our lives, failed to reach a fulfilling conclusion. Even a breakup should come with a reason, yet I closed my eyes, the smoke curling from my fingertips, making me teary-eyed. Chapter 15. Teasing Mitsai, I returned to the sofa, finishing my cigarette before extinguishing it in the ashtray. I glanced at my guitar, but found myself devoid of any desire to sing even a single song. I reclined on the sofa, once more succumbing to the torment of boredom. I glanced towards Mitsai's room, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction. If it weren't for her constraints, I would likely be out with Robin and the others, drinking beer and enjoying a glamorous fashion show. In truth, this boredom was largely her doing. Had she not suddenly purchased this house, I wouldn't have to compromise to continue living here, nor would I need to alter my lifestyle. On such a night, I found myself dying of boredom. I felt she bore a responsibility to alleviate this relentless tedium, regardless of how selfish that logic might seem to others. To me, it was only natural, for boredom is a terrifying thing, born of loneliness. Who isn't afraid of solitude while alive? I approached Mitsai's door, determined to break free from the prison of loneliness on this not-so-late night. I knocked and called out, "Hey, are you free? Come out and chat. We have no common language." Mitsai's voice came from within. We're both speaking Chinese. How can we lack common language? Besides, I'm the landlord, and you're the tenant. Living under the same roof, it's essential for us to communicate for harmonious coexistence. Mitsai ignored me, leaving only the awkward echo in the room. I immediately shifted tactics, adopting a softer approach, and knocked again, saying, "Have you had dinner? I could whip up a late-night snack." Mitsai was unimpressed, interrupting me with annoyance. "Please do something meaningful. Damn it, I offer to make you a late-night snack, and you mock me for living an insignificant life. Right? Then I won't bother you. I'll just play with my spoon." I sulked back to the sofa, unwilling to accept her dismissive attitude. I might be poor and lack ambition, but that didn't mean I would lower myself to accommodate her arrogance. I still valued my dignity. I actually found a spoon in the kitchen, placed it on the coffee table, and began fiddling with it, making it spin like a top. Half an hour later, Mitsai opened her door, now dressed in a white coral fleece nightgown as she headed towards the bathroom. Seemingly ready for bed, I watched her, feeling a mix of admiration and confusion about how someone could remain so beautiful even without makeup. She continued to ignore my presence until she reached the coffee table, casting a glance at the still spinning spoon. She paused, looking at me, while I maintained a stoic expression, my fingers spinning the spoon even faster. My antics finally brought a hint of amusement to Mitsai's face, though I couldn't tell if it was genuine laughter or mockery. "What are you laughing at? Didn't I tell you I was playing with the spoon?" I said, spinning it even more rapidly. Mitsai nodded and remarked, "You really keep your word. You've made progress." After that, she said no more and walked towards the bathroom. I glanced at her retreating figure and, in a moment of impulse, slapped the spinning spoon to a halt. Moments later, Mitsai emerged from the bathroom, her hair cascading down, the tips slightly damp. Despite having removed her makeup, her skin remained flawless, accentuating her natural beauty. At least among the countless women I knew, none appeared as radiant without makeup. She continued to disregard my presence, moving towards her room. I mustered the courage to call out to her, "Stop." "What now?" Mitsai asked, her tone cold, her gaze icy. I felt a twinge of guilt but pushed through. "I'm rather bored." "How about you keep me company for a bit? Go find someone equally bored to talk to." "I'm preparing to rest." My voice rose slightly in excitement. "That's what you said. I'm going out to find some fun right now. You can go out, but you need to take your belongings with you." And then there's no need to come back. I knew she was exploiting my weaknesses for her amusement. Honestly, in over 3 years of renting, I had met all sorts of people, but never one so haughty. Couldn't she be a bit more courteous to her landlord? With a sense of dissatisfaction, I once again forcibly imposed the title of tenant upon Mitsai. Mitsai retorted with a mocking tone, "I've never encountered anyone with such audacity." I replied, "If I weren't audacious, I would have been sleeping on the streets long ago." "You have driven me to this." I glared at Mitsai, recalling the unpleasant experiences of the past few days, and my heart swelled with irritation. "Aren't you the landlord? Who dares to push you around?" Mitsai regarded me with a semblance of a smile, yet her words dripped with sarcasm. My finger pointed accusatorily at her, my anger surging to the point of discomfort, and after a moment, I exclaimed, "You wicked woman! When I declare myself the landlord, it is merely a quest for a shred of dignity. Could you not leave me with some respect?" With a long sigh, I lamented, "The life of the poor is so bitter. There is no sense of happiness. Someone like you, in ancient times, would be a ruffian, and in modern times, a rogue." Mitsai shot me a glare, unwilling to engage further, and turned to retreat to her room as I watched the door slam shut. I spat in disdain. Oh, how impressive the bourgeoisie are! After toiling in the living room for a while, I finally returned to my own room, closed the door, and lay on the bed, instinctively lighting a cigarette. My mind wandered back to the banter with Mitsai. Although I gained no advantage, the thought of her flustered face as she called me a rogue brought a secret delight that eased my irritability. Moments later, I drifted off into a fitful sleep, finally escaping the torment of boredom. Perhaps it was due to an early night, for I awoke at 6 in the morning, and thereafter, sleep eluded me. I merely lay there, staring blankly at the ceiling, unwittingly contemplating the impending wedding of Fengyuan and Yin, which only heightened my anxiety. I understood that this unease stemmed from my imminent meeting with Jianwei, a matter of great significance. No matter how I sought to reassure myself, tranquility seemed unattainable. Moreover, I was curious. After dedicating years of youth to each other, was Jianwei equally anxious about our reunion? I had no answers and could not gauge Jianwei's feelings through my own. For there were times when a woman differs from a man. Perhaps 3 years hence, when faced with me again, she would regard me as merely an ordinary friend, or even a stranger. As dawn broke, under the weight of persistent anxiety, I resolved not to attempt sleep any longer. After a brief wash, I began to prepare breakfast for myself. Opening the refrigerator, I noted a few salted eggs left over from a previous visit, and decided to make a pot of porridge. I purchased some youtiao from a nearby breakfast shop and a few bags of pickled vegetables from a convenience store. By the time I returned, the water in the pot was already boiling, and I poured in the rice while fetching a mop to tidy up the house. A sudden gust of cold wind swept through the window from the balcony, and I realized that both Mitsai and I had forgotten to close it last night, explaining the chill that lingered this morning. Autumn was now well underway, and the morning temperature was quite low. I tucked my clothes closer and approached the balcony to shut the window, just as the first rays of sunlight filtered through the glass, lazily dancing upon the colorful leaves below, as if to tell me, "This is a splendid morning." To immerse myself in this lovely morning, I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. Gradually, my restless heart found a semblance of calm. Upon reopening my eyes, I spotted Mitsai emerging from her room, still clad in her nightgown, her demeanor still clouded by sleep. Leaning on the mop, I greeted her with a playful smile. "Good morning, my dear tenant." Mitsai seemed reluctant to dwell on the tenant label I had imposed, pushing her disheveled hair behind her ear as she inquired, "Do you always wake up this early?" "Not at all. Today I made a special effort to rise early to prepare breakfast for you," I deceitfully replied, maintaining a straight face. "Is that so? But I was planning to sleep a bit longer." "Then why are you up now?" I observed Mitsai's feigned ignorance, as it was evident she had only risen to use the bathroom. Yet my curiosity was piqued. How would such an elegant woman articulate the crude act of relieving herself? Perhaps she was simply too shy to say it. Regardless of her discomfort, I was determined to extract some amusement from the start of the day. Mitsai frowned at me but remained silent. Indeed, it seemed a woman of her grace would find it challenging to utter such base words. My heart swelled with pride, and I took a step to block the bathroom door. After a moment, Mitsai commanded, "Step aside." "No," I retorted. "Do you have no manners? You haven't answered my question, and you've made me irritable first thing in the morning." I raised my voice. Mitsai stood her ground, her face flushed, perhaps from my provocations or the need she had been holding in. After all, it had been a long night. How could she not feel the pressure? My heart rejoiced at the sight of her discomfort. As if I had avenged my grievances against her for occupying this space with her presence, I pressed, "Come now. If you plan to sleep, why are you up now?" "I am up because I need to use the bathroom." "Please let me through," Mitsai replied, her expression growing increasingly displeased. Fearing I had pushed my jest too far and worried she might demand I vacate, I quickly stepped aside, realizing that one need not be crude. Saying she needed to use the bathroom sufficed, a subtle distinction between a rough man and a refined woman. After Mitsai exited the bathroom, I sincerely invited her to join me for breakfast, but she seemed put off by my earlier teasing, ignoring me as she retreated to her own room to continue sleeping. Thus, on this seemingly pleasant morning, I dined alone on a rather dull breakfast, and like a machine, I commenced a day that had already been predetermined. Wait, I must correct myself. I did not resemble a machine, for I was perpetually burdened by human emotions. Each thought of Fang Yuan and Yin Yan's impending nuptials triggered a primal anxiety regarding my unavoidable encounter with Jianwei. At that moment, I would gladly have been a machine devoid of feelings, for as another day passed, I remained unsure of how to face Jianwei after 3 long years apart. Just then, the morning sun shifted angles, illuminating the dark coat in my wardrobe while extinguishing my turbulent emotions, and Jianwei's visage grew ever clearer. Chapter 16. 2 unrepentant thieves. Upon arriving at the office, I dutifully opened my computer to peruse social news for a while before browsing my friends' Weibo accounts. Hoping to find some amusing anecdotes to lighten my mood, by chance, I stumbled upon a Weibo post from 2 days ago, featuring Yin Yan's wedding photos with Fang Yuan. In her post, Yin Yan tagged several people, yet conspicuously omitted me. I was well aware of her reasoning. She feared that Fang Yuan's union might evoke memories of my own dismal conclusion with Jianwei. In truth, she need not have worried. I could extend my painful blessings without reservation. Their wedding photos encompassed several themes, one of which was aptly titled Silent Joy. In this particular series, Fang Yuan and Yin Yan held hands with solemn expressions, appearing quite mute against a backdrop of a smiling sunflower. which poignantly highlighted the theme. It was a brilliant concept, though not inherently theirs. I had conceived it over 3 years prior when Janwei had asked me how we should photograph our wedding. In that moment of inspiration, I proposed the idea of capturing silent joy, for I believed that joy found in silence could withstand the rigors of time and the ravages of age. With a soft sigh, I felt a pang in my heart for the relentless passage of time. After a prolonged silence, I mustered a smile and commented under Yin-Yan's post, "Two shameless thieves. May you both find everlasting happiness." Lighting a cigarette, I inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly, though the smoke was swiftly dispersed by the wind that rushed in, revealing a fragmented image of Janwei, still the same as 3 years ago, nestled in my embrace, praising the silent joy theme we had decided upon for our future wedding. Yet, ultimately, we would not have the opportunity to utilize that theme, as it had been appropriated by Feng Yuan and Yin Yan. Those unoriginal friends, I was not troubled by it, truly not. I merely recalled that evening under the setting sun, filled with anticipation for marriage and the joy it brought us. 18 noon. I shared a meal with Feng Yuan in the company cafeteria. Starting this afternoon, Feng Yuan would be on his 2-week wedding leave, and some of his responsibilities would temporarily fall to me. After 10 minutes of discussing work matters, we shifted our conversation to his upcoming wedding with Yin Yan. I inquired, "Has Yin Yan chosen her maid of honor yet?" Feng Yuan nodded. Initially, Yin Yan intended to select a female colleague from her company, but now that Janwei has returned, she will surely choose her. I was momentarily taken aback, struggling to process this information before finally asking Feng Yuan, "I suppose I am to be your best man. What, are you contemplating a last-minute escape?" Feng Yuan's expression darkened. "What are you two scheming? Have you and Yin Yan considered how awkward it will be for Janwei and me?" It took a moment for Feng Yuan to grasp the implications, and he replied, "Indeed, Yin Yan and I hadn't considered the awkwardness of this arrangement for you two. Just so you know, Janwei and I have already broken up. Having us as your best man and maid of honor is quite inauspicious," I added. "Now that you mention it, I do feel a bit uneasy." After a pause, he asked, "So, who will step aside, you or Janwei? With you on leave, all the work will fall to me. I can't spare time to serve as your best man, so I'll bow out," I contemplated before responding. "All right then, it appears there's no perfect solution to this situation." Feng Yuan acknowledged with a hint of regret. I, too, felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet according to wedding customs, having a pair of ex-lovers serve as best man and maid of honor is deemed unlucky. After a moment of silence, I asked Feng Yuan, "Have you thought of any other candidates for the best man?" Feng Yuan gave me a reassuring smile and said, "No need to ponder. We can choose Xiangchen." I concurred that Xiangchen would be an excellent choice as Feng Yuan's best man. We had been the closest of friends in college, although Xiangchen had returned to Nanjing after graduation and no longer resided in Suzhou. Yet, the bond of our friendship remained intact. I nodded and asked Feng Yuan, "It's been a while since I last contacted him. What has he been up to lately?" Feng Yuan reflected, "His family's tobacco shop has been thriving these past 2 years. I hear he has opened several branches in Nanjing and is now transitioning to corporate operations, with plans for an 800-square-meter flagship store, having spent over 300,000 on its design alone. It's quite upscale." I sighed. His father is truly impressive. Even in old age, he has managed to turn his son into a wealthy heir. Feng Yuan shrugged. "This has little to do with his father. You know, his uncle works in the business bureau, and he is quite influential. It was only a matter of time before their tobacco shop flourished." I agreed with Feng Yuan's perspective. There was a significant difference between having connections and lacking them, exemplified starkly by the contrast between Xiangchen and myself. In the afternoon, Feng Yuan left the office, and my workload intensified, resulting in a busy schedule that kept me occupied until 8 in the evening. The following day, despite it being a Saturday, I continued to labor through the day, primarily to assist with the Gucci project at our mall, coordinating with their assessment team and revising the project proposal per their requirements. In just 2 days, I felt overwhelmed, leading to frustration. This made me realize my work capabilities paled in comparison to Feng Yuan's, as he navigated such matters with effortless ease. 9 o'clock on Saturday evening, I boarded the last bus home, yet my mood remained heavy, unrelieved by the promise of a day off. My thoughts were consumed by the impending wedding of Feng Yuan and Yin Yan. While I was happy for their union, I dreaded the prospect of encountering Janwei in such a festively decorated setting, and this reluctance only grew stronger with the passage of time. For me, Feng Yuan and Yin Yan's wedding felt like a cruel whip and an interrogation for Janwei and me. Perhaps Janwei would be indifferent to this scrutiny, but I was far from indifferent. Upon returning home at 9:30, I did not immediately wash up or rest. Instead, I settled onto the sofa in the living room and lit a cigarette, sinking into a whirlpool of anxiety, even forgetting to strum my guitar to ease my mind. After drinking a glass of cold water, I lay on the sofa, staring blankly at the ceiling. Moments later, I heard the sound of the door opening. I knew it was Mitsai returning. Over the past few days, she had been coming home later than I, likely indulging in her own nightlife, though that was of little concern to me. The smell of smoke made Mitsai wrinkle her nose as she approached me, saying, "Could you refrain from smoking in the living room?" I paid little heed to her query, responding nonchalantly, "What's wrong with smoking in the living room? I haven't invaded your room. The living room is off limits as well. I don't want to come home every day to a cloud of smoke," Mitsai replied sternly. "Then I'll just open the window while I smoke next time. The wind will disperse it soon enough," I replied, my patience wearing thin under the weight of anxiety. "That won't do either. From now on, you can only smoke outside. Smoking is prohibited in this house." I sat up from the sofa, frowning. "What are you, my grandmother? You're forbidding me from smoking here, there, and everywhere. Do you think I'm some kind of child?" I had lived in this space for over 2 years and had smoked in every corner, including the room she now occupied and even on the toilet. In response to my anger, Mitsai calmly stated, "If you're so dissatisfied, then find yourself another place to live. You can smoke on the rooftop for all I care." I fell silent, irritated by the feeling of being trapped, yet unable to retaliate. I longed to be wealthy enough to purchase this place, striding confidently to the rooftop to smoke as I pleased. After a moment, I crumpled the cigarette pack in frustration and tossed it into the trash, glaring at Mitsai as I declared, "Fine, I won't smoke anymore. Are you satisfied?" Mitsai regarded me with a calm expression. "Little master, didn't you just refer to yourself as a child?" I retorted angrily, "Nonsense. It's you who treats me like a child. When did I ever say I was a child?" Mitsai chuckled lightly, shrugged, and turned to retreat to her room. It took me a moment to realize she had set a trap, leading me to inadvertently acknowledge my status as her child. An impulse surged within me to unleash a torrent of curses upon her room. She truly had a knack for bullying the meek. After washing up, I returned to my room, firmly shutting the door behind me. I retrieved another pack of cigarettes, opened it and lit one, then opened the window, lying back on my bed as I smoked. After a lengthy silence, my phone rang unexpectedly, jolting me from my thoughts. I fumbled to answer just as the ringtone was about to end. On the other end, I heard Yin Yan's familiar voice. "Zhao Yang, are you asleep?" "Just lying down, not yet asleep." Yin Yan sighed, still lost in thought. "Single men truly have it hard. Call back later. I need to go to the bathroom for a moment." I replied petulantly, feeling that Yin Yan and Fang Yuan shared the same knack for offering consolation that bordered on infuriating. Yin Yan chuckled. "All right then, let us talk business. Go ahead," I responded, taking another drag from my cigarette. "I am currently with Jianwei. She is staying at my house tonight." Yin Yin whispered to me. I restrained my racing heart and feigned calmness as I asked, "Aren't you with Fang Yuan?" "You silly. Of course, I am at my own home right now," she replied sweetly, adding, "Wait until my husband comes to marry me tomorrow." "Oh, do you want to say a few words to Jianwei? She is chatting with my parents in the living room." Yin Yan's voice dropped even lower. I was rendered speechless. Suddenly, another voice came through the phone. "Yin Yan, what are you doing?" Then there was the abrupt sound of the call disconnecting, but I hesitated to hang up, recognizing Jianwei's voice. Eventually, the call ended automatically, and shortly after, Yin Yan sent me a text. "You heard Jianwei's voice just now, right? It scared me to death. I called you behind her back, but this matter needs the consent of the parties involved for communication. Otherwise, it would seem that I lack discretion." I did not respond to the message. Instead, I silently extinguished the cigarette in my hand. Yet, her voice lingered in my ears, reminding me of the joy we shared in that rain-soaked dusk. In truth, whether we communicated tonight held little practical significance for us, as we would meet in person tomorrow, and it had been 3 years. Did it really matter if we endured another anxious night? Chapter 17. A reunion after 3 years. That night, I hardly slept, and I introspected. I longed to return to the past, to those days when she still loved me, when we would joyfully hold hands in silence. Yet, I ultimately lived in reality, in the shadow of her departing figure, and thought of her fiercely, mocking her indifference. The night transitioned into dawn, and sunlight seeped through the curtainless gap into my room, finally resting upon a glass vase filled with flowers, casting a rainbow halo, as if heralding yet another splendid morning. Yes, Even without the sun's proclamation, it was indeed a wonderful morning, for a pair of new couples would unite in matrimony today. I ought not to taint this morning and their wedding with anxiety, so I reminded myself to adopt a sunny demeanor. I retrieved my finest suit from the wardrobe, shaved my stubble, and styled my hair with a blow dryer, smiling at my reflection, confirming I appeared radiant before preparing to leave this room to convey my blessings to Fang Yuan and Yin Yin on their wedding day. Around noon, I, along with a throng of guests, awaited the arrival of the wedding procession outside the hotel, also anticipating Jianwei, who was accompanying Yin Yin as a bridesmaid. The wedding cars were delayed, reportedly due to traffic, which felt like torment to me. At that moment, I would have preferred to see Jianwei sooner, as the agonizing wait before an unavoidable encounter was unbearable. It might be better to just get it over with. Perhaps upon meeting, we would tacitly regard each other as strangers, which would be best. I squeezed out of the crowd and sat on a stone bench opposite the hotel, my anxiety escalating, a feeling difficult to articulate. I felt that Yin Yin and Fang Yuan's wedding, symbolizing completeness, was a harsh interrogation for me. This interrogation was not merely emotional but material as well. Why, having graduated from the same school and starting from the same point, was he achieving success with the one he loved while I was in such a dismal state, living a life of instability and debt? In this self-interrogation, my heart brimmed with a suffocating loneliness and loss. At that moment, I truly wished for a woman to accompany me, to help mask this solitude and despair, enabling me to present at least a seemingly happy smile to bless Fang Yuan and Yin Yin. I took a drag from a cigarette, finally pulling my phone from my pocket, and dialed my tenant, Mitsai. After a brief pause, Mitsai answered, and I hurriedly asked, "Are you awake? What do you want?" Mitsai's tone was somewhat guarded. I chuckled, attempting to ease her defenses before saying, "I actually wanted to invite you to dinner. There's no need for that. We're not that familiar," Mitsai swiftly rejected without consideration. "But there is a need. Think about it. You've lent me money and taken me in. It's practically a rebirth for me. If I don't treat you to a meal, won't I become the scoundrel in your eyes?" After a moment of silence, I pressed on, "Come on. I've already chosen the place. I sincerely hope you'll give me a chance to rid myself of this lowly label." After another pause, Mitsai replied, "Where's the restaurant?" "At the Yaming Grand Hotel." "Yaming Grand Hotel? Did I hear that right?" Mitsai asked, her voice filled with doubt. "Of course you heard correctly. Only a 5-star hotel can demonstrate my sincerity in inviting you to dinner, so you must come. This meal is worth a week's salary for me," I emphasized with feigned pain. "Fine, I'll be there in 20 minutes. After a pause, she added, "But don't be so extravagant. It doesn't matter where you invite me to dinner." I hadn't expected Mitsai to consider my financial struggles, and I was momentarily taken aback before responding, "Understood. I'll wait for you outside the hotel." After hanging up, I finally felt a sense of relief. I thought, bringing Mitsai over would help me avoid appearing so lonely and destitute. 15 minutes passed. Yet the wedding procession had yet to arrive. It seemed they were caught in an unprecedented traffic jam, and I no longer felt as anxious as I had before, which made me think that inviting Mitsai was indeed a wise decision. Another 5 minutes went by, and I spotted the red Audi Q7. Mitsai had truly honored her word. She parked in the open lot, and I hurried over. Standing by the fountain in the hotel plaza, I spoke first. "I was a bit worried you might not come. I didn't expect you to be right on time. Exactly 20 minutes. I'm not like some people who treat keeping promises as a mere habit," Mitsai teased. I shrugged it off with a smile. "You're referring to that certain someone, right? It's fine. You can say it openly. I won't be angry you're not angry because you have thick skin." Mitsai shot back that I chuckled again but remained silent. Mitsai glanced at the hotel across from us and asked, "Can we go eat now?" "Of course, but we need to wait a little longer for a few more people." "Are there others?" Just as Mitsai finished her question, the waiting crowd erupted into noise, and 8 cars adorned with wedding symbols and ribbons drove into the hotel courtyard in a single line. They had finally arrived. I barely had time to speak to Mitsai, my gaze uncontrollably fixated on the wedding car carrying the bride. I knew Jianwei was in that vehicle, and my breathing became erratic. Fang Yuan, dressed as the groom, stepped out of the wedding car, then moved to the other side to open the door for Yin Yin, lifting her out in a princess embrace. This act elicited a round of applause and cheers from the onlookers, and the overwhelming happiness engulfed me. Amidst the throng, I finally caught sight of Jianwei stepping out of the car, holding a bouquet of fresh flowers adorned in a sapphire blue gown. The midday sun illuminated her arms, casting a glistening sheen, and her face remained as beautiful as ever. Beneath her slender willow-like brows, her peach blossom-like eyes seemed to ripple with emotion. Among all the women I knew, her eyes were the most enchanting. Jianwei handed the flowers in her hands to Yin Yin, who was cradled in Feng Yuan's arms, and then joined the crowd in applause and cheers, never once casting a glance my way, perhaps entirely oblivious to my presence at the scene. I remained silent for a long moment, taking a deep breath, and said to Mitsai, who appeared somewhat bewildered, "My friends have arrived. Let's go inside and eat." Mitsai's expression turned frosty. "You came here for your friend's wedding, not to genuinely invite me to dinner, did you?" "I am quite sincere, just that there are a few more people," I replied. "Scoundrel," Mitsai cursed, taking her car keys from her bag and turning to walk towards her vehicle parked nearby. I couldn't let Mitsai leave. Yes, I had deceived her, but such deception harmed her not in the slightest. At least she could enjoy a wedding feast. Since she was already here, it made no sense for her to leave. I reached out and grasped Mitsai's arm, my tone growing stern. "Why do you insist on being so pedantic? What's wrong with me inviting you to a friend's wedding feast? Just eat and drink to your heart's content. You won't lose any weight." Mitsai smacked me with her bag, walking away as she said, "Let me reiterate. I don't like being deceived. From now on, I don't want to have any relations with you. This scoundrel. Please move out of my house as soon as you get back." Even though I didn't anticipate Mitsai's reaction to be so intense, I still held on tightly to her. And in the midst of our tug-of-war, a figure appeared before you. My hand still clutched Mitsai's arm as I lifted my gaze to see who stood opposite us, my heart racing wildly. Standing before Mitsai and me was Jianwei. At this moment, 3 years later, we finally stood face to face. Chapter 18. A heartfelt confession. The water in the fountain cascaded down the massive sculpture, flowing in a waterfall-like manner as this peculiar trio of Mitsai, Jianwei, and I exchanged glances amidst the sound of rushing water, none of us breaking the silence. Finally, Jianwei smiled and said to me, "Long time no see, Zhao Yang." "Imichim," I replied with a single word, fearful that too many words would betray the tremor in my voice, even more frightened that she might sense my fear. Jianwei merely smiled in response and then turned to Mitsai, asking, "Is she your girlfriend?" It was only then that I realized I was still tightly holding onto Mitsai, neglecting to release her. I thought, if Mitsai truly were my girlfriend, that would sufficiently prove I had fared well during the years since my breakup with Jianwei. At least I hadn't succumbed to the depths of solitude. Instinctively, I didn't want Jianwei to perceive my dismal existence, and driven by this instinct, I nodded at Jianwei and said, "Yes, she is my girlfriend." After speaking, I anxiously glanced at Mitsai, fearing she might expose my ruse and turn me into a laughingstock. Mitsai frowned in silence, seemingly contemplating showing me mercy, yet also reluctant to relinquish this perfect opportunity for revenge. I hastily said to Mitsai, "Didn't you have urgent matters to attend to at work? You should hurry. I'll explain to my friends later, they will understand." Mitsai struggled and shook off my grip, as if eager to leave this place, not uttering a word as she turned towards her car. The red Q7 drove past me, stirring a rush of air that filled the atmosphere with Mitsai's anger. It seemed I had genuinely provoked her. The fountain continued to surge, yet only Jianwei and I remained. I lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply, feigning a helpless demeanor as I grumbled, "Sigh. She's just busy, always busy. Is that so? But your girlfriend seems quite nice." "What do you mean by seems quite nice?" "Of course, she is wonderful." I straightened up, correcting Jianwei's phrasing. Jianwei scrutinized me for a long moment before saying, "Zhao Yang, you haven't changed a bit." "What do you mean?" Before Jianwei could respond, Xiang Chun, the best man, waved from a distance, saying that the MC was looking for her and needed her to assist with a wedding segment. Jianwei acknowledged Xiang Chun and glanced back at me, asking, "The lunch banquet is about to start. Aren't you going in?" I finished my cigarette. Watching Jianwei's departing figure filled me with a sense of loss. I wanted to tell her. She was right. I truly hadn't changed. I still cherished the days we spent together. I remembered that day when I couldn't meet her family and had to hide in a corner to bid her farewell. I remembered her crying and writing the word "wait" heavily on the car window with lipstick. I watched from afar until the word "wait" became a blur in my vision, tears streaming down my face, tears she would never see. I was lost in the memories, even thinking of rushing over to embrace her, to confess my enduring love. Yet, just moments ago, our long-awaited reunion felt so hollow and mundane. not even qualifying as ordinary friends. I knew the love that once flourished in joyful silence had drifted further away from us. If my heart were a city, at this moment, the entire city would be weeping. The wedding banquet commenced, and everyone took their seats in order. My colleagues and I sat a bit further back, while Jianwei, Xiangchun, and the bride and groom occupied the front table. I fought against the urge to look at Jianwei, yet I found it impossible to control myself. It was laughable. How could I suppress the impulse to think of a woman I had been separated from for 3 years, a woman who haunted my nights, when she was just a stone's throw away? My colleague spoke to me, and I absently responded, constantly seeking a reason to glance toward Jianwei, yet she never met my gaze, often engaging in conversation with Xiangchen, sharing a few words that would elicit mutual smiles. They seemed very in sync, and Jianwei appeared to be in excellent spirits. The MC on stage urged Fang Yuan and Yin Yin to engage in intimate interactions. While the crowd cheered and hollered, I remained silent, drinking glass after glass of alcohol in a daze. Xiangchun approached me with a drink, and I downed my glass in one go. When Xiangchun reached me, I had already filled my glass to the brim, calling out, "Xiangchen, little brother, come and bow down." Xiangchen chuckled. Who bows down is still uncertain. How many are we drinking this time? The act of bowing down was a remnant of our university days. In our youthful arrogance, we would drink until one of us collapsed. The last one standing would boastfully refer to the fallen as grandson. Throughout our 4 years in college, I had collapsed, Fang Yuan had collapsed, and of course, Xiangchen had as well, so we had taken turns being each other's grandsons, yet we never admitted the other two were grandfathers. In truth, since entering society, I had stopped drinking foolishly like I did in college. But today, whether it was Xiangchen or anyone else, as long as they raised their glass, I would accompany them with any drink. No matter how many glasses, I felt happy for Fang Yuan and Yin Yin, yet despondent for myself. Amidst these emotions, perhaps alcohol was my best remedy. Switching to a larger wine glass, I poured nearly a full glass of white liquor, raising my glass to Xiangchen, saying, just like before, "1 glass each. If you can't handle it, fall to the ground and play dead. Don't beg for mercy or explain." The crowd erupted in laughter at my words, taking it as a joke, while I remained unblinking, genuinely downing a full glass of white liquor and then turning my glass upside down to signify I was finished. Gasps of astonishment filled the air as everyone's attention shifted from Fang Yuan and Yin Yin to Xiangchen and me, including Jianwei, who glanced over. "Zhaoyang, it's been years since we graduated, yet you're still this vigorous. But I'll definitely drink. I'm particularly happy today." After saying this, he downed his drink in one gulp, then glanced toward Jianwei. I noticed this detail, and a string in my heart was suddenly tugged. I understood that Xiangchen's happiness was for whom. During my university years, I pursued Jianwei alongside him. However, Jianwei ultimately chose me, leading him to refer to Jianwei as his sister and continue to care for her with utmost attention. At the time, this seemed to offer a sense of relief. Yet now, having broken up with Jianwei, and with her return to her homeland, I ponder whether he might once again pursue her. Should she still be single, I remained silent, while Xiangchen filled a glass with white liquor and said to me, "Zhaoyang, my young brother, do me a favor. Let us have another drink." I nodded and poured myself another glass, ready to down it in one go. But Xiangchen pressed down on my glass and declared, "This time, I shall drink first." With that, he tilted his head back and consumed the entire glass, placing it down on the table before striding towards Jianwei. Jianwei reproached Xiangchen in a concerned tone. "You should drink less. Don't you fear for your health with such indulgence?" "I wish to share some heartfelt words with you," Xiangchen replied, tilting his head back and closing his eyes to take a deep breath. He then seized the microphone from the host, gazing at Jianwei, fully engrossed in a moment of deep emotion. I suddenly had a premonition that the forthcoming scene would be enough to tear me apart. The venue fell into a hushed silence as Xiangchen's expression radiated sincerity, infused with tenderness and passion. He grasped Jianwei's hand tightly, gazing at her for an extended moment before speaking. "Today is a day filled with joy. A day I have long awaited. Jianwei, I have loved you for 5 years without faltering. Even when you were with Zhaoyang, I never ceased to love you. I once believed Zhaoyang would bring you happiness. And so I chose to silently bless you both. Yet, the reality has proven your relationship a failure. I shall not judge your love, for love is free, and clinging to the past holds no meaning. Now that you are single, I hope you can be my girlfriend. I am truly willing to give everything for you." Even if you plan to return to America, I would accompany you anywhere. For I shall stand by your side till the ends of the earth, just as I did when I accompanied you to America 2 years ago. I wish to bring you joy and happiness." My heart felt as though it had shattered into pieces. Xiangxin's words reminded me of something. A month after Jianwei and I broke up, Xiangxin indeed traveled abroad for a time, though he had not disclosed which country he visited. Now I could confirm he had gone to America to be with the heartbroken Jianwei. It dawned on me that he had maintained contact with her all these years. Everyone awaited Jianwei's response to Xiangxin's declaration, while I, in that moment, comprehended fully that the Jianwei of our university days cherished a certain feeling, but the Jianwei post-graduation sought a match of equal status. From every angle, Xiangxin and Jianwei appeared the most compatible pair. I thought perhaps I was already aware of the answer Jianwei was about to give to Xiangxin. Amidst the tearing pain, I seemed to recall that day when I bid her farewell, as she tearfully wrote waiting on the car window with her lipstick. Chapter 19. The city in the sky. Jianwei exchanged glances with Xiangxin, her expression inscrutable to anyone else. Xiangxin retrieved a meticulously prepared gift box from his pocket and opened it to reveal a necklace adorned with crystals and diamonds. The lighting technician extinguished the lights in the hall, casting a spotlight on Xiangxin and Jianwei, their figures radiating brilliance, while I felt increasingly invisible in the dimness. This crystal diamond necklace was designed by the best jewelry designer in the country, a singular piece in the world, which I had named Beloved, symbolizing my most sincere and purest love for you, akin to the diamond and crystal. Grant me the chance to place it around your neck. Would you? I wished to tell Xiangxin that he was mistaken. Anyone with wealth could bestow a crystal diamond necklace upon a woman, but the sincerity and purity that arise from love cannot be bought with material possessions. Yet, how many women would believe such a pure truth? The brilliance of diamonds had long since dazzled their eyes. Ultimately, I refrained from countering Xiangxin, allowing the fortress of my heart to shrink further within. Everyone present was moved by Xiangxin's declaration, their applause encouraging Jianwei to accept his proposal. Jianwei glanced into the shadowy corner, finally nodding in silence, prompting an even more fervent applause and cheers. With excitement, Xiangxin placed the necklace around Jianwei's neck, marking this moment as a couple's commitment at the wedding of Fangyuan and Yin Yan, a joyful occurrence upon joyful occurrence. At that moment, apart from me, no one remembered the promise made amidst the rain that twilight. To capture a series of wedding photos themed Silent JOAS, the wedding banquet neared its conclusion amidst the fervor of the crowd. Guests exchanged farewells. I staggered outside the hotel alone. The sunlight outside was splendid, blinding me, and I leaned against a nearby pillar, squinting at the blue sky and white clouds. In the haze of drunkenness, I seemed to see the fortress of my heart ascend with the floating air, merging with the blue sky and white clouds, gradually becoming translucent, devoid of loneliness and pain. Dressed in wedding attire, Yin Yan and Fangyuan supported me from either side, with Yin Yan apologizing. "Zhaoyang, I'm so sorry. We truly had no idea Xiangxin would confess to Jianwei at our wedding. You must feel terrible. I'm so sorry. Haha, I'm not sad. How could I be sad? By the way, did you see the fortress of my heart soaring into the sky, hidden within the sunlight? Translucent and radiant?" I mumbled, pulling out a thin layer of transparent film from the cigarette pack, covering my eyes as I searched for that city in the sky. Yin Yan and Fangyuan exchanged glances, and Fangyuan took the film from my hand, saying, "Stop talking nonsense. I'll call a driver to take you home. And no need to trouble yourself. I can get back on my own. I'll call a cab." As I spoke, I broke free from Yin Yan and Fangyuan's grasp and walked toward the street. By my unsteady steps, I spotted Jianwei supporting the drunken Xiangxin as they approached from the opposite side. She rummaged through Xiangxin's pocket for the car keys and opened the door of a black Land Rover, while Fangyuan and Yin Yan hurried over to assist Jianwei in getting Xiangxin into the car. Watching this scene, I felt no sorrow. At least I was still able to stand, albeit with difficulty, while Xiangxin had succumbed to intoxication. This time, he was the one who had fallen. He was the one in distress, while I remained the solitary figure, an old man in pain amidst loneliness. I stood still, watching as Jianwei started the car and drove away with Xiangxin toward the city's dazzling lights. That afternoon, I sat on the edge of the moat, smoking one cigarette after another until none remained. I finally closed my eyes and lay back, feeling the autumn afternoon breeze rustle past me. Despite having consumed excessive alcohol, the profound pain in my heart prevented me from falling into a deep sleep, amplifying my suffering in this state of drunken clarity. The image of her writing waiting on the car window replayed in my mind, juxtaposed with her silent nod of acceptance to Xiangchen's confession. The two scenes flickered rapidly, as if they were tearing me apart. I clutched my head tightly, curling up and sobbing. The pain within became increasingly unbearable, and I contemplated ending my life to pursue that city of crystal clarity, now transformed into a city in the sky. With the last of my strength, I retrieved my phone from my pocket, scrolled through the call history, and dialed the most recent number. After a long pause, the call connected, revealing Meet Sai's resolute voice. This time, no matter what excuse you use, I won't tolerate you anymore. You must move out today. I refuse to have a liar living in my house. I chuckled softly, speaking in an oddly calm tone. If you have some free time, hurry to the moat. My seemingly nonsensical request only fueled Meet Sai's anger further. As she asked sharply, "Why should I go? Come stop me. I really will jump," I declared without waiting for her response, tossing my phone into the moat. I wasn't deceiving Meet Sai. Under the influence of alcohol and pain, I felt numb, genuinely wishing to seek that translucent city in the sky, a gentle breeze, filled with comfort, wafted by. But before I could take a step, the accumulated intoxication surged within me. Looking up at the dizzying blue sky, my body suddenly went limp, and I collapsed to the ground, slipping into unconsciousness. When I awoke, darkness had enveloped the sky, and the streetlights along the moat had illuminated, their reflections shimmering on the water's surface, undulating with the waves. The distant sounds of car horns provided a dual stimulus to my senses, making the blurred world suddenly feel real. My head throbbed with pain. Yet I gazed vacantly at the twinkling stars in the sky. A pleasant scent, reminiscent of a woman, wafted into my nostrils with the autumn night breeze. I turned my head to find Meet Sai seated beside me, draping her coat over my shoulders. I sat up, and Meet Sai noticed I was awake. "You're awake. How did you get here?" We spoke simultaneously, and another gust of night wind blew, sending down the now yellowed maple leaves into the nearby river, drifting along with the starlight. We both stared at the water for a moment before Meet Sai finally responded to my question. "I came to see if you were dead." "What do you mean dead?" I asked in confusion, having completely forgotten about my impulsive phone call to Meet Sai before my slumber. "So you were deceiving me again, were you? I have no idea what you're talking about," I exclaimed in exasperation. Meet Sai, maintaining her composure, replied, "You called me at noon, saying you wanted to jump into the river. If you have any doubts, just check your call history." "Let me see," I said as I began to reach for my pocket. "Hey, where's my phone?" Looking back at the river, I finally recalled that I had impulsively thrown my phone into the moat. Memories flooded back, reminding me that I had indeed called Meet Sai in a fit of madness, claiming I wanted to jump into the river. Feeling a twinge of guilt, I said to Meet Sai, "I'm sorry. I was drunk at noon and spoke nonsense. I truly didn't mean to deceive you." "You scoundrel, a shameless liar," Meet Sai scolded without holding back. "Could you not scold me so harshly?" I paused before adding, "It's just a matter of jumping into the river. I can still do it now. It's not too late, right? Go ahead and jump," Meet Sai said, staring at the river. "Jumping it is," that I declared as I approached the riverbank, leaping onto the railing. Chapter 20. The city in the sky too. I stood on the railing, facing the wind, my eyes wide open, searching for the reflection of that city in the sky amidst the rippling waters. Yet all I could see was the shimmering facade of the city illuminated by neon lights. In my newfound clarity, I realized how terrified I was of death, of being submerged in the depths of the moat. I turned to look at Meet Sai, who appeared utterly indifferent. "Are you really not going to try to dissuade me?" I asked, furrowing my brow. "Why should I? But if I jump, I truly will die." "You're the one who dies, not me," Meet Sai replied, her expression still unflinching. I jumped down from the railing, enraged. "I knew I wasn't mistaken about you. You're a toxic woman, willing to let others die to achieve your own ends. I have no agenda. You're the one who said you wanted to jump." Meet Sai remained composed, and my anger flared further as I pointed at her. "Can't you stop so calmly pushing me toward my death? I remember calling you to plead with you to talk me out of it. You're not following the script I imagined. When I arrived, you were lying there like a corpse. You clearly weren't going to jump. Why take the trouble to call me? Do you find it amusing to toy with me?" Meet Sai's words finally carried a hint of anger. I felt a sense of helplessness. In that moment of impulsiveness, I truly would have jumped, but fate intervened, and the alcohol had caused me to pass out. I struggled to explain to Mitsai. I genuinely intended to jump into the moat. Just before leaping, I remembered I still owed you over 10,000 yuan. Why death wouldn't matter? But who would repay you the money? So, I steeled myself and didn't jump, because I am a person with a conscience and moral boundaries, and I would never commit the disgraceful act of abandoning my debts. How tragically noble, Mitsai remarked, a hint of sarcasm in her tone. Is it really tragic? You have no idea how I struggled. On one hand, there was the release of death, and on the other, the guilt of not repaying my debts, making it a tough choice. Of course, in the end, I chose to uphold my moral standards, which is why I'm still alive. I exaggerated my expression. Mitsai seemed unwilling to continue listening to my ramblings, standing up to leave. Wait, I called after her. What now? Mitsai's tone was already quite impatient as she put on the coat she had just draped over me. Were you really sitting here all afternoon waiting for me? I came to collect your corpse, not to dissuade you, so I only arrived in the evening. Mitsai replied with her characteristic calmness. Who are you trying to fool? You came to collect my corpse, yet you helped cover me with a coat? I said with a knowing smile, exposing Mitsai's lie. Mitsai turned to look at me coldly. A corpse is typically covered with something to conceal its features. Didn't you know that? I found myself at a loss for words, stunned into silence, and my focus shifted away from our banter, and the alcohol that I had not fully digested began to wreak havoc within me once more. Causing a wave of dizziness and a strong urge to vomit, I leaned over the railing, emptying the contents of my stomach into the moat. I had consumed far too much alcohol at noon. After purging myself, I felt utterly drained, leaning against the railing, closing my eyes as my mind began to clear. The memories of the wedding I attended earlier at Fengyuan and Yinyan's surfaced again. Along with a piercing pain coursing through my body, in that moment, Xiangchen placing the diamond crystal necklace around Jianwei's neck, a token of their commitment, replayed in my mind. How I wish to tell Jianwei. I want to return to the past, to the silent joy of yesteryears, to the love-filled days. But the past is irretrievable. I have lost Jianwei, forever destined to watch her find happiness in someone else's world. Amidst the tearing pain, I felt warmth at the corners of my eyes, as if I might cry. It must not be me weeping. It is the city in the sky that weeps, shedding tears that unravel the grief within me. You are crying. Wipe your tears. I opened my eyes to find that Mitsai had not yet left. She offered me a tissue. I did not reach for it. It was better for the tears to be dried by the wind, leaving no trace behind. Mitsai squatted down to look at me, her tone softening as she asked, Did I speak too harshly just now? I shouldn't have mocked you as a corpse. After a long silence, I quietly replied, Actually, it has nothing to do with you. Even if it were truly a corpse, it would only feel a brief pain before death. But the pain of living is what rends the heart. Do you understand this feeling? Mitsai shook her head, saying, I don't understand. All I think about is when you will move out of my house. Do you find me that bothersome? I smiled as I asked, sensing that my tears had likely dried. Yes, your actions certainly do not leave me with a good impression. You are an absolute scoundrel, Mitsai stated bluntly. Is that so? But you don't know that the scoundrel you see before you once harbored a clean fortress within. I don't quite understand what you're saying. You don't need to understand, because today, that fortress has detached from my being, becoming a city in the sky that I shall never be able to touch. I bowed my head and rummaged through my pockets, only to find that not a single cigarette remained to incinerate my melancholy and mend my fractured soul. Mitsai fell silent, settling beside me, leaning against the railing in the same posture. The surroundings grew increasingly tranquil, as if the night had isolated us from the city's clamor. A gentle night breeze swept through, whispering the equality of all beings and extinguishing the earthly fires. I noticed a half-smoked cigarette on the ground, picked it up, blew on it, and reignited it. The scent of tobacco once again filled the air, only to dissipate under the dim light. Finally, I turned to Mitsai and said, I know you wish for me to leave. I will move out by tomorrow. Is this for real? It is indeed. I have already lost a city. Why should I care about a room? Mitsai seemed curious about my frequent references to that city. She asked, What does this sky city you speak of look like? I pondered for a moment and replied, It is a city of crystalline transparency, perpetually silent, imbued with a certain magic that allows one to forget worries, pains, and superficiality. When you reside there, nothing else matters, for you become a translucent bird, breaking free from all constraints and soaring through the winds of freedom. But ultimately, a bird must land. Will it still be translucent upon touching the ground? Mitsai looked at me and inquired, I do not know, for I have never considered what I would look like upon landing. Perhaps my pitiful state invoked Mitsai's sympathy. That night, she did not abandon me by the riverside. I rode in her car towards the somewhat illusory city of splendor, resolute in my decision to vacate the old room after this night, for my life could hardly worsen, and perhaps it would be better to grant Mitsai her peace. Throughout the journey, we remained silent. I interpreted this silence as Mitsai's lingering dissatisfaction with my multiple deceptions that day, and my current destitution could not entirely extinguish her anger. The fact that she had brought me back from the outskirts already demonstrated a considerable degree of compassion. Upon reaching our neighborhood, Mitsai parked the car, and as we proceeded towards the hallway, we unexpectedly discovered Bandai sitting on the steps at the entrance, beside which lay an old black briefcase that had served him for decades. Chapter 21. The significance of a cockroach. Mitsai and I approached Bandai, and I asked, Bandai, why didn't you call me? The temperature has dropped significantly tonight. Aren't you cold just sitting here? I did call, but your phone was off, Bandai responded, his tone still monotonous, devoid of any emotional inflection. It was then I recalled that I had thrown my phone into the moat in a drunken stupor. A pang of regret surged within me. I had earned so little, only to squander it recklessly. Mitsai greeted Bandai. Uncle, hello? Hello? You two haven't eaten yet, right? I bought some vegetables from the supermarket. I'll cook for you, Bandai said, pulling out a plastic bag containing fish and some vegetables. Uncle, the porridge you made last time was delicious. Your cooking must be great, Mitsai exclaimed, wearing a smile I had never seen directed at me, making me realize I was indeed an unlikable person, and not merely that Mitsai held herself in high regard. Bandai simply smiled at Mitsai's compliment before gesturing for us to head upstairs. As we ascended, Mitsai walked ahead, and I lagged behind with Bandai, surprised to ask, Bandai, have you been in Suzhou this whole time? I went to Guangzhou for an exhibition. I passed through Suzhou on my way back. Bandai replied succinctly that I understood. Winter was approaching, and in his state-owned enterprise, it was peak season for heater orders, requiring him to procure raw materials from various locations at this time each year. Once inside the house, Bandai entered the kitchen to begin cooking, while Mitsai attempted to assist him but was politely declined. She then returned to her room, leaving me in the living room, lost in thought, a lingering bitterness gnawing at me, knowing it would accompany me for a long time, until I completely forgot that day with Jian Wei. Moments later, Mitsai emerged from her room, changed into comfortable home attire, appearing much more approachable yet still breathtakingly beautiful, as if beauty was an inherent quality of hers, irrespective of her attire. Why don't you go help your dad in the kitchen? I suggested. You don't understand. He enjoys cooking alone. Is that so? I inquired. Yes, he views cooking as a pleasure. Anyone assisting him is merely intruding on that joy. Then his food must be delightful. I remarked, you're not a foodie. So why ask so much? Mitsai retorted, her tone sharp. It only foodies who can inquire. Everyone has the right to be curious. Mitsai, still displeased, shot me a glare. We'll find out soon enough. It won't hurt to wait a bit. Rather than delve deeper, Mitsai turned and returned to her room, clutching a laundry basket as she headed to the bathroom, leaving me somewhat astonished. Even a goddess has to do laundry. The sound of running water emanated from the bathroom as the washing machine began its cycle, and listening to its rhythmic churn, I grew increasingly dazed, momentarily feeling as though I didn't exist. A scream erupted from the bathroom. Mitsai's voice, its volume jolting me from my stupor. Bandai, quicker than I, grabbed a ladle and rushed towards the bathroom, and I followed suit. Despite our commotion, we soon found Mitsai merely confronting a cockroach perched on the bathtub, its antennae twitching with brazen defiance, while Mitsai's face paled in horror. This was clearly an asymmetrical battle, comically so, for the weaker party was a living, breathing human. Upon seeing me arrive, Mitsai instinctively recoiled and hid behind me, reminiscent of a cliché scene from a melodramatic Korean drama, presenting me with an opportunity to play the hero, albeit against a mere cockroach. I approached the bathtub, grasped the cockroach by its antennae, lifting it up. The cockroach thrashed wildly, prompting another scream from Mitsai. I couldn't help but chuckle. While she often left me feeling as though I might choke from frustration, a cockroach lurking in the shadows could frighten her into a frenzy. Truly, nature's balance. I lifted the cockroach and said to Bandai, Let us add it to the menu. It's been ages since I had meat. Should we stir-fry it or steam it? Mitsai looked distinctly nauseated. Bandai, seemingly protective of Mitsai, frowned and said, "Cut it out. Just throw it away." I smirked at Mitsai while holding the cockroach, before tossing it out the window and sighing, "Ah, if it doesn't die from the fall. It'll become a homeless, helpless cockroach. Better to die than to suffer." Mitsai, of course, recognized my jest at her tendency to push me away, but she remained shaken from the earlier incident, her expression still one of fear. An immature yet amusing thought crossed my mind. If the wealthy were all as terrified of cockroaches as Mitsai, I could easily pocket a bag of them and extort a fortune. Once the commotion subsided, Bandai resumed his culinary endeavors, but Mitsai insisted I stay in the bathroom with her until the laundry was finished, fearing another cockroach might emerge from some corner. Perhaps even a swarm, certainly a family of the one we had just encountered. After a short while, the laundry was finally done, and Mitsai retrieved the clothes from the drum while I sat on the bathtub, observing her. After a moment of silence, I said to her, "I'm moving out tomorrow, I know. You must feel quite lonely alone?" "Why would I feel lonely?" I feigned disappointment. "Oh, right. How could you possibly feel lonely? You have cockroaches A, B, C, and D to keep you company, playing hide and seek with you. It must be quite lively." Mitsai paused, anger flashing in her eyes as she gazed at me, but I remained unfazed, saying, "Hurry and hang the clothes. Dinner will be ready soon." At the dinner table, Bandai, Mitsai, and I each sat on opposite sides. The usually stoic Bandai surprisingly turned to Mitsai and asked, "Is the food to your liking?" "Young lady?" Mitsai nodded, replying, "Uncle's cooking is delicious." I knew this was no mere flattery. Bandai's cooking was genuinely excellent, especially the sweet and sour fish, which was exceptional, and Mitsai clearly appreciated it, selecting only the sweet and sour fish to eat. After Mitsai's praise, Bandai smiled and then looked at me as if to say, "Son, your father can only assist you to this extent. The rest is up to you." I would rather misinterpret the meaning in Bandai's gaze, for there was no possibility of my relationship with Mitsai evolving into romance. Firstly, she was deeply averse to me. Secondly, I had yet to recover from the shadows cast by Jianwei and Xiangchun. And thirdly, most importantly, I was unworthy of her. Who had ever seen a beautiful girl driving a luxury car fall for a good-for-nothing like me? Our meeting was not a marvel of fate, but rather a lesson from the heavens about the vast chasm between people, leaving me to perish in my own shame. What a cruel trick fate plays. Lost in my thoughts, Bandai spoke again. "Zhaoyang, after dinner, you should fix that leaky pipe. There's a bit of water seeping from the joint. If it gets any colder, it might burst." "Understood," I replied. Bandai nodded, and after a moment, he added, "Next time I come, I'll bring more rice and flour from home. Since you finish work early, you can cook at home. Eating out is wasteful and unhygienic." After a while, he continued, "You two are living together. You should take good care of the young lady. You can cook too, so help out more around the house." According to my agreement with Mitsai, I would be moving out the next day, yet Bandai insisted on envisioning a life bound together for us. I felt a sense of helplessness, but couldn't voice it. If I told him about my plans to move out, he would likely be disappointed. I nodded again, glancing at Mitsai, whose expression remained unchanged as she focused intently on her meal. At last, Bandai's attention shifted back to Mitsai. "Young lady, has Zhaoyang been a bother while living together?" I feared Mitsai might reveal my various transgressions, so I discreetly kicked her under the table, signaling her to keep quiet, but instead, she retaliated by stepping heavily on my toe, nearly causing me to drop my chopsticks. "Uncle, he is quite all right, except he always smokes in the house and refuses to change his ways." Mitsai disclosed my faults, mixing praise with criticism. Bandai fixed a stern gaze on me, and I feigned ignorance, but his eyes remained sharp, unyieldingly scrutinizing me, while Mitsai wore a look of schadenfreude at "I'll change. I will," I conceded, feeling that such a concession was utterly meaningless. Mitsai was being rather petty. I would be moving out soon, so why should I bother quarreling over smoking in the house? After this small interlude, Bandai appeared to be in a good mood, and he asked me to fetch the glutinous rice wine he had brought last time. I poured him a glass and asked Mitsai, "Would you like a little?" Mitsai pushed her empty glass forward, saying she'd like a sip. I poured a modest amount for her and myself, and thus we gathered around a modest table. sharing a meal steeped in familial warmth on this night illuminated by countless lights. Do not misconstrue my words. When I say familial warmth, I merely differentiate it from dining out, for Mitsai and I were not of the same family. It was likely that once I moved out, it would be a challenge to cross paths again in this vast city. Chapter 22. The opportunity for promotion. After dinner, Mitsai and I escorted Bandai to the edge of the neighborhood. The hotel where he was staying was just across the street, yet he would be leaving tomorrow morning. As Bandai prepared to depart, I asked, Bandai, when will you next visit Suzhou? Whenever I have time. I'll come. Next time I'll bring you some rice and flour, he replied. When Bandai emphasized you, I felt a pang of helplessness. By the time he visits again, I would have long vacated Mitsai's house, uncertain of where I would drift in this city. In truth, I did not wish for Bandai to come to Suzhou, as my lack of accomplishments and my destitution filled me with immense guilt in his presence. Bandai reminded me, remember to fix that leaky pipe when you get back. That I will. I assured him. He nodded, patted my shoulder, and then without further words, turned to leave. Watching his retreating figure, I sensed he wished to convey something. Yet he refrained, not wanting to burden me further. I lit a cigarette, waves of uncontainable despondency washing over me. Today, Fang Yuan had married Yin Yin, Jian Wei had become Xiang Qin's girlfriend, and as for me, best left unmentioned. That I thought, I should return to pack my belongings. Tomorrow night, I must find a corner in this city to rest, a place to shelter yet not to thrive. Mitsai ascended the stairs before me, and I finished my cigarette before heading back inside. Upon entering, I located the toolbox and replaced the leaky pipe as Bandai had instructed, checked several other areas to ensure there were no further hazards, and only then returned to my room to pack my luggage. Mitsai stood at my door, inquiring, Did you fix the leaky pipe? Yes, and I checked other spots as well, if there are any plumbing issues or light bulbs that need changing in the future. Just give me a call, and I'll come help you out, I replied while packing my guitar into its case. Though, but there are still cockroaches in the house. Do you have a way to get rid of them? I chuckled, teasing Mitsai. If you can chase me away, surely you can handle a few cockroaches. Mitsai remained silent, simply gazing at me. I was joking. Tomorrow after work, I'll buy some insecticide to sprinkle in the bathroom. Winter is approaching, and cockroaches generally become inactive, so you needn't be worried. Oh. Mitsai returned to her room, and I continued packing. Halfway through, I sat on the bed to rest, gazing around the room. I pulled a cigarette from the pack, but ultimately did not light it. I had been a scoundrel for so long. As I departed, I ought to maintain my integrity, even in this trivial matter. I returned the cigarette to the pack and lay back on the bed, staring at the ceiling, trying to clear my mind, unwilling to reflect on the events of the afternoon. The next day, I went about my business as usual, attending a meeting with representatives from Gucci. This would be the final discussion before Gucci set up their counter in our mall. If all went well, I would gain a brief respite, as I had been working excessively since Fang Yuan handed me the Gucci responsibility. Standing in the mall square, I discussed advertising placements with the Gucci representatives. The Gucci representative inquired, You must ensure that the central advertising space at the South Gate is promptly secured for us, to align with our opening promotions. Absolutely, we reserved that advertising spot for Gucci long ago. Your presence will elevate our mall's profile, and we prioritize our premium resources for international top-tier brands like yours, I assured them. The Gucci representative nodded, stating, We chose to enter your mall because we saw your sincerity in the proposal. Suzhou's high-end malls are not limited to your Bali department store. Indeed, I replied, but I refrained from excessive flattery. Accompanied by a representative from Gucci, I took a leisurely stroll through the shopping mall. Suddenly, she paused, fixated on a promotional poster displayed prominently in the aisle. Miss Xiao, what is it? I inquired, puzzled, as I noticed that the very poster she was scrutinizing featured Lu Yao. What do you think of this model? She asked. She possesses a strong camera presence, remarkable versatility, and an aura that leans towards the international aesthetic. She can artistically embody the advertising image of our products. By the way, she has a quarter Italian heritage, I replied candidly. How fortuitous. Gucci is indeed an Italian brand. Are you well acquainted with her? Zhao nodded thoughtfully, continuing to evaluate the poster of Lu Yao. After a moment, she turned to me and said, I believe her image aligns perfectly with our product positioning. Please contact her and arrange for her to shoot a series of promotional posters for our grand opening. I felt a twinge of difficulty and responded, I'm afraid that won't be possible. She is currently filming in Hongdian and likely won't have availability for the next few months. Zhao's brow furrowed slightly as she replied, I do not wish to hear the word afraid. Such expressions may lead me to question the execution capabilities of your mall. We have reached this point in negotiations, and I would prefer that trivial matters do not jeopardize our collaboration. Her blunt threat left me feeling quite unsettled. However, considering the implications this project had for Fang Yuan's career, I refrained from expressing my frustration. Instinctively, I was reluctant to reach out to Liao, as organizing a photo shoot would likely require location scouting, a task not easily accomplished in just a day or two. As a newcomer in the film industry, Liao would undoubtedly prioritize her filming commitments, making it unreasonable for me to request her to return for this endeavor. Miss Zhao, I will do my best to contact her, but I cannot guarantee her availability, I responded, though my intention was not to reach out to Liao at all. Zhao waved her hand dismissively, saying, "Forget it. I won't press you on this matter. I will speak with Manager Chen." With that, she turned and walked away towards the office area. As anticipated. A short while later, I received a call from the manager's office directing me to come in. My irritation grew. It was evident that she was leveraging her superior to pressure me. As a mere subordinate, she seemed disinclined to waste time on idle chatter with me. Upon entering the manager's office, I found Manager Chen Jingming seated at his desk, his expression far from pleasant. "I've summoned you for a reason," he stated coldly. "Do you know why I'm looking for you?" "I'm not sure," I replied with a hint of disinterest. Chen's fingers drummed impatiently on the table as he raised his voice slightly. "Zhao Yang, how can you be so oblivious? Gucci is the 8th international top-tier brand to enter our mall. Do you comprehend what this signifies for us? It means that according to international rating standards, our mall will officially reach the level of a top-tier department store. This is a milestone, manager. I am aware of that," I retorted, attempting to quell his rising temper. Chen, suppressing his irritation, continued, "If an unforeseen incident occurs at this critical juncture, it will not only affect you personally, but the entire planning department will bear the consequences. Please don't put me in a difficult position. If the model's schedule cannot accommodate our needs, what can I do? Furthermore, both parties have invested significant resources into setting up the counter at our mall. Surely, a minor issue like this should not jeopardize our long-standing negotiations. Until the contract is officially signed, no one should harbor any false hopes. Other malls are keenly observing Gucci, and it is entirely possible that Gucci will abruptly terminate our collaboration." Chen's expression grew increasingly grave. "Even if the company dismisses me, I still cannot guarantee anything." Chen fixed me with a penetrating gaze, saying, "You may not be aware, but the board is placing considerable importance on this Gucci project. If we successfully establish the counter, significant personnel changes will occur in our planning department. Fang Yuan, as the direct overseer of the project, stands to be promoted to deputy manager, and you have a substantial chance of replacing him as the team leader in the copywriting division. In light of the implications for both Fang Yuan and myself, I seriously weighed my options. While I was not particularly concerned for my own fate, Fang Yuan's potential promotion to deputy manager would drastically elevate his status and compensation within the company, paving the way for a bright future. Zhao Yang, if you cannot manage this, I will have Fang Yuan return to handle it. He can forego his wedding leave." Chen's expression was one of coercion. "Please, manager, if I struggle to handle this, he will too. He is not acquainted with the model," I protested. Chen softened his tone slightly. "The contract is about to be signed. I suspect that Gucci is merely using the model's incident as a final test of our company's sincerity in collaboration. Even without this issue, they would likely create another unexpected situation. The question of whether Gucci will establish a counter in our department store is not only a matter of company interest but also concerns our planning department, including yourself. Therefore, whatever it takes, you must help the company navigate this final hurdle." After much deliberation, I finally nodded. "I will do my utmost. Merely doing your best will not suffice. You must ensure it is accomplished. You must guarantee this." Chen adjusted his glasses, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. Regardless of the outcome, this matter must be addressed. My only hope now rested on Liao's ability to free up her schedule. After weighing my options, I nodded. "I will ensure this matter is resolved." Chen finally let out a sigh of relief. "That's wonderful." I thought to myself, "You feel relieved, but I must embarrass myself by begging the one woman I least wish to implore." As I prepared to leave, Chen called out to me, "Zhao Yang, do not contact the model just yet. She is filming in Hengdian, correct? You should head directly to Hengdian tomorrow. If you travel there in person, she will find it more difficult to refuse your request. Your foresight is commendable, manager." I forced a smile, yet I couldn't shake the feeling that he resembled a shameless old fox, as his desperate measures seemed to disregard the potential consequences if the model schedule could not accommodate us. That evening, I found myself on a bus back home, troubled by the thought of meeting Liao in Hengdian the following day and the necessity of vacating my home of 2 years. My anxiety morphed into a sense of suffocation, as it felt as if I had never truly controlled my own life. The words of others had shattered my love, work, and existence. People like Jian Wei, the Gucci representative, and Mitsai. Upon returning to my old, worn-out room, I instinctively glanced towards Mitsai's door, which remained firmly shut. She likely had not returned yet. Whether she came home or not was of no concern to me. My only obligation was to fulfill my promise and leave this place for good. I returned to my room and resumed packing my belongings. Although I had done most of the work yesterday, I merely needed to box up a few remaining items on my bed. Once everything was packed, I opened my computer and searched for a rental property that required no additional arrangements. I found several suitable options, but all demanded 6 months' rent upfront along with a 3-month deposit. In total, I would need to prepare at least 10,000 yuan for rent. This realization left me distressed. I had only a few thousand left, and my salary from last month wouldn't be dispersed until the day after tomorrow. Even when it arrived, I couldn't use it all for rent. I had to reserve some for living expenses. In desperation, I began searching for shared accommodations, which would be less expensive as time slipped away. I became aware of the city coming alive with lights as night descended. I rubbed my face vigorously to shake off the fatigue from staring at the computer for too long, realizing I needed to rest before continuing my search for a place to stay. Surely, I could not end up homeless. My situation was already dire enough. Glancing out the window, I felt my soul sink into solitude amidst the myriad lights. At that moment, I longed for a home of my own in this city where I had lived for over 2 years, a place where a woman awaited my return each day. I yearned to bid farewell to a transient existence, to escape the loneliness of the night, and to leave behind the bitter struggles of living. After a while, I heard the sound of a door opening outside. Signaling Mitsai's return, I felt a sense of relief, knowing I could face her without guilt, as I was finally adhering to my commitment to leave. Mitsai approached my door, carrying a handbag and wearing freshly changed slippers. She glanced at my packed belongings and asked, "Have you found a new place?" "Don't worry. Whether I find one or not, I will be moving out tonight," I replied, subconsciously hoping this answer would please her. "Oh," Mitsai responded, but she did not leave. After a moment, she seemed to remember something and asked, "Did you buy the insecticide powder for the bathroom?" In comparison to moving, being pressured by my superior to find Liao was trivial, and I had indeed overlooked it. I apologized to Mitsai. "I'm sorry, I forgot. You can buy some yourself, or if you prefer not to go out, you can easily order it online." Mitsai's expression darkened. "This is something you promised me. How can you be so irresponsible?" Having endured a frustrating day, my mood was already sour, and I snapped back. "Can responsibility be eaten? You keep bringing it up. Isn't it tiresome?" Mitsai seemed taken aback by my intense reaction, but her face hardened as she nodded and said, "Fine, just return the money you owe me, and I have no obligation to you." I fell silent for a moment, once again confronted with the harsh reality of my financial situation. Eventually, I spoke in a subdued tone. "You said that as long as I moved out, I could take my time repaying the money. Who cares? It's only right to repay debts," Mitsai replied, still cold. "Considering we shared the same roof for several days, must you push me to the brink?" I mumbled, uncertain of my own feelings. Mitsai scoffed, "I'm not pushing you to the edge. You've been working for several years, yet you have no savings at all? You should realize that you are the one driving yourself to the brink." Her words mercilessly exposed the deepest scars of my soul, and in an instant, I felt a wave of shame and humiliation wash over me. In my helplessness, I caught sight of the guitar I had placed in the corner. It was a gift from Jian Wei, custom-made at a guitar shop for my birthday, crafted from premium materials, worth far more than 10,000 yuan. Looking at that guitar, I was once again reminded of the painful passage of time. I rose and presented it to Mitsai, saying, "You can have this guitar as repayment. If you sell it to someone knowledgeable, it will fetch far more than 10,000. Without waiting for Mitsai's response, I shouldered my belongings and, unable to bear looking back at the room, stepped outside. Chapter 24. The price of growth. Having left that old neighborhood behind, I dragged my luggage along the city streets, eventually finding a stone bench in a plaza where I could rest. I placed my belongings beside me, lit a cigarette, and gazed at the neon lights reflecting off the tall buildings, feeling an overwhelming sense of panic about my uncertain future. desperate to escape the shadows of this city. I looked up at the sky, searching for the sky city that had detached itself from my being. Before I knew it, a group of women dancing in the plaza with fans arrived, the music engulfing me, making it impossible to see that sky city. Perhaps it had long been hidden behind the moon, or maybe it had been swept away by the gust of wind that had just passed. But on this night, I had to find a place to rest within this city. I pulled out my phone and dialed Luo Bin's number. He lived near the train station, and since I needed to catch a train to Hongdian the next day, it was convenient to stay with him for the night. Amid the noise, Luo Bin answered, "Zhaoyang, what's up? Are you still performing at the bar?" "Yes, we're about to take the stage," he replied. "I was wondering if I could crash at your place for the night. Is that all right?" Luo Bin chuckled. "What's inconvenient about that? Come to the bar. I'll treat you to a drink. I still have a few vouchers. I'm not going to the bar. I'll go directly to your place." "Come on, I'll treat you. We can go back together after my shift. I really want to go," I concluded, leaving Luo Bin with his unanswered questions. After leaving the plaza, I took a taxi to his residence. Noticing it was still early, I also bought a train ticket for the following morning from Suzhou to Yiwu. Around midnight, Luo Bin returned from the bar, and I had already fallen asleep in the hallway. Leaning against my luggage, he shook me awake, complaining, "You've changed, huh? I invite you to the bar, and you'd rather sleep in the hallway like an idiot." I merely smiled, choosing not to respond, as Luo Bin opened the door. He asked, "Did you move?" "Yes, I haven't found a suitable place yet. I need to go to Hongdian for work tomorrow, so I thought I'd crash at your place for the night." "Stay as long as you want," he said, glancing at my luggage before adding, "What happened to that incredible guitar of yours?" A wave of sadness washed over me. After all, that guitar had accompanied me for years. I casually replied, "I had to sell it to settle some debts." Luo Bin's eyes widened as he exclaimed, "You sold it? How bad off are you? You used to treasure it like a baby. Let us not dwell on it. Just help me bring my bags inside." Luo Bin lived in a small attic on the top floor, which was barely wide enough for a single room. However, there was a decent-sized balcony, shared with other tenants, equipped with a bathroom and a clothesline. The living conditions were far from ideal. Upon turning on the light, I saw several leather jackets hanging on the rack, a guitar in the corner, and a few pairs of Dr. Martens on the shoe rack, along with a few boxes. Aside from the scattered beer cans on the table, the place was not too cluttered. After setting down my belongings, Luo Bin retrieved 2 cups of instant noodles from one of the boxes, preparing a late-night snack for both of you with no time. We had finished the noodles, the empty containers flipped upside down in a discarded flower pot on the balcony. With a few cans of beer beside us, we perched on the balcony railing. Cracking open a can, we toasted and tilted our heads back, downing half the can in one gulp. "Zhaoyang, you seem pretty down lately. Have you faced some setback?" "You didn't even want to go to the bar," Luo Bin remarked. "I'm living carefree. What setback could I possibly face?" I replied, finishing off the remaining beer in my can, staring blankly into the distance. In the distance, the giant advertisement for Maxwell continued to flicker in the deep night. Robin did not pursue the matter further but gazed into the distance along with my line of sight. After a long while, he empathetically patted my shoulder. "We are both marginalized individuals struggling in this city. Some of our pains resonate with each other, and there is really no need to articulate them too clearly." The wind, carrying the chill of the night, howled past us, while Robin and I remained seated on the railing, gazing out as we cracked open another can of beer. In the quiet night, one tends to ponder more deeply. Robin seemed to recall someone and opened another can, but I stopped him, reminding him that excessive drinking is ultimately detrimental. "Just yesterday, I nearly leaped into the moat after drinking too much. Thinking of women?" I chuckled and inquired. "Indeed, a few drinks make one nostalgic," Robin replied candidly. I knew Robin once had a deeply cherished girlfriend. I nudged him and said, "Do you still have her photo? Show me." Robin retrieved his wallet from his pocket, pulled out a photograph from the compartment, and handed it to me, with the distant light illuminating it. I could clearly see the woman in the photo. She had striking features, an intelligent and graceful presence. Robin seemed lost in thought for a while before he spoke. "It's been almost 3 years since we broke up. She should be getting married by now. Why did you part ways?" Robin smiled faintly, a shadow of melancholy crossing his face. "She was born into a family of educators. Both her parents were university professors, a cultured background. I, a musician without a stable income, lived from day to day. Unwilling to hold her back, so you ran away from Beijing to Suzhou without telling her?" Robin nodded. After a long pause, he added, Actually, she later came to Suzhou, and we lived together for another 6 months. Then why did you break up? I asked, puzzled. Her parents contacted me, saying they had arranged a job for her at a university in Beijing and asked me to let her return. Did you really just let her go? Robin nodded. I let her go, telling her I had another woman. Could she believe that? Robin chuckled. She certainly didn't believe it. Then I hired an escort, right in this very room, right in front of her. Robin did not continue, yet I could see a smile on his face, beneath which lay a heart utterly desolate. I sighed heavily. Why did you have to be so resolute? If I hadn't been so resolute, she wouldn't have left. Better a quick pain than a long one. Robin tilted his head back and down the beer, some of it trickling down his neck into his clothes. I remained silent. Despite Robin's nonchalant demeanor, I saw a heart-wrenching love steeped in helplessness. I knew Robin would never forget that woman. Don't speak of me. Show me your girlfriend's photo instead. Robin countered. I too pulled out a photo of Jianwei from my wallet and handed it to Robin. In truth, neither of us wanted to forget the past, for it was too precious. The light projected from across the way was dwindling, and Robin lit a lighter, examining Jianwei's image under the flickering flame. Your girlfriend is beautiful, exceptionally so. Upon hearing the word beautiful, the visage of my female tenant suddenly resurfaced in my mind. Yet, I was not surprised. Throughout my life, I had never encountered a woman more beautiful than Mitsai. In an instant, I was drawn back to reality, gazing at Jianwei's familiar yet foreign face in the photo, my heart aching that I thought, before long, she too will likely marry Xiangchen. Robin returned Jianwei's photo to me and asked, What about you? Why did you two break up? I recalled, taking a long time to respond. She called me a year after she went to America to propose the breakup. Why did she want to break up with you? Robin pressed, I don't know. She didn't say that. I replied with a smile akin to Robin's earlier. You didn't ask? I nodded. I indeed did not ask Jianwei why she wanted to break up, for I believed that if she wished to share, she would do so without my prompting. Perhaps, subconsciously, I never believed we could last, that there would inevitably come a day of separation. And for matters foreseen, what does seeking a conclusion matter? Aren't you afraid there might be some misunderstanding between you two? Robin reminded me. I paused, pondering. What misunderstanding could there be? Love is but a fleeting illusion. Let's not discuss this any further. Go fetch the guitar. Let us play a song and forget all this nonsense. Robin retrieved the guitar from inside and, testing the strings, asked me, Your key or mine? Whichever. Robin strummed the strings, and a melody floated into the night air. Li Zongxing's The Cost of Love. Go on. Go on. One must learn to grow up on their own. Go on. Go on. Life inevitably entails struggles and pains. Go on. Go on. Find a home for your heart. There have been tears and heartbreaks. This is the cost of love. Perhaps I still think of her occasionally. It's hard not to remember her. Just consider her an old friend, someone who brings me heartache and concern. Yet, no longer do I feel sparks in my heart. Let the past be swept away by the wind. The song flowed from our lips, infused with a sense of nostalgia. Yet, I could not grasp whether the cost of love was merely sorrow and heartbreak. But I understood. The price of growth was those love affairs that had long since faded with the passage of time. In this night of revelations, I ultimately felt regret for my lost love and for Robin and that unnamed Beijing girl. At dawn the next day, I boarded a train heading towards Yiwu. Upon arriving in Yiwu, I would need to transfer to another train to Hengdian. I knew I had to do something for myself. If Liao agreed to return to assist in shooting promotional posters for Gucci's opening, my career would experience its first significant advancement, being promoted to the head of the planning and copywriting team. My monthly salary would exceed 10,000, and perhaps my life would stabilize as a result. Sitting on the train heading south, I told myself for the first time, Strive, Zhao Yang. Do not let anyone belittle you again. Chapter 25. The night in Dream Valley. Around noon, the train arrived in Yiwu, and after a hurried lunch at the station, I took a bus to Hengdian, by 3 in the afternoon. I finally reached Hengdian town. Finding a family inn on Wanqing North Street to stay in at, it was then that I dialed the number Liao had given me. She was likely busy with a shoot at that moment. As she did not answer my call, I sent her a text, letting her know I had arrived in Hengdian and asking her to come meet me promptly. After a long wait without a response, I lacked the mood to explore and simply lay on the inn's bed, flipping through a magazine. My room faced west, and soon I caught sight of the sunset, its soft light bathing the blanket beside me. The air was filled with a languid atmosphere. I yawned and dozed off. When I awoke, the sky had darkened, and Liao finally replied. asking me to find her in the imperial garden within the Ming and Qing Palace, where her crew was filming. She mentioned several big names were there today and promised to get me autographs. Although I wanted to go, I had little cash left, and I needed to save my travel expenses for reimbursement later. Spending over 100 yuan just to meet a few celebrities seemed too extravagant, so I texted back with regret, telling her I would wait outside the scenic area. As dusk fell, many extra actors were waiting outside the scenic area. Their expressions a mix of numbness and longing. I truly saw the hardships of life reflected in them. No one is born to endure such suffering, yet many struggle, including myself and these waiting extras. I squatted beside one of the extras, chatting with him to alleviate the fatigue of waiting for Liao. As the sky grew steadily darker, I noticed several vehicles from the crew leaving the scenic area, but still no sign of Liao, and I couldn't help but grumble. This troublesome woman, she wouldn't have a night shoot tonight, would she? Just as my doubts arose, I spotted Liao dressed in a Qing Dynasty palace costume at the entrance, seemingly not having had time to change out of her costume. She stood at the ticket service area. Scanning the crowd, I stood up and walked towards her, and she finally noticed me, smiling as she ran over. Liao linked her arm through mine and, relieved, said, "I've finally crossed back over." I removed her arm from mine and said, "Your Highness, please conduct yourself with dignity." Liao linked her arm through mine again, her tone cheerful as she asked, "Little Yangzi, tell me honestly, what brings you all this way to Hongdian to find me? Surely it isn't to become your prince consort." I pushed Liao aside again. "Then I shall send you to the Naiwafu to make you a eunuch," she said, pinching my waist. Though her face remained adorned with a smile, her mood evidently quite good, I winced from her pinch and sternly admonished her. "Don't mess around. Act well and be a good person. What happens if I don't behave?" I darkened my expression and said, "I'll deal with you." Liao burst into laughter. "Zhaoyang, I love seeing you being so serious while saying such lewd things." After accompanying Liao to her hotel to change into a different outfit, we strolled along Wanqing North Street. Although Liao had not yet achieved fame in the entertainment industry, passers-by still cast glances in her direction. I felt it was only a matter of time before she became famous. She was not only beautiful but also exuded star quality, and her acting skills were remarkable. At least I had unfortunately experienced that firsthand. At this moment, I did not mention the purpose of my visit to Liao, as I felt it would be a burden and could dampen her spirits. It was better to enjoy the ease and freedom before the night fell. It was my first time in Hongdian, and as I walked down the street, I couldn't help but gaze around at the scenery, while Liao was only interested in the street food, occasionally asking me what I wanted to eat. As we moved with the crowd towards the end of the street, Liao suddenly stopped me, pointing at a barbecue shop on the side of the street. "Zhaoyang, let us go eat barbecue." I glanced at the barbecue shop, which was utterly packed, and said, "There are too many people. Let's South find another place to eat. More people means it's good. Don't you know? This barbecue shop is famous." When Fan Bingbing came to Hongdian to film, she waited in line for over 20 minutes just to try this barbecue. Liao said, tugging me towards the shop. "Wait 20 minutes. Is Fan Bingbing really that foolish?" I stood my ground, not willing to budge. It wasn't that I was averse to eating barbecue, but I simply didn't want to wait. "She is not foolish. She is a foodie." Liao corrected my statement. I still refused to move. Suddenly, Liao's face lit up with excitement as she looked behind me and exclaimed, "Oh, it's Fan Bingbing." I instinctively turned around, and Liao seized the opportunity to drag me into the shop, laughing. "Look at how impatiently you turned your head. Did your neck not twist? If it really were Fan Bingbing, I'd be thrilled." I glared at Liao, but once again, I was outsmarted by her acting skills. "You're pathetic," Liao said, pushing me down onto a chair while she went to queue for our meal. As we ate, nightfall quietly descended. Liao and I sipped on Sprite while enjoying the barbecue, our appetites hearty. After taking a large gulp of Sprite and wiping the sweat from my forehead, I asked Liao, "After eating so much, why don't I taste the flavor of Fan Bingbing?" Liao shot me a disdainful glance and replied, "You fool, you're eating barbecue, not roasting Fan Bingbing." I was at a loss for words and after a moment said, "I didn't mean to ask." Liao smiled triumphantly at me. "I love seeing you at a loss for words. Hurry up and eat. Once we finish, we'll stroll around Dream Valley. At 7:30 in the evening, Liao and I arrived at one of Hongdian's attractions, Dream Valley. Upon entering the scenic area, I discovered that the night transformed this place into a realm of light and shadow. Although it was not the peak tourist season, it was still bustling with activity. Liao and I wandered around, eventually settling on a wooden bench beneath the Ferris wheel to rest. I closed my eyes to rejuvenate, not particularly fond of the disorienting lights here. When I opened my eyes again, I found Liao with her eyes closed as well. I nudged her. "Why are you closing your eyes?" Liao remained with her eyes shut, her expression dreamily responding. "I'm imagining this as a stage surrounded by lights, and I'm the shining star standing at the center of the stage." I had always known Liao's dreams and understood how crucial opportunities were for a newcomer graduating from a film academy. In terms of aspirations, Liao and I were worlds apart. She adored the enchanting lights here, while I was enamored with the crystal-clear essence of the city. The Ferris wheel continued to carry various people through the air, and I found myself lost in thought at some point. Liao had linked her arm through mine, leaning against me, and I felt a bit dazed in her rare softness. "I'm very happy being with you," Liao whispered, leaning closer into my embrace. This time, I did not push Liao away. In fact, it felt quite nice to have her lean against me. At this moment, there was no overflow of desire, only the warmth of companionship. I seemed to rely on this warmth, holding Liao tightly, inhaling the faint scent of her perfume mingled with the coolness of the night into my lungs. In brief moments of clarity, I found myself lost again. A warm tear fell onto my hand as Liao hugged me tighter, her voice thick with emotion. "Xiaoyang, I feel so tired and helpless here. Every day, I have to read others' faces, fearing the unspoken rules and the intrigues within the crew. Only when I lean against you do I feel a sense of security." Liao's words made me uneasy. I myself was teetering in the storm. How could I be relied upon? I offered no verbal comfort, simply wiping the tears from her face with my hand. Other than providing her a shoulder to lean on, I had little else to offer. The wind that had been blowing steadily finally calmed a bit, and Liao left my embrace, looking at me as she asked, "You came to find me this time for something, didn't you?" Chapter 26. Will we be together? The Ferris wheel behind us had stopped turning, and a new group of people boarded. After a long silence under Liao's gaze, I nodded. "Yes, I did indeed come to Hengdian to find you for a reason." Liao wore an expression of expectation, saying, "You certainly didn't come to find me just because you miss me. You wouldn't possibly be thinking of me. Don't say that. It makes me feel like a scoundrel, only seeking you out when I have something to discuss." Liao smiled gently, teasingly asking, "So, have you thought of me these days? Here we go again. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Tell me, what is it that you need from me?" I paused for a moment before asking, "Do you have any time off lately? The crew just started filming, and I basically have scenes every day." Liao replied, "So busy?" I exclaimed in surprise. Liao nodded. "Yes. The filming schedule has been quite tight. Tonight, there are 2 night shoots, and I have to return to the crew soon. So I can't stay with you for long." My heart sank, knowing the likelihood of returning empty-handed was high, and I didn't want to pressure Liao. After a moment of silence, I told her, "Then you should go back. My visit isn't of utmost importance, so if you don't have the time, it's all right." Liao raised her hand to check the time, saying, "I need to leave now." I smiled. "Go ahead." Before she left, Liao asked, "Where are you staying?" "At Shaolian. I'm leaving then." "Bye, Xiaoyang." Liao waved to me and then jogged away. The Ferris wheel continued to turn, yet I suddenly felt solitary, lying on the bench, not wanting to return to the inn. Although I had assured my superiors that I would accomplish this task, I was even less inclined to pressure Liao. Since she truly had no time, I would leave this matter to fate. The reason I so easily relinquished my efforts was that I understood Leia's predicament. She was merely a newcomer in the production team, often compelled to navigate the whims of others. Moreover, in the fast-paced environment of the set, it was indeed challenging to find available time slots. One cannot expect the entire crew to halt operations for her convenience. In truth, I should feel happy for Leia. Her inability to free up her schedule only underscores the significance of her role in this production. Perhaps she truly has the potential to become famous with this performance. Upon returning to the hotel, I took a hot shower, which alleviated some of my fatigue as I lay in bed. I couldn't help but worry about my own and Feng Yuan's career prospects. I could only hope that Chen Jingming was overreacting and that Gucci wouldn't be so obstinate as to terminate our collaboration over this matter. Sleep eluded me, and as my anxious thoughts spiraled, the clock ticked into the early hours of the morning, the world gradually slipping into silence after the cacophony of the day. I approached the window, opened it, lit a cigarette, and gazed at the gray outside, striving to clear my mind of all thoughts. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Initially, I presumed it was from a neighboring room, but upon closer inspection, I realized it was indeed my own door. I felt a flicker of confusion. Typically, such lodgings offered no special services. Who could it be at this late hour? Peering through the peephole, I was astonished to find Leia standing outside. I opened the door, and Leia greeted me with a smile, saying, "Surprised to see me, aren't you?" Surprised indeed, but not necessarily delighted. I was genuinely taken aback by her unexpected visit at such an hour. Leia entered the room, deposited her cosmetics and toiletries in the bathroom, and then remarked, "I came to find you right after finishing my shoot. I'll be staying with you tonight." "Do you really need to?" I inquired from the doorway of the bathroom. "Absolutely. However, tonight is not ideal. You know the rules. No intimate relations for a month after a flow. You ought to be aware of this, Xiaoyang," Leia said while removing her makeup. "Why can't you change your ingrained nature? You come here so brazenly, and you expect me to endure a night of discomfort?" I retorted. "Find a way to deal with it yourself," Leia replied nonchalantly. I fell silent. I lay on the bed watching television, and after Leia finished washing up, she slipped into her pajamas, nestled beside me, and rested her head on my shoulder, saying, "Stop watching TV." "Why should I stop?" I continued to gaze at the screen. Leia found the remote and turned off the television, plunging the room into an immediate stillness. She then, with rare seriousness, asked, "So, what brings you to seek me out this time?" "It's nothing significant," I replied, reaching for the remote again. "I'm not naive. If it were merely for a night's company, would it warrant your journey from Suzhou to Hengdian?" Leia seized the remote from my hand. "I'm not here solely for your company, am I? So stop dawdling and tell me why you're here." Under Leia's persistent questioning, I finally explained, "Gucci is currently negotiating with our department store to set up a dedicated counter. A female representative from Gucci saw the promotional posters you shot for our mall and believes your image aligns perfectly with Gucci's product positioning. They hope you can shoot a series of promotional posters for their products, coinciding with the grand opening," I added. "If you can't adjust your schedule, then it's no problem. Is your company quite invested in collaborating with Gucci?" Leia inquired. "We currently host 7 international first-tier brands, and with Gucci, that makes 8, elevating us to a premium B-class department store standard, which is indeed significant," I responded. "Look at you. I didn't even ask. Yet you didn't mention such a substantial matter?" Leia's tone held a hint of reproach. "If you genuinely have no time, there's little point in me mentioning it. You should prioritize your work. There's no need to force it." After a moment of silence, Leia asked, "How many days will it take to finish the shoot?" 2 days should suffice, possibly even 1, but it's uncertain how Gucci intends to proceed," I replied. Leia nodded, saying, "That's good to hear. In fact, I already spoke with the director before coming here about possibly taking a leave of absence. He said he could arrange 2 days off for me. You should communicate with Gucci and see when they plan to shoot." The weight lifted from my chest, and I reminded Leia, "But don't overextend yourself. For you, a little exertion is inconsequential." As the night wore on, the room remained dimly lit by a solitary night lamp. Leia continued to curl up in my embrace, and it seemed neither of us was tired. "Xiaoyang, do you think we'll be together?" she suddenly asked. I was taken aback by her question, pausing for a long moment before responding. "We come from different worlds. Your future shines brightly, while I merely drift along. The reason we share this bed tonight is largely due to emptiness and physical needs. Perhaps once I chose this path, I stopped expecting love." Hearing the word love struck me as hollow and foreign, and for a moment, I forgot I was still conversing with Leia. We fell into silence, both feeling the weight of our existence. Despite lying together, we were not truly living as one. Our paths diverged, and inevitably, we would one day part ways without looking back. "Leia, we should stop this. Otherwise, it will become a burden for us in the future," I finally said. Leia tightened her embrace, remaining silent for a long while before finally responding calmly. "All right, after this night, let us just be friends." That night, Leia and I shared the same bed, her arms wrapped around me as she slept peacefully. I understood that what she sought was not merely a friend with benefits or a boyfriend, but rather a pillar of support to keep her from sinking beneath the weight of reality. But what about me? Perhaps I needed a woman with whom to share a genuine life, someone to whom I could entrust my heart for solace. But where was she? I remembered searching on the other side. But she was not there. I sought her in the dim lights, yet she remained elusive. Chapter 27. Do not let me see you in Suzhou the following morning. I departed Hengdian and returned to Suzhou by afternoon. I immediately went to the office to report the situation to manager Chen Jingming, and thus the issue of shooting the promotional posters for Gucci was resolved with Leia as promised. That evening after work, I lingered in the office, reluctant to leave the place I had called home for over 2 years. The panic of having nowhere to go ensnared me. In truth, habit can be a treacherous thing. My current anguish stemmed entirely from it. I had grown accustomed to the love that Jianwei once bestowed upon me, to the warmth and comfort that my former home provided. I found myself questioning the events of these years. Why did I continuously lose the invaluable treasures in my life, yet gain so little in return? Perhaps I knew the answer, yet I was unwilling to admit it. I consoled myself with the thought that I finally glimpsed some hope in my work, and that progress in my career would make life a bit easier in the future. Thus, I resolved to gather my spirits and prepare for a new chapter in life. As I left the company, I did not seek a new place to live. Instead, I decided to temporarily stay with Robin. At least during the nights, two equally lonely and disheartened men could share conversations about music and the absurdities of life. Wandering the streets alone, utterly bored, I decided to visit a bar to find Robin and share a few drinks. Without hesitation, I hailed a taxi to the bar where Robin performed. Upon arrival, I was met with the familiar sights of flashing lights and boisterous crowds. I chose a relatively quiet corner to sit. Robin approached with a few bottles of beer, sat across from me, and handed me one, saying, "I thought you had sworn off this place. What brings you back?" I glanced around, jokingly replying, "Just here to soak in some of the decadent atmosphere. Life has been a bit too rosy lately." Robin clinked his beer bottle against mine and laughed. "You've grown accustomed to hardship? What's wrong with enjoying life a little?" I chuckled and raised my bottle. "That is the essence of life, my friend. You'll understand in due time. Cheers." Robin shrugged and took a sip, then asked, "You went to Hongdian to see Leia yesterday, didn't you? How did you know?" "I thought I was being discreet," I replied. "Surprised, I chatted with Leia on WeChat today. She mentioned you were there. In truth, my trip to Hongdian was indeed work-related. Gucci wanted to set up a counter in our department store, specifically requesting Leia to shoot their product promotional posters, a task that now fell upon me." I took another sip of beer. "In a wonder, Leia said it was a fleeting happiness. Perhaps she initially thought you were there just for her," Robin remarked. "Even if I had gone just for her, it would have been the weekend." Robin nodded, not pressing further. We downed another bottle of beer, engaged in light banter before he had to leave for his performance. As more patrons filled the bar, I remained in my corner, drinking slowly, lost in thought. Memories of the previous night with Leia flickered through my mind, evoking a bittersweet sadness that perplexed me, yet felt undeniably real. On stage, Robin sang one of his original songs with a female singer, and sporadic applause erupted from the audience. My attention was finally captured, and I began to clap along with the rhythm. Robin was a talented folk singer, though he was too principled to write commercial pop songs or partake in the ubiquitous talent shows. Thus, he had remained largely unnoticed over the years, leading a modest existence. Yet, he seemed indifferent to his struggles, often saying, "Playing music doesn't require fame. It requires steadfastness." After spending years together, I still did not fully understand what his steadfastness entailed. But that did not hinder my admiration for him. Amidst the music, my phone vibrated in my pocket. I continued to clap along to the beat, and when I took out my phone and answered without checking the caller ID, it was Fang Yuan. He seemed to hear the noise of the bar and said, "Zhao Yang, are you out partying again? Enjoy your honeymoon. Don't worry about your buddy." Yes, I stood up from my seat. Swaying to the music, I replied, "Where are you? I'll come find you." "Aren't you supposed to be in Sanya with Yin Yin?" I asked, puzzled. "It's been raining heavily in Sanya. I'll go in a few days." "Will you have enough time off?" I pressed. "Not long, but it'll suffice. Stop rambling and tell me where you are at Suha bar. Come on over, drinks are on me. You better have enough money ready. Yin Yin is coming too, along with Jianwei and Xiang Chun." Hearing Jianwei and Xiang Chun's names sent a jolt through me, and I blurted out, "Have you lost your mind? Why are you bringing them along? Why are you so worked up? It's been ages since the 5 of us gathered. Besides, you have a girlfriend now, right? Let us just enjoy ourselves and forget about the past." "Who told you I have a girlfriend?" I retorted. "Jianwei did. If you didn't have one, I wouldn't have brought her and Xiang Chun to make things awkward for you. I know my boundaries." It suddenly dawned on me that on Fang Yuan's wedding day, I had indeed lied to Jianwei, claiming Mi Tsai was my girlfriend. I hadn't anticipated that this fib would come back to haunt me like a stone I had unwittingly lifted, only to have it fall on my own foot. Lost in thought, Fang Yuan continued, "Actually, getting together was Xiang Chun's idea. We've been through university together. Let us not allow our romantic issues to cause any discomfort. Now that everyone is paired off, isn't it nice to gather? I had no words, merely falling silent. Fang Yuan reminded me, don't forget to invite your girlfriend. I heard from Jianwei that she is stunning. If Jianwei thinks so, then Yin Yin and I are genuinely curious to see her. Just as I was about to respond, Fang Yuan hung up. Hearing the dial tone, I felt utterly bewildered. The bar remained loud, yet I was restless. With Fang Yuan's words lingering in my mind, I couldn't back out now. This predicament stemmed from my reckless claim that Mi Tsai was my girlfriend. But at that moment, I felt like a drowning man grasping for any straw of hope. I could understand my actions back then. But what should I do now? After a prolonged moment of indecision, I resolved to call Mitzi. If she had any sense of loyalty, she would surely come to my aid. Taking out my phone, I located Mitsai's number but hesitated to press it. I recalled our argument about the insect repellent before I moved out, where she had forced me to acknowledge my debts. I had shamefully left my guitar behind, nearly fleeing the scene. Would calling her now seem too unmanly? Never mind. I was already a scoundrel in her eyes, so what did it matter? I muttered to myself, steeling my resolve, and pressed the dial button. As the ringing tone echoed, I felt an odd sense of anxiety. I was apprehensive that Mi Tsai would mock my lack of integrity or refuse to come to my rescue. Moments later, she answered with her characteristic sternness. What do you want? Emergency, I replied. Emergency? Are you planning to jump into a river again? Mi Tsai's words left me momentarily speechless. After some time, I managed to say, this time, I'm not jumping into a river. Remember at my friend's wedding when I told a woman you were my girlfriend? Are you really bringing that up? Mi Tsai retorted. I quickly echoed her sentiment. Tsai, that incident has brought me trouble. My friends want to meet you, and they're on their way right now. You need to come to Suha Bar and save me. A person like you? Not even Jesus could save you. Mi Tsai's words stung. Stop mocking me. This is genuinely urgent. If you don't come, I'll be utterly humiliated today. Who cares? I'm begging you. Please, I pleaded, adopting a humble tone. Mi Tsai remained unmoved. You're on your own. I felt my anger flare. Have you no sense of camaraderie? Damn it, don't let me see you in Suzhou again. The call abruptly ended, and as I listened to the beeping tone, I was left utterly stunned. Chapter 28. Living with my tail between my legs after Mi Tsai decisively hung up, I held no more illusions about her. I had to face the consequences of my own actions. Her refusal to help was entirely understandable, while my threat to avoid seeing her in Suzhou was truly unreasonable. In despair, I scratched my head, genuinely contemplating leaving the bar. I found myself unwilling to confront Jianwei and Xiang Qin. This reluctance stemmed purely from a desire to ease my own discomfort. However, there was no escaping tonight, as fleeing would only confirm how deeply I was still attached to Jianwei. Just 10 minutes later, I spotted a group of 4 entering the bar. Fang Yuan and Yin Yin in front, followed by Jianwei and Xiang Qin. They approached me, chatting and laughing, and I wished I could just disappear into the ground. Jianwei was dressed in a Chanel outfit, holding a new Hermes bag. Her opulence made me uneasy, and I quickly shifted my gaze to Fang Yuan and Yin Yin, lighting a cigarette to mask my discomfort. Yin Yin and Fang Yuan were seated on the sofa to my left, while Jianwei and Xiang Qin occupied the right. I remained solitary in the center. Fang Yuan and Yin Yin glanced around before simultaneously inquiring, "Where's your girlfriend?" I responded nonchalantly that she was busy tonight, suggesting we enjoy ourselves. Yin Yin, her expression marred by displeasure, retorted, "Don't be a buzzkill. Just call her again. We can wait a little longer." I shot her a glare and said, "Stubborn girl, what are you trying to prove to me?" I said she's busy, so why persist in this stubbornness? Enough with the nonsense. Hurry up and call your girlfriend. I want to see what my future sister-in-law looks like. Fang Yuan kicked me lightly and chimed in. Xiang Qin added, "Zhao Yang, don't be such a downer. Time can always be found. Get your girlfriend out to join us. We all know each other well enough. It wouldn't be fun otherwise." I glanced at Jianwei, realizing that deliberately keeping my distance made it seem like I couldn't let go. I said, "I think it's quite enjoyable. I haven't seen Jianwei in over 3 years. Familiar faces can become strangers, right, Jianwei?" Jianwei, who had been silent since entering, looked at me and asked, "What did you just call me?" Her question shattered the nonchalant facade I had been trying to maintain, leaving me momentarily speechless. Fang Yuan quickly intervened, addressing Jianwei. "Zhao Yang didn't misspeak. Technically, you are his sister-in-law. Once you and Xiang Chun are married, It'll be even more appropriate. Jianwei glanced at Fang Yuan and replied, "Why are you so excited? Did I say he was wrong? I just didn't hear clearly." Fang Yuan forced a smile, while I remained silent. Xiang Qin embraced Jianwei, whispering something inaudible in her ear, yet this affectionate gesture pricked my heart with pain. In that moment, I finally understood how Xiang Qin must have felt when Jianwei and I were openly affectionate together. I took a sip of beer, feeling the urge to leave. I knew that as long as I still loved Jianwei, gatherings like this would be tormenting for me. Yet in the eyes of Xiang Qin, even Fang Yuan and Yin Yan, I had seemingly moved on from Jianwei. After all, it had been over 2 years, and I had a new girlfriend. The waiter brought over the drinks Fang Yuan and the others had ordered, and they began to drink. Yin Yan leaned closer and softly said, "Zhao Yang, knowing you have a girlfriend, Fang Yuan and I are genuinely happy for you. We were worried you couldn't let go of Jianwei, but it seems our concerns were unfounded." The wave of bitterness washed over me. At this moment, even if everyone knew I couldn't let go, what difference would it make? It might be better to preserve this lie, ensuring my friend's peace of mind. Yin Yan nudged me again, urging, "Hurry up and call your girlfriend over to introduce her to us. We could use another shopping buddy." I forced a smile and replied, "Next time. She's really busy today." Disappointment flickered across Yin Yan's face. Just then, nearly all eyes in the bar suddenly converged on a graceful figure entering. Her figure was stunning, her movements elegant and fluid. Though the flickering lights obscured her features, it was clear she possessed an alluring charm. As she approached, the lights finally illuminated her face, and I nearly slipped off the sofa in shock. Who else could it be but Mikai? Only she could command such attention. Mikai spotted me and confidently walked over. I quickly stood up and, before she reached the group, pulled her aside, lowering my voice to ask, "What are you doing here? Didn't you say not to let you see me in Suzhou?" "I just wanted to see what would happen after you saw me," Mikai replied, a teasing smile playing on her lips. "So, you're here to confront me, not to help?" I said, my tone darkening. Mikai looked at me and said, "You're the one who threatened me. How could I be the one seeking you out?" Now that I was in her presence, I felt vulnerable, fearing she might expose me in front of everyone. I softened my tone, saying, "I was just speaking out of anger. Let us not dwell on it." "All right," Mikai scoffed. "Where did that bravado go?" "Sister, I was wronged. I'll behave in the future." "Is that a plea for mercy?" "Say it again." The wave of helplessness washed over me, and with no other choice, I gritted my teeth and said, "I was wronged and I promised to behave in the future." Fang Yuan called out to me from across the room, "Zhao Yang, what are you whispering about? Hurry up and introduce your girlfriend to us." "Coming," I replied, then turned back to Mikai, asking, "Are you still angry?" Mikai remained silent, seemingly enjoying my anxiety. I realized just how formidable this woman was, immune to both soft and hard tactics. I lowered my voice again. "Come on, just give me a hint. Remember to buy insecticide tomorrow. The cockroaches in the bathroom are as annoying as you," Mikai said before striding back toward the group. I stood there, momentarily stunned, questioning whether she had just spared me, rescuing me from a precarious situation. Mikai took my previous seat and greeted everyone. I followed suit, sitting beside her. Yin Yin smiled at me, saying, "Zhao Yang, your taste is impeccable. Your girlfriend is amazing and beautiful, of course. We are a match made in heaven. Allow me to formally introduce my girlfriend." My tone was filled with pride, yet my heart was laden with anxiety, wondering what this unpredictable woman had in store. "Hello, everyone," Mikai greeted with a smile. Fang Yuan, Yin Yan, and Xiang Qin introduced themselves in order, and finally, it was Jianwei's turn. Mikai and Jianwei exchanged glances, both wearing equally inscrutable expressions that left me puzzled as to what lay beneath. Jianwei spoke first. "We met that day." Mikai merely nodded, not one to warm up quickly to strangers. Maintaining an air of aloofness, "I'm Jianwei, Zhao Yang's ex-girlfriend." We were all open-minded people, so Jianwei's introduction didn't surprise us. Furthermore, there was nothing to hide. Clarifying our relationships would only make future interactions more straightforward. Mikai offered Jianwei a polite smile, saying, "Nice to meet you," but the atmosphere grew chilly due to her indifference. Yin Yin attempted to lighten the mood, asking Mikai, "When did you and Zhao Yang meet?" He's been so secretive about it. "We only found out yesterday." I watched Mikai nervously, hoping she wouldn't expose me. If she kept my secret, perhaps I could navigate this uncomfortable gathering unscathed. "It's been a while," Mikai responded vaguely, yet her answer was flawless. Yin Yin chuckled. We'll leave Zhao Yang to you from now on. He has a wild side, so you'll need to keep an eye on him. Mikai nodded. I'll have to. His character leaves much to be desired. Yin Yin paused, looking between Mikai and me, her expression a mix of confusion. I in the midst of Yin Yan's puzzled gaze. I said, stop looking at me with those big, questioning eyes. Haven't you teased Fong Yuan before? A little banter between couples is beneficial for relationship development. Who here doesn't he know that Zhao Yang has great character? Afterward, I turned to Mikai, complaining, don't provoke me. If you want to tease me, let us do it in private. These friends of mine are just troublemakers. Don't join their ranks. Zhao Yang, you're quite heartless. To maintain your own lofty image, you've dragged us all down with you. Xiang Chen remarked, I've always been good at this. This time, Mikai chimed in. So it's true that your character is lacking, right? Absolutely. Everyone agreed, laughing heartily as they raised their glasses for a toast. The atmosphere finally began to lighten. I downed the remainder of my beer, feeling a slight relief, though my gaze kept drifting toward Jianwei, who had remained quieter than even Mikai since entering the bar, speaking only occasionally to Xiang Chen. While I sat next to Mikai, I dared not initiate any physical contact, fearing her wrath. All I wanted was for this gathering to conclude peacefully, and I had no intention of participating in such events again. At this moment, the pain in my heart was mine alone to bear. I merely wished to stand behind Jianwei and Xiang Chen, silently wishing them happiness, rather than feigning joy among friends, which only filled me with anguish. How painful it is to wear a mask that doesn't fit. In the distance, Luo Bin finally finished singing and, holding the microphone, called out to me, Zhao Yang, come up and sing a couple of songs to entertain your friends. As soon as Luo Bin finished speaking, Jianwei was the first to applaud, followed by Fong Yuan, Xiang Chen, and others, who joined in with whistles, the bar's atmosphere soaring to new heights. I scanned the crowd, nodded at Luo Bin, and made my way to the stage. Luo Bin handed me his guitar while he took a bass from one of the band members, Xiao Wu, to accompany me. Taking a deep breath, I requested a song, Zheng Jun's Elopement. This song is for you all, I stated, strumming the guitar strings, and closed my eyes, fragmented memories flooding my mind. Devoting our youth to that glorious city behind us, for this beautiful dream, we pay the price. Leaving love for the girl truly by my side. You sing with me, you wander with me, accompanying each other to the bitter end. Only now do I suddenly realize, what I yearn for is true love and freedom, wanting to elope with you. Fleeing to the furthest town, wanting to elope with you, to be the happiest person. Elopement, elopement, elopement. In the midst of the raw sound, I improvised, repeating elopement 3 times, my emotions finally pouring out. Before Jianwei went abroad, we had felt cornered, escaping from Shanghai back to Suzhou, dreaming of eloping to Tibet, naively believing that with the courage from this song, we could run to the ends of the earth. We thought that with a guitar and 2 people, running wild was the essence of happiness, and we believed that elopement could allow us to steal a lifetime from the realities of the world. The heavy metal music tore through my desires, drowning out all worldly noise in this song of elopement. I had never felt so uncontrollably hysterical, wishing to tear apart the world, to shatter illusions. As the music began to fade, applause erupted, and I kept my head held high, eventually returning the guitar to Luo Bin, turning away without a glance as I headed for the restroom. I in the bathroom mirror. My face was splattered with water, yet I felt relieved to have successfully concealed my pain and the tears I had stifled. Once, she was my faith in this city of desire. Now, that faith had cruelly crumbled, leaving the wounds, pain, and yearning buried deep within my heart, finally becoming too much to bear within the span of a song, twisting my nerves painfully. Outside the bar, as everyone said their goodbyes, the 3 of us men were a bit tipsy. Fong Yuan draped an arm around Yin Yin's shoulder as they headed to their car, while Jianwei supported the dazed Xiang Chen. Only Mikai and I maintained a barely perceptible distance. Jianwei helped Xiang Chen into the car, and just as I thought she was leaving, she turned back to walk toward Mikai and me. Standing before us, she didn't look at me but addressed Mikai, saying, when you get back, make sure he drinks a glass of milk with honey. His stomach isn't great. Mikai nodded, and only then did Jianwei glance at me, observing my unsteady stance. She then nodded at Mikai, without saying another word, and turned to walk toward the car. I stared at her retreating figure, lost in thought. She had already left it. Oh, I replied numbly to Mikai. Where do you live? I can give you a ride home, no need. I can take a taxi. I said. Mikai smiled and said, I promised your ex-girlfriend I'd make you a glass of honey milk. I don't like to go back on my word. Then let us go. Mikai drove, while I sat in the passenger seat, watching the city lights blur past as we navigated through the forest of skyscrapers, feeling a bit dizzy from the alcohol. After a prolonged silence, Mikai finally asked, that song you just sang was for your ex-girlfriend, wasn't it? Her name is Jinwei. What? You don't like others calling her your ex-girlfriend? I replied somewhat clumsily. We've already cleared the air. Two people have moved on. Wouldn't it be cleaner to just call her by her name? Mikai chuckled, saying, I'm afraid your heart isn't as clean as your words suggest. I remained silent, gazing at Mikai for a long moment before suddenly saying, drive faster. I feel like I'm going to be sick. Then get out and throw up, she replied. Go home and throw up? Just drive faster, I urged again, my words becoming increasingly coherent. Mikai slammed on the brakes, the car screeching to a halt. Get out and throw up, holding it in into good. There's a river over there. Although I felt dizzy, I wasn't at the point of vomiting. The only reason I mentioned it was to avoid discussing Jianwei. However, the sudden stop nearly caused me to lose my stomach's contents. This woman seemed to have a knack for exposing my lies and punishing me for them. I flung open the car door and stumbled toward the riverbank before I began to heave uncontrollably. Feeling faint, I lay sprawled on the ground, gazing up at the twinkling stars, feeling dizzy once more. Mikai approached, handing me a tissue while reproaching, Didn't I tell you not to drink so much? If you hadn't slammed on the brakes, I wouldn't have thrown up, I replied, still somewhat incoherent. Is that right? So you were just messing with me? Only then did I realize I had inadvertently confessed, and I decided to play dead, lying still on the ground. Keep pretending. I'm leaving, she said. I recalled that night when Mikai had left me out in the wilderness. I grabbed her hand tightly, pleading, don't go. I clung to her hand, terrified of being alone in this desolate area with few passers. Mikai appeared anxious, struggling against my grip while urging me to let go. I held her legs tightly, as if finding solace, comfort, and a lost past. Zhao Yang, let go. You're drunk. Don't make a scene. Mikai's voice grew more frantic, as this physical closeness felt too intimate for us. Just hold me for a moment. Don't go. My voice trembled with emotion. I'm not Jinwei. Zhao Yang, get a grip. Mikai pressed down on my shoulders, wrestling with me until she finally pushed me down and dashed toward her car. Lying back down, my world plunged into darkness, the autumn chill gradually awakening me. After a while, I rose and walked toward Mikai's car, but she, still shaken, refused to let me sit in the passenger seat, insisting I take the back. The car started again, taking me toward a brightly lit area, my disappointment gradually returning as I regained my senses. Chapter 30. An unexpected opportunity. Moments later, Mikai dropped me off at Luo Ben's place, where I would spend the night in this tiny 10-square-meter attic. I still felt dizzy and made a beeline for the bed, soon drifting into a deep slumber in the half-dream state. I noticed Mikai bustling around, finding an electric kettle and heating water. She then went downstairs and shortly returned with milk powder and honey, preparing a glass of honey milk for me. Don't sleep just yet. Drink this milk first. I had no desire to move, mumbling, just put it over there. I'll drink it later. Soon it will become chilly. I struggled to sit up from the bed, as Mitsai handed me the milk and took a seat on the chair opposite, gazing at me. The freshly poured milk was scalding hot, so I sipped it slowly. Mitsai urged me, hurry up and drink it. Once you're done, I'll tidy up and leave. There was little to tidy, I replied. If you're in a hurry, you can go ahead. After washing the cup, she added, I'll pour you another cup of hot water, so you can drink if you're thirsty. Why are you being so kind to me? I asked, taking a large gulp of milk, only to find it too hot to swallow. Mitsai, taken aback, retorted, Is making you a cup of milk really such a grand gesture? Indeed. Although Mitsai had merely gone out of her way to prepare a cup of milk for me, I couldn't shake the feeling that her kindness was profound. It took me a while to realize that I had been lonely for far too long, without a woman's company by my side. No matter how much alcohol I consumed, it only led to bouts of vomiting, after which I would bury my head in sleep, never once experiencing the warmth of a woman making me a cup of milk. Finally finishing the milk, Mitsai washed the cup and poured me a glass of plain water. But this time she did not urge me to drink, placing it on the bedside table and saying, This water is here. Drink it when you're thirsty. Mitsai picked up her handbag, preparing to leave, and then as if recalling something, she asked me, Do you remember what you need to do tomorrow? I need to wake up on time for work. I replied without hesitation. Mitsai frowned. No, that's not it. What is it then? Think carefully. I'll be going now. With that, she walked towards the door, closing it behind her, instantly vanishing from my sight and leaving me in a state of confusion. Lighting a cigarette, I sat on the bed, pondering for a long time but failing to recall anything beyond work that I needed to do tomorrow. Eventually, I extinguished the cigarette and covered myself with the blanket, falling back asleep. Since Mitsai mentioned it was something for tomorrow, I decided to think about it then. The next morning, when I rose, Robin was still asleep. His job dictated a life turned upside down, and it seemed he had returned home only in the early hours. After a quick wash, I rummaged through a box in the corner and found a bowl of instant noodles, which I prepared for breakfast before hastily heading downstairs to catch the bus to the company. Robin's place was somewhat remote, and the bus swayed along the road, during which I kept reflecting on what Mitsai had reminded me of the previous night. I was relatively clear-headed that morning, recalling how Mitsai had staged a little play with me. Surely, she wouldn't help me without reason. There must be some sort of exchange involved. Following this line of thought, I suddenly understood. I needed to buy her some insecticide to sprinkle in the bathroom. Fearing I might forget, I set a reminder on my phone, feeling somewhat reassured. Upon arriving at the company, I hadn't even had a chance to make myself a cup of tea when our planning department manager, Chun Jingming, summoned me to his office. Upon entering, I noticed that he seemed to be in good spirits and gestured for me to sit down. Manager, did I mess something up again to warrant your summons this early in the morning? I asked instinctively, as Chen Jingming had mostly called me in the past to reprimand me. He smiled. Don't be nervous. This time there's an important task for you. What task? I inquired. Gucci is setting up a counter in our department store, marking a significant step for us into the realm of high-end retail. The company intends to leverage this opportunity to launch a comprehensive marketing campaign, aiming to generate substantial momentum and attract more top international brands to collaborate with us. So, you mean I'll be in charge of this campaign? I asked in astonishment. Chun Jingming nodded seriously. Indeed, this is a rare opportunity for you. You know that the traditional retail industry is fiercely competitive, and we have been impacted heavily by online shopping. The survival environment is quite harsh. Pursuing a high-end, brand-oriented approach is fundamental for our department store's sustainability. We must attract as many top international brands as possible to enhance our market presence, and this event embodies our company's core values. The decision-makers are placing great importance on this, and I hope you can take on this responsibility. Manager, you know my capabilities. It would be better to assign this large event to Feng Yuan. Zhaoyang, opportunities like this are not frequent. Feng Yuan is already set to be the deputy manager of the planning department due to his significant contributions. No one questions that. But you, Zhaoyang? If I were to promote you to the leader of the planning copywriting team, I fear there would be whispers. I understand what you mean, I replied, recognizing that Chen Jingming intended to use this event as a means to formally elevate me to the position of leader in the planning copywriting team. A rare opportunity one had not encountered in years. After a moment of silence, I finally asked, when will preparations for this event begin? Preparations will start as soon as the contract with Gucci is signed. By the way, Gucci is set to shoot the promotional poster for the opening on the 15th of this month, so please confirm the schedule with the model. This cannot afford any mistakes, understood? The seriousness in Chun Jingming's demeanor intensified. I understand. I will call her right away to confirm. He nodded and said, seize this opportunity. Not everyone gets such a chance. Thank you for the opportunity, manager, I expressed sincerely. After exiting Chun Jingming's office, I immediately called Li Yao to inform her of the photo shoot date. She confirmed her availability, and a weight lifted off my shoulders. I realized I needed to take action in my life, and I was determined to seize this opportunity. This was the first time in over 2 years of stagnation that I felt a genuine desire for progress, yearning for a transformative change in my life. After a busy day, I came to my senses around 7 o'clock, as the city's myriad lights began to illuminate the night. Sitting on the swaying bus, my mind was consumed with thoughts of the upcoming marketing event. Chun Jingming was right. This opportunity was a once-in-a-lifetime chance for me, and I could not afford to be careless. After what felt like an eternity, the bus continued to jolt along, and as I pulled my phone from my pocket to check the time, I discovered it had died from lack of battery. Glancing up at the electronic clock on the bus, I realized it was already 8:30. 8:30. Suddenly, I remembered that I needed to buy insecticide for Mitsai after work to help her deal with those pesky cockroaches. I had even set a reminder on my phone this morning to avoid forgetting, but now, with my phone dead, My luck seemed to have run out, and I feared Mitsai would be thoroughly disappointed with me. Chapter 31. The con artist. As soon as the bus came to a halt, I eagerly hopped off, scanning the street for a taxi, but fate was unkind. Every passing cab was already occupied. I increasingly believed that my encounter with Mitsai was not a delightful coincidence, but rather an inescapable torment. At last, a taxi arrived, and I instructed the driver to take me to the farmer's market, where I remembered there were vendors selling insecticide. The supermarket's offerings were typically ineffective against cockroaches, so I hoped the vendors would still be operating at this hour. Upon arriving, I was met with darkness. Not a single stall was open, and even the shops inside had long closed. Feeling despondent, I realized that despite my best efforts, I would not be able to procure the insecticide that night. Reluctantly, I settled for a bottle of insect spray from the supermarket, hoping to pass it off as what I had promised Mitsai. Arriving at the old house, it was already 10 o'clock at night. The back and forth of over an hour had been quite exhausting, and I could only hope that Mitsai wouldn't notice the discrepancy between the insect spray and the insecticide I had initially promised. I knocked on the door, and after a brief moment, Mitsai appeared in a nightgown, seemingly munching on something. Curiously, I asked, "What are you eating?" "Cherries." "What are cherries?" Mitsai seemed pleased with my compliance and patiently explained. "Cherries are what we call carolisi. Wash your hands first, there are plenty left. Are you inviting me to eat some?" Mitsai nodded. I promptly headed to the bathroom, feeling quite pleased. Her demeanor towards me had improved significantly, so it seemed being reliable wasn't such a bad thing after all. Upon returning from the bathroom, I found that Mitsai had placed a box of cherries on the living room sofa and was now reading a book while snacking gracefully and leisurely. Sitting beside her, I glanced at the box and noticed its exquisite design. I realized these were authentic cherries imported from Chile, not the subpar ones sold in supermarkets. This box must be worth at least 1,000. I grabbed 2 cherries and popped them into my mouth, remarking to Mitsai, "We both have the same eyes and nose. Why do you live so extravagantly?" "What?" Mitsai looked at me quizzically. "I said you live extravagantly. Since my mother gave birth to me, I've never eaten such expensive fruit," I exclaimed, tossing another pair of cherries into my mouth. "A friend sent them to me," Mitsai replied, her attention returning to her book. "Then tell me, why hasn't a friend sent me such expensive fruit? Ultimately, your class is just decadent and extravagant, a parasite of socialism." With that, I seized several more cherries and munched on them. Mitsai appeared to be in a good mood and didn't engage in an argument, simply stating, "If you like them, take them home." "I must take them home," I said, rising from the sofa to find a bag to put the box in. At this point, Mitsai finally set down her book and asked, "Did you buy the insecticide?" "If I hadn't bought the insecticide, would I dare to come here?" Mitsai nodded in agreement, saying, "If you hadn't bought it and still dared to find me, that would be harassment." "I bought it. I bought it." "What harassment?" "You're tarnishing my reputation," I retorted impatiently, retrieving the insect spray from my briefcase, preparing to deceive her. Mitsai examined the spray, frowning as she remarked, "Didn't you say insecticide? This doesn't quite look like it." My heart raced with panic, and I quickly replied, "Of course it doesn't look like it. This is a newly developed insecticide that works wonders against cockroaches." Mitsai looked at me skeptically, saying, "I've read that cockroaches have a strong resistance to poison. Typical insect sprays are ineffective. Don't be so dogmatic. Is this an ordinary insect spray? No need to boast. But this very can I hold can wipe out every cockroach in this house. Truly ruthless." I boasted nonsensically. Mitsai still regarded me with disbelief, saying, "You're starting to sound like a con artist." I felt a twinge of guilt, yet retorted angrily, "I'm doing this for your own good. Insecticides are highly toxic. What if you accidentally kill a mouse or something? Isn't that revolting?" Mitsai seemed taken aback, urging me, "Then stop standing around and do what you need to do. Would you like to come in and observe?" Mitsai shook her head vigorously. I turned away nonchalantly, striding towards the bathroom, feeling a surge of triumph. My mind danced with glee, thinking, "Silly girl, keep trying to expose me. Come on." With the cherries Mitsai had given me in hand, I bid her farewell, realizing it was already 11 o'clock. Returning to Robin's place would take at least until midnight, and I couldn't help but reflect on how tumultuous this night had been. Before leaving, I cautioned Mitsai, "You shouldn't use that bathroom tonight. After spraying the insecticide, there will be too many toxic substances." "I know," she replied. I idly asked, How will you manage to hold it in all night? I find it quite difficult. Typically, I have to use the restroom several times a night. Mitsai frowned, retorting, why do you have so much to say? I'm just concerned about you. I simply want to stay here tonight. Mitsai's words piqued my curiosity. From her statement, I could almost deduce that she had other properties in this city. Yet I wondered why she had chosen to purchase and reside here instead. Ultimately, I refrained from voicing my doubts, for I knew Mitsai wouldn't reveal anything to me. I had already asked before, and knowing the answer would serve no purpose beyond satisfying my curiosity, I had grown accustomed to engaging in meaningful endeavors, so I thought it best not to inquire further. Taking another cherry from my pocket, I popped it into my mouth, saying to Mitsai, I'm leaving now. If you encounter any issues in this house or community, call me dumb. I cleared my throat, and the corridor's sensor light flickered on as I turned to leave. Zhaoyang, wait, did I turn back in surprise? Looking at Mitsai as I asked, you're not planning on keeping me here, are you? The bathroom is unusable. I can't hold it. Take your guitar with you, Mitsai said. Turning back to retrieve it from the room I had previously occupied, I hesitated to accept the guitar from her, remaining silent for a moment before saying, I told you to find someone knowledgeable. This guitar could easily fetch a good price. I can't afford to repay you now. When I asked you to return the money, it was out of anger. Take the guitar. It belongs to no one but you and Jianwei. At least as a memory, I was taken aback, asking, how do you know this guitar is related to Jianwei? The guitar has both your names engraved on it, Mitsai replied calmly. After a long silence, I avoided looking at the guitar Mitsai had set against the wall, quietly saying, I don't want it anymore. Mitsai smiled, you can part with the guitar, but you can't erase that memory from your heart. Why deceive yourself? I remained silent. Take it. Mitsai placed the guitar case outside the door and then closed it behind her. Carrying the guitar I had regained, I returned to Robin's place with a heavy heart. Just as I reached the corridor, I unexpectedly encountered Robin with a flamboyantly dressed woman. The woman removed her helmet after dismounting from Robin's modified racing motorcycle, and Robin followed suit. I immediately understood that this was Robin's companion for the night. Robin introduced me, Zhaoyang. This is my friend Lily. I smiled, asking, is my presence a nuisance to you too? Should I find a hotel? Not at all, just for the night. It'll be over soon. Robin reassured me. Fine, I'll sit downstairs for a bit. Can you take the guitar up for me? Robin took the guitar from my hands, patted me on the shoulder, signaling that it would be sorted out shortly. Then he wrapped his arm around the woman and headed upstairs. I sat at the corridor entrance, opening the cherries I had brought back from Mitsai and began to snack on them. Chapter 32. Payday. After waiting for nearly 40 minutes at the corridor, Robin still hadn't finished. The autumn breeze chilled me, and I thought about going upstairs to urge him along. Just as I stood up, the woman named Lily descended from above, the air filled with a strong scent of perfume. Finished? I tucked my jacket tighter around me and inquired. Lily shot me a discontented glance, saying, if it weren't for you, I would have stayed the night here. Robin has several bars to hit tomorrow. Don't give him a hard time. I responded, I don't understand why two men would choose to live together. Lily retorted, I'm just staying here temporarily until I find a place. I explained apologetically. Lily nodded but then added, I forgot my wallet. Lend me 50 yuan for a taxi. I was taken aback. Why didn't you just ask Robin for it? I had just forgotten, and I was too lazy to go back up. So, please stop dawdling and hurry up. Lily once again gestured to me for money. Could it be that you are a lady of the night? Lily shot me a glance and said, have you ever seen a lady who comes out of the closet asking for only 50 bucks? That's true. I thought that as I rummaged through my wallet, I realized I couldn't find a 50. Lily simply pulled out 100 and waved it in front of me, as if implying I had slept with her. After Lily left, I felt that staying at Robin's place was not a long-term solution. It was rather inconvenient and far from the office, so I needed to continue searching for a place. Upon returning indoors, the air still seemed to linger with a hint of debauchery. I instinctively glanced at the bed, which remained neatly made. I was afraid you'd be uncomfortable sleeping, so we didn't do anything on the bed. Robin explained. You've worked hard. Robin smiled, replying, not at all. Whether I'm sleeping or standing, it's all the same. I placed the cherries I had brought from Mitsai on the table and said to Robin, a gift from a friend. You should try them, though. These are imported from Chile. Which extravagant friend do you have? Robin said as she picked one up and tossed it into her mouth. I paused, realizing that referring to Mitsai as just a friend was a bit presumptuous. In reality, we were hardly more than acquaintances, and many times, Mitsai found me quite bothersome. Just a friend, I replied vaguely. This was ultimately inconsequential, and Robin didn't press further. She retrieved her guitar from the case, strummed a few chords, and asked me, "Aren't you using this amazing guitar to settle debts? How did it end up back in your hands?" She returned it to me, I answered honestly. Who is she? Do I need to write a book to answer that? Robin smiled knowingly and said, "Calm down." Finally, she ceased her inquiries, and the sound of her guitar filled the room as a rendition of Cinderella drifted out into the night air from the tiny loft. The night was as still as a stagnant pond. Robin and I lay on the bed, each holding a cigarette, lost in the same bewilderment and silence. A sudden gust of wind burst through the window. Dispersing the smoky haze that filled the room, I inhaled deeply, then exhaled heavily, competing with the wild wind, and soon the scent of tobacco began to permeate the air again. I finished a cigarette quickly, extinguishing it in the ashtray, and finally asked Robin, "What are you thinking about?" "Thinking about a girl," Robin replied, taking a deep drag from his cigarette. I teased him, "Didn't you just sleep with Lily?" Robin chuckled, extinguishing his cigarette and lighting another one, taking a moment before saying, "I wonder how she's doing now." "Why not contact her? Just check in as an old friend." "Would you dare to contact Janway after 2 years of your breakup?" Robin countered. "Why are you dragging Janway into this? It's the same logic. What difference would it make if you contacted her? Just think about it. I feel wronged on your behalf. You clearly still love her, and yet her parents forced you apart, leaving you with a reputation of betrayal in her eyes. As long as she is happy, my grievances don't matter." I replied. I lit another cigarette, took a couple of puffs, and fell into silence, no longer encouraging Robin to reach out to that girl from Beijing. "Let us sleep. Dawn is approaching," Robin said, extinguishing his half-finished cigarette in the ashtray. I glanced out the window, as if seeing through the darkness before dawn, and couldn't help but sigh. Life is truly an unsolvable conundrum, filled with right and wrong, truth and falsehood. The next day passed in a whirlwind of busyness, a level of activity I had not experienced in my first 2 years at the company, largely due to Feng Yuan's workload temporarily falling on my shoulders. Yet, this was not necessarily a bad thing. If I were fortunate enough to become the head of the planning and copywriting team, this would serve as a valuable adaptation period. Besides being busy, I also had other gains. I finally received my paycheck today. As the end of the workday approached, I began to contemplate how to spend this month's salary. After much deliberation, I decided that my first expenditure would be to treat Mitsai to dinner. I still recalled how furious she had been when I had deceived her into attending Feng Yuan's wedding under the pretense of a meal. Undoubtedly, this was a thoughtless act on my part. So tonight, I needed to invite her with the utmost sincerity, not only to apologize but also to thank her for her cooperation in the charade at the bar the other night, which had spared me from embarrassment in front of Janway. I dialed Mitsai's number, and after a brief moment, she answered, her tone still calm. "Hello, is there something you need? I would like to treat you to dinner tonight." "Would you do me the honor?" I said earnestly. "Is this another wedding of your friends?" I was momentarily speechless. She always managed to catch me off guard with her calmness. After a pause, I replied, "This time, it's not a friend's wedding. I genuinely want to treat you to dinner, Otto. Let's skip it today." I felt a pang of disappointment, but I persisted. "Come on, I just got paid, and you were the first person I thought of. Please don't turn down my hospitality. My car is in for maintenance, and it's inconvenient to take a taxi from here. Let us do it another time." Mitsai finally provided a legitimate reason for not coming. "That's easily resolvable. I have a card. I'll come pick you up." "Where are you?" "You have a car?" Mitsai asked, puzzled. "Yes, it's quite similar to yours. Just give me a chance. I'll take you to a uniquely interesting restaurant tonight, and I guarantee you'll love it." After some thought, Mitsai finally replied, "Okay, I'm at Luan Jingyuan. Come over." "You live in Luan Jingyuan?" I exclaimed, for it was a highly upscale neighborhood, and it seemed that she had moved there because her bathroom had been unusable after pest control yesterday. "Why are you asking so much?" Mitsai retorted before hanging up. I chuckled, not minding her attitude, as I had anticipated she would have other accommodations in Suzhou. Putting my phone away, I turned to Zhao Li, who was still busy next door, and said, "Zhao Li, can I borrow your little auto tonight?" Zhao Li looked up at me warily and asked, "What do you need it for?" "I'll fill the tank back up after using it." "Hurry up," I replied impatiently. "You'd better keep your word. Don't play tricks on me," Zhao Li said as he handed me the car keys from his drawer. As dusk fell, I drove Zhao Li's auto towards Luan Jingyuan. This time, I was not deceiving Mitsai. The car I was driving was indeed quite similar to hers. Hers was an Audi, while mine was an Auto, both strikingly in shades of purplish red. Chapter 33. In the empty city, a music-themed restaurant. After roughly half an hour of driving, I finally arrived at Luanjinyuan, where Mitsai was already waiting under a sycamore tree outside the community. The autumn leaves swirled down from the sky, the light casting a glow on her figure, making her appear as if she had stepped out of a painting. Serene and composed, I honked the horn, and Mitsai turned to look at me. I smiled and said, "Get in. We're going to eat. If we delay, there might not be a seat available." Mitsai approached, opened the passenger door, and took a seat without paying much attention to the car I was driving. I felt a bit sheepish as I remarked, "So, what do you think? This car isn't bad, right? Small engine, low carbon footprint. It's decent, but just like you, it's a bit shabby," Mitsai replied with a smirk. "Am I really shabby?" I asked, immediately glancing at the mirror to scrutinize my reflection. "Shabby doesn't necessarily refer to appearance. I'm talking about your character." I returned the mirror to its place, not wanting to bicker with Mitsai. After all, her impression of my poor character was already deeply ingrained in her mind. Even if I portrayed myself as a national hero, she would still perceive me as shabby. Mitsai seemed taken aback by my lack of retort, and I simply smiled at her. Starting the car, I thought to myself, Mitsai doesn't quite understand that a cultured man is often taciturn. By that standard, I was indeed a man of depth. The Auto navigated through the streets, finally stopping at an old street that was on the verge of being demolished. From there, Mitsai and I got out, as the restaurant I wanted to take her to was located at the end of a narrow alley that cars could not enter, so we had to walk. The dimly lit alley had only a few street lamps, and Mitsai followed closely behind me, somewhat nervously asking, "Where are you taking me?" "A paradise, but we must first pass through this darkness," I replied. After traversing the dark alley, the space ahead suddenly opened up. Under a bright streetlight, the empty city-themed music restaurant appeared before us. I lit a cigarette and said to Mitsai, "This is the restaurant. It's run by a friend of mine who is into music. The atmosphere is fantastic, but they primarily serve Sichuan cuisine." "That's quite a fusion," Mitsai remarked, surveying the establishment. "Typically, music restaurants focus on Western cuisine." "Yes, the owner is a girl from Chongqing. Can you handle spicy food?" "I can." Mitsai and I conversed. We entered the restaurant, where the owner, CC, was perched on an adjustable bar stool, singing with a glass of draft beer beside her, a half-finished cigarette in hand. CC immediately noticed my arrival and, seizing a moment between songs, snapped her fingers and said, "Long time no see." Zhaoyang. I nodded and gave her a thumbs up, indicating her singing was impressive. CC smiled, gesturing to chat later, and continued singing Zhang Xian's Mosaic in rhythm with the music. Mitsai and I found a spot to sit, and she seemed to enjoy CC's voice. Remaining quiet and listening intently, I placed our orders while getting lost in CC's singing, her slightly husky yet emotionally charged voice evoking memories. 3 years ago, when Jianwei's parents vehemently opposed our relationship, we escaped from Shanghai to Suzhou, both of us penniless and struggling to survive. I performed at CC's music restaurant, earning just enough to get by. Every day, Jianwei would wait at the restaurant to listen to me sing and would help serve customers, collecting tips. After closing time, I would habitually smoke a cigarette while she carried the guitar, and we would hold hands as we walked through that dark alley, often stopping at a corner stall to buy a roasted sweet potato. That winter was sometimes bitterly cold, with heavy wind and snow. Yet the feeling of relying on each other warmed me even now. "Zhaoyang, why is this restaurant called Empty City?" Mitsai's sudden question broke the reverie in my mind, and it took me a moment to gather my thoughts before responding. Everyone is born with an empty city in their hearts. As time passes and we grow, restlessness, indifference, and worldly desires fill that empty city, making it bloated and unwieldy. The name Empty City serves to commemorate that pure, empty city. Is this your interpretation? "It's what CC told me," I said, glancing at CC, who was still singing. Mitsai nodded, took a sip of her cold tea, and continued to listen to CC's song. After CC finished a song, she placed the microphone back on its stand and walked over to us. CC was an unconventional beauty. Her features were not classically attractive, but together they created a captivating presence that was hard to forget. As she approached, she caught the attention of several diners. CC set a large glass of draft beer in front of me and smiled, saying, "This one's on me." She then called the waiter to bring Mitsai a large glass of cola. "I'm driving, so I want tea drink today." Mitsai chimed in. "Go ahead and drink. I'll drive you home later." she added. Sissy then looked at Mitsai and asked, "Is this girl your new girlfriend?" I glanced at Mitsai, whose expression remained calm, and mustered the courage to say, "Yes, she is my girlfriend." Sissy shrugged, and I knew she felt a sense of regret for my past with Janwei, but she still smiled and complimented Mitsai on her beauty. The restaurant's lights dimmed slightly, while the vintage candle on our table flickered to life, casting a starry glow throughout the space, filled with a faint scent of aromatic candles. After a moment of silence, Sissy asked, "By the way, what has Robin been up to lately? He hasn't come here in ages. What can he be busy with?" "He is just running around," I replied. "Invite him to come hang out." "I miss him," Sissy said, her words tinged with a hint of longing and sadness, for she had feelings for Robin, but he was still preoccupied with that girl from Beijing. "Sure, let us set a time to gather here together," I agreed. "You have to promise me," I laughed, making a gesture of solemnity as I said, "I promise." Sissy then nodded with reassurance. After Sissy left, Mitsai and I finally had some private time together. I raised my glass of draft beer to Mitsai, who reciprocated with her cola. Just as we took our first sips, 2 more people walked into the restaurant, bringing a gust of cold wind with them. I soon realized that it was Janwei and Xiang Chen. A surge of emotions overwhelmed me, leaving me unprepared for this encounter. It seemed this would not be a quiet dinner with Mitsai after all. I disliked this meeting, feared it, and loathed the coincidence that made our paths awkwardly cross. Chapter 34. A clean place. My expression began to betray my unease, and Mitsai noticed something was off. She glanced at me and then turned to look at Janwei, their eyes meeting. Mitsai's demeanor was somewhat aloof, while Janwei held an air of pride. Despite their direct encounter, neither of them greeted the other. Instead, Xiangchen waved at me and said, "Zhao Yang, are you here with your girlfriend?" "Yes, what a coincidence. You two can join us at our table," I offered, despite my reluctance. This politeness felt awkward, yet I felt compelled to act. Janwei linked her arm with Xiangchen's and shook her head, saying, "No need for that. We'll sit over there to avoid crowding." Xiangchen complied, smiling at me as he took Janwei to another table. Watching them walk away, I realized that after this unexpected encounter, Janwei and Xiangchen would undoubtedly believe that Mitsai and I were in a romantic relationship, as we were clearly on a date, enjoying a dinner meant solely for the two of us. This was likely Janwei's first time dining at Empty City since returning, and Cece was visibly surprised to see her. She also offered Janwei and Xiangchen drinks, but refrained from mentioning the past, as she now viewed Janwei and me as having moved on, each with new loves. During the meal, I exchanged a few words with Xiangchen from across several tables. Inquiring about why they were still in Suzhou, he explained, "This is where we went to college, but we haven't visited in years. Now that both Janwei and I have some time, we're here to enjoy ourselves for a few days, but soon Janwei will accompany me to Nanjing." Xiangchen's response struck a nerve, as I was acutely aware that Janwei's trip to Nanjing would be to meet his family. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before I received their wedding invitation, tearing me apart yet again. Throughout the meal, I felt increasingly restless, avoiding any glances in Janwei's direction and refraining from drinking too much. I repeatedly reminded myself, our past has long been washed away by the currents of time. No amount of longing or self-torment can change that. I am acutely aware that from the moment Janwei adorned herself with the crystal diamond necklace gifted by Xiangchen, I had already retreated into an isolated realm, constructing the most impenetrable wall around myself, shutting out the world. No sight, no thought, no pain, and I am uncertain when it transpired, but Xiangchen and Janwei had already concluded their dinner before us, merely exchanging a brief greeting before departing. I watched them as they disappeared into the narrow alley, unable to glimpse the once familiar corner where roasted sweet potatoes could be purchased on winter nights. The night was slightly chilly. Mitsai waved her hand in front of my face, rousing me from my stupor. It dawned on me that this was a dinner that was originally meant for just Mitsai and me. I smiled apologetically and raised my glass to her, gulping down the remaining draft beer, yet feeling quite lucid. The dinner continued. It was not that Mitsai and I were slow eaters, but rather that Janwei and Xiangchen had left in haste. I ordered another draft beer, not with the intention of intoxication. Such beer would hardly achieve that, but rather to utilize the cold liquid to sharpen my senses. Half an hour later, after concluding our meal, I exchanged pleasantries with Cece before departing with Mitsai. "Zhao Yang, you haven't settled the bill yet, have you?" Mitsai remarked, pulling me back. "That we're such familiar friends. Why bother with the bill?" I jested as I continued walking, merely attempting to lighten the mood, for in truth, Our meal had been mostly silent, with little exchange as we were about to leave. I teased her to make the evening seem less burdensome. Mitsai exerted more force to restrain me, her previously calm demeanor now filled with indignation. You truly lack decency. With friends like you, how can your friend's restaurant thrive? Have you had too much to drink? How peculiar. Can cola intoxicate someone? I replied with a half-smile, observing that her agitated demeanor was a stark contrast to her usual self. Realizing her indiscretion, Mitsai ceased her insistence, retrieving her wallet and heading toward the bar. In that moment, I grasped how deeply she loathed my poor character, enough to disregard her own composure, dragging me publicly. I hurried to catch up, grasping her arm and saying, "We agreed I would treat you. How could I allow you to pay? I refuse to associate with a scoundrel like you. Don't speak to me." Haha, I was merely jesting. The payment box isn't at the bar. It's over there in that corner. I turned Mitsai around to reveal the box nestled in the corner. She gazed at me in confusion, having been seated with her back to it during dinner. Did you not notice that our menu had no prices listed? Dining here relies solely on one's conscience. You simply drop your payment into that box when you leave. Is it arbitrary how much we can contribute? Mitsai asked, astonished. Indeed, no one monitors your contributions here. But this I led Mitsai to the corner where the box was placed, withdrawing 300 yuan from my wallet and placing it inside. Then said to her, "Those who dine here have once harbored a vision of a pure, empty city in their hearts. No one would dare desecrate this sanctuary with worldly possessions. This establishment has thrived for many years without loss. If there exists a pristine place in this world, it must be here." On our way back, Mitsai navigated her agile car through the bustling city, yet she seemed still captivated by the music-themed restaurant in the empty city. She inquired, "Zhaoyang, have all the patrons of that restaurant adhered to this principle over the years?" Certainly not. When the restaurant first opened, many came to dine without paying. Mitsai was not surprised by my response. For this world is rife with those who seek to exploit without effort. She pressed further. Then how did it evolve into a place where everyone follows the rules? I reflected for a moment before answering. Initially, we urged CC to abandon this idealistic business model as it was impractical. Yet CC insisted, ultimately leading to unsustainable losses, and one day, we found a notice of closure posted on the restaurant's bulletin board. And then, on the final night before the closure, many still came with their families for a free dinner. We felt disheartened, lamenting CC's naivety. This idealistic approach only laid bare the ugliness of human nature. Mitsai nodded thoughtfully. I opened the car window, lighting a cigarette as I continued. After that night of closure, we were genuinely dismayed. A few friends closed the doors and drank heavily, for after that night, the restaurant in the empty city would cease to exist. Exhaling a long plume of smoke, I chuckled, adding, "Perhaps there truly is a saying about finding hope in desperate times." When we opened the box to settle the day's earnings, we discovered a staggering 100,000 yuan in cash. We were astonished, yet none of us knew which patron had contributed it. So this restaurant continued its operations thanks to that 100,000 yuan? I nodded, affirming, yes, this sum provided CC with the motivation to persist, or rather, it served as a spiritual impetus. We could not let the empty city close down because of an anonymous benefactor. Subsequently, we exchanged the box for a transparent one, allowing everyone to see how much was contributed. Those who only tossed in a few coins were confronted by my friends and given a thorough talking to. Over time, those who sought to take advantage ceased to return. However, CC remained unaware of this. Had she known, she would have opposed our actions. After a considerable time, CC replaced the transparent box with an opaque one, yet the restaurant had reached a point where it was no longer losing money. Although it did not exclude the possibility of some still trying to exploit the system, upon hearing my account, the usually indifferent Mitsai fervently exclaimed, "Well done. Those unscrupulous individuals deserve to be dealt with. But won't those you confronted report you?" Of course they would, but one of our companions happens to be a local officer, so we simply turned a blind eye. Besides, we were not extorting money. Our actions were measured, serving primarily as a warning. As long as those scoundrels stayed away, the restaurant could operate normally. Mitsai regarded me, and suddenly, she smiled and I gazed at her in astonishment. Perplexed? Hearing you berate others as scoundrels strikes me as oddly amusing. Mitsai explained with laughter. Who decreed that scoundrels cannot call others scoundrels? This time, I did not label you a scoundrel. That is precisely what you implied. Do you take me for a fool, unable to discern your meaning? Mitsai burst into hearty laughter. and for the first time during our days together, I witnessed her laugh so openly die in that moment. Her newfound brightness rendered her even more captivating. Thus, the little car darted through the city's shadows, shedding some of the burdens of reality while gaining a melody of beautiful laughter. Chapter 35. You Beast Meets I drove me back to Robin's place. I had not indulged excessively that night, rendering our farewell simple. Meets I unfastened her seatbelt and said, "Thank you for dinner tonight. I truly enjoyed that restaurant. If you liked it, visit often, but do not attempt to dine and dash. I will rally a band of righteous souls to corner you in an alley and give you a good thrashing." I joked with her, if I were to do that, I would willingly accept your judgment. You are quite self-aware. Meets I said no more. Exiting the car to await a passing taxi, I followed suit, standing beside her as we waited. After a moment, I nudged her playfully, saying, "Let me propose something." "What is it?" "Let me move back in as your landlord, and you can be my tenant again. How about that?" "An utterly impractical request. You just moved out. But my longing for that place grows daily." Meets I responded resolutely, "Put away your unwarranted ambitions. I do not wish for a man to reside in my home. But you took me in before, did you not? That was because you were pitiably begging. Then allow me to plead once more, pathetically." Meets I no longer displayed the same aversion to my persistent entreaties. She spoke to me patiently. "It is truly inconvenient for a man and a woman to live together. This vast city offers many alternatives. Why must you burden me? Will you not live with your boyfriend in the future? Regardless of the circumstances, it is inevitable that a man and a woman will share a space." Meets I smiled faintly, saying, "You are correct. Thus, I shall only live with my boyfriend. Not you." At that moment, a vacant taxi approached, which Meets I promptly hailed before quickly disappearing from my view. I murmured into the night, "You are quite right. Yet why do I feel as though you are compelling me to become your boyfriend so that we can cohabit legitimately?" I recalled my previous conversation with Bandad, stating that she was not to my taste, so I advised her to dispel any unwarranted notions about me. Suddenly, I chuckled at my own audacity. I dared to deceive myself. Upon entering Robin's empty abode, devoid even of a television, the night promised to be dull and tedious. I dragged a few boxes from beneath the bed and found a can of beer. This would suffice. A can of beer, accompanied by a few songs on my guitar, would serve as adequate entertainment. The wind on the balcony continued to howl fiercely as I sat on the railing with my guitar, unperturbed by the gusts. Yet fearful of not witnessing that sky city, I strummed the guitar strings, pouring my heart into the song, as if calling out, pleading for that distant city to return to my heart, to bring me peace and stability, and to cease my wandering. Robin returned unexpectedly, handing me a cigarette from behind as he leapt onto the railing, lighting one for himself as well. I set my guitar aside, lit my cigarette, and took a puff before saying to Robin, "I dined at CC's restaurant today." "Oh, really?" Robin replied mechanically. "CC mentioned she misses you." Robin gazed at me, remaining silent for a moment before responding. "I exchanged a few words with Liao on WeChat today." "Is that so?" I replied dully. "Liao said she misses you." I chuckled. "I am merely relaying CC's words. You are clearly fabricating stories." Robin, not wishing to engage in further banter, pulled out his phone to show me his chat history with Liao. Presenting undeniable proof in black and white, I found myself at a loss for words, taking a sip of the beer beside me before saying, "You and CC haven't seen each other in a while, have you? We should visit her restaurant together sometime. Bring Liao along. Let us go as a group." "Why do you keep dragging Liao into this?" "Xiaoyang, do unto others as you would have them do unto you." He chuckled before continuing, "You should understand better than anyone that a man's heart is not vast. It can only accommodate that initial woman. In this regard, we are at least of the same ilk." I shook my head, replying, "Robin, you and CC are truly well suited for each other. You share ideals, interests, and character traits, while Liao and I belong to entirely different worlds. She does not genuinely care for me. To be precise, it is merely a dependency for a time, so do not force comparisons. Let us not dwell on this. I'm a bit tired today. I'll head to bed." Robin patted my shoulder and climbed down from the railing. I called after him, "Be sure to make time to visit CC soon." "We'll see," Robin replied ambiguously before departing. I realized he could not bear to lead a heart unfulfilled into CC's presence, as she was unlike the women he could casually bring home for the night. In this regard, Robin had his principles. While I understood him, I felt a twinge of regret. The next day, I woke later than usual, as I did not need to take the bus. Zhao Li's car was still with me. Arriving at the office, I managed to clock in just before 9 a.m. as Zhao Li hurriedly rushed out of another elevator, sprinting towards the clocking machine. Just as she was about to insert her card, the clock cruelly ticked past 9 a.m. With a woeful expression, Zhao Li lamented, "Zhao Yang, this is all your fault. I thought I had a car, but I overslept until 8, and now it's my attendance bonus for this month is gone." I tossed the car keys to Zhao Li nonchalantly, replying, "It's just an attendance bonus. What's the big deal? I didn't get one last month either." "Have you ever received one since you started working?" Zhao Li's question irked me, and my face darkened. She quickly changed the subject and asked, "Did you fill up my car with gas?" "Rest assured, it's filled to the brim." Zhao Li nodded as if finally achieving some psychological balance. I added, "By the way, I found a Sinopec gas card in your car, and I handed it to the person fueling up." Zhao Li's complexion instantly shifted, still clinging to a glimmer of hope. "But you don't know the password. It's just Pan Xiaoyan's birthday." "I know it." "Zhao Yang, you beast. Last time, you must have stolen my game equipment as well." Once inside the office, Zhao Li continued to regard me with a gaze filled with unmitigated enmity, while I ignored her. Next time she needed anything, she would still have to comply with my requests regarding her little car. I intended to head to the break room for a cup of coffee to invigorate myself, but was instead summoned by manager Chen Jingming, instructing me to visit his office immediately. I set my cup down and proceeded to Chen Jingming's office. "Sit," he said, glancing at some documents. "I won't sit. If you have something to say, just say it. I'm quite busy." Chen Jingming raised his head with a smile, then put down the documents, saying, "There's a matter that requires your coordination." "Is it still regarding Gucci?" Chen Jingming nodded, saying, "The date for the promotional photo shoot has been changed to the 10th of this month. Please notify that model. Wasn't it agreed upon for the 15th? They aren't unemployed. They have schedules to accommodate. Do you realize how difficult it is to coordinate with the production team?" I replied with frustration. Chen Jingming appeared equally helpless, stating, "Gucci made a last-minute change, and I cannot do anything about it. The photographer is booked on the 15th with other commitments, so it must be moved to the 10th. Their attitude is incredibly high-handed. They dictate which model we must find for them, and when they want to adjust the schedule, we must comply." My irritation escalated. "Enough, Zhao Yang. You are drawing a salary from the company. This task has been assigned to you, and you must see it through." Chen Jingming finally spoke to me with a hint of anger. I scoffed. "Just because I'm on the company's payroll doesn't mean I should build a rocket to bring the moon down for the company." Chapter 36. Burning with rage, Chen Jingming was left in a state of bemusement by my words. Yet with a request at hand, he softened his tone and said, "I too am frustrated by Gucci's sudden change of the shoot date. But what can we do? We cannot sever ties with them. They have many options for their storefronts, while finding an 8th international brand is incredibly challenging. Sigh. One must adapt to the prevailing circumstances. Zhao Yang, if you wish to ascend higher and further in your career, you must learn to embrace patience and compromise. Keep these principles firmly in mind." Upon hearing Chen Jingming's words, I felt a pang of embarrassment, realizing it was inappropriate to continue my frustration. In truth, he has been a decent superior, providing me with considerable support during my 2+ years at the company. My own lack of ambition, however, has hindered my progress. I do not wish to place Chen Jingming in a difficult position. He has his own burdens to bear. I am acutely aware of the stakes involved in this matter. After a prolonged silence, I finally spoke. "Let me reach out to her, but with the 10th just 2 days away, is there any possibility of rearranging the schedule? I cannot guarantee anything this time." Chen Jingming, weary, rubbed his temples and replied, "Do your best to communicate. Tell her that if she can participate in the shoot on the 10th, I am personally willing to offer her 3 times the usual compensation." I fell silent once more. Deeply empathizing with Chen Jingming's predicament, it was evident that the upper management was exerting significant pressure on him regarding this issue. Unlike me, he had already attained a high position, while I remained at the grassroots level, where discomfort could easily lead to a job change. Perhaps his helplessness and compromise were cruel realities of the workplace. Emerging from Chen Jingming's office, I dialed Lu Yao's number amidst a swirl of complex emotions. It seemed she had yet to rise, as it took her a considerable time to answer, her voice still hazy. "Hello, Zhao Yang. Why are you calling so early? Are you still in bed?" "Yes, I had 2 night shoots last night. Nearly an all-nighter. I'm so tired." Lu Yao yawned and inquired, "Did you call me for something?" I hesitated, struggling to articulate my request. After a long pause, I finally said, "The filming schedule for Gucci has changed. It's been moved up to the 10th, which is the day after tomorrow." Can you adjust your schedule? On the other end, Liao fell silent, and that silence spoke volumes about the difficulty of the situation for her. She had previously requested leave from the crew for the 15th, which undoubtedly necessitated adjustments for her role and affected many other actors as well. I'll speak to the director and see if I can sort something out. I'll let you know as soon as I can, Liao assured me. I'm truly sorry about this. Liao smiled and replied, what's there to apologize for? If everything works out, you must come to Hongdian to pick me up this afternoon. Taking the train is so boring. No problem. I responded, I'll wait for your news. After ending the call with Lu Yao, I immediately stepped into the restroom to smoke a cigarette, feeling a sense of suffocation. I knew all too well how detrimental it could be for Lu Yao, as a newcomer, to repeatedly make demands of the crew. Yet, she so readily agreed to help me, and I sincerely hoped it wouldn't cause her any trouble. Around noon, while I was having lunch, my phone buzzed with a message from Lu Yao. Zhaoyang, the crew has approved my leave for 3 days. Come pick me up, she wrote, with a smiling emoji attached. I took a deep breath, my anxious feelings easing a bit, and promptly replied to Lu Yao. That afternoon, I would head to Hongdian to bring her back to Suzhou, return to Chen Jingming's office to report the good news. He, too, sighed in relief and immediately handed me his car keys along with 2,000 yuan in cash, instructing me to treat Lu Yao to a meal on his behalf, promising to host her separately upon her return to Suzhou. Chen Jingming further informed me that the vice president of Gucci's China division would be in Suzhou on the day of the promotional shoot to formally sign the contract for our department store's collaboration. This signified that the Gucci project, which the planning and investment departments had labored over for months, was finally coming to fruition. Consequently, our department store would officially meet the standards of a top-tier B-class establishment, and personally, I would have the opportunity to be promoted to the leader of the planning and copywriting team. I hoped this time would conclude successfully without any unforeseen complications. Departing from the office, I drove Chen Jingming's Audi A4 to Hongdian, arriving after 4 p.m. Rather than seeking a hotel, I headed straight to the filming location where Lu Yao was working, planning to wait for her outside until she finished her afternoon shoot. The autumn wind whisked away the dusk, and soon it was entirely dark. Lu Yao had yet to emerge from the set. Lighting a cigarette, I found myself lost in thought, gazing absently at the exit of the scenic area. Finally, Lu Yao appeared under the glow of the lights, walking slowly with her right hand pressed against her cheek. I couldn't discern her expression clearly. I stood and approached her, asking, "Do you have a toothache? Why are you covering your face?" Lu Yao remained silent, continuing to walk forward, her unusual behavior filling me with concern. I quickly caught up with her, asking gently, "What's wrong? Let me see your face." "I'm fine," she insisted, quickening her pace, her voice choked with emotion. I seized her arm and forcefully pulled her hand away from her face, stunned to see several bright red fingerprints on her pale skin. My anger flared. "Who the hell hit you? I'll make them pay." I began striding toward the entrance of the scenic area. Lu Yao clung to me from behind, pleading, "Zhaoyang, don't go. Get off me. If I don't confront them, I'd be letting you down." My rage was uncontrollable, and I sensed that Lu Yao's injury was undoubtedly linked to this situation. After I shook her off, she collapsed onto the ground, clutching my leg and weeping, "Zhaoyang, please, don't make a scene. It won't do me any good. There are too many people here. Let us talk at the hotel." I struggled to rein in my emotions, noticing the curious glances from passers-by. Creating a scene would only exacerbate Lu Yao's troubles. Unless she was willing to abandon this project, which seemed impossible for her, my only course of action was to endure for her sake. I helped her up from the ground, feeling an intense, unexpressed fury churning within me. I took out a tissue to help her wipe away her tears and spoke softly, "Let us go back to the hotel. But you must tell me everything." Lu Yao nodded, gently linking her arm with mine as we walked toward the parking area in the hotel room. Lu Yao sat beside me while I applied an ice pack to the bruised area on her face. My own anger still simmering. Gritting my teeth, I asked her, "Who hit you? Was it your director?" Lu Yao shook her head, fresh tears spilling down her cheeks. After a long silence, she finally spoke. It was a fellow actress from our crew. She called me a vixen, claiming I seduced the director, which is why he has been so accommodating, rearranging schedules for me, leaving the others with no rest. But Lu Yao couldn't finish. Her sobs overwhelming her, my heart felt as if it were being twisted by a knife. I realized that my actions had inadvertently brought her this trouble, and I was filled with a fierce desire to find that actress and retaliate on Lu Yao's behalf. "Do they always bully you like this?" I asked, incredulous. Lu Yao nodded, replying, This industry is complex. I'm just a newcomer fresh out of school. It's normal. You don't need to be angry on my behalf. Who was that actress? I pressed on, still wanting to confront her. Liao vigorously shook her head, refusing to tell me. Anger and frustration welled up within me, and I resented myself for putting Liao in such a difficult position. Liao seemed to see through my thoughts, gently reassuring me, "Don't dwell on it. Her hitting me will only make me work harder. I will rise higher and further than her. Perhaps one day, I'll even thank her for this slap." I sighed, my teeth clenched. Chun Jingming's earlier words echoed in my mind. Indeed, whether in the workplace or the entertainment industry, we must learn to endure and compromise. Those of us struggling at the bottom lack the capital and right to fight back. If we act impulsively, failing to exercise restraint, the consequences will be far more severe. That's why Liao desperately tried to prevent me from seeking retribution. But must our humility mean living without dignity or happiness? Will this world truly never harbor a crystal-clear city in the sky? Can we never return to that original empty city of humanity? Who the hell can provide me with answers? Chapter 37. The hardships of the poor. As the night deepened, the autumn wind outside turned fierce. The hotel room temporarily became a sanctuary free from malice. Liao leaned against me, her gaze lost as she stared at the air-conditioning vent. I, too, found myself devoid of appetite. After a while, I glanced at Liao's face. The marks had faded somewhat. "Let us go out for dinner," I suggested. "Or if you prefer, I can order in." Liao shook her head. "Let us go out. Right? I was given 2,000 yuan by our boss to treat you to a meal." Liao finally smiled, replying, "I'm tired of the crew's boxed meals. Let us indulge tonight and eat the best." I nodded emphatically, "Yes, let us eat the finest. If that's not enough, I'll ask our boss for more. We'll eat him out of house and home, so he fears encountering us." "You're so bad with that." We exchanged smiles, finding joy amid our troubles. The night wind whistled as pedestrian traffic dwindled. Liao strolled beside me, clad in a thick pink down jacket. Though we intended to feast lavishly, we ultimately settled for a simple bowl of noodles. Perhaps in this moment, we sought not opulence but the simplicity of a humble meal, allowing us to momentarily forget the pains of reality. I in the noodle shop. Liao removed her mask to check her reflection in a small mirror. Worry etched on her face as she said, "We have the poster shoot the day after tomorrow. I wonder if these marks will fade." "We still have tomorrow. They should diminish," I reassured her. Liao nodded. "I'll apply the ice pack again when we get back." I gazed at Liao with a pang of sympathy. Unsure of what else to say, I regretted my previous impatience with her and the irritation her troubles had caused me. In truth, she had always been kind to me, a kindness I only recognized when I needed her help. This realization filled me with guilt. Sometimes, we must not view others in a one-dimensional manner. Though Liao could be troublesome, she also possessed admirable qualities, particularly her loyalty as a friend. Otherwise, she wouldn't willingly endure her own discomfort to assist me. During our meal, Liao brought up mutual friends, asking, "Zhao Yang, how are Robin and CC doing? Are they together?" "I don't think so. What a pity. CC is such a good girl." Though a bit idealistic, Robin is quite idealistic too. I think they would make a great couple. I nodded in agreement with Liao's sentiment, but, with a hint of resignation, replied, "You should know that Robin has a hurdle he can't get over. He doesn't want to bring that baggage into a relationship with CC. I can understand him." "And what about you? Have you moved past your own hurdle?" Liao suddenly turned the conversation back to me. I knew the answer but fell silent, wishing that someone could traverse that city in the sky and return to tell me how long it would take to overcome the obstacles and reunite with the woman I longed for. Yet, I understood that the woman waiting in that city was no longer Jianwei. Noticing my prolonged silence, Liao smiled and said, "Your silence has answered for you." I didn't deny it. Instead, I replied with a sense of melancholy, "Let us eat. The noodles are about to get soggy." Liao lowered her head and took a bite, then, as if recalling something, said, "When we go back to Suzhou, let us visit CC's restaurant. It's been ages since we dined there, and I miss it." "Sure, let us plan for tomorrow night and invite Robin along." After making plans with Liao, we didn't stay together that night. In the hotel room, I lit a cigarette, enveloped in solitude, my thoughts drifting back to Jianwei. This thought brought me both panic and an irresistible urge to reminisce. Taking a deep drag from the cigarette, I smiled wryly, reflecting on how Jianwei and I had shared countless moments, yet what remained was a fractured love. Those moments had transformed into a force scattering in all directions, leaving me feeling utterly torn apart. In that fragmentation, I could almost envision Jianwei lying in bed with Xiang Qian, whispering sweet nothings, oblivious to the memories we had created together. Thus, those cherished moments faded into dust, leaving behind a pain that felt numb. Suddenly, a text notification broke through my reverie. I extinguished the cigarette and picked up my phone, surprised to see a message from Mitsai. Did you finish spraying the insecticide? The restroom should be filled with dead cockroaches, right? She certainly had a way of making even the most unpleasant tasks sound trivial. I chuckled and replied, there should be a few. Can you come help me clear out the dead cockroaches when you have time? I'm on a business trip in Hongdian. Wait until I return, or find someone else to assist you. I'll wait for you. I don't want to bother anyone with such a disgusting task. I laughed at Mitsai's response, amused by her audacity. It was just a matter of owing her some money. Yet she had no qualms about assigning me such an unpleasant chore. I texted back, the life of the poor is truly hard. We live without dignity or a sense of happiness. Stop complaining. Just be a good person and do your job. Reading Mitsai's reply, I couldn't help but find it amusing, though I couldn't articulate why. It was a peculiar feeling that lightened my mood. After sending her a goodnight message, I drew the curtains, turned off all the lights in the room, and soon drifted into sleep. The next day, I returned to Suzhou with Lu Yao. She had already vacated her rented apartment, so I arranged for her to stay at a hotel. We also planned to gather at CC's restaurant that evening, naturally inviting Robin, as I had promised CC. Being a principled person, I always keep my word. After reporting back to Chen Jingming at work, I spent the afternoon busily attending to various tasks. It wasn't until nearly evening that I finally took a moment to rest in my chair. I retrieved my phone and dialed Robin's number. Robin answered promptly, and I got straight to the point. Where are you? I could hear the sound of an electric razor buzzing on the other end as Robin replied. I'm getting ready for my shift at the bar. Don't go. We're gathering at CC's place tonight, and I'm treating. Robin's tone turned impatient. I said I'm not going. Stop adding to my troubles, all right? You said that if I brought Liao along, you'd join us. I did say that. Are you going to keep your word? I will, but Liao is in Hongdian filming. Right? I chuckled. If I don't bring her back, how can I entice you? The illustrious Robin. Stop dragging your feet and get over here, Otto, and bring my guitar. We can support CC tonight. Chapter 38. A chance encounter at the restaurant as night fell. The weariness of the day finally found its release in this vast city. The night enveloped us in endless solitude while allowing for unrestrained indulgence. Perhaps it is only at night that we can unveil our truest selves, experiencing both pain and pleasure in reality, helplessly watching as youth gradually drowns in the relentless flow of time. Due to Li Yao's influence, Chen Jingming's A4 had become my personal vehicle for the past few days. After concluding my call with Robin, I drove to the hotel to pick up Li Yao, then hastened towards CC's music-themed restaurant in the desolate city. Upon our arrival, Robin appeared at the entrance of the alley, guitar in tow, riding on his modified racing motorcycle. After parking, Li Yao and I alighted from the car, and upon seeing Robin, her face lit up with joy as she greeted him from afar. As they approached, Robin playfully draped his arm over Li Yao's shoulder, jokingly exclaiming, "Le superstar, long time no see." Li Yao seemed unfazed by Robin's casual embrace and glanced at the guitar slung over his back, asking Robin, "Are you planning to finally grace us with your voice tonight?" "That's Zhao Yang's guitar." She then turned to me, inquiring, "Are you planning to perform a few impromptu songs later?" I nodded, replying, "Yes, it's been a while since I've sung at CC's restaurant. I miss the days of my residency here." "Why does the word miss make me feel bittersweet?" Robin remarked. Li Yao concurred, "Because nostalgia is shameful. We are both people who look forward, right, Robin?" Robin nodded. "That makes sense. Only Zhao Yang sometimes finds it worthwhile to look back." I chuckled softly, recognizing that Robin and Li Yao's banter was more a guise for avoidance than genuine jest. Yet, I would not expose their FAAD no matter how perfectly he masqueraded in public. The stillness of the night would eventually tear away all pretense, for the night despises those who feign superiority. The three of us chatted and laughed as we traversed the dimly lit alley towards CC's restaurant. Upon pushing open the restaurant door, the familiar melodies of CC greeted us. She was deeply engrossed in singing Su Wei's Time, unaware of our presence. We chose not to disturb her and instead settled into a corner. Absorbing the poignant lyrics of Time, CC sang the line, "You are the most beautiful spring in my memories, a yesterday I can never return to." Robin and I simultaneously extracted cigarettes from our packs. Lighting them, I was unaware of Robin's feelings at that moment, but my heart brimmed with nostalgia, longing to leap back into that spring and swim through her river of love. The applause broke intermittently, pulling me back to reality as I realized CC had finished time amidst the quiet passage of moments. I lifted my gaze to the small stage. CC had set her guitar down, and at the same instant, she noticed us, her eyes sparkling with surprise. Though her delight was clearly directed at Robin, with little regard for Li Yao and myself, CC approached us with a smile, beckoning the waiter to bring us drinks and menus. Robin exhibited no particular reaction to CC's arrival, merely puffing on his cigarette while tuning his guitar. After a brief silence, CC stood beside Robin and finally said, "Long time no see, Robin. Let's sit and have a few drinks." Robin offered her space, but spoke with a flat tone devoid of emotion. CC nodded and settled beside Robin, then lit a cigarette, asking him, "How have you been lately?" "Pretty good," Robin replied dismissively. CC's expression betrayed her frustration, yet she remained resigned to his indifference, falling into silence. The waiter arrived with our drinks, and we three momentarily shifted our focus away from Robin to converse. CC flicked the ash from her cigarette and turned to me, asking, "Zhaoyang, why didn't you bring your girlfriend along tonight?" I hesitated before responding. "She's quite busy, caught up with work," as soon as I spoke. Both Li Yao and Robin turned to me, simultaneously asking, "Do you have a girlfriend now?" I regretted having mentioned Mikai as my girlfriend to CC, a consequence of my habitual thinking. I had introduced Mikai as my girlfriend in front of Feng Yuan and Jin Wei, and now I extended that narrative to CC. "Sort of," I replied evasively. Robin seemed indifferent to my new relationship status, taking a sip of his drink without pressing further, while Li Yao, intrigued, prodded, "Who is it?" "Zhaoyang? Someone you've met," I hinted, raising my glass to suggest she take a drink, hoping to divert her curiosity. Li Yao, undeterred, pondered for a moment before asking, "Is it that woman who helped you pay your fine at the police station last time?" "Guess," I replied, picking up the guitar Robin had tuned and heading towards the small stage. Anxious that Li Yao would persist with her inquiries, I settled onto the stage chair. Robin joined me, and we exchanged glances, both of us feeling trapped, me by Li Yao's relentless questioning, him by the prospect of facing CC. Robin requested a microphone from the sound engineer and instructed the band. "Let's play Don't Break My Heart by the Black Panther Band." Once the band found their rhythm, Robin and I signaled an okay to each other and closed our eyes, surrendering to the intoxicating prelude of the song. I immersed myself in the performance, eyes shut tight, until the final notes prompted me to glance towards our previous seats, only to find Mikai unexpectedly present, seated beside CC, applauding us. The attention of the diners shifted to their trio, Mikai, Li Yao, and CC, each a beauty that amplified the allure and curiosity of the onlookers. Yet, as I observed them, a wave of anxiety washed over me. I dreaded the possibility of CC introducing Mikai as my girlfriend to Li Yao, only for Mikai to expose the truth, leaving me utterly embarrassed. I passed the guitar to Robin, gesturing for him to continue as I hurried off the stage, making my way to the three women. Just as I prepared to speak, Li Yao interjected, "I'll take your place. It's been a while since I collaborated with Robin." With that, she stepped towards the small stage. I sat beside Mikai, seizing the opportunity while CC's focus remained on the stage. In a hushed tone, I asked Mikai, "How did you find this place? I thought I promised to help you deal with those pesky cockroaches when I had the chance. Why the rush?" Mikai regarded me with a look of incredulity before replying, "Did you really think I came here looking for you?" In that moment, I realized how self-absorbed I had been, remembering her previous mention of her fondness for CC's restaurant. Thus, her presence was merely a serendipitous encounter. To alleviate my embarrassment, I boldly asked, "Wasn't my rendition of Don't Break My Heart quite good?" "You were overshadowed by the man beside you," Mikai remarked, her gaze fixed on Robin. Seemingly eager to hear his next song, I clutched my chest and feigned a pained expression, exclaiming, "Oh dear, my heart aches. As your boyfriend, you can't treat me this way. My heart is shattered." "How dull," she replied, and I felt a wave of relief. If she were to call me out, it would surely be more than just a simple dismissal. Taking a sip of my beer, I redirected my attention to the small stage, awaiting Li Yao and Robin's duet. Chapter 39. Mastering life on the small stage, Robin strummed his guitar while Li Yao followed the rhythm, her voice rising in tune. I sipped my beer, my mind elsewhere. After a moment, I turned to CC and said, Liao truly has the makings of a leading actress. CC looked at me quizzically, asking, "What do you mean? Have you ever heard Yang Mi or Fan Bingbing sing better?" Clearly, with her singing talent, Liao's ascent to stardom is imminent. CC chuckled, saying, "Zhao Yang, you're quite the rascal, going to such lengths to tease Liao. She knows how to get under your skin." Intrigued, I nudged Mikai beside me, suggesting, "Why don't you join in on the fun? I haven't heard your enchanting voice yet." "I only enjoy listening to others sing," Mikai replied, shaking her head in refusal. Feeling somewhat disappointed, I took another sip of my beer and returned my focus to Liao's performance. After a short while, CC summoned the waiter for a camera, leaving her seat to find a better angle to capture Liao and Robin's performance. Upon her return, I remarked, "You really are biased. You didn't take a photo when I was singing to capture my heroic stature." CC laughed, showing me the photo she'd just taken, saying, "Not bad, right? This could become a photo of special significance someday." I nodded, glancing at Liao and Robin, pondering that perhaps one day they would indeed gain fame in the entertainment industry, making their duet a significant memento. Yet even if that day came, who would know the struggles they endured behind the scenes? It was a simple night, one where we took turns performing on the small stage, and Mikai remained mostly silent, resting her chin on her hand, quietly listening. Perhaps each person visiting the desolate city viewed it as a temporary refuge, simply enjoying music and the warmth of human connection. Originally, I intended to treat everyone to dinner, but in the end, Mikai surprised me by pulling out 1,000 yuan and dropping it into the box that symbolized human kindness. I felt a swell of pride, boasting to everyone that my girlfriend was wealthy. They teased that I was merely the kept man of a rich woman. In truth, there was no such thing as a wealthy benefactor or a kept man. It was merely the playful banter of youth. Our days of youth were fleeting, and laughter was our only defense against solitude and heaviness, for none of us wished to be alone during our prime. After bidding farewell to CC's restaurant, Mikai was the first to drive away, followed by Robin. I still needed to take Liao back to her hotel. On the way, Liao, who had not been drinking, drove while I opened the window and lit a cigarette, instinctively gazing at the city beneath the night sky. The sky had unexpectedly begun to drizzle, and the autumn breeze carried a chill. Suddenly, Liao made a U-turn, heading in the opposite direction. She said to me, "It's still early, and the hotel feels too stuffy. Let's sit by the moat for a while." "Sure," I replied, enveloped in the immensity of the night. A short while later, we arrived at the moat, sitting closely together on the grass, which had grown slightly damp from the light rain. After a moment, I reclined back on the grass, allowing the drizzle to soak me, emptying my thoughts amidst the cool autumn breeze. Liao lay beside me, her hand resting on my chest. She leaned in close and whispered, "Zhao Yang, Mikai isn't really your girlfriend, is she?" Taken aback, I responded, "How did you figure that out?" Liao smiled, saying, "It's women's intuition. I can tell she doesn't harbor romantic feelings for you." Her insight made me believe that women indeed possess a unique sensitivity. I nodded, confessing, "You're right. She's not my girlfriend. I just didn't want Jianwei to see me looking so disheveled when we bumped into each other. So I impulsively claimed she was." "Jianwei is back?" Liao's tone was laced with surprise. "Yes," I sighed, lighting a cigarette and taking a deep drag, resting my arms behind my head as I gazed longingly at the rain-soaked sky. Liao seemed to feel a chill, snuggling closer to me but remaining silent. Thus, two souls adrift in life found solace in one another on this rain-soaked night, seeking a fragment of warmth amidst the downpour. Time slipped away, and after what felt like an eternity, Liao softly asked, "Zhao Yang, do you have a place you yearn for?" "Yes, a city. A city? Like CC's restaurant?" "No, it's in the sky. An ethereal city, crystalline and transparent, where a beautiful woman with long, flowing hair resides." Liao pondered for a moment, then said, "Mikai is a beautiful woman with long hair." "Not her. Her hair is slightly wavy." I dismissed her observation and turned the question back to her. "What about you? What do you long for?" "A small island across from the beach, but I don't know where it is." One day, I encountered a man sailing a boat, and he took me to that island. We lived together, watching the sunset every evening. He would cook dinner for me at dusk, and the island would be filled with the scent of smoke, freeing us from the mundanity of the world. I chuckled. "You've really thought this through. That sounds beautiful, even more so than my ethereal city." Liao fell silent, pressing her cheek against mine. After a long pause, she finally said, "Zhao Yang, don't dwell on Jianwei anymore. Focus on fighting for your own life." We should never become victims of reality. The cigarette in my hand had grown damp from the rain, and I took a deep drag, the taste mingling with the wetness of the air, which left me feeling uncomfortable. I couldn't help but question myself. Could I truly forget Jianwei and strive to become adept at life? This time, I resolved to forge ahead, regardless of whether I could forget Jianwei. I understood that this opportunity one had in my work was a result of Li Yao enduring tremendous hardship for my sake. After a moment of silence, I turned to Li Yao and declared, I should indeed focus on my ambitions. Starting today, I will take charge of my life and become a master of living. Yes, Xiaoyang, hold me tight. I'm feeling a bit cold. The rain continued to pour softly, and a low-lying area began to accumulate water, reflecting the light from the street lamps, as if casting a glimmer of the sky city and the island across from the beach. Chapter 40. Don't act like a child. After temporarily bidding farewell to Lu Yao, I returned to the loft and opened the door to find Robin sitting on the rooftop, guitar in hand, but not practicing. Scattered beer cans around him gave off an air of despondency. I offered him a cigarette, leaping over the railing to light it, listening to the sound of rainwater dripping onto the awning. A melancholic lament, weeping through the night in anticipation of dawn. Why the gloom again? I asked with a smile. Robin cracked open a beer and handed it to me, as if our nights had dwindled down to cigarettes and beer. He remarked, every day feels like a downer. Then wallow if you must. I've decided to be an optimistic man. Really? Just don't be all talk and no action. Though Robin teased me, I didn't take offense, responding with a smile. I'll not only talk but also act. It's been over 3 years since graduation, yet I've achieved nothing. Watching my classmates and friends rush to get married, I feel quite empty inside. Robin nodded but remained silent, discarding the empty beer can and taking a deep drag from his cigarette. I rose from the railing and shouted towards the vast city below, shrouded in the darkness of night. I'm done with this. I want to work every day, buy a house, marry a beautiful girl, and return home to have someone to talk to and share my bed with. Suddenly, Robin strummed his guitar, humming the tune of Stop Being Foolish, and I realized just how cheeky he could be. The next day, I arrived at the company early, and to my surprise, Li Yao also appeared, meeting with a marketing manager from Gucci. Upon seeing Li Yao, the manager praised her appearance and demeanor, noting how perfectly they aligned with Gucci's product positioning. I harbored no doubts about this. Despite Li Yao's often carefree demeanor among friends, her professional presence exuded an air of elegance, intertwined with a touch of modern flair and a hint of exotic beauty. Thus, it was hardly surprising that Gucci chose Li Yao for their promotional campaign, a decision that underscored the brand's acute awareness of image and marketing. While Li Yao was engaged in her Gucci photo shoot, the vice president of Gucci's China division simultaneously signed a contract with our department store for a dedicated space. This signing ceremony was conducted with great fanfare, attracting numerous media outlets. Our company seized this opportunity to officially announce, Baoli Department Store has boldly entered the ranks of premier department stores. The high-profile nature of this event was strategically designed to generate momentum for the comprehensive marketing campaign I was soon to oversee, marking the beginning of my first genuine challenge in life with Gucci's presence at our store. That night, our company hosted a banquet for Gucci's vice president and several accompanying personnel. As one of the key contributors, I was unexpectedly invited, leaving me somewhat flabbergasted. After 2 years in a junior position, I had barely exchanged a few words with the upper echelons of the company, let alone shared a meal with them. During the banquet, Chen Jingming lauded my efforts in front of the senior management, culminating in our executive vice president, Li Junren, personally approaching me to say, young man, I remember you. Of course, mere remembrance was insufficient. If I wished for the higher-ups to truly value me, I needed to seize this rare opportunity and wholeheartedly excel in the upcoming marketing initiative to create value for the company. After leaving the celebratory banquet, I sought out Li Yao, who had just completed her Gucci photo shoot and was preparing to return to Hongdian to continue her acting career. We sat beside a stretch of railway tracks, which seemed to extend infinitely into the night, whispering of freedom. Yet, I knew that perhaps the next city would mark the end of this particular journey. The once ubiquitous green train rushed past us, carrying a group of seemingly lonely souls, leaving only fleeting shadows and scents in its wake. Li Yao, wrapped in thick clothing, sat beside me, and the growing distance between us began to resemble that of friends. I adjusted my jacket, lit a cigarette, and said to Li Yao, when you return to the set, don't let anyone bully you anymore. Li Yao hugged her knees, staring vacantly at another passing train, and after a long pause, nodded, replying, "You should work hard too." "Actually, I feel quite guilty," I admitted, "because my issues have caused you so much distress. On sleepless nights, I often think about confronting that actress." Liao smiled softly and said, "Don't act like a child. I don't want to dwell on that anymore." "Then what are you thinking about?" I inquired. "Nothing at all," she replied. "Thinking too much only brings sadness." I found myself in agreement with Liao's words. Yet I wondered if she could truly achieve such a state of mind. At the very least, I often found my soul, trapped within flesh, spiraling into chaotic thoughts that only deepened my pain. We lapsed into silence for a time, after which I retrieved an envelope from my bag and handed it to Liao, saying, "This is your payment for this shoot, a total of 10,000. Please confirm it." "Why is it so much?" she asked. "Our manager said that as long as you could spare time for the shoot, he was willing to offer triple the usual rate. Take it. You've earned it." I nudged the envelope further into Liao's hands. She accepted it and tucked it into her handbag, and we maintained our silence until we departed, only to see numerous trains roaring past us, accompanied by the sound of the wind on my way back. The clock had just struck 10. Although Liao and I hadn't lingered by the tracks for long, my heart had traveled far with each speeding train, proving difficult to reclaim. Upon returning to my lodgings, I discovered that Robin had not gone to the bar that night. As I prepared to enter, I heard the soft moans of a woman emanating from within, likely that Lily from last time or perhaps another. Feeling somewhat awkward about intruding, yet with nowhere else to go, I sat downstairs for a while until I recalled my promise to meet Tsai to dispose of the cockroach carcasses. I decided it was best to resolve that matter now. I called Tsai, who informed me that she had been waiting for me to deal with the cockroaches in her old apartment and was still residing at Lupan Jingyuan. I told her I was available to help right away, and she confirmed she was free too. Thus, we set off from opposite ends of the city at the same time, heading towards that dilapidated house. Chapter 41. You're Shameless in the Night. I arrived at the community where I had lived for over 2 years. At the entrance, I spotted Tsai's Crimson Q7. She had arrived before me. I whistled as I ascended the stairs, and as I moved, the motion sensor lights flickered on, illuminating the worn hallway that appeared even more dilapidated under the lights. This state of decay puzzled me. I could never understand why Tsai chose to live here, leaving me with no choice but to stay in Robin's den of iniquity. Knocking on the door, Tsai, neatly dressed, opened it for me. I promptly complained, "I'm exhausted." "Then hurry up and take care of it, so you can rest," she said, her tone laced with concern. I shot her a discontented glance and replied, "You're beautiful, but your emotional intelligence leaves much to be desired. When I say I'm tired, I mean I'd like you to get me a cup of hot water. I haven't lived here for days. There's no hot water. There's an electric kettle and a gas stove in the house. If there's no hot water, just boil some. By the way, I enjoy goji berry lemon tea. I didn't bring those when I moved last time. So please brew some for me," I said, settling onto the sofa, crossing my legs, and starting to eat the mandarins from the fruit plate. Tsai's expression soured, but she still went to the kitchen to fill the kettle, standing across from me with a somewhat resentful look. I felt a sense of triumph. If I didn't take a little advantage now, once she had utilized my help, she would likely turn on me with her cutting words. "These mandarins are quite good. Where did you buy them?" I asked, peeling another one. "If you like them, take some home. But can you please take care of the task at hand first?" I replied nonchalantly last time. "I thought your cherries were delightful, and you let me take some back. Now, I find these mandarins delightful, and you're letting me take them back too. Is everything in this house up for grabs as long as I like it?" "Principally, yes. But with someone like you, I can't afford to be petty because your audacity is astonishing," Tsai retorted patiently. I chuckled and continued, "Then I really like you. Why don't you come away with me tonight?" Tsai's expression suddenly darkened, glaring at me as she said, "Please refrain from saying things to every woman that you think are charming. It makes you seem quite shameless." I remained unfazed, replying, "I'm merely following your logic. How is that shameless? If you don't want it, I simply want tea like you." Tsai glanced at the kettle, which was nearing a boil, her face showing an expression that suggested she wished to toss me into the boiling water. Inside, I was elated. In all our verbal sparring, this was the first time I had the upper hand. The sensation of reclaiming my ground was exhilarating, prompting me to hum a tune by Fei Wong. As the night wore on, welcoming the day, cleaning by day, praying by night, leaving behind the chaos, seeking troubles, from the ends of the earth to the whims of my heart, is anyone there? Who comes to find me? I greet you, And you say I'm a bother, neither too late nor too early, across 1,000 miles. Mitsai glared at me as I finished singing, yet found herself helpless against me, for she lacked the shamelessness to match mine. I turned to Mitsai and asked, "Do you know what song I just sang?" Before she could answer, I answered my own question. It's Fei Wong's new tenant. Don't you think the lyrics perfectly capture our relationship? I didn't wait for her response, launching into an analysis instead. Every day, I wait in this house for nightfall, welcoming the day, cleaning by day, praying by night. One day, you whimsically moved in here, and as the landlord, I greeted you, yet you replied, "You're a bother," then kicked me out. After a moment, Mitsai sighed. You really have quite the imagination. This isn't imagination. It's a real, tragic story that occurred not long ago. I protested, standing up from the sofa and glaring at her. Mitsai remained silent, glancing at the now boiling water and said, "I'll pour the water. Where are your lemon slices and goji berries?" "Next to the toilet in the bathroom," I replied, somewhat irked, having just analyzed my own grievances. Mitsai's face twisted in disgust, but she recognized my intent, maintaining a stony demeanor as she said, "If you don't tell me, then forget it. You can brew it yourself. You're so principled. You agreed to help me brew tea, so you must do it." I seized the opportunity to mock her principles. Mitsai finally exploded in anger. "But did you really leave the lemon and goji berries next to the toilet? Ask the cockroaches in the bathroom. They live there and would know for sure," I replied, provoking her further. Fuming, Mitsai retorted, "If you don't want to drink, then forget it." She then stormed into her room, unwilling to speak another word to me. In my moment of triumph, I began singing New Tenant again, reveling in my victory. Eventually, I found the lemon and goji berries in the room I once inhabited. After brewing a cup of tea, I settled back onto the sofa, savoring life's newfound beauty. Finishing my tea, I resolved to head to the bathroom to clear out the cockroach carcasses, but just then, my phone rang. It was Robin calling. I answered, only to hear a woman's voice on the other end. "You must be Zhao Yang," she said. "Who are you, and why are you using Robin's phone?" I asked, puzzled. "Lily, the one from last time. Oh, do you need something?" Lily spoke in a conspiratorial tone. "Robin went downstairs to buy cigarettes, and I'm calling to let you know not to come back tonight. I want to spend the night here with him." I felt a bit conflicted, but having already disrupted Lily's plans once, I felt it would be unreasonable to do so again. After a moment, I finally replied, "All right, I want to come back tonight." Lily's tone brightened instantly. "Great. Just remember to call Robin and let him know you want to be back." "Sure. And don't tell him I asked you not to come back," she cautioned. "Okay, I'll just say I have something else to do." "Zhao Yang, you're really great. I'll treat you to a meal sometime," Lily said cheerfully before hanging up. I realized I had forgotten to remind her to return the 100 yuan she had taken from me last time. After ending the call with Lily, I found myself in a dilemma. If I didn't return to Robin's place, where could I spend the night? With a sense of unease about my lack of options, I headed to the bathroom to help Mitsai clean up the cockroach corpses. Fortunately, there weren't many left, as the insecticide had proven ineffective. After searching for a while, I finally discovered one half-dead cockroach behind the toilet, which was sufficient to satisfy me. I wrapped it in toilet paper, stuffing some cigarette butts inside to serve as its remains, and then approached Mitsai's room, knocking on the door. "I've cleared all the cockroach carcasses. They're wrapped in toilet paper. Do you want to verify? The insecticide really works wonders." Chapter 42. If you have the guts, call the police. Inside her room, Mitsai did not respond, possibly too furious with my previous antics. I knocked again, saying, "If you don't want to check, I'll just toss the clean carcasses into your room to prove I didn't slack off." Mitsai's voice was tense as she replied, "No need to check. Just take it away, Dotto," I said, raising my hand to throw the toilet paper-wrapped cockroach and cigarette butts out the window. "The bathroom is now usable. I guarantee there is a single cockroach left." "Okay, then you should hurry back and rest. It's difficult to get a cab this late." Mitsai finally emerged from her room, her hair tied up and wearing a thick houndstooth coat, holding her car keys. "I'll give you a ride back." I remained rooted in place, intending to avoid leaving, since I had promised Lily I wouldn't return to Robin's tonight. As Mitsai reached the door, she turned back to me, asking, "Why aren't you leaving?" I sighed, feigning helplessness. "I can't go to my friend's tonight." "What happened?" He brought a woman back for the night," I replied in a low voice, my tone heavy with desolation. "It's been a week, and you still haven't found a place to stay?" "I've been busy, running back and forth to Hongdian twice." When do I have time to search for a place? Besides, finding a comfortable place to live isn't that easy. I glanced around the room, filled with nostalgia. Then just stay in a hotel. In a way, hotels are too expensive. I need to save money to pay off my debt to you, I said, plopping down on the sofa and reclining as if to assert my intention to stay there for the night. Mitsai approached me, frowning as she asked, "What do you mean by this?" "I mean I'm staying here tonight," I replied, flashing her a smile. After a moment, Mitsai spoke patiently, "Please don't make me feel like you're being unreasonable, all right? I am unreasonable. Besides, I spent over 20 on the cab to help you. Why shouldn't I be able to stay here for the night? I'll cover your cab fare, and I'll book a hotel for you. That should suffice, right?" I rolled over and stood up from the sofa, nearly face to face with Mitsai, and exclaimed, "You know what? I can't stand your attitude of thinking everything can be resolved with money. Oh, you really think I'm lacking in funds? I must inform you that this evening, I have no intention of leaving this place. If you possess any courage, feel free to call the authorities and report me for trespassing. How could you, as a mere tenant, have the audacity to accuse me, your landlord, of invading your privacy? You certainly feel embarrassed to do so, for it is you who has unlawfully occupied my residence for over 2 years with your meager funds, leaving you in the wrong." My words flowed chaotically, effectively silencing all of Mitsai's retorts, who could only glare at me in fury. I reclined on the sofa, adopting a resolute posture of refusal to depart. Mitsai found herself at a loss, and in a rare display of frustration, she stomped her foot before striding towards the door with her handbag in hand. "Where are you going?" I inquired, twisting my head to look at her. "I'm leaving. Is that all right?" "Go ahead, just don't return." After Mitsai exited, I stealthily slipped into her room, discovering an unused set of bedding in the cupboard. I transported it to the room I had previously occupied, made the bed, and settled in with a sense of self-righteousness, hoping fervently that Mitsai would not come back, having entirely forgotten the dignified stance I had taken when I moved out to accommodate her. The following day, I awoke at 8, hastily using Mitsai's toiletries before swiftly resolving my breakfast at a familiar eatery downstairs, then hurriedly boarded the bus to the office. Upon my arrival, after participating in the routine morning meeting, Manager Chen Jingming requested a private discussion with me. I understood that he was concerned about the comprehensive marketing plan I was responsible for. Chen Jingming asked, "So, do you have any ideas for this marketing strategy?" I nodded and replied, "Yes, I intend to center this plan around realizing customer value. This approach is aimed at enhancing our brand image. I believe that by prioritizing customer value, they will, in turn, contribute more effectively to our corporate value." "Your reasoning is sound. Our Bowley department store has operated for many years and has matured in the 4P, product, price, place, promotion, aspects. We are now officially stepping into the realm of top-tier department stores. And what we urgently need is an enhancement of our image. Achieving greater customer value is the best means to elevate our corporate image, and your marketing approach aligns perfectly with our department store's current strategic needs." I nodded in acknowledgement. Having worked at Bowley for over 2 years, I certainly had my own understanding of the strategic environment in which the company operated. Chen Jingming continued, "I will assign one person from the graphic design team, the engineering team, and the display design team to join this project group to assist you in completing this marketing plan. If you have any preferences regarding the candidates, feel free to communicate with me at any time." "All right, by the way, I have received word that our largest competitor, Zhuomei Shopping Center, is planning a large-scale promotional event targeting our Bowley department store. Their intention is to temporarily drain consumer demand in order to suppress us strategically." The timing of Zhuomei's promotional event did not surprise me. It was entirely a strategic necessity. Bowley and Zhuomei are situated in the same commercial circle, both vying for the high-end market, which naturally leads to fierce competition. The presence of Gucci in our store has placed us in a parallel position with them, provoking their sense of threat and prompting them to suppress us aggressively. However, while Bowley has reached the standards of a top-tier department store, we still lag behind Zhuomei, which currently hosts 11 international first-line brands, slightly more than us. I asked Chen Jingming. "So, does our planning department need to prepare a counter-promotional plan soon?" "Yes, and it must be expedited. Our promotional activities should precede theirs to disrupt Zhuomei's strategic intentions. Although time is tight, we must ensure the effectiveness of the event, as this will test our planning department's agility and execution capability. We can only succeed, not fail." After a pause, Chen Jingming added, "Given the significance of this promotional plan, I have arranged for Fang Yuan to conclude his honeymoon leave early and return to the office tomorrow to collaborate with you on this promotional plan." I breathed a sigh of relief. If Fang Yuan had not returned, I would have struggled to shoulder such an important project alone. However, this also indicated the profound strategic significance of this promotional plan for our department store. Otherwise, Chun Jingming would not have cut Fang Yuan's honeymoon short. Chun Jingming then retrieved a document from his drawer and handed it to me, saying, "This is the latest personnel file of Zhuomei Shopping Center that the Public Relations Department has just obtained. There have been significant changes in their upper management recently. Please review this file, particularly the composition of their planning department, to gain insight into both our own and our competitors' situation." I perused the personnel file passed to me by Chun Jingming. I was taken aback upon seeing the first page. The newly appointed CEO of Zhuomei Shopping Center was someone I knew all too well. Chapter 43. When enemies meet Zhuomei Shopping Center's CEO. Meet Tsai, English name, Betsy. Born September 10, 1988, originally from Suzhou, graduated from the University of Pennsylvania with a master's in business administration. I read her resume. I was astounded. The woman I had driven out of that dilapidated house the previous night was, in fact, the newly appointed CEO of Zhuomei Shopping Center. Although I was not an employee there, the fact that Zhuomei is our Baoli department store's largest competitor created a tenuous connection between Mitsai and me. As we were both engaged in the department store industry, albeit with vastly different standings. Was there truly a saying that enemies do not cross paths unless they are fated? After intersecting in life, we now found ourselves connected in the professional realm as well. Chun Jingming noticed my unusual demeanor and, with a puzzled expression, asked, "What's wrong? Is there an issue with Zhuomei's personnel file?" No, I just think the new CEO of Zhuomei is strikingly beautiful. She's only 26. I wonder if she has a boyfriend. Chun Jingming looked at me helplessly, rendered speechless for a moment. "Well then, manager, you carry on, I'll get back to work," I said, not waiting for Chun Jingming's response as I exited his office with Zhuomei's personnel file in hand. Upon returning to my office, I flipped through the personnel file once more. After reviewing it thoroughly, I returned to Mitsai's page, still finding it hard to believe. Subconsciously, I began comparing myself to her, immediately feeling the vast chasm between us. It was worth noting that Zhuomei had consistently outperformed Baoli and Suzhou over the years. Zhuomei's CEO. Mitsai was indeed more accomplished than our CEO, Yang Huaqing. During my 2 years at Baoli, I had hardly encountered Yang Huaqing due to our differing ranks. In my mind, he was a figure to whom I had to look up. However, it was only recently that Mitsai, someone who surpassed Yang Huaqing in the industry, had been so rudely treated by me. I recalled the day I had carelessly thrown her bedding out into the rain, watching her cry in front of me, feeling utterly ashamed of my behavior since then. I refrained from dwelling on these thoughts further. At that moment, I was genuinely glad to be working at Baoli rather than Zhuomei. Zhao, observing the change in my expression, curiously asked, "Zhaoyang, why do you look so twisted?" "My face hurts." "Oh, what are you holding?" "You've been flipping through it for ages. It's the latest personnel file from Zhuomei. Take a look and familiarize yourself," I replied, tossing the document to Zhao. Zhao began to peruse it, and upon reaching the first page, exclaimed, "The CEO at Zhuomei has changed." "Indeed," I affirmed. Zhao continued reading and remarked, "Only 26 and so beautiful. She can't be just a pretty face, can she? You think so too?" I said, feeling a pang of imbalance within, wondering why Mitsai, also born in the 80s, seemed to live like a fairy while I felt like a cockroach. But she was a graduate of the University of Pennsylvania with an MBA. Surely, she couldn't just be a pretty face. Everyone knows that the business school at the University of Pennsylvania is among the best in the world. Zhao, eyeing Mitsai's picture, began to dismiss her earlier assessment. I shot Zhao a glare and said, "Zhao, do you have any principles? What's wrong with an MBA from the University of Pennsylvania? In modern business competition, what matters is wisdom and experience, not merely academic qualifications. Why are you so worked up?" "I was just saying, anyway, whether she has a pretty face or not has little to do with us, small fry. Stop being so dramatic and don't speak to me like that." "Who's being dramatic? I'm a rugged man who loves outdoor sports," Zhao retorted, his face flushed. "Outdoor ballet, perhaps? Zhaoyang, you brute. You're harsh with your words," I replied nonchalantly. "Feel free to continue your tirade. I can take it." That evening, I stayed at the office with my colleagues for an additional 2 hours. I had been in this state of continuous work for several days, gradually adapting to the busyness and pressure. This represented a significant change for me, as my previously despondent life required such a transformation. As I prepared to leave the office, I received a call from Fang Yuan, who informed me that he and Yin Yin had returned from Sanya and invited me to dinner. Cautiously, I inquired if Jianwei would be joining them. He replied that Jianwei had gone to Nanjing with Xiang Qian. I then relaxed my guard, though I was filled with an indescribable sense of loss, as I fully understood what Jianwei's trip to Nanjing with Xiang Qian implied. The weight of the night pressed down on my sensitivity, leading to an increasing sense of oppression and despair. Arriving at the restaurant where I was to meet Fang Yuan, I took a moment outside to smoke a cigarette, flashing a toothy grin at my reflection in the window, ensuring my smile appeared flawless before extinguishing the cigarette and entering. From a distance, Yin Yin waved at me, and I struggled to maintain my earlier smile as I approached the couple. As soon as I sat down, Yin Yin eagerly handed me a bag, saying, "I know you love beer, so I bought you plenty of ready-to-eat seafood." "Zhaoyang, isn't your sister so thoughtful?" I accepted the bag from Yin Yin, smirking, "You're already a married woman. Stop pretending to be youthful and calling yourself my sister." "I really can't bring myself to say it." Yin Yin playfully hit me, retorting, "What's wrong with being a married woman?" "A married woman can still be your sister." I laughed heartily, yet my mood remained shrouded in an unwarranted sense of loss. Amid our jovial banter, Fang Yuan asked, "I heard from Manager Chun that Zhuomei is planning a large promotional event against us." I nodded, "Yes, it's something we anticipated. Otherwise, Chun Jingming wouldn't have been so eager to summon you back, even at the cost of your honeymoon." Then turned to Yin Yin and asked, "Married woman, are you frustrated that you were summoned back before you had your fill of fun?" Yin Yin linked her arm with Fang Yuan's and said, "I always support my husband's work. I don't mind missing a few days of fun." "Good wife, virtuous assistant," I exclaimed sincerely. Fang Yuan smiled at me, saying, "You could also invest some effort in cultivating your girlfriend into a virtuous assistant." I remained silent, scanning the room for the waiter to bring our dishes promptly, as we dined. Fang Yuan brought up work-related matters again, and I briefly summarized my recent work situation. Suddenly, he asked, "By the way, I heard Zhuomei's CEO has changed. You should have their latest personnel file, right?" "Yes, Chen Jingming gave me one this morning." "Dio, you have it with you?" "Let me see." I suddenly realized that the newly appointed CEO of Zhuomei was Mi Tsai. If Fang Yuan were to see that personnel file, he would undoubtedly be taken aback, and I would find it difficult to explain, as it was simply too unbelievable. I had never imagined that the woman I had so rudely coerced into pretending to be my girlfriend was actually the new CEO of Zhuomei. I replied, "Why would I carry that around for no reason? You should have already seen that personnel file. Just give me a brief overview of Zhuomei's new CEO and their planning department." I said impatiently, "It's after hours. Can we not discuss work?" Fang Yuan replied earnestly, "I never take work lightly. To me, there is no distinction between work hours and personal time. As members of the planning department, it's essential for us to stay updated on our competitors' movements." I fell silent, realizing that I could not conceal this matter for long. Fang Yuan would eventually see Zhuomei's personnel file. Mustering my resolve, I retrieved the document from my bag and tossed it onto the table, stating, "Here it is." Fang Yuan picked up the file, bewildered, and asked, "Didn't you say you didn't have it with you?" "Don't ask. Just look." Chapter 44. The truth unveiled. Fang Yuan opened Zhuomei Shopping Center's personnel file, his expression shifting dramatically, mirroring my own shock. Yin Yin, noticing Fang Yuan's unusual demeanor, asked, "What's wrong?" She then glanced at the personnel file in Fang Yuan's hands, and upon seeing it, covered her mouth in astonishment and widened her eyes at me, finally exclaiming, "Oh my! The CEO of Zhuomei Shopping Center is your girlfriend. This is too outrageous. Am I dreaming?" Fang Yuan set the file down, his expression matching Yin Yan's as he stared at me, saying, "Zhaoyang, what is going on? You never mentioned that Mi Tsai is the CEO of Zhuomei. I only discovered this when I read the personnel file this morning." "I share your disbelief." Fang Yuan and Yin Yin exchanged glances, still with astonished expressions, and asked, "How exactly did you meet her? Do you remember when I told you that the old house I lived in was bought by a woman driving a luxury car?" "Yes, you mentioned that. Mi Tsai was the one who purchased it, and naturally we got to know each other." Fang Yuan nodded, suddenly seeming to grasp a crucial point, and fixed me with an intense gaze. "In less than a month, she became your girlfriend?" I attempted to deflect. "What can I say? When fate strikes, it cannot be resisted." "You mean to tell me that you managed to win over the CEO of a top shopping center in less than a month? Even a novel wouldn't develop this quickly?" Yin Yin chimed in. "When you first introduced Mi Tsai to us, we thought you had been dating her for a long time and were just keeping it under wraps. We never imagined you had only known her for less than a month. Zhaoyang, your skills in courting women must be extraordinary. Could you two stop speaking to me in such a sarcastic tone?" I shot back, glaring at them. Fang Yuan and Yin Yin questioned in unison, then you need to come clean with us. What exactly is your relationship with Mi Tsai? In truth, the moment I showed Fang Yuan Mi Tsai's file, I knew the truth would be out. Who would believe that a CEO of a top shopping center would fall for an unreliable junior employee? If I were to blame anyone, it would be life itself for being so absurd. Why did Mi Tsai have to be the CEO of Zhuomei? Even if she were the daughter of a small-town entrepreneur or someone who sprang from a rock, I wouldn't be facing this embarrassing situation of being exposed now. After a moment of silence, I impatiently said to Fang Yuan and Yin Yin, who were staring at me like I was a criminal, "Stop looking at me as if you're interrogating a suspect. I might as well confess. Quickly, confess. If you don't, we'll resort to torture," Yin Yin declared, raising her fist playfully. As I reclined in the chair, gazing at the ceiling, I candidly remarked, "She is not my girlfriend. On the day of your wedding, I felt an emptiness within me, so I called Mi Tsai under false pretenses, claiming I wanted to treat her to a meal, luring her to your banquet. Then I encountered Jianwei and, in a moment of impulsiveness, declared her to be my girlfriend. Subsequently, I wove a web of lies to conceal lies until all of you genuinely believed she was my girlfriend. Oh dear. Zhao Yang, does this not signify that you cannot forget Jianwei?" Yin Yin inquired, raising her voice amid the bustling restaurant. "Fang Yuan, give your wife a sedative. She's being too loud," I replied with an unnaturally calm demeanor. Fang Yuan shot Yin Yin a look, urging her to lower her voice. Yin Yin finally cast an apologetic glance my way and fell silent, leaving the conversational space to Fang Yuan and me. After a moment of silence, Fang Yuan addressed me, "Zhao Yang, why resort to such childish tactics to deceive yourself?" I chuckled, "Childish? I merely seek to alleviate my own discomfort. And as for Jianwei and Xiang Chun, at least we do not appear so embittered. We can still converse as friends." Fang Yuan sighed, then fell silent. The most exasperating aspect of love between men and women is its inherent powerlessness. It comes and goes beyond our control, and no one can rescue me from the past I shared with Jianwei. Fang Yuan's choice of silence stemmed from his understanding of this truth. I too remained silent, burdened by helplessness and sorrow, yet no vessel could navigate the turbulent autumn night to carry me away from this grief. Thus, I repressed my desires, swaying my soul, casting anxious glances into the void. After dinner, I wandered the streets alone. I wouldn't say I was lost or disheartened, yet I felt an urge to leave this city, a desire that had long lingered within me. This city had fueled my fantasies for 2 years, yet it had also drained my spirit for 2 years. Countless sleepless nights, I envisioned Jianwei returning to my side, only for those dreams to shatter time and again, leaving me increasingly weary. Now, I no longer needed to fantasize, for Jianwei had found someone else. The moment Xiang Chen adorned her neck with a token of affection, I had awakened to reality. How I longed to leave behind all my fantasies, disappointments, and loneliness in this city, to escape and let the chilling autumn winds shatter all that was cursed, rendering it irrelevant to me. How liberating that would be. I yearned to leave, to return to the city where I had grown up, where my mother knitted warm sweaters and my father brewed refreshing tea. Yet I could not escape this city. My soul was already deeply entrenched here. Here lies a guitar strumming the chords of solitude, an empty city harboring memories, and an old house that comforts me. Sitting on a bench at the bus stop, I gazed vacantly at bus after bus taking passengers to every corner of the city, yet I felt as though I had nowhere to go on this night. The last 32 bus arrived at the stop, jolting me awake, and I hurriedly boarded, tossing in a coin, thus finally acquiring the identity of a passenger. This night, I would ride the 32 bus, traversing 6 streets back to that old house. Deep down, I did not wish to leave that old house. Hence, this morning, I recklessly ventured into Mi Tsai's room, discovering a set of keys to the house, naively believing that Mi Tsai had indeed left the place for me. Never to return, I retrieved the keys and opened the door, only to unexpectedly hear the sound of someone washing up in the bathroom. Glancing at the shoe rack, I spotted a pair of Chanel crystal-embellished women's shoes. Undoubtedly, Mi Tsai had returned. I silently stood at the bathroom door, watching as Mi Tsai, engaged in her routine, suddenly said, "You're back." Mi Tsai appeared unfazed, perhaps already having heard my earlier entry, but she ignored me, seemingly still upset over my persistent antics yesterday. "Did you just rinse your mouth?" I asked. Mi Tsai instinctively glanced at her toothbrush before replying, "What is it to you? I woke up late this morning and didn't have time to buy toiletries, so I used yours." I explained. Meat-Sai's expression shifted dramatically, her demeanor growing tense. You left so decisively yesterday. I thought you wouldn't come back. Otherwise, I would have certainly informed you in advance or helped you buy a new set. Meat-Sai's face contorted in anger, reminiscent of the time she saw a cockroach, as she exclaimed, "Are you repulsive, or what? You're a beauty, so I certainly don't find it repulsive. If it's used, it's used." I candidly stated in truth, this matter seemed trivial to me. During college, my friends and I would share a cigarette, passing it mouth to mouth, so why would I care about using a toothbrush that a beauty had used? Besides, I genuinely intended to buy her a new set. Who knew she would return tonight? I'm saying your actions are disgusting, I replied innocently. Using your toothbrush doesn't disgust me at all. There's no need to worry about me. Meat-Sai's expression grew more furious as she tossed the toothbrush, towel, and even cosmetics into the trash, stepping up to me, who was blocking the bathroom door, and forcefully pushing me aside, cursing, "Get lost." I suddenly grasped Meat-Sai's intentions, exclaiming, "Oh, so it's the fact that I used your toothbrush that disgusts you. Your ability to express yourself is truly exasperating. You can't even articulate that." Chapter 45. To look or not to look, Meat-Sai bit her lip, gazing at me, seemingly at a loss for words. After a long pause, she darkly remarked, "Why does such a person with no manners exist in this world?" I shrugged off her disdain, replying, "Can't you view the situation from multiple perspectives? Using your toiletries from another angle indicates my disregard for trivialities. Did you receive my consent before using them? That's why I said I don't sweat the small stuff. Is this trivial matter worthy of a grand consultation with you? But I used your toothbrush without knowing," Meat-Sai reiterated, once more displaying her disgust. "Having used it, should I then seek a magical box to turn back time and remind you not to use it? How impractical. So, let us just let this matter slide. You must understand that in this world, nothing is real. You are but an illusion, and so am I, and of course, the toothbrush is also illusory." Meat-Sai finally softened slightly, stating, "God knows if you have any contagious diseases. If I did have a disease, it would merely be your misfortune. Just think about it. What are the odds of two people meeting in this vast sea of humanity? And then the likelihood of me using your toothbrush and other toiletries is even slimmer." Meat-Sai, who had just calmed down, now flared up again. "By your logic, does that mean whatever happens in the future is all my fault? Am I just destined for misfortune?" "One could argue that," I said with a grin, looking at Meat-Sai. "You seem to understand me quite well." "You don't even need to guess my thoughts," Meat-Sai, exasperated, retorted. "The thoughts of a scoundrel are all too transparent. No one needs to guess the ugly faces of people like you. You've cursed again. Even if I'm a scoundrel as a graceful woman, you shouldn't speak like that. It tarnishes your image. Zhao Yang, are you determined to drive me to my wit's end today? If you fear being driven mad, then leave. Leave this house to me, and we'll both be at ease." Meat-Sai suddenly fell silent, responding with a calm demeanor. "Dream on. I want to fulfill your wish, you scoundrel. Regardless, I'm not leaving tonight. If you don't mind, I certainly want to object to us cohabiting again." Oh my surprise, Meat-Sai did not retort but turned and returned to the bathroom, slamming the door shut, leaving me to wonder what she was up to inside. I sat on the sofa, turned on the television, watching absent-mindedly while occasionally glancing toward the bathroom, feeling a sense of conspiracy. Suddenly, I recalled the last time she had lured me into the wild at night, and a wave of dread washed over me. A person as astute as I surely wouldn't fall victim to the same trick twice. That was simply improbable. I reassured myself, feeling a sense of relief. With that relief came an inexplicable lift in my spirits, so I seized the opportunity while Meat-Sai was occupied in the bathroom to head downstairs to the convenience store and buy some toiletries. Of course, I took the keys with me, wary that Meat-Sai might seize the chance to lock me out. A hint of guilt gnawed at me, so I splurged on the most expensive toiletries at the convenience store for Meat-Sai, while I merely picked up something for myself, knowing I wasn't particularly particular. After a brief stroll outside the community and a few cigarettes to release my pin-up feelings, I returned home just as Meat-Sai emerged from the bathroom, her hair damp as if she had just bathed. Curiously, I asked, "Didn't you throw away all the toiletries? How did you end up washing up? Did I not have any spares?" I immediately grew uneasy. Why didn't you mention it? I just went to the convenience store to buy you a set. It cost over 50 yuan. Did you? Meat-Sai replied, drying her hair with a new towel, her tone remarkably calm, as if the earlier unpleasantness had never occurred. "Here, take a look," I said, presenting the bag to her. Then just put it in the bathroom cabinet for future use. Mitsai continued calmly that I nodded and made my way to the bathroom, where steam and the scent of shower gel enveloped me. Cautiously, I surveyed the surroundings, wary of any possible trickery from Mitsai. From my understanding of her, the calmer she seemed, the more likely she was to concoct some mischief. Aside from the clothes she had discarded, the bathroom was nearly empty. Confirming my safety, I opened the cabinet beneath the sink, and indeed, it was stocked with many spare toiletries. Had I known earlier, I wouldn't have used her items at all, for I truly wasn't one to derive amusement from petty quarrels. Afterward, I washed up in the bathroom, and once I was done, I stepped out, towel drying my hair like Maiko. To my surprise, she hadn't retired. Instead, she sat on the living room sofa, eating cherries while reviewing documents. "Why aren't you asleep?" I asked her. Waiting for my hair to dry, I sat beside Mitsai, unceremoniously grabbing some cherries to eat. Then inquired, "Do you have a fondness for cherries?" "Yeah, I've liked them since I was little," Mitsai patiently replied. I scrutinized her, sensing something off. Given my recent poor behavior, her reply of merely yes seemed overly generous. I steeled myself, reminding myself that as a man, she couldn't do much to me. I merely needed to remain calm and settled in this space without overthinking. Out of boredom, I glanced at the documents Mitsai was holding, and sure enough, I spotted the logo of Zhuomei Shopping Center emblazoned on the papers, thus confirming that Mitsai was indeed the CEO of Zhuomei. I nudged her, breaking her concentration, and asked, "Hey, do you know what I do for a living?" "Who cares?" Mitsai retorted, her impatience evident. I chuckled awkwardly, feeling a little more at ease. She should indeed respond to me with such impatience. I wasn't surprised that Mitsai knew nothing about my work situation. While I was certain Zhuomei had personnel records for our company, I doubted she would bother to look, and even if she did, she would only glance at the higher-ups, not someone as insignificant as me. Naturally, I wouldn't voluntarily disclose to Mitsai that I worked at Baoli. My pride wouldn't allow me to position myself beneath her. At least in this house, we were equals, though not quite equal. In this space, I held an advantage over her. This was not mere bravado but rather a logical conclusion. She feared cockroaches, and cockroaches feared me. I was superior to her by 2 tiers, and my self-delusions. I felt increasingly pleased, tossing 2 cherries into my mouth, and began humming Fei Wong's new tenant right in front of Mitsai. She appeared exasperated, yet unwilling to engage me further, slammed the documents onto the table and got up from the sofa. "What are you doing?" I asked, unabashedly. "Doing laundry," she replied without looking back. "Then you're not kicking me out tonight, are you?" "Stay as long as you like," Mitsai replied with disdain. "Will you be staying with me as well?" "Of course, I'll stay with you." Mitsai's answer filled me with elation. I had effortlessly managed to win over a woman like her. I began to fantasize about moving my belongings back tomorrow night. For this old house in the city was the place I had longed for. Continuing to hum New Tenant, my eyes wandered to the documents Mitsai had left behind, and suddenly my heart raced. The document was indeed Zhuomei Shopping Center's operational plan for November, which surely contained strategic insights regarding Baoli and the promotional activities about to unfold. If I were to peruse this plan, Zhuomei's strategic intentions would be laid bare, providing invaluable insight for our forthcoming countermeasures against Zhuomei's marketing strategies. To look or not to look, I found myself torn in a moment of internal conflict. Chapter 46. Mitsai's Revenge. After a brief struggle, I ultimately decided against perusing the operational plan left on the coffee table by Mitsai. Perhaps I was not the most scrupulous individual, but I refused to engage in such petty thievery. I continually reminded myself to remain aware of my moral boundaries. I would not harm Mitsai or the Zhuomei Shopping Center for the sake of my own interests. The sound of the washing machine whirring filled the bathroom, and soon enough, Mitsai emerged, returning to the sofa, picking up the monthly operational plan once more, treating my presence as though I were air. I felt invisible and turned to Mitsai, saying, "By the way, I borrowed a set of bedding from your room yesterday. I couldn't very well sleep in your bed. That would only disgust you further. So I thought you wouldn't mind. Feel free to use it," Mitsai replied nonchalantly. Her sudden change of attitude left me feeling somewhat embarrassed, realizing I had perhaps bullied her earlier. Although she was the CEO of Zhuomei, at the end of the day, she was just a woman. My previous behavior lacked a certain gentlemanly grace. "I'm off to bed. You should get some rest too. Don't stay up too late," I said, softening my tone. "Yeah, I'll sleep after the laundry is done." Upon returning to my own room, I felt a joy akin to recovering something lost. I could once again reside in the room I had inhabited for over 2 years. I was grateful to fate for its kindness, thankful for my unyielding determination, and appreciative of meat-sized generosity. Having expressed all my gratitude, I suddenly felt a sense of release, and soon the weariness of the past week enveloped me, promising a comfortable and restful sleep, as I had anticipated. I slept soundly that night, drifting into slumber until dawn, not even dreaming upon waking. I quickly regained my alertness. I sat up in bed, glancing out the window. Despite the autumn wind scattering leaves, the sunlight was pleasant, and the temperature was just right. I splashed water on my face to shake off the morning drowsiness, checked my watch, and noted it was just past 7:30, an ideal time to rise. After washing up, I decided to prepare some porridge and head out to buy breakfast. Of course, I would also get a portion for Mitsa. I believed we should not harbor any grudges from the previous night. As a man, I could lower my guard and take the initiative to extend an olive branch, ensuring that we could coexist harmoniously in this shared space. I approached the cupboard where the rice was stored, only to discover that it was unexpectedly locked. A sense of confusion washed over me, yet I remained oblivious to the underlying implications. I resolved to check the refrigerator instead, but upon opening it, I was utterly taken aback to find it completely empty. An ominous premonition began to envelop me. I nearly bolted to the front door, twisting the handle of the security door, only to find it firmly locked from the inside. In that instant, I realized that I had been confined in this room by Mitsai. Damn it. No wonder she asked me last night how long I intended to stay. How could I have been so oblivious? Cursing under my breath, I ran towards my room, clinging to the last vestige of hope, only to despair upon discovering that Mitsai had taken the key to my room while I was asleep. Thankfully, I kept my composure and remembered to call a locksmith for help. I grabbed my phone from the cupboard, only to find it significantly lighter. Upon opening the back cover of my phone, a wave of impending breakdown washed over me as I realized the battery was missing. Gritting my teeth with a stoic expression, I returned to the living room, utterly at a loss. The apartment was on the 5th floor. Jumping down would surely be suicidal. For an entire morning, I flitted around the apartment like a headless fly. If it had been the weekend, I would have felt better, but today was precisely the day Fong Yuan was returning to the company. There would undoubtedly be a meeting in the department to discuss the recently formulated promotional plan, the significance of which cannot be overstated. If I did not attend, it would surely impede the progress of the proposal. I could already envision the distorted expressions of Chen Jingming and Fong Yuan, twisted with anger towards me. The more I thought about it, the more infuriated I became, wishing desperately to strangle that malicious woman Mitsai. At that moment, I felt like a pitiful creature trapped in a box by her, utterly helpless. She was determined to drive me to despair. Not only was there no food in the apartment, but she had also cut off the electricity. I could hardly imagine how grueling this day would be. Anxiously, I lay on the sofa, each second feeling like an eternity. I rushed to the balcony multiple times, shouting for help, but no one responded, as if everyone in the community had been bribed by Mitsai. Perhaps my luck was simply at its nadir today. In any case, I remained trapped in the apartment, and my energy was waning by noon. I was so dizzy from hunger that my hatred for Mitsai intensified. I refused to believe she would dare to keep me confined here all day. She would surely return by nightfall to release me in a fit of rage. I resolved that as soon as she returned, I would call the police. This was an act of illegal confinement, and she had stolen my phone battery, multiple offenses that warranted her detention. She was utterly abusing her power. A few birds chirped merrily outside the balcony, flaunting their freedom, while the feeble rays of the evening sun cast a dim glow on the curtains. I lay on the sofa, feeling as powerless as the sunlight, my body limp and devoid of energy, a ring of stars swirling around my head as I silently pleaded for this hellish day to come to an end. After what felt like an eternity, the last ray of sunlight faded from the balcony, plunging the room into darkness. I lay there, too weak to even turn over. Yet that malicious woman Mitsai had still not returned. A creeping sense of dread settled in my heart. Although I knew she would not genuinely leave me locked up here, if she did not return tonight, I would feel as good as dead by morning. The room was enveloped in darkness, and the anxiety of losing my freedom grew increasingly intense. I felt as if I were being tormented by 100 claws, my anger and anxiety merging into a maddening frenzy. My vision began to blur, and I feared I might faint at any moment. Time dragged on like a snail, and I lingered on, clinging to life. Finally, I heard the sound of keys unlocking the door. and I jolted awake, adrenaline surging through me as I attempted to rise from the sofa. However, my body failed to cooperate, and I tumbled to the floor, my shoulder colliding painfully with the edge of the coffee table, causing tears to spring to my eyes as dizziness overwhelmed me. Suddenly, the lights in the room flickered on, and I heard Meat-Sai's surprised voice. "Xiaoyang, why haven't you turned on the lights? Are you sleeping on the floor? Aren't you cold?" Chapter 47. You are nothing but a female rogue. I struggled to my feet, glaring at Meat-Sai's astonished expression. "Come here. Let me strangle you." "What is wrong?" Meat-Sai asked, looking innocently at me. I laughed bitterly in anger. "You locked me up all day and still ask what's wrong. The more you play innocent, the more shameless I find you." Neurotic. Meat-Sai tossed the word dismissively as she began to change into her slippers. I approached her, but my legs felt weak, and I barely managed to grab her arm, demanding, "Why did you lock the door from the inside today? Isn't it standard for security doors to be locked?" She replied that I was at home. "Didn't you know?" Meat-Sai shook her head. "No. I thought you had left already." "Fine, even if you didn't know I was home. Why did you take the key while I was asleep? Isn't it my prerogative to take the keys to my own home?" Meat-Sai shot back coldly. My head throbbed with anger, and I slapped my forehead, struggling to maintain my composure. "True, you have the right to take your keys, but what about the battery you stole from my phone? How do you explain that? Who stole your battery? When I took the keys yesterday, I accidentally knocked your phone, and the battery might have fallen under the bed. The room was dark, and I couldn't see clearly, so I just put the cover back on. Damn it. You've woven such a meticulous web to trap me. It's impossible to find fault." I thought to myself. Meat-Sai smiled at me and said, "Using your own words against you. Encountering me is your misfortune. You once said that the chances of us meeting among the vast sea of people are slim, and the chances of me locking you in this room are even slimmer. Are you admitting it?" I asked. Meat-Sai's tone turned icy. "What if I am? Go ahead and call the police. Tell them I'm illegally confining you. You won't dare report me. After all, you're a man and I'm just a woman. Besides, aren't you the landlord? How could a landlord be confined by a tenant? The police wouldn't believe it." Meat-Sai delivered a heavy blow with my own past words used against me, leaving me momentarily speechless. After a pause, I finally managed to stammer out, You're nothing but a female rogue, a devil, a demon. Does your shameless behavior match your beautiful face?" Unfazed by my fury, Meat-Sai replied calmly, "Those words are better suited for you. Without your actions, I wouldn't be here giving you this outcome. But the outcome you've given me is too poisonous. You locked me up for a whole day. How will the company view my absence? This is worse than a no-show. I might lose my job," I exclaimed, my face flushed with frustration. Meat-Sai stared at me in silence for a long moment before saying evenly, "You've been talking a lot. Aren't you hungry?" As soon as she spoke, my legs grew weak and my stomach grumbled loudly. Overwhelmed by fury and hunger, I instinctively leaned on Meat-Sai's shoulder, swallowing my salivation with difficulty as I said, "Help me downstairs to eat some noodles. The biggest bowl you have." At the noodle shop downstairs, I reattached my phone battery with a mix of trepidation and anticipation. Upon powering it on, an avalanche of notifications erupted, dozens of missed calls from Fang Yuan and Chen Jingming ringing out like thunder. Frustrated, I tossed the phone aside and glared at the calm Meat-Sai across from me. Meat-Sai stood, saying, "I've brought the noodles. Take your time eating. Sit down. This isn't over so easily. Did you hear the notifications just now? They were all from the company. What do we do now?" Meat-Sai's face finally showed a hint of guilt as she quietly said, "I always thought you didn't have a proper job." I never expected. I fell silent, realizing that my previous demeanor did not reflect that of a responsible employee. I took a deep breath and spoke patiently. "Even if I don't have a proper job, there should be organization and discipline. Have you not seen those beggars in the underpass who gather and count themselves every day, dividing their territories for begging?" Meat-Sai fell silent for a moment before saying, "I did make some miscalculations in this situation. What do you want me to do?" As Meat-Sai softened her attitude, I felt a twinge of guilt. Perhaps I had gone too far earlier. Her retaliatory actions were merely a reflex after being bullied. As the CEO of a shopping center, could she not have a temper? After some contemplation, I said, "I want to make it difficult for you. Just call our supervisor and explain that I couldn't make it to work today. As long as I can keep my job, I want to hold the fact that you locked me up for a day against you. Can't you explain yourself?" If I could convince him, why would I need you to do it? I shot back. It seems you've had your share of deceiving your supervisors. I was left speechless by Mitsai's remark, which hit too close to home. Clearing my throat to mask my embarrassment, I relayed Chen Jingming's number to her, and she promptly dialed. I became curious about Chen Jingming's reaction upon discovering that the CEO of Zhuome was calling him. But I knew Mitsai and Chen Jingming would not discuss that, so I could only wonder. The call connected, and Mitsai spoke up. Hello, is this Manager Chen? I'm Zhaoyang's roommate. I need to explain something. When I left this morning, I accidentally locked him in the house. His phone has also malfunctioned, so he couldn't notify the company immediately. I apologize for this. While Mitsai's words were polite, there was a commanding undertone due to her position. After a brief exchange, she handed the phone to me, saying, "Your manager wants to speak with you." I took the phone and immediately said, "Manager, you heard what happened. It was truly an accident." Chen Jingming's voice was laced with frustration and helplessness as he asked, "Is that true? Why would I lie to you? I'm not that desperate to enlist an accomplice to explain things for me. I, Zhaoyang, always take responsibility for my actions," I asserted, as I genuinely had not deceived Chen Jingming this time. "Fine, we'll treat this as an accident. Just make sure you come in early tomorrow to communicate with Fang Yuan. We need to finalize this plan efficiently. Rest assured, I'll be there first thing in the morning." After finishing my call with Chen Jingming, I explained the situation to Fang Yuan, feeling a weight lift off my shoulders. Just then, my noodles arrived, and without hesitation, I dug in, wolfing down 2 large bowls until I could eat no more. Wiping my mouth with a tissue, I turned to Mitsai, who had been forced to stay with me, and asked, "Did you just tell our supervisor that we're roommates?" Mitsai, sensing my intention, immediately denied it, saying that was just to fit the situation. "Otherwise, how would I explain this to your supervisor?" "Oh, so you can lie and deceive too." Chapter 48. I'm almost too hurt to think straight, so I pointed out Mitsai's deceit. Her demeanor remained calm, and she replied, "I remember telling you before that living together brings many inconveniences. Our lifestyles and habits differ greatly. Why must you continue to make things difficult for me and drag this out endlessly?" I responded calmly, "Please don't say that. Am I really making things difficult for you? I care about the apartment. If you move out, I will never seek you out again." Mitsai nodded, saying, "I believe that. But the property certificate clearly states my name. What significance does your concern hold?" I spoke earnestly. "Can we try to see this from each other's perspective? If you lived in a place for over 2 years and suddenly had to move out, how would you feel? In a city like Suzhou, without a home, life feels adrift. Especially at night, you could never comprehend the panic of feeling like you have nowhere to go, the suffocation and helplessness of it." Mitsai fell silent. I too was quiet, realizing that what separated us was not just a mere apartment, but a chasm of class differences that prevented us from understanding one another. We each held firm to our positions, tormenting each other in the process. After a long pause, I questioned Mitsai, "If you truly want me gone, why haven't you called the police to handle this?" Mitsai looked up at me and, after a moment of silence, replied, "You aren't bad enough to warrant police involvement." I chuckled softly. "Well, I'm grateful for that. Thankful that I'm not entirely beyond redemption." What was meant as a sarcastic jab at Mitsai was met with her earnest response. "If you can help CC maintain that restaurant and befriend a woman like her, you can't be too bad at heart. Life and emotions have placed too much pressure on you, making you appear as if you're capable of anything. In truth, your cynicism is merely a means to cope." I gazed at Mitsai in a daze. She saw through me more than anyone else had. My closest friends, Fang Yuan, Yin Yin, Luo Bin, CC, had never spoken to me this way. It felt as though Mitsai had gently tugged at the deepest knot within me, not fully unraveling it but enough to touch my sensitivity. Finally, I said to Mitsai, "Are you trying to affirm my character, hoping I'll feel ashamed to pursue you and grant you peace? Don't play tricks on me. I've been educated, and I understand the art of persuasion." Mitsai fell silent, her expression one of resignation, realizing that my resolve wouldn't waver, and I had discerned her limits. If I continued to linger, she wouldn't have any means to get rid of me. Naturally, I wouldn't provide her with the chance to confine me again. A person as astute and alert as I would never fall for the same trick thrice. I felt no shame in pursuing Mitsai. After all, she still had a luxurious apartment in this city. If I forced her out, she wouldn't experience the aimlessness of being homeless. And I certainly wouldn't move into that old house for free. I would pay the rent owed. At that moment, I calculated my next move. If Mitsai could compromise, it would yield a mutually beneficial outcome. Indeed, she was beautiful, wealthy, and the CEO of Zhuomei. But that didn't mean I had to like her or seek anything from her. Therefore, I had no reason to entangle myself with her. If she was willing to rent the apartment to me, I could live my life without bothering her. After contemplating for a while, I turned to the still silent Mi Tsai and proposed. How about you rent me this apartment? You still have a place at Luanjingyuan. You can move back there. Just leave me your bank account number, and I'll transfer the rent to you each month. We wouldn't even need to see each other. It would be perfect. Mi Tsai firmly rejected my proposal, her expression turning angry. You were so adamant about moving out last time. Why this sudden change of heart? I'm just a scoundrel, living a life of indecision. I thought moving out would lead me to a better place. But either the prices are too high or they're too far from my company. I'm not happy drifting around, so of course I want to move back. Mi Tsai stared at me incredulously. Your reasoning is quite compelling, both subjectively and objectively. Of course, I'm meticulous in my dealings. But don't you think you're being unreasonable? Who forces someone to rent an apartment to them? Mi Tsai replied. Still trying to remain patient, I exclaimed. Is it excessive? Shall I call all my friends right now and let them judge who is more unreasonable between us? Truly, you resemble that infamous bully from the past, coercing us impoverished souls with your wealth. Finally losing her patience, Mi Tsai picked up her handbag from the table, stood up, and said to me, I have no time to engage in your petty grievances. I definitely will not rent you the house, so stop daydreaming. I followed Mi Tsai out of the noodle shop, eager to continue our discussion, hoping to settle the matter of the house tonight. Fearing that I might catch up with her, Mi Tsai walked briskly, her high heels clattering against the concrete ground. Not to be outdone, I took several long strides to block her path, then confronted her with a threatening tone. Will you rent it or not? Before I could finish, a sudden, excruciating pain surged through my stomach, causing me to double over, clutching my abdomen. I hadn't eaten all day, and after just indulging in a binge, my already fragile stomach could hardly withstand such a shock. Seizing the opportunity while I was crouched on the ground, Mi Tsai stepped around me, indifferent to my plight. Dio, you have no conscience? I am in pain, and you just stand there, watching me suffer. Mi Tsai paused, glancing back at me. What, are you preparing to play the sympathy card again? I've made it quite clear that I will not rent you the house. My stomach twisted in agony, and I could feel beads of sweat forming on my forehead. Finally, Mi Tsai returned to my side, crouching down to look at me, still skeptical. What's wrong with you? I told you that I have stomach pain. Are you really so heartless as to ignore my suffering? Last time, when you had a fever, did I not bring you ginger soup and buy you medicine? I grimaced, my face contorted. And now you're being so calculating. Did I ever say I wouldn't help you? I'll call for an ambulance. As she spoke, Mi Tsai pulled out her phone from her handbag. What planet did you drop from? Do you lack common sense? I merely have a stomachache. There's no need for an ambulance. There's a pharmacy just 100 meters to the right across the street. Go buy some fast-acting chewable tablets for stomach pain. I'll be fine after chewing a couple. Mi Tsai shot me an irritated glance, saying, at this point, can't you just hold your tongue and save some energy? Fine, I'll go. Just wait here. I grinned and replied, hurry up. I'm in agony. Mi Tsai nodded and jogged across the street. Watching her retreating figure, I sank back to the ground, another wave of pain hitting me. Chapter 49. A meeting with Jianwei. Returning to that old house where I had countless disputes with Mi Tsai, I chewed on the tablets while lying on the sofa to ease the pain. Mi Tsai poured me a glass of warm water and sat down across from me. She asked, are you feeling any better? After a while, it should be fine, I replied. Mi Tsai nodded. Well, once you're feeling better, I'll take you back. I sat up despite the pain. Where am I supposed to go? Aren't you temporarily staying at your friend's place? I'll take you back there, I retorted angrily. Can't you show a bit of humanitarian spirit? I'm currently a patient. Mi Tsai remained unfazed. This is my house, not a hospital. Why should I treat you like a patient? If you're truly unwell, I can take you to the hospital. I lay back on the sofa, adopting a stance of unwillingness to engage with her, leading us into another silent standoff. A moment later, my phone vibrated in my pocket. I rolled over, took it out, and saw it was an unfamiliar number from Shanghai. Curious, I answered, hello, who is this? After a brief silence, the voice on the other end said, it's me, Jianwei. My mind suddenly went blank. Even the stomach pain faded momentarily, and I mechanically replied, what's the matter? Let us meet up, the usual place. I'll be waiting for you. I was taken aback. Jianwei had already hung up, just like before, not giving me any chance to refuse. So when we parted, I didn't question the reason. The call had ended for a while, yet my heart continued to race. But one thing was certain. If she invited me, I would certainly go. At the very least, we were still considered ordinary friends. I finally placed the phone back in my pocket and said to Mitsai, "I'm going out to meet a friend. Please leave the door unlocked for me. Just go already. No need to worry about leaving the door open. Check if you have anything left in the house to take with you." At that moment, I had no desire to bicker with Mitsai. I glanced at her once more before stepping outside, my stomach still throbbing. Perhaps the pain in my heart was even harder to bear. I stood outside the community waiting for a taxi, pondering where Jianwei meant by the usual place. Was it the CC Music Restaurant? Or by the city moat? I couldn't be sure. This uncertainty pointed to the fact that we had too many memories in Suzhou, too many places we had wandered through, each one a segment of an unforgettable past. Ultimately, I decided to head to the moat, once a spot where we would stroll every evening, laughing and enjoying the picturesque scenery. 15 minutes later, I arrived at the moat. At the very stretch we frequented the most, I sat on the grass, lighting a cigarette to ease the discomfort in my stomach, my heart restless and anxious. I had no idea why Jianwei suddenly wanted to meet me, nor did I know how to face her or what to say upon meeting. Look, this is the passage of time, transforming our once intimate connection into this current ignorance. Half an hour passed, and Jianwei had still not arrived. Amidst the chilling autumn breeze, I finally realized I had come to the wrong place. Perhaps Jianwei was waiting for me at the CC Music Restaurant. Immediately, I took out my phone to call her, but her line was busy. Just as I hung up, Jianwei's call came through, likely indicating we had both tried to reach out simultaneously. Upon answering, Jianwei informed me she was at CC, while I told her I was by the moat. I suggested I would come find her, and she insisted on coming to find me, so I obliged. Ending the call and beginning a new wait, I felt a tinge of disappointment. I could not choose the usual place in Jianwei's heart. Our minds had drifted apart, making our breakup inevitable. The autumn wind enveloped the night, the neon lights reflecting on everything around me. Once again, I lit a cigarette by the seemingly pleasant moat, watching the smoke swirl and dissipate. 20 minutes later, I spotted a Cadillac CTS parked by the bank. This top-of-the-line CTS was a graduation gift from Jianwei's father 3 years ago, and it was this very car that had violently torn us from the simplicity of our campus romance. To this day, I vividly remember that day when Jianwei drove me around in her new car, how I forced a smile, as if I had foreseen the painful conclusion of our relationship. In fact, I did foresee it. Jianwei stepped out of the car, clad in a rather thin outfit, a short leather jacket and slightly loose gray and white casual pants, her hair simply tied back, dressed quite casually. Unlike the last time I saw her at the bar, where she dazzled me with luxury brands, I could not meet her gaze, looking away as I took a heavy drag from my cigarette, reducing it to a mere stub in one go. The familiar scent of her perfume wafted into my nostrils, prompting me to finally look up at her, stiffly asking, "What did you summon me for?" Jianwei sat beside me. "Must there be a reason to invite you?" I attempted to relax, forcing a smile as I asked, "Didn't you go to Nanjing with Xiangchen? Why are you back so soon?" "I have my own plans." "That is right, you have your own plans," I replied, but I was at a loss for further conversation. So I lit another cigarette, staring at the river's surface stirred by the wind. My emotions a mix of confusion and unease. Jianwei snatched the cigarette from my fingers, looking at me. "You shouldn't smoke in front of a lady. You should be more of a gentleman." My lips twitched slightly. Jianwei was asking me to be a gentleman. Time indeed changes people. She used to enjoy playing and goofing around with me, even smoking my cigarettes. Now, I realized she had strayed too far from my world while I remained stuck, unable to adapt. After a moment of silence, I finally spoke. "So, what is it you wanted to discuss? We shouldn't just sit here in the cold." Though I said this, I would gladly sit here with her all night, carefully observing her after 3 years, wanting her to know how much I adored her sparkling eyes, her slightly upturned lips, her radiant smile, her serious demeanor, the fragrance of femininity that enveloped her, her seemingly scolding yet caring love, the soft whispers when she leaned against me, and the heavy breaths we shared after intimacy. I cherished everything about her, every moment spent together. Yet now, she felt like a kite I had let slip away, grasping only the frayed string, helplessly watching her drift into the distant north, swallowed by the twilight sunset, ultimately becoming a fleeting memory in my mind. How lost, how melancholic, How reluctant I felt. Chapter 50. She doesn't deserve me finally. Seizing the opportunity presented by my previous question, I looked at Jianwei expectantly, awaiting her answer. Her reaching out to me was indeed surprising. Jianwei met my gaze, and I finally took in her features. Her appearance remained unchanged, and an impulse surged within me to embrace her, regardless of who she was with now or who she was dating. But ultimately, reason quelled my urge, leaving me merely staring at her. After a long pause, Jianwei said, "This time, I've returned to the country. I don't plan to go back to America." I nodded, remaining silent. Her plans regarding America no longer concerned me. I could only view the situation from the perspective of an ordinary friend. "And you? How have you been these past 2 years?" Jianwei inquired with a smile. "Pretty well. I've been living quite freely," I replied, offering her a smile. Though I only half uttered the truth, I truly had been free. Free to think of her, free to suffer, free to entrap myself in the love of the past, immobile, and no one could dictate my actions. How free indeed. "That's good," Jianwei nodded, her gaze fixed on me. "And you? How have you been?" This question made Jianwei ponder for a moment before she replied. "Though not as free as you, I've been doing well," I responded stiffly. "Haha, well, that's good." Once again, we fell into silence. A silence that seemed to mock our once boundless conversations. I felt out of place, unsure of what to say next. Jianwei appeared to share my sentiments. She finally stood up, saying, "It's quite chilly. I'll head back first, okay?" I replied but did not rise. Jianwei glanced back at me before turning to walk towards the car parked by the riverbank, and I lit another cigarette, still puzzled as to why Jianwei had invited me out. Our efforts to meet culminated in a few sparse words, rendering the night feel somewhat hollow and meaningless. To be precise, my meeting with Jianwei was not entirely devoid of significance. Upon returning to that old house, I found Mitsai had locked me out. No matter how much I knocked, she refused to open the door. I couldn't help but wonder if she and Jianwei had conspired, one inviting me out while the other took the opportunity to lock me out. But that didn't matter now. What was important was that I had nowhere else to go. Sitting alone in the hallway, I contemplated for quite some time before deciding to crash at Robin's place for the night. He should be back from the bar by now. Hopefully, Lily wasn't with him. Upon arriving at Robin's loft on the rooftop, I leaned against the door and listened carefully, confirming the house was quiet before knocking. In a moment, Robin opened the door, dressed in his pajamas and holding a cigarette, looking surprised as he exclaimed, "You're back. I've had a hell of a day. Don't even get me started." I sighed, lamenting how terrible the day had been for me. First, being cooped up by that wretched woman Mitsai, then suffering from a stomachache due to binge eating, and finally being inexplicably summoned by Jianwei. Each event was torturous, my body and spirit both exhausted. "When do you not suffer?" Robin remarked, flopping back onto his bed, taking a puff of his cigarette and a swig of beer. I could only manage a wry smile at his jest, saying nothing more. After a quick wash-up, I lay down on the bed, lighting a cigarette, and soon the small room was engulfed in a haze of smoke. Suddenly, Robin asked, "You haven't been back these past few nights. Have you been staying with that new girlfriend of yours?" "No, even Liao can tell she is not my girlfriend. Can't you see that?" I replied. Robin looked perplexed. "What is going on?" "It's all an act. She is not my girlfriend at all." Robin nodded, saying, "You two don't seem to belong to the same world." "Yeah, she doesn't deserve me. You're something else." Robin gave me a thumbs up. I didn't respond, extinguishing my cigarette and pulling the blanket over me. The moment I lay down, fatigue washed over me, and I quickly drifted off to sleep. The next day, I woke up early, skipping breakfast, and unusually took a taxi to work. Spending an extra 30 yuan, clearly a waste of money. Had it not been for being locked up by that despicable Mitsai all day yesterday, I wouldn't have needed to rush and risk working late that evening. Reflecting on this only deepened my resentment towards Mitsai, so I resolved to have a talk with her soon, not about life or ideals, but why she treated me this way. Finally arriving at the office, I thought I had come early enough, but to my surprise, Fang Yuan was already there, handing me a document before I could greet him. "This is yesterday's meeting material. Spend half an hour reviewing it. Then we'll discuss the promotional strategy for Zhuomei," he instructed, adding, "Zhaoyang, time is tight. Get into work mode. No problem," I replied, taking a seat and starting to review the meeting notes. From the document, I gathered that yesterday's meeting had failed to establish a clear promotional strategy, and there were disagreements between Chen Jingming and Fang Yuan regarding the plan. Chen Jingming favored a conservative approach, insisting on sticking to previous promotional strategies to ensure tasks were completed by the deadline. While Fang Yuan sought to break new ground with this promotional plan, showcasing our efforts to elevate Baoli department store to a top-tier status, even if it meant a slight delay. After spending 20 minutes going through the materials, Fang Yuan and I each brewed a cup of coffee and began our discussion. Naturally, I supported Fang Yuan's vision, since the company's strategic focus for the next phase was to strengthen the brand image. It was essential that our promotional efforts reflect this shift. Competing with Zhuomei was merely one aspect of our operations, and we should prioritize reinforcing the brand image. However, if we could achieve breakthroughs in the promotional plan while still meeting deadlines, it would be the best of both worlds. After a thorough discussion, Fang Yuan and I reached a consensus. We would endeavor to devise a promotional plan that surpasses our previous efforts within the constraints of time. Of course, our agreement requires the endorsement of Chen Jingming, as he is the highest authority in the planning department and possesses veto power. Throughout the morning, Chen Jingming was absent from the office, only appearing just before noon. He promptly summoned Fang Yuan and me to his office, his demeanor radiating an unusual exuberance, which left both of us perplexed. Once inside the manager's office, Chen Jingming instructed me to close the door. Before I could even sip my tea, he announced to Fang Yuan and me, "This morning, I had a meeting with the manager of Zhuomei's investment department." Fang Yuan and I exchanged bewildered glances, shocked that Chen Jingming had met with the manager of Zhuomei's investment department during working hours. This could imply collusion. Chen Jingming, barely able to contain his excitement, explained, "Li, the manager from Zhuomei's investment department, and I are old classmates. He brought me news that could change the fates of both Baoli and Zhuomei. A significant upheaval is brewing within Zhuomei, a power struggle targeting their newly appointed CEO." My heart raced at the revelation. Was the newly appointed CEO of Zhuomei not Mitsai? Was she currently facing an internal power crisis? Though I speculated internally, I maintained a composed exterior, waiting for Chen Jingming to elaborate. Chapter 51. Mitsai's crisis. I continued to regard Chen Jingming with calmness, while Fang Yuan, filled with astonishment, asked, "Manager, are you suggesting that Zhuomei's higher-ups are planning to take action against their new CEO?" Chen Jingming nodded affirmatively, declaring, "Indeed, Zhuomei is a family enterprise, as you might have heard." Fang Yuan and I nodded in agreement. If it weren't for the family ties, how could Mitsai, at the age of 26, possibly hold the position of CEO at such a large shopping center? Yet, I remained uncertain about Mitsai's standing within this family. Chen Jingming continued, "Over 2 years ago, Zhuomei's founder, Mi Zhongxin, tragically died in a severe car accident on the highway while attending a business conference in Shanghai. Since then, his brother, Mi Zhongda, has managed Zhuomei. However, Mi Zhongxin also had a daughter who had been studying in the United States for the past few years and has only recently returned to take the helm as Zhuomei's new CEO. Betsy, Mitsai." Before Chen Jingming could finish, I interjected, asking, "Manager, is it Mi Zhongda who plans to take action against Betsy?" Chen Jingming smiled knowingly and replied, "It is indeed him. For years, he has been the nominal chairman of Zhuomei. And now that Mi Zhongxin's daughter has returned, his position is undoubtedly threatened. It is difficult for someone who has grown accustomed to the heights of power to willingly descend." I expressed my indignation, saying, "That scoundrel is utterly inhumane. Zhuomei rightfully belongs to his brother, and now that his brother has tragically passed, he would dare to turn against the orphan left behind." Chen Jingming waved his hand, his expression serious as he advised me, "The intrigues within family businesses are not our concern as outsiders. What we need to do now is seize this opportunity to suppress Zhuomei and establish ourselves as the leaders in Suzhou's retail industry." Fang Yuan nodded in agreement, while I remained silent, a tide of uncontainable anger welling up within me. Chen Jingming continued, "The meeting I had this morning with Li from Zhuomei's investment department revolved around this very matter. Next month, 2 leading international brands will have their leasing contracts with Zhuomei expire. Mi Zhongda has directed the investment department's Li to leverage dissatisfaction with the current CEO's management style to lure these 2 brands to Baoli. This will then serve as a pretext to unite the board against Mi Zhongxin's daughter, pressuring her to relinquish her shares in Zhuomei, thus allowing him to monopolize the company." I was once again taken aback, exclaiming, "Isn't that a ruthless move? He is willing to sever his own arm to seize control of Zhuomei." It truly astonished me. If Zhuomei's investment manager indeed managed to lure 2 international brands to Baoli, we would then possess 10 international brands, leaving Zhuomei with merely 9. Everyone understands the significance of international brands in the realm of premier department stores. Even if Mi Zhongda were to gain ownership of Zhuomei, The cost would be exorbitant. Chen Jingming chuckled. For Mi Zhongde to completely acquire Zhuomei, he must resort to such ruthless tactics. The board consists of many of Mi Zhongxin's loyal supporters who will undoubtedly back his daughter. If we were to successfully attract two international brands to Baoli under the pretext of dissatisfaction with the current CEO's management, it would signify a serious management failure, undermining the very foundation of the enterprise. Those who initially supported Mi Zhongxin's daughter would waver, and at that point, the board would collectively exert pressure, making it exceedingly difficult for Mi Tsai to retain her management and ownership rights. Finally, Fang Yuan, who had remained silent until now, posed a question to Chen Jingming. Isn't Mi Zhongde concerned that this could severely injure Zhuomei, allowing us to surpass them? I took it upon myself to respond, stating, even if we surpass Zhuomei, Mi Zhongde will still be their highest leader. If Mi Zhongxin's daughter remains at Zhuomei, he will inevitably be replaced. A leader who has grown accustomed to high office for years would find it intolerable to live in someone else's shadow. Chen Jingming nodded in agreement with my assessment and continued, such is human nature. Therefore, this presents a rare opportunity for Baoli. However, Mi Zhongde is not a simple character. I have heard that a significant overseas investment is expected to flow into Zhuomei soon. Their stores in Nanjing and Shanghai are already preparing to open, and their strategic territory extends beyond Suzhou into a larger market. Moreover, even if they were to lose two international brands, given Zhuomei's long-standing popularity in Suzhou, it would not easily collapse. Mi Zhongde undoubtedly has his trump cards, which emboldens him to act decisively. If he can successfully eliminate Mi Zhongxin's daughter this time, he will be secure in his position, making the risk worthwhile. Both Fang Yuan and I fell silent, contemplating the stark realities of the business world. Despite our years of experience, the brutal nature of corporate warfare had never been laid bare before us in such an unvarnished manner. In this moment, I comprehended that the workplace, much like the commercial sphere, operates under its own set of rules. For those of us at the bottom, advancement relies on hard work and seizing opportunities, while those at the top engage in a game of cunning and manipulation. This manipulation instilled a profound sense of dread within me, magnifying the ugliness of human nature manifold. This juncture, Chen Jingming finally prepared himself a cup of tea and took a sip before addressing Fang Yuan and me once more. You have both been my subordinates for several years, and I see great potential in you, particularly in you, Fang Yuan. This is why I chose to share this highly confidential matter with you, hoping you can seize this opportunity to create value for the company while also achieving personal breakthroughs. You both must perform exceptionally well on this promotional plan. Understood? Fang Yuan nodded earnestly, while I found myself lost in a whirlwind of emotions. And you, Xiaoyang? Chen Jingming turned to me and inquired. Fang Yuan nudged me, and I finally regained my composure, replying to Chen Jingming, I understand. Upon exiting Chen Jingming's office, Fang Yuan immediately pulled me into the staff lounge and, lowering his voice, asked, Xiaoyang, does Chen Jingming know about your relationship with Mi Tsai? Naturally, if he were aware of my connection to Mi Tsai, he would not have divulged this information to me. Fang Yuan nodded, his expression grave as he insisted, you must not let this information reach Mi Tsai. Regardless of your career prospects, out of respect for Chen Jingming's trust in us, you cannot divulge this to her, understood? I remained silent, still grappling with my thoughts. Xiaoyang, you must distinguish between what is serious and what is trivial. This is no laughing matter. Even if Mi Tsai is your girlfriend, you must keep this under wraps. No word of it can escape your lips. I suddenly erupted in anger, glaring at Fang Yuan as I exclaimed, are you even human? Can't you see this from Mi Tsai's perspective? She's already lost her father and is all alone. Now her own uncle is plotting against her, trying to seize her father's legacy. How could she endure this suffering? Fang Yuan clamped his hand over my mouth, still whispering nervously, keep your voice down. This is a power struggle among high-ranking individuals. It's not a matter for us common folk to meddle in. This situation not only concerns the company's interests but also Chen Jingming's future, and even ours if you speak out. Can you truly justify Chen Jingming's trust in us? I fell silent, recognizing that Chen Jingming had indeed shown us both kindness. If this situation were to culminate in Zhuomei's investment manager successfully bringing two international brands to Baoli, Chen Jingming would be lauded as the chief architect and likely promoted to a vice presidential role. Fang Yuan and I, as his confidants, would benefit as well. This matter involved the fates of many individuals. Fang Yuan continued to urge me, Xiaoyang, you must promise me to act as if you never heard this today. All right. I remained quiet for a long moment, as if standing at the most challenging crossroads of my life. Chapter 52. Gradually, like friends, Fang Yuan anxiously awaited my response, and after a tumultuous internal struggle, I finally said, "You're right. I'll pretend I didn't hear anything." Fang Yuan cautiously asked, "Are you sure?" I nodded and turned to leave the staff lounge, yet a profound sense of melancholy enveloped me. Fang Yuan was indeed correct. This was a significant matter, one that could dictate the fate of two competing enterprises, involving a multitude of individuals. Chen Jingming had confided in us out of trust, and if I were to divulge this to Mitsai out of sympathy, I would be betraying that trust. However, if I chose to remain silent, merely observing that lonely, indifferent woman being manipulated by her own uncle, I would be complicit in her suffering. The entire day passed in a haze, and it felt as though I had endured an eternity before finally clocking out. Gazing out at the intricate, illuminated neon lights outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, I was once again engulfed by an unanticipated inner conflict. After staring out at the world for quite some time, I finally grabbed my bag and addressed Fang Yuan, who was still working, saying, "I'm heading out." Fang Yuan instinctively replied, "It's only 7 o'clock. Are you leaving already?" "It's late. I've been off for an hour and a half." Fang Yuan nodded, conceding, "Staying cooped up in the office isn't conducive to thinking. You go ahead. If you come up with any great promotional ideas, we'll keep in touch." I made an okay gesture, leaving no time to bid Fang Yuan farewell, and hurriedly exited the oppressive office. With my shoulder bag in tow and a cigarette dangling from my lips, I meandered through the throngs of people on the street, feeling increasingly burdened. 50 meters ahead, the colossal logo of Zhuomei Shopping Center glimmered atop the building, yet who could perceive the struggles hidden beneath that radiant facade? Who could pierce through that brightness to unveil the ugliness of human nature? I mechanically approached Zhuomei Shopping Center, my thoughts adrift, and unwittingly followed the crowd into the marketplace. In truth, I had no clear reason for being at Zhuomei. Perhaps subconsciously, I hoped to alert Mitsai to the conspiracy targeting her, sparing her from calamity, yet I was ensnared by another force, rendering me lost and devoid of thought. Riding the elevator from the 1st to the 6th floor, I found there were no further levels above. Leaving me with nowhere to go, I settled onto a bench designated for customers, staring vacantly at the passers-by. Suddenly, the elevator doors leading to Zhuomei's office area opened, and I caught sight of Mitsai stepping out, accompanied by a young female assistant. Instinctively, I did not want her to notice me, so I quickly stood up and slipped into the nearest store. "Welcome," chimed the receptionist. I glanced up, momentarily dazed by the dazzling array of colors displayed in the women's lingerie section. "Sir, are you here to pick out lingerie for your wife?" the receptionist cheerfully inquired. What the hell? Did I bit back a retort that I was not a married man, forcing a smile as I replied, "Yes, please recommend something that's a bit more seductive." The receptionist promptly presented a selection, enthusiastically detailing the options. I feigned admiration while my gaze scanned the area, not spotting Mitsai anywhere. Perhaps she had already departed, allowing me to exhale in relief. I interrupted the still chattering receptionist, stating, "This lingerie is nice, but it seems a bit too affordable. Didn't you learn in training to assess a customer's purchasing power based on their attire?" I lifted my shoulder bag, positioning the logo into her line of sight, and added, "Do you see this? It's from Rakita's. You've probably never heard of it, but let me enlighten you. Rakita's is the latest luxury brand created through a collaboration between Reebok, Nike, and Adidas. This bag is a global limited edition, incredibly extravagant. Do you really think I would purchase your second-tier brand lingerie?" The receptionist appeared bemused, and as I prepared to leave, I suddenly noticed Mitsai outside the lingerie store, observing me with a peculiar expression. Steeling myself, I walked out to face her, forcing a smile as I greeted. "What a coincidence to run into you here." "I work here," she replied. "But why are you in a women's lingerie store?" Mitsai asked, regarding me with a look of disdain. I sidestepped her question, remarking, "So you work here? I had no idea you were in charge of the mall." Mitsai shook her head, still eyeing me with contempt as she pressed, "You still haven't answered my question. Why are you in a lingerie store?" I replied irritably, "Can you stop looking at me like I'm some sort of freak? I entered the lingerie store to avoid you. I just saw you come down from the elevator. You avoid me? You should be thankful I'm not pursuing you," Mitsai retorted. Skepticism etched on her face. I sighed, admitting, "It's because I feel guilty." This was an honest statement. If I ultimately chose not to inform Mitsai about Mizhonda's power conspiracy against her, I would be left with an overwhelming sense of guilt and remorse. Mitsai smiled and said, "You should have felt guilty long ago." It's time to find yourself a place to live and stabilize your life. Mitsai clearly misinterpreted the true meaning of my guilt, but I could not clarify, so I shifted the conversation, suggesting, "Have you eaten? Let's grab a meal together since we ran into each other." Mitsai glanced at her watch and nodded, saying, "It's about time to eat. I heard there's a new rice noodle shop on the first floor that has good flavors." "Will you treat me?" she queried with a teasing smile. "You have a Rakita's bag. Do you really expect me to pay for a bowl of noodles?" I responded with a nonverbal expression of resignation. As we queued at the rice noodle shop amidst the crowd, Mitsai blended seamlessly into the throng, appearing just like any other girl, devoid of any CO airs. The wave of bittersweet sadness washed over me, and I couldn't shake the feeling that perhaps I should not have invited her to dinner, even if it was merely for a bowl of rice noodles. A brief moment later, Mitsai took a seat across from me, holding the small receipt from our order. She glanced at my backpack and smiled, inquiring, "When did you acquire a Ruidocta's brand? It seems quite impressive." Observing her radiant smile, I realized that after countless arguments, we had come to regard each other as familiar acquaintances. We teased one another, invited each other to meals, and assisted with minor tasks within our capabilities, as long as they did not pertain to that old house. Gradually, we were beginning to resemble friends. Chapter 53. A kind-hearted woman following Mitsai's gaze towards my backpack, I replied, "Indeed, my backpack is a Ruidocta's, but it is not as extravagant as I might have suggested. I purchased it for merely 50 yuan on Taobao, and it even came with a complimentary sun hat." Mitsai bit her lip, stifling a laugh, while I found myself captivated by her beauty at that moment. Finally managing to suppress her amusement, Mitsai asked, "Is the sun hat also from Ruidocta's?" Who remembers, the last time a friend borrowed it for fishing, they never returned it. How rude. "It must be from Ruidocta's. So luxurious that your friend couldn't resist," Mitsai analyzed with utmost seriousness. This time, I found myself laughing at her, yet I retorted earnestly, "So he lacks manners. He sold his integrity for a mere hat. If he liked it, he could have just told me. I, being so extravagant, wouldn't mind parting with a hat." Mitsai shook her head with a smile, choosing not to engage further. Perhaps she wasn't particularly fond of my incessant rambling. At times, it amused her, though this amusement bore an element of helplessness. The waiter eventually brought 2 bowls of rice noodles and a selection of other snacks, and Mitsai and I began to eat. During our meal, I occasionally stole glances at Mitsai from the corner of my eye. She remained quiet throughout, yet in her silence, I perceived a sense of loneliness, one that was unrelated to material possessions, rooted instead in her background. Yet she continued to live with resilience and independence. Since our acquaintance, I had never heard her complain about life, as I gazed at her, lost in thought. I contemplated the conspiracy she was about to face, feeling a pang of sorrow and intense struggle, yet feeling utterly powerless. As our simple dinner neared its conclusion, I finally said to Mitsai, "I still owe you 10,016 yuan. Mitsai, seemingly unbothered, replied, "I haven't forgotten, but there's no rush to repay it. First, focus on finding a house. As you said, don't endure that feeling of having nowhere to go again." "You seem to remember my words quite well, of course. You only mentioned it last night," she retorted. I bypassed this topic and asked, "Why did you shut the door on me when I returned home after meeting my friend yesterday? I knocked for nearly 10 minutes. Even if you knocked for an hour, I wouldn't have opened it. I told you, I won't rent the house to anyone." "Then tell me, why did you buy that old house and refuse to rent it to others?" I pressed, voicing a question that had puzzled me for quite some time. Mitsai looked out the window, her expression somewhat dazed, before softly replying, "That's a personal matter. It's best if you refrain from asking." I chose not to press further, sensing that I had gleaned some understanding of her reasons for purchasing that old house. Yet I could not be certain. In my silence, Mitsai, seldom proactive, said to me, "It's still early. Let us go house hunting together. You should settle down quickly. Otherwise, when your father visits, you'll be at a loss for words." That night, I sat in Mitsai's car, holding my phone as I searched for rental listings on 58 Tongqing. Whenever I found a suitable option, I called to inquire, with Mitsai acting as my driver as we traversed one corner of the city after another, observing me negotiate with landlords or agents in various unscrupulous ways. With Mitsai as my driver, I efficiently viewed 5 apartments in just over an hour, but each time there was some aspect that fell short of my expectations, prompting us to continue our journey through the vast city. After another half hour, Mitsai parked the car by the roadside, remarking thoughtfully, "Renting a place really isn't easy. Indeed, There are quite a few unscrupulous agents nowadays. You must be cautious not to fall victim to their schemes. Mitsai nodded in agreement, having just experienced this firsthand. It made me realize that sometimes, it's not that one cannot understand the other, but rather that one has not truly lived in the other's world. Are you thirsty? I can get you something to drink, I asked Mitsai. She nodded, and in my haste, I forgot to inquire what she would like. I opened the car door and stepped out, my mood weighed down by an inexplicable heaviness. Although I had quarreled with Mitsai over that old house countless times, I did not harbor any disdain for her. As we spent more time together, I discovered that she was not the aloof person I had initially perceived. Rather, she was quite approachable, seemingly indifferent yet genuinely warm-hearted. Perhaps she truly was a kind-hearted woman. I recalled the time when Bandai sought me out during my lowest ebb. Despite my mistreatment of her, she still chose to shield me from my misfortunes in front of Bandai, even leaving the house for me and Bandai in the end. I remembered how she had draped her coat over me by the city moat to shield me from the cold, and how she had brewed honey milk for me in that little room in Luoban after I had been drinking. In the turmoil of my thoughts, I repeatedly questioned myself. Zhaoyang, are you really going to stand idly by as this woman becomes ensnared in your uncle's commercial conspiracy? I turned to look at her, sitting in the car, shrouded in the glow of streetlights. Her figure appeared somewhat lost and lonely, reflected in the window, causing my heart to ache, yet I remained unable to reveal the truth to her. For Fang Yuan and Chen Jingming's sake, I could not selfishly ruin their promising futures. I returned with 2 cups of steaming lemon tea. Settling back into Mitsai's car, I inserted a straw into her cup and cautioned. It's a bit hot. Drink slowly. Mitsai nodded, cradling the plastic cup in her hands, absorbing the warmth of the lemon tea. The autumn night already carried a hint of winter's chill. After a prolonged silence, Mitsai asked, "Shall we continue searching? It's up to you. If you're not tired, I have no objections." Mitsai smiled, saying, "It's best to see things through. Let's push on tonight and find you a place." I teased Mitsai. "You're so enthusiastic and calculating. If we sort this out tonight, you'll be able to enjoy the fruits of your labor for years to come." The term "sit back and enjoy the fruits of your labor" doesn't quite fit. I've put in effort to help you find a place, and besides, that house was originally mine, so it feels rather forced to use that phrase. Mitsai replied earnestly. "Dato, why be so calculative?" I waved my hand dismissively. "I learned it from you." I took a sip of the lemon tea I was holding, nearly scalding myself in the process. Mitsai handed me a tissue, wiping the spilled tea off herself while complaining. "You just reminded me to be careful of the heat, yet you forgot when it was your turn to drink." I did not respond to Mitsai, but a wave of bitterness surged within me. Forgetting was a product of distraction, and distraction stemmed from my internal struggle. That moment, a powerful urge surged within me. I wanted to tell Mitsai about the conspiracy targeting her. Chapter 54. The struggle of humanity, ignoring the pain from my burned mouth. I looked at Mitsai, my heart racing wildly. In truth, after more than 20 years of life, I am not someone who tends to dwell on the past. However, this incident was of such gravity that my choice would not only affect my own fate, but also that of my friends and my superiors' career prospects. The sacrifices Liao made to secure me a job opportunity still lingered in my mind. Was I truly willing to destroy everything for Mitsai? "Zhaoyang, what's wrong? You look troubled," Mitsai asked, her expression filled with concern. In my struggle, my heart suddenly quieted. I rubbed my mouth and replied, "I burned myself. I might have a blister." "Dio, you need to go to the hospital for that?" she asked. "Dio, you really think a little pain warrants a visit to the hospital? Please, have some common sense." "Oh, as long as you're fine, let's continue searching for a house," Mitsai said, starting the car. Even the most arduous decisions often crystallize in a single moment. Ultimately, I chose not to reveal the truth to Mitsai. I was uncertain whether this was right, but my heart remained in turmoil. I wished Chen Jingming had never shared this with me, yet wishing was futile. I had learned the truth. Thus, I felt like a small boat adrift in a sea of guilt, unable to see the shore. The shadows cast by streetlights grew longer against the car window as my thoughts scattered. In this scattered state, I could not conceive of a solution that would satisfy both sides. After wandering through the night, we finally found a reasonably priced studio apartment. I promptly paid 3 months' rent and a month's deposit. Once the landlord left, only Mitsai and I remained in the empty space. We stood side by side on the small balcony of the 26th floor. I lit a cigarette, gazing out at the night view of the city. After a while, I spoke to Mitsai. "It's quite serene up here. Your old house was quiet too. Both are tranquil. Have you finally acknowledged that the ownership of that old house belongs to me? Mitsai asked with a smile. Now that everything is settled, why wouldn't I admit it? Mitsai nodded, seemingly relieved of a burden, then asked, Are you moving in tonight? Perhaps tomorrow night. I paused, looking at Mitsai earnestly, but tonight, let me stay at your place for one last night. I need to bid farewell to my mop, clock, sofa, and cabinet, my friends, lest they miss me too dearly. I braced myself for rejection, yet to my surprise, she nodded in agreement. Perhaps she truly believed that those inanimate objects were my friends. In truth, I was not deceiving her, nor was I being melodramatic. Sometimes, I preferred the company of seemingly unconscious objects over people with subjective awareness, for one might unwittingly encounter beasts in human guise, some of whom couldn't even be bothered to don a human disguise, eager for others to recognize their true nature, like that actress who slapped Liao due to scheduling conflicts, or Mitsai's uncle, Mijonda. By the time Mitsai returned to the old house, it was quite late. She went to the bathroom to freshen up before I could, and I sat on the sofa, appearing calm while my emotions churned beneath the surface. Moments later, Mitsai emerged from the bathroom, applying toner to her face, and whether in jest or sincerity, she said to me, Zhao Yang, aren't you going to say goodbye to your friends? You've hardly moved since entering. I placed my hand over my chest and replied, I communicate with my friends from the heart. We've already bid farewell, just moments ago. Mitsai nodded, feigning surprise. Well, you must have quite a rapport. Indeed, before my friends, you are all mere mortals. Mitsai made a face and chuckled before turning to her room and shutting the door. Suddenly, I felt as though we were separated by that door, existing in two disparate worlds. Mine was chaotic, while hers was the calm before the storm. After washing up, I returned to the room I had occupied for 2 years, feeling disoriented as I stared at the ceiling, yet unable to empty my mind. For the first time in my life, I grappled with the concept of humanity, only to find it elusive. For instance, I had deviated from my steadfast principles when faced with a choice. I could easily attribute this deviation to friends, the kindness of a superior, or my own career prospects, but could these reasons truly supersede the value of humanity, allowing me to comfortably distort it? As night deepened, the moonlight filtered through the curtains, casting a gentle glow on the bedding. My consciousness began to blur, and moments later, I cast aside the burdens of humanity and drifted into sleep. The next day, I woke up early. As usual, I cooked porridge in the rice cooker and went downstairs to buy some youtiao, steamed dumplings, and pastries. Upon returning, I fried 2 eggs, intending to share breakfast with Mitsai. Yet, this was not an act of flattery or gratitude for her assistance in finding me a place. It felt more like guilt for my silence. Having prepared breakfast, I found Mitsai already awake. After a brief wash-up, I set the table and said, Let us have breakfast together. I made some porridge. Mitsai politely thanked me and sat across from me, but the atmosphere remained stifling and silent. Mitsai appeared to relish this silence, while I squirmed in the oppressive atmosphere. She finished her meal quicker than I, then courteously said, Zhao Yang, take your time. I need to head to work. By the way, if you can't clean up the bowls, just leave them. I'll wash them when I return tonight. Mitsai had already picked up her handbag and was changing her shoes by the shoe rack. I called out to her, Wait. Not halting her movements. She asked, somewhat puzzled, What is the matter? After a moment of silence, I replied, Could you give me a ride? I'll go to work with you. Is it on the way? Aren't you working at Zhuomei Shopping Center? Our company is right across from yours. Mitsai nodded, asking, Oh, which company are you with? I hesitated before answering, It's just a small company. I'm merely getting by on a salary, nothing noteworthy. All right, hurry up then, Mitsai said, already ready to go and waiting for me by the door. I hastily finished the porridge in my bowl, put on my shoes, and grabbed my briefcase, heading downstairs with Mitsai. Traffic during the work hours was rather congested, and we crawled along, maintaining silence as we approached the company. Just as we were nearing our destination, the car was caught in another jam. With nothing to do, Mitsai and I remained quiet. I retrieved a CD from the storage compartment of her car and inserted it into the player, hoping to listen to some music to ease the tension of waiting. The song Love's Admonition, sung by Luo Dayo with a voice imbued with tales and emotions, filled the small car, enveloping us in its warmth. The vehicle was cloaked in the autumn haze, and outside, cars lined the road with their turn signals blinking, appearing like fireflies resting peacefully in this world. I became somewhat entranced by the song as it played in this self-fabricated tranquility. Beside me, Mitsai seemed equally absorbed. She appeared even quieter than I, yet her eyes glistened with tears that slowly trickled down her cheeks, as if reluctant to let me see. She leaned onto the steering wheel, and apart from her tousled hair, I could discern nothing of her face. What was troubling her? It was merely an unassuming morning with a song by Luo Dayo, yet she was in tears. Chapter 55. The struggle of humanity. The cars in front began to move slowly, yet Mitsai remained oblivious, her shoulders trembling slightly as the vehicles behind us honked impatiently. I finally reached out and gently tapped her shoulder, asking, "What's wrong?" Mitsai lifted her head, wiped away her tears, but did not look at me as she muttered, "It's nothing," before shifting the gear and driving forward with the flow of traffic. The song Love's Admonition finally ended, and the car settled into a tranquil silence once more. I have no intention of letting Mitsai know about my employment at Baoli, so I asked her to drop me off at a station. As we parted, I inquired, "Hey, would you be able to help me move tonight? Your car would be quite convenient. If I don't have to work overtime today, I can," Mitsai responded, without any refusal. I smiled and said, "All right, let us contact each other after work." Mitsai nodded, closed the car window, started the engine, and in an instant, she vanished into the bustling traffic. I stood there for a long while, recalling the moment she had just cried at the steering wheel over a song, and I felt a wave of confusion wash over me again. I did not wish to delve into what the song The Precept of Love reminded her of, yet I couldn't help but feel sympathy for her, a sympathy that deepened my guilt once more. Upon arriving at the office, I barely had time to catch my breath before Fang Yuan summoned the members of our planning and copywriting team for a brainstorming session. During the meeting, opinions clashed, escalating into a heated debate, igniting a storm of ideas. Yet, I remained slouched in the corner, disengaged, my silence persisting until the meeting concluded. After the brainstorming session, everyone dispersed with their folders, but I remained seated, my thoughts adrift. Fang Yuan waved a cigarette in front of my nose, and the scent of tobacco jolted me back to reality. Dully, I asked him, "Has the storm passed? I just want to know where this storm has carried you." Fang Yuan replied, his tone tinged with annoyance, as he was known for his meticulousness at work. I said nothing, took the cigarette from his fingers, lit it, and took a deep drag, only for Fang Yuan to snatch it back. Extinguishing it and tossing it into the trash, I frowned and retorted, "What's your problem?" "I'm feeling restless." Fang Yuan paused, then realized the source of my agitation. He pulled up a chair and sat beside me, his expression already portraying the kind of bitter yet well-meaning advice that was to follow. "Are you still tangled up in the matter concerning Zhuomei and Mitsai?" That was precisely what was bothering me. Since yesterday, I felt like a criminal who had committed wrongdoing without confessing, a sensation that felt like a thorn in my throat. I articulated each word with weight, venting my suppressed emotions. Fang Yuan sighed and softened his tone. "Zhaoyang, I already explained the pros and cons of the situation yesterday, and no matter how guilty you feel, this is ultimately an internal matter for Zhuomei, and we must remain detached." I fell silent again. Discussing this matter with Fang Yuan was futile. He could never view it from my perspective, yet he wasn't entirely wrong. Despite being friends for nearly a decade, we were fundamentally different people, leading to vastly different lives. At that moment, I finally understood why. Although we graduated from the same university, our paths diverged post-graduation. After a long pause, I said to Fang Yuan, "I'll sit here for a while longer. I'll figure this out myself." Fang Yuan nodded but cautioned, "I'm still unaware of your thoughts on this promotional plan. Let us discuss it privately later." "All right," I replied. Fang Yuan offered me another cigarette from his pack, advising, "Go smoke in the lounge. Be mindful of the company." I took the cigarette from his hand, staring at him numbly. Fang Yuan patted my shoulder before turning to leave, and my fingers fidgeted with the cigarette, yet I felt even more apathetic. During lunchtime, Fang Yuan and I chose a relatively quiet corner in the company cafeteria, refraining from directly discussing the promotional plan we were preparing. Fang Yuan remarked, "Yin Yin is free tonight. Let her cook a few dishes at my place, and we'll have a few drinks. Let us skip it today." "I need to move," I replied. "Is the moving situation not resolved yet?" Fang Yuan asked, somewhat surprised. "Not yet. I just found a suitable place, and I've been busy lately." Fang Yuan nodded, and after a brief silence, he said, "Zhaoyang, it's time for you to settle down and start a family. If you can, do so as soon as possible." I asked Fang Yuan earnestly, "We've graduated for so many years now. Classmates and friends who should have stabilized have done so, while those who shouldn't have are desperately trying to settle down. Why do I feel like I'm living in a delusion? Feng Yuan answered without hesitation. It's because you've been living too self-centered these years, yet your self-centeredness is laced with strong idealism. Zhao Yang, you must understand, a castle built on the beach with sand, no matter how exquisite, will collapse the moment a wave crashes upon it. Your suffering and instability stem from this. Feng Yuan's words left me bewildered. I recognized that the waves he referred to were the burdensome realities of life, while my pain originated from an unwillingness to accept them. Thus, I found myself fantasizing about that sky city and the long-haired woman waiting within its walls. Feng Yuan added, "You really should stop thinking about the internal conflicts at Zhuomei. People live in reality. Having a conscience is important, but this situation exceeds the simple realm of conscience. If you judge this matter based on conscience or humanity and then inform Mitsai, reality will deliver a resounding slap to your face. Zhao Yang, learn to respect reality. Do not put yourself in peril. Why are you bringing this up again?" I said, somewhat displeased. After a brief silence, Feng Yuan sighed, saying softly, "Because I understand you, and that's why I'm worried." I remained silent. Although Feng Yuan and I were not of the same ilk, after nearly a decade of brotherhood, he understood me better than many. If I didn't measure this situation with humanity and conscience, why was I still in such torment? Feng Yuan continued, "If Chen Jingming manages to secure 2 top-tier brands for Baoli department store amidst Zhuomei's internal strife, he will almost certainly be promoted to the position of vice president. You and I, as his trusted aides, will truly establish ourselves in this company. Especially you, Zhao Yang. This will be a significant elevation in your life, leading to a qualitative change in your existence." I lit a cigarette, inhaled deeply, tilted my head back, and closed my eyes, exhaling all the smoke as if releasing pent-up frustration. For the first time, I felt my long-held beliefs wavering. Perhaps I really ought to respect reality. I had reached an age where settling down was expected, and now that I had finally glimpsed the light of life, extinguishing that light would plunge me back into darkness. "Let us discuss your thoughts on the promotional plan," Feng Yuan suggested, pulling me momentarily from my struggles. I nodded, preparing to share my insights with Feng Yuan regarding the promotional scheme. Chapter 56. Love is not extravagant. I organized my fragmented thoughts about the promotional plan in my mind before sharing with Feng Yuan. For this promotional plan, we can think outside the conventional box. My idea is, aside from the 8 international top-tier brands, we should handle the regular brands with our traditional promotional methods, like simple discounts and giveaways. We shouldn't expend too much effort on those, as time doesn't allow us to disperse our energies too broadly. Feng Yuan nodded. "I understand your point and agree with your perspective. The primary objective of this promotional event is to highlight our image as a premier department store, and the focus of the promotional plan should center around those 8 international top-tier brands. Tell me how you plan to integrate these 8 brands into this promotional plan." I pondered for a moment and replied, "Our 8 top-tier brands encompass nearly all categories of daily necessities: clothing, bags, watches, jewelry. This variety is our advantage, allowing us to create promotional pairings." "What kind of pairings?" "Firstly, we must create sufficient purchasing motivation for consumers subjectively. Of course, promotions are an essential means to stimulate purchasing motivation. But that's not enough. We must also further stimulate their desire to purchase on a psychological level." Please continue. "We first need to segment the market. Those who can afford luxury brands are undoubtedly high-end individuals, but even among them, there are distinctions in profession and wealth." Feng Yuan nodded. "Yes, the primary consumers of luxury brands are women, who are either top-tier elites in companies or wealthy daughters, or kept mistresses." I interjected. Having worked in the department store industry for years, we had developed a specific classification system for our target consumer group. Ironically, we had previously researched the consumption structure of luxury brands at Baoli, finding that about 20 were company executives, around 30 were wealthy second-generation individuals, and the remaining 50 consisted of atypical purchases. Hence, it is common to see young and beautiful women accompanied by successful men entering luxury brand stores in high-end shopping venues. Of course, this was merely an internal survey and lacks official credibility, but it suffices to illustrate the point. So, are you planning to use this as an entry point? Feng Yuan asked pointedly. I nodded. "Precisely. You see, these women often lack a sense of security in their relationships. They need some form of emotional support, even if it's illusory, as it provides them comfort. So, what's your promotional theme?" "Love is not extravagant. During the event, we'll offer the usual discounts, and anyone purchasing products as a couple in the luxury brand stores will receive a commemorative membership card from our department store. If the couple returns to buy luxury items together in the following year, we'll refund them a portion of their purchases on that commemorative card. 10 in the second year, increasing to 15 in the third year, and 20 in the fourth year. This approach not only enhances the continuity of consumption but also provides these consumers with both psychological and material compensation. In truth, those women are not overly concerned about the cash back. They seek psychological reassurance, hoping for love that lasts. Fang Yuan pondered the feasibility of this promotional idea in silence for a while before saying, I broadly approve of this promotional concept. However, we still need to hold another meeting for collective discussion on its operability. I nodded. All right, I'll leave it to you. Fang Yuan joked, Zhaoyang, it seems you possess an extraordinary understanding of women's psychology. If your judgment about those women is correct, our promotional strategy against Zhuomei will surely succeed. I remained silent, but my understanding of those women stemmed from years spent in nightclubs. As for whether I could use their psychological traits as a basis for commercial actions, I was uncertain. If the company were fortunate enough to adopt it, the market would ultimately provide validation. After a busy day, the time to clock out finally arrived. Colleagues in the office began leaving one after another, and the surroundings gradually quieted down. I leaned back in my office chair, closing my eyes to rest, yet my mind remained restless. Another round of phone ringing pulled me back to reality. I wiped my face and picked up my phone. Noticing an unexpected call from Bandai, I was taken aback. In the years since I left home, I had always been the one to initiate contact, as he rarely reached out to me. Sometimes I even doubted whether he remembered he had a son wandering outside. In truth, I knew he hadn't forgotten, as he would visit me whenever he passed through Suzhou on business trips. He simply wasn't adept at expressing his emotions. Habitually, I lit a cigarette before answering the call. Greeting, Bandai. Have you eaten yet? Not yet. I'm still at work. The company has been busy lately. Oh, did you call for something specific? I haven't had time to come to Suzhou recently. The rice and flour I mentioned last time have been sent to you via express delivery. Please keep an eye out for them, I replied weakly. Bandai fell silent, but didn't mention hanging up, which struck me as unusual, yet I patiently waited. Zhaoyang, how are things going with that girl? I knew he was referring to Mi Tsai, but I feigned ignorance, asking, which girl? The one living with you. By the way, your mother knitted 2 scarves this time and made one for her as well. Give it to her when you see her. Also, you have a bad temper. Don't lose your cool with her, and try to be accommodating. No fighting while living together. Bandai spoke. I mentally counted the words in his sentence and was astonished to find it amounted to a full 64 words. It seemed that since I became conscious of counting, he had never spoken so many words in one breath. I suddenly felt the world had changed. Even Bandai had transformed and become more talkative. You and my mother don't even know her name. Yet you're this enthusiastic, even knitting her a scarf. Oh, you think that's appropriate? I said, half amused, half exasperated. Bandai retorted with a statement that made me want to roll my eyes. You're the one living with her. Why should we need to know her name? After a moment, I helplessly told Bandai, you're right. I'll follow your instructions. Treat her well. She's a good girl. Bandai's repeated emphasis left me with no choice but to comply, yet I dared not defy him by hanging up. I sighed in resignation. Dad, you've only met her twice. How can you determine she's a good girl? Is she innocent, or are you simply cunning? Bandai ignored my sarcasm and reiterated, treat her well, before hanging up. Listening to the beeping sound on the line, I felt a swirl of emotions within me, prompting the question, how can I treat her well? Right now, I felt like a mere spectator, powerless as I watched her uncle, Mi Zhongda, raise a cruel knife against her. Setting my phone back on the desk, I leaned heavily against the chair's backrest, slapped my face with my hand, and closed my eyes, recalling her long hair cascading down her shoulders. Yet so isolated, he felt as though the very blood vessels connected to my heart had been severed. And a sudden wave of suffocating grief washed over me. The phone rang again. This time, it was Micah. It dawned on me that she had promised me in the morning. She would help me move if she had the time. She must have finished work by now, prompting her to reach out. She truly was a woman of her word. Chapter 57. I want to be myself. I hesitated for quite some time before answering Mitsai's call. My voice lower than usual as I asked, have you finished work? Yes. Aren't you off yet? I'm about to clock out now. Where's your company? I'll come pick you up, and we can move your things today. It will put my mind at ease, I chuckled. The reason you're so eager to help me move is that you're afraid I'll keep bothering you, right? Bothering me is a fitting term. She replied, you still haven't told me where your company is. I paused before responding. I'll go to Zhuome to find you. The rice noodle shop downstairs is quite good. Today, it's my treat as a token of gratitude for your help with my move. All right, come on over, I'll be waiting for you at the rice noodle shop, I acknowledged Mitsai, and after we both hung up, I took a moment to collect my thoughts before grabbing my backpack and leaving the office. Upon arriving at the northern entrance of the Zhuome shopping center, Mitsai was already standing outside the rice noodle shop, awaiting my arrival. Today, she wore no makeup yet remained strikingly beautiful. It was the peak shopping hour, and waves of passers-by instinctively cast their glances her way, captivated by her allure. After all, in this era, natural beauties who forego cosmetics are exceedingly rare. However, I am not a man who easily appreciates her beauty. Since the very first day we met, I felt her allure had no bearing on my life. What I was truly concerned about was whether she would allow me to remain in that room. Ultimately, I did move out. If I were to stretch the interpretation a bit, my departure from that place was a form of concession to reality. Although I had lived there for over 2 years, while Mitsai had been there for less than a month, it was her name on the property deed that dictated the outcome. Thus, it was I who left, regardless of the duration of our stay or the depth of our feelings. It was simply a compromise under the pressure of reality. Perhaps I am indeed an idealistic person, which is why I insisted on measuring Mitsai's status as a tenant by the length of my stay. Without realizing the absurdity of my reasoning, in truth, I was the tenant, and I was not even a true one, for Mitsai, the rightful owner, had never agreed to my renting that space. As I stood before her, we both fell into a silence, gazing at one another, as if the absence of our usual banter left us devoid of topics to discuss. Finally, I broke the silence, asking her, "How long have you been waiting?" "Not long. Let's go. There are hardly any seats left inside," she replied. Glancing behind her, I nodded and, in a gentlemanly manner, opened the glass door for her as we approached the rice noodle shop. Mitsai looked at me with a hint of surprise but graciously thanked me before stepping inside. She found an empty seat while I queued to place our orders. After a considerable wait, I ordered 2 bowls of rice noodles and some other snacks, then took a seat across from Mitsai with the receipt and number in hand. We had dined at this noodle shop for 2 consecutive days, and feeling a bit bored, I asked Mitsai, "Is your fondness for rice noodles linked to your name, Mitsai?" She shot me a glance but chose not to respond, instead lifting her tea cup to take a sip, clearly unwilling to engage with my trivial inquiry. I chuckled lightly, unfazed. I was accustomed to her indifferent demeanor, though on rare occasions, we resembled ordinary friends. Moments later, our order arrived, and Mitsai had only ordered a bowl of noodles, leaving all the other snacks for me. I pushed the chicken leg and tofu towards her, saying, "You'll need to eat more. You're helping me move later, after all that I only drive. Besides, do you have that much stuff? The last time you moved, I saw you manage it all by yourself," I continued, recalling the time I had fled from Mitsai due to financial constraints. And I chuckled awkwardly. "I'm just making excuses to get you to eat more, and then I'll ruin your beauty with my cooking. Just imagine how you'll look as a plump person. You truly have a wicked mind. But I regret to inform you, I don't gain weight." Observing Mitsai's prideful assertion about not gaining weight, I couldn't help but smile genuinely. Despite her often aloof nature, she possessed a childlike innocence that occasionally surfaced in my presence, indicating that her guard was down around me. Perhaps all our previous misunderstandings stemmed solely from that room. After we finished our meal, Mitsai and I headed to Robin's place. My belongings were indeed minimal. I initially intended for her to wait downstairs, but she insisted on accompanying me upstairs, lending a hand with a few lighter bags. In truth, she exhibited a common trait among many women, saying one thing while feeling another. Just moments ago at the noodle shop, she had declared, "I'll only drive. I want to help with the move." Yet, this contradiction merely highlighted her kindness, which led my father to quickly conclude that she was a good girl after just 2 encounters. Upon arriving at my new home, I tidied up the room briefly, while Mitsai made the bed, leaving me feeling somewhat guilty. I recalled how, shortly after we first met, I had rudely tossed her blankets and comforter down the stairs, a moment of venting my frustrations. In comparison, our actions felt like a stark contrast. Once everything was in order, I disregarded my exhaustion and went downstairs to the beverage shop to buy 2 cups of hot juice. I handed one to Mitsai and brought over a chair for her to rest, prompting her to question if I was preparing to use sweet words to manipulate her into moving back into that room with me. In reality, she misunderstood. I merely felt remorse for my previous rudeness and the secrets I was keeping from her. Mitsai finished half of her juice and, placing it on the coffee table with a sigh of relief, said, "You've wrapped up your matters. I should be going. Oh, Take care on your way, I replied. She acknowledged. Already picking up her handbag, that I opened the door for her and said, if you ever need help with anything over there, just call me. I'll be at your service. Mitsai nodded, turning to walk outside. I added, if you ever crave a home-cooked meal, feel free to come over. I'll cook for you, especially since it's close to your workplace. Got it, Mitsai responded without turning back, though her tone was less indifferent than before. I understood that she recognized my sincerity, and perhaps one evening, she might genuinely come over for a dinner of porridge, rice, and a few simple dishes that I would prepare. As Mitsai walked further away. Watching her silhouette, I felt a surge of mixed emotions. Perhaps it would not be long before Mizhong enacted his power schemes, and if I continued to hide the truth, even if I later disclosed everything to Mitsai, there wouldn't be much time left for her to respond. Mitsai disappeared into the elevator, and my father's advice to treat her well flashed through my mind, leaving me in a state of anguish. Amidst this unending torment, I finally felt a sense of suffocation, and I resolutely told myself, I will be true to myself, becoming the so-called scoundrel in others' eyes, yet maintaining my principles and boundaries. Chapter 58. The 2 letters I wrote. This was my first night in the single apartment, and I made one of the most significant decisions of my life. I pinned 2 letters, one intended for Mitsai, to be delivered tomorrow, and the other, a resignation letter for Chen Jingming after completing the promotional plan. I knew that by choosing to reveal Mizhong's power schemes to Mitsai, I would be betraying Fang Yuan and feeling indebted to Chen Jingming for his mentorship. I could not face continuing at Baoli department store. Resigning was my only viable option. Taking up my pen, I took a deep breath and wrote both letters swiftly, without much contemplation. Once completed, I broke the pen and tossed it into the wastebasket. The pen was innocent, yet my emotions needed an outlet. I had personally destroyed my own future and that of Fang Yuan and Chen Jingming. Remembering the sacrifices Liao made for my career, I felt a wave of suffocation wash over me. Although this decision upheld a flicker of belief deep within me, it also betrayed the true friends who genuinely cared for me. I folded the 2 letters neatly and placed them in the pocket of my clothing. While I did not regret my choice, I knew that the night ahead would be sleepless. I wanted to drink as much as possible, then collapse onto my bed and sleep soundly, forgetting the weight of reality. I took a cab to CC's restaurant, yearning for a drink. If CC was free, I hoped to chat with her, not necessarily about my choices regarding humanity, but just to converse casually. It was already quite late, nearing closing time, and the patrons at the music restaurant were sparse. CC sat in a corner, enjoying a beer, living her life as though she were not a woman, despite her beautiful appearance. I took a seat opposite her, prompting CC to finally notice my arrival. She snapped her fingers at a waiter, who promptly brought me a large mug of draft beer. CC looked at me with a smile and teasingly asked, "What's wrong, Zhao Yang? Has life knocked you down again?" "Pretty much." "You really know me well," I replied, taking a generous sip of the beer. "Otherwise, what brings you here so late?" I remained silent, treating the beer as water, drinking until the liquid stung my head with pain before I finally stopped. CC observed me, occasionally sipping her beer until I paused, at which point she asked, "So, what's troubling you?" I remained silent for a long while before finally stating, "You said we are all idealistic, right? Carrying our ideals and steadfastness to live is a beautiful thing, but why does reality impose so many constraints on us?" CC pondered for a moment before responding. "Over the years, I've come to realize something. Living in an idealistic way isn't wrong, but it requires a material foundation. For instance, my music restaurant supports me. I don't have to worry excessively about material needs, allowing me to continue living in this idealistic manner. If it weren't for an anonymous customer who provided a crucial 100,000 yuan during a crisis, allowing the restaurant to continue operating, where would I find the space to discuss ideals?" I fell silent again for a long time before admitting, "CC, you're absolutely right. Living ideally does require a material basis." Indeed, CC's words rang true. Reflecting on my recent experiences, I realized that had I possessed sufficient financial stability, free from concerns about my career, Fang Yuan and Chen Jingming would have been in high positions at Baoli. I could have freely disclosed everything to Mitsai, fulfilling my conscience and beliefs. Even though I understood that living idealistically necessitated material support, I still had no intention of changing my decision. I would still inform Mitsai of Mizhong's schemes. Perhaps deep down, even if it cost me the job I had fought so hard to secure, I would still find it worthwhile. After finishing a large mug of draft beer, I ordered another. CC simply smoked beside me, and we exchanged no further words. Our silence stemmed from our shared understanding of the world through an idealistic lens, which made the realities we faced seem overwhelming, leaving us reluctant to speak further. After consuming 2 large mugs of draft beer, I began to feel dizzy, my previously tense emotions loosening their grip, to the point where Ceci's face across from me started to blur. Seizing the moment, I ordered a shot of strong white liquor and downed it in one go. This indulgent drinking, driven by a desire to get drunk, intensified my dizziness, and ultimately, I found myself slumped over the table before CC. My mental state had quieted, but the reality I would face tomorrow would likely be chaotic. The next day, I awoke with a headache from the previous night's drinking. Outside, the autumn rain fell gently, and the sky was overcast. Looking around, I realized I was sleeping in CC's bedroom. Recalling how deliberately I had gotten myself intoxicated, I threw off the covers, slipped on my shoes, and left the bed. Exiting the bedroom, I found CC still asleep on the couch in the living room. Not wanting to disturb her, I quietly closed the door behind me as I left. Downstairs, I hailed a taxi. But my destination was not my company. Instead, I headed to Zhuome. Having made my choice last night, I was determined to follow through with it. 20 minutes later, I arrived at the entrance to the underground parking lot of Zhuome, waiting for Mitsai. Based on my understanding of her, she should not have arrived at the office yet. After waiting for about 20 minutes, I finally spotted Mitsai's red Q7. Seizing the opportunity as she drove into the underground parking lot, I approached a passing student who looked like he was in a hurry. I addressed the young man. "Hey, could you do me a favor?" The student regarded me warily and asked, "What kind of favor?" I pulled out the letter from my pocket and handed it to him, saying, "Could you deliver this letter to a girl?" The boy's eyes widened with realization. Is this a love letter? But with technology today, why write a love letter? You could just send a text. You're born in the 90s, right? Yep, I'm from the 80s. Do you understand what a generational gap is? Back in my day, writing love letters was in vogue. It's classy. Please hurry and help me deliver it before she gets into the elevator, I urged him. But I'm going to be late for school. It'll just take a moment. It won't delay you. The boy still looked hesitant. I quickly changed my tactic and asked, "Do you like looking at beautiful girls?" His interest piqued at the mention of beauty. He asked eagerly, "Is she a beauty? If she weren't, would I even bother?" "Trust me, she is absolutely stunning. When you get to the elevator, wait for her in the underground parking lot. Remember, she'll be wearing a purple-gray jacket with long hair. She is the most beautiful woman there. Don't mistake her." "All right, I'll check to see if she is as beautiful as you say," the boy replied. Finally taking the letter from me, I added, "Just hand her the letter. Don't say anything else. Especially don't comment on my appearance in front of her, understood?" He nodded knowingly. "Got it? You want to surprise her. Good luck with your confession?" I nodded appreciatively. "Not bad. We're not so far apart after all." With a grin, the boy dashed towards the elevator. I lit a cigarette, watching him leave, feeling as though I had finally laid down a heavy burden. As for tomorrow, I would deal with that when the time came. Chapter 59. Delivering the letter to Mitsai. Moments later, the boy returned, unable to contain his excitement as he exclaimed, "You weren't lying. She is a super gorgeous beauty." I smiled and asked, "So, how did she look?" "I want to see if you recognized her. Just as you described, long hair, purple-gray clothing, and extremely beautiful, although she doesn't really engage with others. But I did give her the letter." I nodded, jokingly asking, "Do you think I can win her over?" The boy scrutinized me seriously and replied, "I think it's a long shot, right? Hurry off to school. Don't be late." I laughed, giving him a pat on the shoulder. The boy wished me good luck before rushing off towards the bus stop. Amidst the gentle autumn rain, I adjusted my shoulder bag, lifted my gaze to the massive advertisement for Zhuome Shopping Center, silently wishing Mitsai would navigate this crisis safely. All I could do for her was this. Returning to Baoli Department Store, I felt a calmness wash over me. I worked peacefully, participated in the communication meeting convened by Feng Yuan without a hitch, and engaged with my colleagues calmly. My tranquility stemmed from my anticipation of the outcome. I was prepared for everything. Once the promotional plan concluded, I would resign from Baoli. Perhaps I would continue searching for work in Suzhou, or perhaps I would return to my hometown and have my father secure me a job at his workplace, settling down to live an uneventful life in the throes of concentrated work. Time swiftly slipped away, and before I knew it, it was time to clock out. I made my way to the lounge to brew a cup of coffee, and after a brief respite, I plunged back into my tasks. Today, Fang Yuan had already reported to Chen Jingming about my proposed promotional theme of love is not extravagant from yesterday, which Chen Jingming efficiently approved, promptly initiating the necessary processes. Since this theme originated from me, I became the principal author of the promotional plan. As a form of gratitude for Chen Jingming's care over the years, I felt compelled to exert every ounce of effort to perfect this proposal. When I finally departed the office after a long day, it was already 10 p.m. My stomach grumbled with hunger, prompting me to purchase some burgers and similar fare from the KFC downstairs, nibbling as I walked along the street. After a tiring day, I needed this leisurely stroll to unwind. However, I found little solace. The bustling streets and throngs of people only underscored my solitude and helplessness in this vast city. I yearned for a home here, a girlfriend who could eventually become my wife. Yet after struggling for years, I realized how powerless I was regarding such humble aspirations, and I came to understand just how insignificant I felt in this sprawling metropolis, so fragile that a mere gust of wind could send me tumbling, leaving behind only regret and sorrow, drifting away from this city. Returning to the recently rented studio apartment, I felt the unpredictability of life weigh heavily upon me. I had thought I would reside here for an extended period, but after delivering that letter to Mitsai this morning, I had already resolved not to stay long. Though a part of me still wished to fight for survival in this city, finding a new job was no simple feat. Everything hinged on the luck that followed my resignation. If I could swiftly secure employment, I would continue to struggle, but if it took too long, I would have no choice but to leave. After freshening up, I lay on my bed, my thoughts in disarray, hesitant to plan for my future. Thus, the vibrant motivation I had felt days prior devolved into a resigned apathy. Listening to the rain pattering against the window, my thoughts drifted to Jianwei, reminiscing about the shared dreams we once had. However, those memories now felt so pale and devoid of vitality, and the burden of this emptiness rested solely on my shoulders. At least without me, Jianwei would manage just fine. She need not worry about material concerns, for she could fill emotional voids with material comforts. In truth, her emotional landscape was probably far from empty, as she now had Xiang Chen, providing her with an anchor for her feelings. That was wonderful, truly wonderful. I would continue to dwell on my own suffering while silently wishing her well. Retrieving my guitar from its case, I strummed its strings and began to sing Eason Chan's Backpack. As I followed the melody emanating from the guitar, tears began to flow inexplicably. The lack of a home, a job, or a woman had once seemed trivial to me. Yet here I was shedding cheap tears over such seemingly insignificant matters. Wasn't that absurd? The rain outside intensified, and once it subsided, the chill would likely linger, heralding the arrival of winter, enveloping the world in frost. 3 days passed, time moving neither swiftly nor slowly, filled with both minor and significant events. On the minor side, I received 2 knitted scarves from Banda, along with rice and flour. On the major side, I efficiently completed the promotional plan themed Love is Not Extravagant amidst relentless overtime. I submitted the finalized plan to Fang Yuan, who then passed it on to Chen Jingming. With the submission of the plan, the countdown to my resignation letter's delivery to Chen Jingming had begun. I was poised to leave Baoli department store. That evening after work, I decided to call Mitsai, intending to give her the knitted scarf. I believed she would appreciate it, as I had previously gifted her one of the 2 knitted sweaters from Banda, which I had seen her wear several times. Regardless of our relationship, this scarf represented the heartfelt intentions of my parents, and I felt it necessary to present it to her. Armed with ample justification, I dialed Mitsai's number, but after a prolonged silence, I was about to give up when she called me back. I hurriedly answered and she apologized, saying, "Sorry, I was in a meeting. Dio, you need something?" I hesitated before probing. "Is your company particularly busy these days?" "Yes, we've encountered some issues that we're currently addressing," she replied. "Oh," I responded. But I knew Mitsai had indeed received my letter, and she was likely grappling with the power struggle instigated by Mijongda against her. Mitsai urged me, "Speak up. What did you call about?" After a brief pause, I said, "My mom knitted you a scarf, and my dad sent it over. If you have time, you can pick it up, or I can deliver it to you." I added after a moment's thought. "But if you don't want it, that's fine too." Mitsai did not decline. She replied, "Just wait a moment. I have a few things to handle. Come to Zhuome and find a place to grab a drink. I'll join you once I'm done." I quipped, "But you have to treat me to drinks after all. I'm the one bringing you a gift." "All right," Mitsai acquiesced, and then she hung up, seeming quite busy at that moment. After the call, I neatly packed the scarf into a bag and left the office, heading towards the nearby Joy shopping center. Chapter 60. The Fork in Life's Path. Upon arriving at Joy Shopping Center, I entered a CAF named Seaview Coffee. I refrained from ordering anything since it was a pay-in-advance establishment with exorbitant prices. Even a pot of oolong tea cost over 200, thus, I decided to wait for Mitsai. Selecting a vacant table, I texted her the CAF's name and passed the time reading a fashion magazine, idly whiling away the hours. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the sky darkened, and the city, shrouded in autumn rain, came alive with twinkling lights, casting a bewitching glow. I set the magazine aside and listened intently to the sound of raindrops against the glass I was unaware of when Mitsai entered the CAF. She sat down across from me and, noticing the empty table, asked, "Why didn't you order anything?" "It's pay in advance, and it's ridiculously expensive. A pot of oolong tea costs more than 200. The owner is quite the crook." Mitsai brushed off my complaint, summoning a server to order a pot of oolong tea for me while she opted for a cappuccino. I sipped the pricey tea. I found it unremarkable, further affirming my belief that the owner was a swindler, rather than questioning my own spending habits. After finishing the pot, I glanced at Mitsai, who was stirring her coffee, and remarked, "You don't look too well. Have you been very tired lately?" "A bit," she admitted, instinctively rubbing her temples. With a raised eyebrow, I teased, "You were just digging your own grave. What was the point of going through so much trouble to push me out? If you were worn out, I could have taken care of you comfortably." Mitsai frowned and coldly replied, "Zhaoyang, don't joke around like that. My thinking is a bit whimsical. I didn't mean to imply I'd care for you as your boyfriend or husband. I could be your male housekeeper. I wouldn't mind being your male nanny." Mitsai, exasperated, fell silent, muttering boring, and resumed stirring her coffee, though her expression suggested she was deep in thought. Moments later, I felt hungry and called the server over to order a pasta salad, also generously ordering a tiramisu for Mitsai. Of course, with her footing the bill, I had no qualms about taking advantage of a woman's generosity. After all, she was wealthier than I was. Spending her money was merely an effort to narrow the wealth gap and promote social harmony. I quickly devoured the pasta salad, then retrieved the scarf from my bag and handed it to Mitsai. She accepted it, her gaze inadvertently falling on my Ricodon backpack, and a smile crept onto her face. "What is so amusing? This is merely my entertainment spirit. Ricodon even has women's backpacks. Would you dare to use one?" Mitsai shook her head, indicating she wouldn't dare. She pulled the scarf from the bag to examine it, appearing quite pleased. "It's lovely. Of course. My mom is a master at knitting." Mitsai nodded, tucking the scarf into her handbag without rushing to leave. Her demeanor relaxed slightly as she rested her chin on her hand, gazing out at the rain-soaked world illuminated by neon lights. I, too, was reluctant to depart, and I found myself staring out the window alongside her, transforming the shimmering lights into a tapestry of splendor, only to reflect my own desolation in contrast. At tea around 9 p.m., I bid farewell to Mitsai in the CAF, watching as she drove away amidst the city's illuminated shadows toward her old residence, while I walked through the falling autumn rain, avoiding the scattered leaves on my way back to my newly rented apartment. After a restless night, the sky was no longer overcast. It was a sunlit morning. Despite having lost sleep to the rain, I rose early. The post-rain morning sunshine carried a crisp chill, and the wind howled, stirring the fallen leaves scattered on the ground. I bought a cup of soybean milk and a few steamed dumplings from a breakfast shop downstairs, eating as I walked. After tossing the empty bag into the trash, I looked up to find myself surrounded by hurried passers-by, while I felt eerily still, disconnected from the city. Enduring the cold wind, I stood alone for quite some time before finally retrieving the letter I intended for Chen Jingming. A sense of helplessness washed over me as I stood at the crossroads of my life once more. I had completed the promotional plan yesterday. Regardless of the eventual outcome, I had given my all, and this would serve as my final accountability to Chen Jingming. Arriving at the company just before 9 a.m., I clocked in as usual and made my way to the office where I had worked for nearly 3 years, taking my seat at my desk, which bore my imprint. My mind was a blank slate as I awaited Chen Jingming's arrival, planning to seize an opportune moment to submit my resignation. After a short while, Fang Yuan arrived at the office, placing his briefcase down, exuding an air of vitality and seemingly in good spirits. Yet, his demeanor filled me with guilt, yet I felt powerless. I had done what I had to do. For both Fang Yuan and Chen Jingming, all I could offer was my apologies. Fang Yuan invited me to join him in the break room for coffee, to which I nodded, taking my cup as we headed there together. We each brewed a cup of coffee and found a corner to chat. Fang Yuan placed his cup on the windowsill, excitedly patting my shoulder as he whispered, "Zhaoyang, reliable news. After this promotional event wraps up, we'll receive our appointment letters. I'll be the deputy manager of the planning department, and you'll take over my position as the leader of the planning copywriting team." Pausing to admire the sunlight filtering through the swaying blinds, he added wistfully, "We've struggled in this city for 2 years, and finally, we have a place to stand. Life is bound to get better. Right, Zhaoyang?" A wave of sadness surged within me, rendering me speechless. After a long silence, I forced a bitter smile and replied, "Perhaps. Why are you so calm? Aren't you even a little excited?" "I'm merely indifferent to fame and fortune," highlighting just how mercenary you are. I exchanged a bitter joke with Fang Yuan, though in truth, I was not indifferent to success. If I could genuinely become the leader of the planning copywriting team, I would be thrilled. However, with my resignation letter on the horizon, what was there to be excited about? As we spoke, Chun Jingming's assistant approached us, requesting our presence in the manager's office. Fang Yuan agreed to go immediately, while an ominous feeling settled in my gut. Perhaps Mitsai had utilized these few days to dismantle Mi Zhongda's plot, causing a ripple effect that left Chun Jingming's plans in disarray. We promptly followed Fang Yuan to Chun Jingming's office, where he sat behind his desk, unusually lighting a cigarette, his expression grim. Fang Yuan looked perplexed, while I had already grasped the unfolding situation. Chun Jingming remained silent as he smoked, and we stood there in silence until he finally sighed and extinguished the cigarette in the ashtray. Addressing us, "There has been a shift in the internal power struggle at Zhuomei." Fang Yuan gasped, "What happened, manager?" Chun Jingming leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes for a moment before reopening them. Gritting his teeth as he said, "I don't know how Zhuomei's CEO learned of Mi Zhongda's scheme, but in just 3 short days, they conducted a swift investigation into Manager Li's finances in the investment department and ultimately ousted him due to financial discrepancies. That girl is exceptionally capable and resolute. The heavens are not on my side." I naturally understood that the girl Chun Jingming referred to was Mi Tsai, and I had not anticipated that she would dismantle the conspiracy against her in merely 3 days. I fell silent, while Fang Yuan cast a puzzled glance my way, unaware of my connection with Mi Tsai, possibly assuming that someone within Zhuomei had leaked information to her. Fang Yuan, however, was well aware. Fang Yuan chose not to confront me in front of Chun Jingming, but his mood had noticeably darkened as he asked, "So, manager, what should we do now?" Chun Jingming sighed heavily. "We at Baoli have missed the best historical opportunity to surpass Zhuomei. A fierce battle is inevitable. We must proceed according to our previous plan and ensure this promotional event is executed flawlessly." Fang Yuan nodded, tentatively inquiring, "Manager, what is the company's upper management stance on this matter?" Chun Jingming shook his head. "I haven't reported this to them yet.as for the final outcome. Wait for my instructions. I will do my utmost to advocate for your and Zhaoyang's promotions. Keep up the good work, and you?" "Manager," Fang Yuan began, but Chun Jingming merely waved us off, signaling for us to leave. His despondency made it clear that he had lost the chance for a promotion within the company due to this incident. After exiting Chun Jingming's office, Fang Yuan pulled me into the elevator, and soon we found ourselves on the rooftop of the company's top floor. I lit a cigarette, bracing myself for Fang Yuan's impending eruption of emotions. "Zhaoyang, I'd rather believe it was someone from their company who leaked the information rather than you." Fang Yuan suppressed his emotions, not erupting with the anticipated fury. He was always cooler-headed than most. "It wasn't someone from Zhuomei. It was me who informed Mi Tsai. How could you do this? Does it not weigh on your conscience? Do you not feel you've betrayed Chun Jingming and the opportunities we've fought for over the years?" Fang Yuan's words dripped with icy anger. I remained silent, taking a deep drag from my cigarette, and my actions indeed only served to uphold my conscience and principles. Beyond that, I owed no one anything, including myself. In destroying Chun Jingming and Fang Yuan's prospects, I had also obliterated my own future. "Say something." Fang Yuan, unable to contain his fury, delivered a swift kick to my abdomen. The searing pain knocked me to the ground, and I did not meet his gaze. After a prolonged moment, I picked up the cigarette that had fallen from my hand and took another drag. I felt pain, both physical and emotional, yet I was at a loss for words or actions. "Zhaoyang, have you received any benefits from Mitsai? Are you preparing to switch to Zhuomei for a better opportunity?" Fang Yuan's expression grew increasingly frosty as he spoke. I insisted, "I haven't received anything from her. Yet, Fang Yuan refused to let me explain and interrupted with a scathing remark. Zhao Yang, you bastard. Chen Jingming shouldn't have kept you by his side. You forsake all principles just to curry favor with a woman. Do you know how long Chen Jingming has been waiting for this opportunity? I've misjudged you. After saying this, Fang Yuan turned away from me, marching toward the corridor, his back radiating anger. I finished my cigarette in one long drag, then lay on the ground, gazing at the azure sky, feeling the wind slice across me in my pain. I managed a bitter smile. After nearly a decade of brotherhood with Fang Yuan, he believed I acted this way solely to ingratiate myself with Mi Tsai. It dawned on me that, in his eyes, I was merely that person. In truth, I had only written a letter to Mi Tsai, and she had no idea who the writer was. There was no exchange of interest between us, nor did I seek to flatter her. But Fang Yuan wouldn't even grant me a chance to explain. Perhaps I didn't need to explain at all. If he truly understood me, there would have been no room for misunderstanding. I once held an unwavering belief that we were heart-to-heart friends, yet why couldn't he comprehend me? Did a decade not suffice to earn a semblance of understanding and kinship? I felt a surge of tears welling up, but they would not come. Instead, I inhaled the frigid air, stifling sobs in this vast city. I gradually felt it transforming into a city of sorrow, where I lost the purity of love and the camaraderie of brotherhood. I felt the urge to leave once again, to leave behind all the pain and sadness, and ultimately depart alone. Having vacated the wind-swept rooftop, I promptly made my way to Chen Jingming's office with my resignation letter. At that moment, I found myself unwilling to seek another job here. After completing the handover, I would leave, forever departing this city of sorrow. I opened the door to Chen Jingming's office, my head bowed as I entered. Chen Jingming, who was engrossed in documents, looked up at me in confusion and asked, "Why are you here again?" I placed my resignation letter on his desk and, with a tone of regret, said, "Manager, I am here to resign." Chen Jingming stared at me in astonishment, taking a long moment before setting aside the documents to inquire, "Why the sudden resignation? You didn't mention anything earlier." "Manager," I replied, "I've been contemplating this for quite some time, and I've given it careful thought. I cannot afford a home in this city, and I see no hope. Moreover, my mother's health is deteriorating, so I wish to return home and be by her side." I hope you can understand, and I endeavored to maintain a calm tone while addressing Chen Jingming. Though this was not my true reason for resigning, it was nonetheless heartfelt. Chen Jingming shook his head and replied, "Zhao Yang, I've already made it clear to you and Fang Yuan I will do my utmost to advocate for your and his promotions. This incident will not affect you." After a pause, he added, "Although you appear nonchalant, you are indeed talented, as evidenced by this promotional proposal. While we are yet to ascertain its execution results, it certainly reflects innovative spirit. If you choose to adopt a serious attitude and persist at Baoli Department Store, there will undoubtedly be a promising future awaiting you." His words deepened my sense of guilt. I felt I had wronged him, and I knew that encountering him was a stroke of fortune in my life. In the treacherous realm of the workplace, I might never again meet such a good superior. Yet, precisely because of this, I felt compelled to leave. I could not continue living under the weight of my guilt. My departure was the best resolution for myself, for Fang Yuan, and for Chen Jingming. After a prolonged silence, I firmly stated to Chen Jingming, "Manager, please understand me and grant me this." Chen Jingming regarded me for a long while before asking, "Are you truly sure about this?" Without a hint of hesitation, I replied, "I am certain, manager." Chen Jingming nodded, retrieving a pen from the holder and signing my resignation letter. Chapter 62. The eve of departure with Chen Jingming's signature on my resignation letter. I proceeded to the Human Resources Department and then the Finance Department, completing all necessary formalities before returning to the office. I approached Fang Yuan and informed him, "I have submitted my resignation to Chen Jingming, and he has agreed. Please arrange for someone to take over my responsibilities." Upon my declaration, an immediate silence enveloped the office. Even the sound of typing ceased, and all eyes were fixed upon me, mirroring Chen Jingming's astonishment at my sudden resignation. However, Fang Yuan appeared unfazed as he replied, "I am aware of the tasks you handle. No need for a handover. I will arrange for someone to take over." I nodded, refraining from further words, and made my way to my desk to gather my belongings. My heart was heavy, yet there was also a sense of liberation from the oppressive feelings. Perhaps I never truly belonged in this city. Ultimately, I was destined to leave, and this was merely a matter of expediting that departure. Zhao Li approached me, tugging at my sleeve, and in a hushed tone asked, "Zhao Yang, Why did you resign so suddenly? I smiled faintly and replied, Isn't it a relief for you that I've resigned? No one will be around to suppress you now. While I jested with Zhao Li, he earnestly responded, Zhao Yang, don't say that we've worked together for so long. We are colleagues and friends. Do you consider me a friend? Zhao Li nodded and added, Though you can be ruthless and tricky, you are not inherently bad. Whenever I took leave, you readily handled my work without complaint. Others may not understand you, but I do. I chuckled, feeling a mix of emotions, then patted Zhao Li's shoulder without further words, lowering my head to resume packing my office supplies, while Zhao Li helped me. Moments later, I had gathered my belongings and, holding a cardboard box, bid farewell to my colleagues with whom I had worked for over 2 years. Everyone stood to say their goodbyes. Perhaps over the years, they had been somewhat suppressed by me in various ways, yet they bore no grudges, as Zhao Li put it. Although I may be ruthless and tricky, I've never undermined or harmed anyone in this planning department. I nodded in acknowledgement to my colleagues before finally approaching the only one seated, Fang Yuan. I patted his shoulder and said, Buddy, I'm leaving. Fang Yuan did not look up or acknowledge me, his indifference surprising everyone. They were bewildered as to why, despite our usual brotherly bond, he was now so cold toward me. Ultimately, after receiving no response, I managed a bitter smile and waved goodbye to the group, carrying my box toward the exit of the company. Thus, my world had been liberated, but only for the present. The future, however, loomed like a trap, obstructing my path through life, waiting for me to fall into it. Perhaps it would leave me shattered, or perhaps I would emerge stronger from the desire to survive, struggling to escape the trap and becoming adept at navigating life. But only time would reveal the outcome, so I need not speculate, merely strive forward with a survival instinct in this precarious existence. After leaving the company, I returned directly to my newly rented apartment. The first thing I did after closing the door was to kick off my shoes and lie on my bed, yearning to shed all burdens and sleep soundly. Unfortunately, throughout the afternoon spent lying there, I found no semblance of sleep. More often than not, I lay staring at the ceiling and in a moment of panic, lit a cigarette as time passed. The daylight outside gradually dimmed, and the city was once again enveloped in light and shadow. Yet, I remained isolated within the confines of 4 walls, unable to feel the warmth of light and shadow. It seemed my winter had arrived even before winter itself. Gazing out at the sky, now bathed in the glow of city neon, I felt a sense of disorientation. In this daze, I lit another cigarette, taking a single puff that sent waves of pain through my lungs. It was then I realized that on this sleepless afternoon, I had smoked far too much. But what of it? At least the swirling smoke provided some solace for my loneliness and helplessness. So, I took another deep drag, dissolving the sense of helplessness and extinguishing the loneliness, only to be met with a fit of heavy coughing. The dualities of life. As night deepened, I felt as if the whole world had forgotten me, leaving me stranded in this cold corner, still lost and dazed, until the ringtone of my phone jolted me awake. With great effort, I flipped over and reached for my phone on the bedside table. Upon seeing the caller ID, I was surprised to find it was Yin Yin calling. After much hesitation, I finally answered. I refrained from speaking first, waiting for Yin Yin to question me, as Fang Yuan had likely informed her of today's events. Zhao Yang, where are you? Yin Yan's tone was not as harsh as I had anticipated. Caught off guard by her unexpected gentleness, I momentarily hesitated before replying. At my place. Have you eaten dinner? No, in my days. I answered truthfully. No? Are you out of your mind? You can't give me such a vague answer about whether you've eaten, Yin Yin exclaimed, half amused and half exasperated. I quickly provided a definitive answer. I've eaten. What did you have? I finally lost my patience and retorted. Should I report every time I use the restroom today too? Yin Yin shot back. Behave. Stop pretending. Hurry up and come to my house for dinner. No, your husband doesn't like me. I firmly declined, though in truth, I was afraid of facing Fang Yuan, and no matter how righteous my reasons might be, I had ultimately ruined his and Chen Jingming's prospects. Then let us eat out, just the 2 of us. Today, Fang Yuan told me you resigned, but when I asked him why, he wouldn't say, just kept a long face. Yin Yin didn't finish her thought, but her intent was clear. She wanted to know why I had resigned, why Fang Yuan was sullen, and why I claimed Fang Yuan didn't like me. I weighed my options for a moment and agreed to Yin Yan's request for a meal, feeling that there were matters I needed to clarify with her before leaving this city. While also hoping that Fang Yuan might understand and forgive me, I waited outside the restaurant where I had arranged to meet Yin Yin. Since Yin Yin drove a Mazda 6, I paid special attention to the vehicles passing by, hoping to spot her. However, the car that eventually stopped in front of me was a red Cadillac CTS. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was Jianwei's car, and soon I saw Jianwei and Yin Yin inside. I felt a fleeting sense of annoyance at Yin Yin for saying we would dine alone, yet bringing Jianwei along. After this momentary irritation, I was left perplexed. Why was Jianwei here? Had she not been in Suzhou these past few days? And had Yin Yin informed her that Mitsai was merely a fabricated girlfriend? These uncertainties left me surprised and anxious, coupled with a twinge of embarrassment. From what I knew of Yin Yin, once she discovered that Mitsai was not my girlfriend, she would undoubtedly inform Jianwei. Sighing inwardly, I realized this was yet another night of compounding troubles. Chapter 63. The eve of departure, Jianwei parked the car, and she and Yin Yin emerged, one on each side. I glanced at them but remained silent. Inside the restaurant, once seated, Yin Yin wasted no time in addressing me. Speak up. Why did you resign? Just yesterday, Fang Yuan said you were almost guaranteed to secure the position of head of the planning and proposal team at Baoli department store. This is so sudden, so illogical. After drifting for so many years, I've grown tired of it and wish to return. I replied with a smile, adopting a carefree demeanor. Yin Yin's expression turned serious as she insisted. That is certainly not the truth. Zhaoyang, if you're facing difficulties, please share them with me, will you? I've already resigned. There's no need to probe further. I just hope you can tell Fang Yuan that I am not the kind of scoundrel who betrays his boss and friends for the sake of ingratiating myself with women. I continued, in a few days, I'll return to Suzhou. I want to take anything with me from this city because I've gained nothing. Neither the so-called benefits from Fang Yuan. I'm leaving with a clear conscience. As I spoke, unconcerned about the presence of the two women, I lit a cigarette, feeling utterly disheartened. It was only as I prepared to leave this city with nothing that I realized how I had squandered the most crucial years of my life. All I could do now was return to Suzhou, empty-handed. Yin Yin waved away the smoke I exhaled and, visibly agitated, said, Zhaoyang, I don't understand. You finally see a future in this city and your company, so why resign? Why decide to go back to Suzhou? Even if you've resigned, you could find another job. Are you truly content to leave Suzhou in such a disheveled state? Yin Yin's words struck a chord. And after a long silence, I replied, I've always lived in a disheveled state. What is there to be dissatisfied about? At that moment, Jianwei, who had remained silent, finally spoke. What about your girlfriend? I was taken aback. Had Yin Yin not informed Jianwei that Mitsai was not my girlfriend? Jianwei fixed her gaze on me. Awaiting my response, I looked at Yin Yin, who signaled that she hadn't divulged this information to Jianwei. I then replied, we broke up. It's as simple as that. I in this day and age, who still expects a romance to end in happily ever after. My tone was laden with emotion, recalling how Jianwei had coldly told me to break up when we parted. Jianwei regarded me with a complex expression, reminiscent of the one she wore before accepting Xiang Qin's confession. This time, I didn't shy away from her gaze. I held her eyes, realizing that all the years of our relationship had crumbled with her single declaration of breakup. Did it matter that I mourned a love that had never truly existed with Mitsai? Yin Yin glanced awkwardly between me and Jianwei, and finally, I broke the silence, asking Jianwei, why did you come with Yin Yin to find me? Jianwei didn't respond, but Yin Yin explained on her behalf. Jianwei has been in Suzhou these past few days. We planned to go for a spa tonight, and it just happened that we could have dinner together. I nodded. It was a reasonable explanation, yet I still couldn't fathom why Jianwei remained in Suzhou, but I chose not to inquire, as it was no longer any of my concern. During dinner, the conversation shifted back to the matter at hand. Yin Yin earnestly urged me, Zhaoyang, please reconsider leaving Suzhou. Returning to Suzhou means stepping into the unknown. I shook my head firmly, replying, there's no need for reconsideration. Leaving this city is the best choice for me at this moment. I'm genuinely glad you invited me to dinner. At least I don't leave entirely alone, knowing someone cares. Yin Yin sighed, her voice thick with emotion. I've always regarded you as a younger brother. This is easy for me. Seeing you suffer alone for so many years, finally catching a glimpse of brighter days, only to resign so abruptly. What on earth is happening? Her words weighed heavily on my heart, and I didn't want to upset her further, so I forced a smile and said, you've upgraded to being a married woman, so stop calling me your little brother. I'm still in the prime of my youth. Yin Yin managed a wry smile, falling silent. There was nothing more to say, as everything had already been settled. Staying here might not be the right choice, nor would returning to Suzhou necessarily be wrong. What I truly hoped for now was that Feng Yuan could understand me. Perhaps, years down the line, when I return to Suzhou, we could still greet one another as brothers. After finishing our meal, Jianwei drove away with Yin Yan, leaving me standing alone at the entrance of the restaurant. I lingered for a moment, withdrawing the thin film from my cigarette pack, lifting my gaze to the starry sky. Despite the vibrant hues cast by the neon lights, I still could not find that crystalline city, nor catch a glimpse of the long-haired woman. Smoking as I walked amidst the bustling streets, I lost track of how many blocks I had wandered before returning to my place. Mechanically, I opened the door, too weary to wash up, and wrapped myself tightly in a blanket, seeking a fleeting sense of security in that suffocating cocoon. The night had deepened, and the only connection I felt to the world was my phone, which rang once more. Numbly, I listened but hesitated to answer. The persistent ringtone echoed again and again, until I finally threw off the blanket, grabbed my phone from the table, intending to cut off the call for some peace, only to be startled by the name flashing on the screen. Li Yao, a friend I hadn't spoken to in ages. After a moment of hesitation, I answered the call and immediately heard Li Yao's complaining voice. Zhaoyang, why did you take so long to pick up? I was sleeping, I mumbled. Li Yao didn't dwell on my tardiness and cheerfully asked, Can you guess where I am right now? I wasn't in the mood to guess, so I followed her lead, asking where. Guess. I'm definitely not in Hungyan anymore, I replied honestly. You're back in Suzhou? To my surprise, she exclaimed, Yes, I'm staying at a hotel here. I asked, astonished, Back to Suzhou. Did you finish filming so soon? Not quite. The crew is shooting at the Suzhou Humble Administrator's Garden, so I came back with them. Oh well, when you have time, let me treat you to a meal. The shoots at the Humble Administrator's Garden are all during the day, so I'll be free in the evenings. Let us plan for tomorrow night. All right, call me when you finish work, I replied. This way, before leaving Suzhou, I would still have the chance to bid farewell to Li Yao. Yet, thinking of the opportunity one failed to seize, a wave of guilt washed over me. Okay, wait for my call. By the way, I want to eat bamboo chicken at Aling Restaurant, I chuckled. You really know how to eat. Everyone encounters one or two foodies in their life, and clearly, you've met one in me. All right, sounds good. I'm craving bamboo chicken too. Hee hee. Then I'll start anticipating it right now, Li Yao said eagerly, further confirming her foodie nature. Let us hope I can have a drink with you as well. Sure. It's getting late. I'll head to bed now, looking forward to your invitation tomorrow. After ending the call with Li Yao, I gazed once more at the moonlit sky outside my window, my heart filled with anticipation for the morrow, though I couldn't discern whether it was from meeting Li Yao, the bamboo chicken, or the few sips of white wine that had yet to touch my lips. Chapter 64. Stuffed with emotions that night. I slept lightly, my weary soul struggling in a gray-toned dreamscape, until the morning sun streamed through the window, finally rousing me from my exhaustion. I sat on the edge of my bed for a long while before realizing I didn't need to go to the office today. So I lay back down, unwilling to rise yet not eager to fall asleep again. It was nearly noon when I finally left the bed, washed up briefly, and immediately opened the 58 Tongqing website to post my apartment for rent. My current plan was to sublet the place, repay the money I owed Mitsai, and then leave Suzhou. After posting the rental information, I went downstairs to a snack shop for a bowl of water noodles, which sufficed for both breakfast and lunch, after which my life fell into a monotonous routine. I sat in my confined room for a long time, finally unable to bear it any longer. Grabbing my guitar, I left the prison-like space and returned to the moat. I wanted to sing a few songs to the blue sky, white clouds, and clear waters, in hopes of soothing my weary spirit. Then wait for dusk. I sang one song after another, my emotions oscillating between sorrow and joy. Eventually, I set the guitar aside, lying on the grass, once more basking in the slanting sunlight, lost in watching the clouds drift across the sky. I naively believed that the crystalline city would be hidden behind the clouds, so I gazed and waited. Yet, until the sunlight softened and the evening breeze began to blow, I still did not see that shimmering city. My disappointment deepened, a blend of the weight of reality and the shattering of dreams, compounding my anguish. After a long while, I finally sat up from the grass, instinctively lighting a cigarette, then sitting quietly in the dusk, not to await dawn, for in this city, there would be no more dawn for me. The wind grew colder as the sun set, awakening memories of everything that had transpired in this city. Each memory felt like a sharp blade etching myriad wounds upon my being, and I could only helplessly watch as they dripped blood. Now, as the blood threatened to run dry, I knew I must escape this city, returning to a place devoid of love yet filled with familial warmth. Perhaps there, the warmth of kinship would allow those wounds to gradually heal. Finally, my phone rang again after a day of silence. I recognized it was Lai Yao calling, as we had planned to dine together at Aling restaurant for bamboo chicken that night. When I answered, Lai Yao sighed in relief. I finished filming today, Zhaoyang. Where shall we meet? Let us go straight to Aling restaurant. Lai Yao thought for a moment and said, I'll come to where you live, and then we can go together. Why complicate things? Just head there directly. I'm not living at my old place anymore. Lai Yao sounded surprised. When did you move out? Just in the past few days. After a pause, I finally mustered the courage to tell her, I have something to tell you that I quit my job yesterday and will be returning to Suzhou soon. Lai Yao was momentarily taken aback, her voice turning anxious as she asked, Why did you quit? You said there was a chance for promotion. I apologized. It's a personal issue. Let us discuss it when we meet. Lai Yao's mood visibly darkened, and after a long silence, she said, All right, let us just meet at Aling restaurant. I agreed. And we both hung up the call, glancing once more at the river's surface, now cloaked in shadows, as I carried my guitar case toward the riverbank. When I arrived at Aling restaurant, Lai Yao was already waiting for me at the entrance. The autumn night breeze whipped through the streets, and Lai Yao stood with her hands tucked into her coat pockets, her white scarf fluttering in the wind, making her appear even more fragile. This frailness stirred a profound sense of guilt within me. I approached her quietly, and her gaze held a complex mixture of emotions. I knew she resented my sudden resignation. I vividly recalled our previous meeting when we vowed to strive together to master life. Yet here I was, regressing, becoming a mere servant to existence. To lighten the somber atmosphere, I forced a smile and said, Let us go in and eat. Can I say I'm already stuffed? Lai Yao replied with a serious face. Her words darkened my mood, but I maintained a smile as I pulled her into the restaurant, saying, Even if you're upset, don't tarnish your foodie reputation. Besides, do you really want to see me eat alone? That would be a terrible loss for you, so don't punish yourself for my mistakes. All right. I had already dragged Lai Yao inside, but her spirits remained low. I took the menu from the waiter and began ordering for myself. After a while, our dishes arrived. I poured myself a glass of white wine, but Lai Yao did not join me for a drink as we had previously agreed. She only ordered a cup of hot water. Not even opting for juice or any beverage, I downed the modest glass in one gulp, savoring the strong flavor, while Lai Yao remained silent, deepening my anxiety. I picked a piece of chicken from the bamboo tube and placed it in her bowl. Smiling, Try it and see if the chef's skills have improved. I said I'm stuffed. Lai Yao sulked, tossing the chicken back into my bowl. But you can't just drink plain water. If you overdo it, I guarantee your lovely face will swell up by morning, which would affect your performance tomorrow. Lai Yao ignored my teasing, her expression serious as she asked, Tell me, why did you quit? Pouring myself another glass of white wine, I drank it down, feeling the strong liquor swirl in my stomach, and after a long moment of hesitation, I said, Life is full of choices, and this one was particularly harsh for me. I didn't want to, but I had no choice. Please don't pry too deeply. Quitting isn't easy for me either. I switched to a cheerful demeanor. I'll be leaving Suzhou soon, and chances to meet will be even rarer. So let us not make the atmosphere so heavy. Let us enjoy our meal and drink happily, shall we? Lai Yao met my gaze, her expression gradually softening as she sighed. Zhaoyang, you remind me of a song by Xiao Yibei called Mr. Denial. Who is Xiao Yibei? I asked. Don't pretend. We went to the music festival in Shenzhen with Robin and saw her live performance. Have you forgotten so soon? I grinned. I just enjoy pretending. You rascal. Lai Yao laughed, rolling her eyes at me. Then she retrieved the piece of chicken I had originally given her and began to eat. Chapter 65. Forever out of reach. After dinner at Aling restaurant, I strolled with Lai Yao through the streets of Suzhou under the night sky, accompanied by fallen leaves, cool winds, shifting shadows, and towering buildings, all embodying the essence of late autumn in this city. Lighting a cigarette, I reveled in the haze that accompanied my satiation, frequently glancing back at this city. As I prepared to leave, I realized I didn't truly detest it. In fact, I felt a twinge of reluctance. At the very least, it had recorded my youth and life here, including love. Here, I learned that longing for someone is called loneliness, and two people's affection, if elevated to marriage, is called love. But if only memories remain, it becomes but a legend, one that brings solitude and despair. Feeling weary, Liao and I sat on a bench by the street, each of us silent for a moment. Finally, I turned to her and asked, "How about you? Have you been well recently?" Liao shook her head, somewhat lost. "Same old, not particularly good, but I haven't given up on trying." I nodded, unsure how to respond, for I understood the subtext in her words. Her declaration of perseverance was, in truth, a question of why I had given up. After a brief silence, Liao asked, "What do you plan to do after returning to Shuzhou?" Taking a deep drag from my cigarette, I pondered for a while before answering. If my father is willing to arrange a job for me at his workplace, that would be ideal. If not, I'll find my own job, then look for a woman to share my life with, and ultimately wait for old age and death. Don't be so subjective about your life. It's not wise to plan so far ahead. Life is full of uncertainties, isn't it? I'd rather see my life as a straight path to the end. Liao smiled. "So you dream of a crystalline city as a refuge for your heart." Indeed, only something transparent and clear can show the farthest distance without obstruction. Perhaps we really are not meant to be alike. Liao lamented. "Yes, your imagined island with smoke rising from the chimneys requires crossing a vast sea to reach. So compared to your crystalline vision, you have much more to endure." Liao seemed to suddenly grasp something, looking at me for a long time before saying, "Do you feel like we are two stars destined never to converge? I am at the edge of the sea, and you are at the horizon, echoing each other from afar, yet forever out of reach." I did not respond, simply gazing into the distance, momentarily seeing that city in the sky and a beach echoing each other, yet unable to draw near. That night, Liao and I embraced in farewell. Perhaps after leaving Suzhou, we would indeed drift further apart in the directions we each anticipated in time. We might forget the night we shared, for life is woven from countless moments of forgetting, ultimately leading us to forget everything in death. 3 days passed swiftly. Over the last couple of days, aside from eating, sleeping, and using the restroom, my sole activity was showing potential tenants around my now-rented apartment. This afternoon, I brought 3 prospective tenants to view the place, but for various reasons, none of the deals materialized. The last to arrive was a couple who had just graduated from university. They strolled hand in hand, assessing the room, and ultimately deemed it satisfactory. The young man asked, "How much are you renting this place for?" "A deposit plus 3 months' rent, totaling 5,200 RMB. The young man and woman exchanged glances and whispered to each other. The young man then said, "If you waive the 200 yuan, we'll take it." "Young man, 200 yuan is not just pocket change. If I weren't in a hurry to leave, I wouldn't offer it at this price." I replied firmly, which was the truth. I had originally paid 5,600 yuan to rent it and had lived there for less than a week. The young couple whispered again, and this time the young woman said, 5,200 is acceptable, but we want to move in tonight. What do you think?" I weighed my options and replied, "That's fine. If there are no other issues, let us sign the contract now." The couple nodded in agreement, and I went inside to retrieve the rental contract I had prepared earlier. As they reviewed the contract, my phone rang again. At first, I assumed it was another inquiry about the apartment, but upon checking, I was surprised to see it was Meet Sai, who hadn't reached out for several days. The call stirred a mix of emotions within me. I had once bullied this woman without limits. Yet it was also her that led me to lose the hard-won job prospects in this city. Perhaps we were indeed fated adversaries, though for a brief moment, we had managed to be somewhat friendly. I stepped outside and answered the call, both of us waiting for the other to speak. Breaking the silence, I finally said, "You called me? Why aren't you saying anything?" Meet Sai seemed startled by my voice. "Ah, sorry, I was looking at some documents and didn't realize we were connected." "Oh, you seem quite busy. Aren't you just a floor manager at Zhuome? How busy can you be?" I feigned ignorance, knowing full well Meet Sai was the CEO of Zhuome. Meet Sai didn't dwell on my jest, smiling as she said, "I am busy, but I'm almost done." "All right, what is the reason for your call? Is it about the apartment you took over that has started leaking again?" "No, I finished early today. Didn't you say I could come over for a meal?" I was taken aback, for I had indeed mentioned that to Meet Sai, but hadn't expected her to actually come. Could it be that after our disputes over the apartment, we might genuinely become friends? Noticing my silence, Meet Sai pressed, "Is that a no? Or are you just not confident in your cooking skills?" I snapped back to reality and countered, "What do you think of my father's cooking? It's fantastic. Have you ever heard the saying a tiger's father does not produce a dog's son? Come on, let's see what you've got tonight. So you won't keep thinking I'm utterly useless." "Sure, I'll head over shortly." "Well, Buy whatever dishes you like from the supermarket. I won't be providing any ingredients. I thought Mitsai would call me stingy, but she merely responded with a simple all right before hanging up. Upon returning indoors, the young couple had already reviewed and signed the contract. I took the contract they handed me and said in a negotiating tone, I need to discuss something with you both. I have a friend coming over for dinner, so we can't vacate tonight. I can give you a discount of 200 yuan as compensation. How does that sound? The young man and woman began whispering to each other, and I found it somewhat amusing. They truly treated each other with such respect, discussing even the most trivial matters. After what felt like an eternity, they finally concluded their discussion, and the young man said to me, Make it 400. I frowned and replied, Young man, you ought to be reasonable. 200 yuan is sufficient for you two to find a hotel for the night, with some leftover for a late-night snack. The contract had already been signed, and we now held the right to use this apartment. If you won't reduce the price by 400, we won't agree to your request. Damn it, I instinctively cursed. The young couple seemed startled, their faces showing fear as they looked at me. I couldn't help but chuckle and said, With such timid personalities, you shouldn't try to play the tough guy. The young man finally mustered some courage and said, That's because you wouldn't give us a discount of 200 just now. I have always been annoyed by whiny behavior and impatiently interrupted him, saying, All right, enough with the stubbornness. 400, right? I agree. The young man exchanged another glance with the young woman, as if they had struck a tremendous bargain, and joyfully retrieved 4,800 yuan from his bag to hand it to me. I provided them with a copy of the sublease agreement and a key, and they left it. I found it somewhat amusing that I, Zhao Yang, could also be tricked by others, and what is more, by someone so whiny. I dismissed the thought and picked up a mop to clean the place, eagerly awaiting Mitsai's arrival. This was yet another opportunity bestowed upon me by fate to bid farewell to Mitsai, following Lai Yao. Chapter 66, Are We Friends? At 7:30 p.m., the doorbell finally rang. I slipped on my slippers and hurried to open the door. And indeed, it was Mitsai, who had promised to come over for dinner. Mitsai was holding a large convenience bag, which I took from her to inspect. Inside were some vegetables, meat, a bottle of red wine, and a bottle of juice. Mitsai said to me, The red wine is for you, and I'll have the juice. What is wrong with us sharing a glass of red wine? Are you afraid that if we drink too much, I might have ulterior motives? I never said that. I simply don't have a habit of drinking. I smiled and complained. You're such a bored. I was just trying to tease you a little with my words. Why won't you cooperate at all? Why should I cooperate with your crudeness? The term crudeness was apt. Sometimes I truly felt I lacked nobility. Mitsai looked at me in silence, clearly unsure how to respond. I closed the door and said to her, Please take a seat for a moment while I prepare dinner. You can enjoy the fruits of my labor later. Mitsai shook her head and replied, I can help you with what I'm able to. We're not making a marriage dish. Why would I need your help? I said, carrying the bag toward the kitchen. Mitsai looked at me again in silence. In the kitchen, I worked diligently, managing to prepare a dish every 10 minutes. After about 50 minutes, I finished all the stir-fried dishes, and at the same time, the bone soup simmering on low heat was also ready. The timing was impeccable. At this point, Mitsai, who had been idly waiting, finally got to work, helping to bring the finished dishes to the dining table. I turned on all the lights in the small dining area. Creating a bright atmosphere for our meal, I removed my apron and sat across from Mitsai. I sipped my red wine while she enjoyed her juice, but it was not a candlelit dinner. I said to the eager Mitsai, Shall we toast first? Or would you like to sample my culinary skills first? I'll sample your skills first, Mitsai said, picking up a piece of sweet and sour fish and tasting it, nodding in approval. Not bad. Your cooking is quite good, see? I told you, a tiger's father does not produce a dog's son, I replied, a hint of pride in my voice. It's hard to imagine you can cook, and quite well at that. When did you learn all this? Mitsai asked, her curiosity piqued. As I ate, I replied, My father, whom I call Bandai, said I had a wild personality and a bad temper, so when I was very young, he forced me to learn how to cook, claiming it would cultivate my character and help me win over a wife in the future. Mitsai, seemingly puzzled, asked, Your father? You call him Bandai? Indeed, I call my dad Bandai. Haven't you heard me refer to him that way before? I never really paid attention. Why do you call him Bandai? I patiently explained, because he is quite stern. It's not just me who calls him that. His colleagues refer to him as Banku. However, he always thinks I call him Bandai. Haha. Mitsai laughed at my jest, but then her expression suddenly turned somber. I realized she must have been reminded of her father, Mi Zhongxin, who had tragically passed away in a car accident. It dawned on me why she harbored such goodwill toward my father. I raised my glass and said to Mitsai, "Let us not just talk. Let us toast to celebrate our chance to resolve our differences." Mitsai nodded, lifting her juice to gently clink with my glass, then took a sip and smiled at me, shaking off the earlier gloom. Dinner continued, and I had already consumed 2 glasses of red wine while Mitsai had only sipped half a glass of juice. I gazed at Mitsai, my expression complex, before finally setting down my wine glass and saying, "I'm heading back to my hometown tomorrow." "What? Are you taking a vacation?" Mitsai asked, somewhat disinterested. "No. I'm returning home to live. I've quit my job here." Mitsai looked at me, setting down her chopsticks, and asked in surprise, "You quit? Did something happen at home?" No wonder Mitsai was shocked. Just days ago, she had accompanied me to rent this very apartment, yet she was unaware that I had been struggling at the time. Though I had been wrestling with my thoughts, I had not yet considered leaving until I chose to anonymously inform her about Mi Zhengda's sinister plans. My fate of leaving this city had become irreversible. I smiled at Mitsai and said, "You know, my job there was never particularly respectable, and considering my age, I simply don't have much time to continue struggling in this rootless city. Therefore, returning home for a stable life is a good choice. People, especially adults, must learn to make the right judgments about their circumstances." Mitsai nodded in agreement but didn't say much. We were not from the same world, destined to live lives that neither understood nor penetrated each other. I raised my glass again to Mitsai, who lifted her juice glass in acknowledgement. I nodded and downed half of my red wine, an indescribable emotion mingling with the liquid as it coursed through my body. The dinner concluded with just a few exchanged words between Mitsai and me. As she prepared to leave, I pulled out all the cash I had on me. This money included part of my wages and the funds I received from subletting this apartment, totaling 10,318 yuan. After returning Mitsai her 10,016 yuan, I was left with 302 yuan, the final remnant of my struggle in this city over the past 2 years. I placed the money on the table, seriously counting out 10,016 yuan from the scattered bills and handing it to Mitsai, saying, "Here, this is your money back." Mitsai glanced at me and took the bundle of bills, which ranged from 100 to 1 yuan. Oh, my surprise, she pulled out 16 yuan from it and handed it back to me, saying, "I prefer even numbers." I looked at Mitsai in astonishment, but didn't reach for the money. Instead, she placed the scattered 16 yuan on the table and tucked the rest into her handbag. It was getting late. "I have to head back," Mitsai said to me. "Oh, all right, be safe on your way." Mitsai nodded and turned to leave. Suddenly, I realized that after this night, we might not have another chance to meet. Despite having been adversaries for nearly 2 months, my departure would turn our brief past into dust, gradually erased by the passage of time. Mitsai called out her name. "What?" She turned around, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, giving her an ethereal quality. I remained silent for a long moment before softly asking, "Are we friends?" Mitsai pondered for a moment before nodding and replying, "Yes, I nodded heavily in acknowledgement. Mitsai smiled at me before turning toward the elevator, which soon closed its doors, isolating us once more in our separate worlds. Chapter 67. Farewell. After saying goodbye to Mitsai, I returned to the apartment and finished the remaining red wine in one go. Then, I lit a cigarette and lay back on the sofa, heavily inhaling while my mind replayed the moment when I asked Mitsai if we were friends. I found myself puzzled as to why I asked that question and what it truly meant. After a while, I could not decipher it. Perhaps it was akin to the saying that when a person is about to die, they speak kindly, despite once being indifferent to Mitsai's perception of me. As my departure drew closer, I wished to leave her with a good impression. Even if we weren't friends, I didn't want her to associate me with terms like crude, shameless, or despicable. After washing up, I gradually emerged from my drunken stupor and took the opportunity to pack my belongings. Among my things was the guitar that Jianwei had gifted me. I found a clean cloth and wiped it repeatedly, which unearthed the pain of love and the wounds of memories, leaving me feeling melancholic. If only a love could transcend material concerns and endure eternally, perhaps I would already be married to Jianwei by now. In truth, I feared not the institution of marriage. I loved Jianwei, and being with the woman I truly loved would never grow tiresome. I remember those days after our breakup when I thought of her constantly, wanting to tell her, "Please remember, I'm always waiting for you at the ends of the earth." Yet a year passed without a response. Eventually, I began to drown my life in beer and women, while the guitar she gifted me remained by my side, unchanged, I set down the cloth and strummed the guitar strings. The sound was still clear and bright. It was as if I could hear the joyful laughter of those moments we shared. Laughter that once filled my past with happiness, but now caused me pain in the present. I held the guitar tightly, believing that by doing so, I could grasp those joyful sounds tightly in my hands. A sudden ring from my phone pulled me back to reality, causing the tightly held laughter to slip away like grains of sand through my fingers, leaving me with an overwhelming sense of loss and a dull ache in my heart. I stared blankly at my phone for a long while before finally answering the call. It was Yin on the other end, who got straight to the point, asking, "Zhaoyang, when are you planning to return to Shuzhou?" "Tomorrow in the morning." Yin exclaimed, "So soon?" "Yes, no strings attached. I come and go freely," I replied with a smile. "I wanted to treat you to a farewell dinner. We've been friends for so many years." "I really don't want you to leave," Yin said with a hint of emotion in her voice. I knew her sentiments were genuine. She was reluctant to see me go, and I felt the same about her and Feng Yuan. But ultimately, this city was not meant for me. Leaving signified liberation and a new beginning. "You don't have to bother with a farewell dinner. Both you and Feng Yuan are quite busy. However, do remember to visit Shuzhou when you have time." I thought for a moment and added, "If he is still willing." In truth, during the 4 days since I resigned from my job, I had not been in contact with Feng Yuan. I knew he was still grappling with that incident and likely held some resentment toward me, but I didn't know how to explain myself, as my reasons would seem flimsy in his eyes. We simply could not view this matter from the same perspective, which left me feeling regretful and pained. Yin fell silent, and I suspected Feng Yuan was still upset, perhaps for a long time. The negative consequences of this incident were indeed substantial. After a lengthy pause, Yin finally asked, "What time is your train tomorrow?" "I'll drive you to the station, and no need to trouble yourself. Tomorrow is the weekend. I'm not working, so it's no bother at all." After some consideration, I decided not to refuse any longer and told Yin the departure time for the next morning, as well as my current address. After ending the call with Yin, I finished packing my belongings and freshened up before finally returning to my bedroom. I contemplated calling Robin and Cece to inform them of my departure tomorrow morning, but ultimately decided against it. I knew they would come to the station to see me off, but I despised confronting the melancholy of a face-to-face farewell, so I would wait until I returned to Shuzhou to tell them. Turning off the lights, I reflected on my years in Suzhou. It wasn't without some gains. I still had a few good friends and a decent boss. Chen Jingming. It was just a shame that I ultimately let go of the opportunity and indirectly ruined Chen Jingming's chance for promotion. Remembering this made me feel a wave of guilt wash over me. I also knew that Feng Yuan's greatest resentment toward me stemmed from Chen Jingming. He had always valued the recognition Chen had given him, believing that without Chen, he wouldn't be where he was today. But must our years of brotherhood really be destroyed by the trivialities of workplace politics? I didn't understand and had no answers, only the hope that time would allow Feng Yuan to forgive me. Perhaps one day he and Yin would visit Shuzhou, and we could once again enjoy a few drinks, smoke a few cigarettes, and boastfully share stories like we used to. Fatigue finally set in amidst my swirling thoughts, and late at night, I yawned heavily before falling into a deep sleep, quietly passing through the last night before my departure. The next morning, I moved my belongings out of the apartment and handed over all the keys to the young couple who rented the place yesterday. Outside the apartment, I gazed at the morning sun, knowing that Yin would come to see me off at the train station. However, women are naturally slow. It was still early before my departure, so I wasn't in a rush, merely waiting and casually smoking several cigarettes. After a while, I finally spotted Yin's white Mazda 6 slowly approaching. To my surprise, there was another person in the passenger seat. Upon closer inspection, it was Feng Yuan. My emotions surged. Feng Yuan had come with Yin to see me off. As the car came to a stop, Yin and Feng Yuan got out from either side and approached me. I smiled at Feng Yuan and said, "I didn't expect you to come." "Yin is coming, how could I not?" I jokingly asked. "You weren't dragged here by Yin, were you? You look rather reluctant." "Not dragged, but it's almost the same," Feng Yuan replied, albeit with a serious expression. Yin playfully smacked Feng Yuan and said, "You two have been brothers for so many years. Are you really going to let this come between you? Let us quickly help Zhaoyang load his luggage into the car. We can't afford to miss the train." Feng Yuan nodded in agreement, and together with Yin, they placed my meager belongings into the trunk of the car. Turning to me, who was still standing there in a daze, he asked, "What's wrong? Do you want to linger a bit longer?" I chuckled softly, offering no words, and gestured for him to get in the car. Soon, The three of us were inside, and Yin Yin started the vehicle, steering us towards the train station. I in the car. Fang Yuan occupied the passenger seat, while I settled into the back. Our conversation was sparse, and after a brief silence, Yin Yin finally spoke to me. Zhao Yang, Fang Yuan has told me about your resignation. He seems to have some misunderstandings regarding you. There shouldn't be any dealings between you and me, Kai. The reason you revealed the power struggles at Zhuomei to her is that you couldn't overcome your own barriers. Am I right? I remained silent for quite some time, surprised that Yin Yin, an outsider, could offer me such understanding at this moment of departure. She was correct. I wished to secure my career while also helping Chen Jingming, yet I truly couldn't overcome my own hurdles, which had caused me considerable anguish over the past few days. Noticing my silence, Yin Yin gently continued, though Fang Yuan's perspective may seem unjust. I hope you can understand him. You two brothers shouldn't let this situation create discord between you, as neither of you is in the wrong, just differing in your positions. Before Yin Yin could finish her thought, I interjected, of course I understand Fang Yuan. I just hope he doesn't see me as someone who forgets loyalty for profit. Perhaps I was wrong in this matter, but I genuinely have no regrets. It felt instinctual to act this way, regardless of whether it was towards me, Kai, or anyone else. Yin Yin sighed, saying, alas, I'm at a loss for words. It's such a pity about this job. By the way, Fang Yuan has already received a notification of his appointment. He is now the deputy manager of the planning department at Baoli, and Zhao Li has become the head of the planning and copywriting group. So you needn't worry about him any longer. This news brought me a mix of joy and sorrow, joy for Fang Yuan and sorrow for myself. However, I didn't allow myself to dwell in disappointment and quickly asked Fang Yuan, what about Chen Jingming? Has he ascended to a higher position within the company? Fang Yuan shook his head, replying, no, he has no opportunities to become a core executive now. I could discern the dissatisfaction and disappointment in Fang Yuan's tone. I had inadvertently ruined an opportunity that Chen Jingming had worked hard to attain. I understood that having missed this chance, at his age, he would likely never have another opportunity to become a core executive in the company. The three of us fell into silence once more, until Yin Yin broke it by asking, Zhao Yang, did you inform me, Kai, about this in person? I shook my head and replied, no, I only wrote her an anonymous letter. You're quite foolish. At least let me, Kai, know, so she owes you a favor. Given her status in the business world, she would certainly repay you in kind, Yin Yin said, shaking her head with a sigh. I could only smile and respond. If I had that mentality, wouldn't I become the kind of person Fang Yuan described? This time, Fang Yuan unexpectedly took the initiative to respond, his voice low and thick with emotion. I would much rather you be that kind of person than see you return to Shuzhou looking so dejected. Don't you have any idea how much this pains me? I'm furious that you ruined Chen Jingming's opportunity, but what I want even less is for you to leave like this. It's truly difficult for me. Do you understand? Fang Yuan's words brought a warmth to my eyes, and in that moment, I realized that no matter how fierce our arguments were or how little we understood each other, deep down, we were brothers who had struggled together in this city for a long time. At this moment, I found myself at a loss for how to express my feelings. I merely looked up, trying to keep the tears that were welling in my eyes from falling. Meanwhile, Yin Yin, who was driving, had already taken out a tissue to wipe the tears from her own cheeks. As I glanced back at the city, I realized that I hadn't been able to leave my pain behind as I had hoped. What I was taking with me was a burden of gray grievances and unfulfilled desires. Fang Yuan sighed heavily, then pulled out a box from his bag and tossed it to me, saying, these are lung-clearing capsules sent by a friend from abroad that I found them quite effective. Take them back and try them. Also, smoke less in the future. Once you finish them, call me, and I'll have my friend send you more. I nodded, placing the lung-clearing capsules into my bag. Finally, after a long silence, we arrived at the train station. Signaling that the moment of farewell had come, I took my luggage from Fang Yuan and Yin Yin, waved goodbye, and said, I'm leaving now. Do visit us in Shuzhou when you have the chance. Yin Yin nodded and replied, yes, we will definitely miss you. Wishing you a smooth journey. I smiled and asked the still silent Fang Yuan, what? Don't you plan to wish your buddy a safe journey? Suddenly, Fang Yuan embraced me tightly, his voice choked with emotion as he patted my back, saying, please send my regards to Dad. And also, make sure you take care of yourself. Settle down and don't make me and Yin Yin worry. Do you understand? At that moment, my emotions were deeply stirred. I fought back tears, recalling how we had once vowed to take root in this city with great ambition at our graduation. Now, after a few years, Fang Yuan had indeed settled down here and married the one he loved, while I had struggled painfully for over 2 years, ultimately leaving with nothing but a weary body. I took a deep breath, finally smiling at Fang Yuan, saying, "Don't worry. I'll be all right. Who knows, before long, you and Yin Yin might receive my wedding invitation. Work hard, and when your wedding day comes, Yin Yin and I will definitely prepare you a grand gift," Fang Yuan replied, embracing me again. Yin Yin stepped forward, pushing Fang Yuan aside to hug me, saying through her tears, "Hang in there, Zhao Yang. We'll make time to visit you in Suzhou, and if you get a girlfriend, be sure to show us first so we can vet her for you." I felt a surge of emotion but pushed Yin Yin away, forcing a smile as I said, "You two shouldn't play so melodramatically. I'm just a 6-foot man struggling to hold it together. Please don't make me cry. I want to leave with a smile." Yin Yin, now laughing through her tears, playfully hit me again, saying, "All right then, we'll let you leave with a smile. Once we have a break, we'll definitely come to Suzhou to see you. Please, this is already the 3rd time you've said you'll visit, but if you do come, I'll be sure to give you a warm welcome." Yin Yin nodded, straightening my disheveled clothes after our embrace, saying, "Call us when you get home," I replied. "Got it, if you keep nagging like this, I might as well call you Mom." After a pause, I added, "You two take care of yourselves and continue being the envious couple that we all admire." "All right, it's about time that I'm leaving now. You both should head back too," I said. Fang Yuan wrapped his arms around Yin Yin, and they waved goodbye to me. I turned back to glance at the city one last time. Slinging my guitar over my shoulder and carrying my belongings, I walked towards the station without looking back, feeling as if the guitar on my back was growing heavier with every step. A quarter of an hour after bidding farewell to Fang Yuan and Yin Yin, I boarded the train bound for Suzhou. Watching the increasingly unfamiliar scenery pass by the window, I finally felt that I was truly leaving. But what kind of life awaited me? I hoped that Dad would arrange a stable job for me at his state-owned enterprise, and that Mom would find a way to introduce me to a beautiful girl for matchmaking. My only task would be to work diligently at the job Dad arranged, and eventually fall in love with the lovely girl Mom introduced me to, and life would become anew. As for the outdated past, let it be swept away by the winds. Chapter 69. After returning home after a long journey of 6 hours, I finally arrived in Suzhou, my long-missed hometown. I remembered that the last time I returned was at the end of last year. In the blink of an eye, over half a year had passed. I stepped out of the train station with my belongings. The afternoon sun was so bright that I could barely open my eyes. Yet the air still carried that familiar scent, the unique aroma that belonged solely to Suzhou. In front of the train station plaza, I followed the bustling crowd towards the rows of fruit stalls by the roadside. Opening my wallet, I discovered I had just over 100 yuan left, the entirety of my material gains from over 2 years in Suzhou. I bought some fruit, intending to gift it to Dad and Mom, and 2 packs of cigarettes for myself. Carrying the fruit, smoking a cigarette, and with my bag slung over my shoulder, I made my way to the bus stop with only 36 yuan remaining. This was all I had to present to Mom and Dad when I faced them. After a 20-minute bumpy ride on the bus, I finally stood at the doorstep of my home. I raised my hand twice, but hesitated to ring the doorbell, unsure of how to face them or explain why I had returned. "Zhao Yang?" A voice, uncertain yet familiar, suddenly called out to me from behind. Turning around, I saw Mom standing there with a basket of groceries, likely having just returned from the supermarket where she had bought discounted items for the afternoon. I chuckled, "Mom, your son is back." Mom smiled, opened the door and asked, "Why did you suddenly come back? Don't you have a long break recently?" I maintained a facade of lightheartedness as I replied, "Mom, this time I'm not going back to Suzhou. I'll stay in Suzhou from now on to be with you and Dad, fulfilling my filial duties." Mom, typically easygoing, furrowed her brow at my words. She set down the grocery basket and asked, "Weren't you doing well at your job over there? Did you resign?" "Mom, it's not a matter of being able to settle down. Besides, haven't you both wanted me to come back to Suzhou for a long time? Now that I'm back, shouldn't you be happy? If you had come back 2 years ago, your dad and I would have been thrilled. But now you're not a child anymore, and you don't even have a girlfriend. How can we be happy about this?" Mom's tone was clearly displeased. "Mom, dear mother, please don't nag me. I came back this time to settle down and live a stable life. I promise I'll work hard, find a girlfriend, and within a year or 2, you'll be holding a grandchild." Mom looked at me, both amused and exasperated, and finally said, "You're still not serious. When your dad comes back, I'll see how you explain this to him." I continued to joke. Maybe Dad is eagerly awaiting my return. Perhaps he'll even bring out the treasured old chin liquor he has kept for over a decade to celebrate. Let us see about that, Mom replied, picking up the grocery basket and heading to the kitchen. She then asked, have you eaten yet? I'll cook you a bowl of noodles and no need. I'll wait for Dad to come back for dinner. I'll just have a couple of pieces of fruit for now. As dusk approached, I had settled my belongings and made my bed, inhaling the comforting scent of home, gradually forgetting the heaviness in my heart. Yet, I still worried about my future. After experiencing the setbacks of life, I no longer held the same hopes and aspirations for the future as I once did, replaced instead by anxiety. For instance, if my mom were to introduce me to a girl now, I wouldn't even have enough money to take her out to dinner. I in such an awkward situation. How could I dare to hope for a bright future? After a brief nap, I heard the sound of the door opening. Mom called out, Xiaoyang, your dad is back. Hurry up and come eat. I responded and quickly ran to the living room in my slippers, where I found Dad, holding a fishing rod and a basket. I rushed to take the fishing gear from him, smiling as I said, Dad, you must have caught quite a few fish today. Let us hurry and have Mom cook them as a side dish for dinner. Dad nodded but then asked with a puzzled look, why did you suddenly come back? You can ask Mom. Did your mom tell you to come back? No, I've already explained to Mom why I returned. You and I have a generation gap. It's easier for you to communicate with her. I laughed nervously, avoiding directly telling Dad the truth, fearing he might become angry. Though he appeared taciturn, he was genuinely a temperamental man going through a midlife crisis. Dad turned to Mom, who succinctly stated, he resigned from his job and said he wants to stay in Shuzhou to be with us. Dad didn't seem to care much about my resignation, but he frowned and asked, I thought you were getting along well with that girl. What will happen to her now that you've come back to Shuzhou? Dad suddenly mentioned Mikai, and I felt an inexplicable emotion welling up inside me. I consoled myself, thinking perhaps losing this job due to her might lead to a new beginning in Shuzhou, allowing me to live a more fulfilling life. I reluctantly called Dad and said with a grimace, my coming back to Shuzhou has nothing to do with her. We're just normal friends. I emphasized this to you twice during your visits to Suzhou. How could you forget? Dad fell silent for a moment, saying, I don't understand you young people. I didn't respond to Dad's remark, and he didn't seem as displeased with my resignation as I had imagined. This was understandable, as they were my parents, and what parent wouldn't want their child to stay close? Thus, I felt reassured that I could live well in Shuzhou. During dinner, our family sat together, and Dad surprisingly brought out the treasured old chin liquor he had kept for years. We each filled a cup. I raised my glass to Dad and, feeling uneasy, asked, Dad, you're not upset that I resigned and returned to Shuzhou, are you? No matter how good a job is, if you can't save money, it's useless. Whether in Suzhou or Shuzhou, it's the same. Dad's words made me feel a bit ashamed, and I quickly assured him, Shuzhou and Suzhou are not the same. From now on, with you and Mom managing me, I promise not to waste a single penny. I'll hand over my salary to you two for safekeeping every month. Both Dad and Mom remained silent, leaving me uncertain whether it was distrust in my future or dissatisfaction with my past. I had nothing to be embarrassed about in front of my parents. So I took the opportunity to say, Dad, could you help me arrange a job at your unit? Dad set down his chopsticks and looked at me, not pondering for a moment before replying. You'll have to figure out the job situation yourself. Dad's stubbornness made me a bit anxious that I said, but you're my dad. Can't you at least think it over before giving me an answer? You're a deputy section chief, after all. How about arranging me a job as a data clerk in your department? I promised to work diligently and won't embarrass you. I hastily concurred, saying, indeed, Father, it would be well if I could find employment immediately. If I cannot, remaining at home is hardly ideal. The neighbors are already aware of your son's lack of ambition, and it does not reflect well on you, unless you truly do not consider me your son. Father remained unmoved, responding, you must find a way to secure a job on your own. I scratched my head, feeling somewhat irritable, and exclaimed, Father, just tell me what you truly think. I wish to work at your establishment, not merely to settle down, but to gain stability. Moreover, how many leaders in your organization do not arrange jobs for their own children or relatives? Why can't you see things from that perspective? Suddenly, Father became enraged, slamming his hand on the table and retorting, you wretched child, I am your father. Do you think it is your place to lecture me? The ability to lead a stable life cannot be resolved simply by my arranging a job for you. You need to contemplate this matter thoroughly. I fell silent, struggling to comprehend Father's meaning, convinced that securing a stable job through his assistance was the first step towards a more secure life. My mother cast me a knowing glance, signaling me to refrain from speaking out of turn, and gently addressed Father, Old Zhao, do not let your temper flare with our son. We can discuss work matters later. He has just returned, let him rest for a few days. Father did not respond to mother, nor did he speak further, merely finishing the last of his drink, though it was evident he still harbored some discontent. After dinner, father retired to wash up and rest, while mother and I sat on the sofa, chatting until the conversation turned to matchmaking. Mother, with a serious expression, inquired, Zhao Yang, do tell me, do you have any intentions of marrying? I nodded affirmatively, responding, certainly, I am not young anymore. Mother acknowledged this, saying, very well, your Aunt Zhang works at the neighborhood committee and knows many young women. I shall ask her to help arrange a meeting. That is what you said, but ensure Aunt Zhang screens thoroughly for a trustworthy young woman. After all, my son possesses commendable qualities. Mother scrutinized me for a long moment, saying, son, are you jesting with me? Pray tell, what qualities do you possess? Just the fact that I am your biological son should suffice for you to not think of me as lacking. Mother, however, disregarded my protest, simply advising me to rest early before retreating to her room. Finally, in the empty living room, I lit a cigarette, fully aware that I was not exceptional. If people could be classified into inferior and superior categories, I would undoubtedly be considered inferior. The bravado I displayed was merely an attempt to bolster my own confidence. Lying on the small wire bed I had slept on since childhood, I felt a sense of reassurance and soon drifted into a hazy slumber. In my stupor, my phone chimed with a text message. Upon checking, I discovered it was from Meet Sai, simply inquiring if I had arrived home safely. I promptly replied, assuring her of my safe return, but she did not respond further. I was not surprised. Her reaching out to check on me was already a rarity. Did I truly expect her to engage in deep conversations about life, dreams, or love? I foresaw that after this message, our interactions would dwindle, given the distance between our cities and the nature of our ordinary friendship. Before placing my phone back on the bedside table, I glanced at the time. Only 9:30 p.m. Suddenly, sleep eluded me, so I lit another cigarette and lay on the bed, reflecting. Despite having spent a day traveling between cities, certain memories lingered stubbornly. I recalled my time in Suzhou, and those memories were inextricably linked to the woman who had now departed from my life. However, I found that the pain had dulled. My current city bore no reminders of her, and I had finally set aside my obsession, willing to embrace the prospect of loving another girl whose whereabouts remained unknown. Perhaps at the moment of parting with Janwei, I should have relinquished my stubbornness and left Suzhou. Then I would not have wallowed in memories and inflicted self-harm for 2 years. But could she have understood that my lingering attachment to Suzhou was born of reluctance? Reluctance to let go of the word wait she had inscribed on the car window with her lipstick as night deepened. I finally felt drowsy again. Before extinguishing the light, I cast one last glance at the guitar standing in the corner, and my heart gradually settled. A week had swiftly passed in Suzhou, during which I had tirelessly submitted my resume online and attended interviews, regrettably without securing a satisfactory position. I dared not place my hopes in father, knowing him well enough to realize that he would not assist me in my job search. More disheartening was the fact that I had no money left. My last few coins had been spent on public transport while job hunting. I could not bring myself to ask father or mother for financial assistance. Thankfully, I did not need to pay rent or buy meals, allowing me to scrape by for now. One afternoon, while browsing job listings at my computer, mother approached from behind, joyfully tapping my shoulder as she exclaimed, Zhao Yang, the matter I entrusted to Aunt Zhang has borne fruit. She has found a girl for you, and since you have some free time now, you're to meet her this evening. All right, I readily agreed, then inquired, Mother, will you be joining us? Mother shook her head, replying, I shall not accompany you. Young people today prefer not to have their elders hovering about. I am well aware of that. No, please come. I actually want you there to help cover the bill. I quickly added, wishing for her presence to alleviate the awkwardness of paying for dinner with no funds. No, both families have agreed. You should meet alone in a final attempt, I protested. But how will I recognize her if you don't come? Mother promptly pulled out her phone, sending me a photograph, saying, this is the girl's picture. You can identify her when you arrive at the CAF. I examined the photo. The girl appeared decent enough, though that was not the crux of the matter. After a moment of silence, I hesitated, wanting to ask Mother for money, but ultimately found myself unable to voice it. Chapter 71. My first blind date at 5:30 p.m., with half an hour remaining until my date, I tidied my appearance and emerged from the bathroom, only to find father exiting his room with his briefcase in hand. An urge to ask father for money welled up within me once more, and I hesitantly remarked, "Father, you finished work quite early today." "Isn't it always around this time?" he replied nonchalantly. I quickly poured him a glass of water, and he took it from me without suspicion, then inquired, "How has your job search been over the past few days?" "I've just submitted some resumes. I've had a few interviews, but none were quite right." "Don't set your expectations too high. Any decent job will suffice. I'm not a fresh graduate lacking experience. I cannot afford to settle for just any position. You know how expensive life is for young people these days. I need a salary that can sustain me." I subtly hinted at the high cost of living, hoping father would understand and offer me some pocket money to alleviate my urgent needs. However, he merely replied, "If you know expenses are high, then spend more frugally." Father's logic left me feeling exasperated, and after a moment of silence, he turned to retreat to his study, seemingly uninterested in further conversation. "Father," I finally mustered the courage to call out. He turned back, his expression stern, asking, "Is there something else?" His demeanor made me uneasy, and I stammered, Could I borrow your car this evening?" "I have a date." I regretted my words immediately, wishing I could slap myself for the difficulty in asking for money. It was indeed hard to ask after all. I was an adult who had been working for several years. It felt ludicrous to ask my parents for money. Father, oblivious to my internal struggle, retrieved the keys to his old Santana 2000 from his bag and handed them to me. I stood there, momentarily stunned, staring at the keys, then watched as he entered his room. It dawned on me that I might have lost yet another opportunity to ask for financial assistance. Steeling myself, I drove Father's aging Santana 2000 towards the CAF where we had agreed to meet. Along the way, I considered borrowing money from old friends, but most were from high school, and I hadn't been in touch for a long time. It felt somewhat inappropriate to suddenly reach out to them for money. Before I knew it, I had passed several traffic lights and spotted the CAF about 50 meters ahead, its large sign making my heart race with trepidation. After hesitating, I parked and slowly made my way to the second floor, nervously pulling out my phone to check the photo again before scanning the CAF's lobby. After a couple of glances, I finally noticed a girl in the corner who bore a strong resemblance to the photograph. Straightening my clothes, I approached her. Upon closer inspection, I found her quite attractive. Her features were pleasing, her skin clear, but compared to Janway, she lacked the stunning charm and grace, and she did not possess Meat-Size extraordinary beauty, nor did she exude the fashionable allure of Leo. In short, she was just an ordinary pretty girl. But such a girl could be suitable for a stable life, and thus my first impression was favorable. I smiled politely and asked, "Are you Miss Li Xiaoyun?" The girl nodded, returning my smile. "So you must be Zhao Yang?" "Indeed, that is me. May I sit?" "Please do." As soon as I sat down, a waiter approached us with a menu and asked, "Sir, Miss, are you ready to order? Do you require payment after the meal, or must we pay upon ordering?" Clearly taken aback by my unusual question, the waiter paused before answering. "Well, either is fine." I breathed a sigh of relief. "Very well. Please hand me the menu." The waiter did so, and Li Xiaoyun and I each ordered what we desired. Engaging in conversation as we waited, Li Xiaoyun was quite a lively girl. She prompted, "Let us start with introductions. You already know my name. This is my zodiac year, so you can guess my age. I currently work as a client department supervisor at an advertising agency and live with my parents since I don't have my own place." That's about it. I widened my eyes at her forthright introduction. Feeling as though I had been asked to scrutinize her credentials, Li Xiaoyun seemed puzzled by my reaction and eventually asked tentatively, "Is this your first blind date?" "Yes, it is." That explains why introduction was merely a customary part of the process. "If you continue down the path of blind dates, you will become accustomed to it." She laughed. I nodded. "Indeed. It seems like something out of a television show. Now, it's your turn to introduce yourself." I straightened my posture and, in a speech-like manner, declared, "My name is Zhao Yang. I am 26 years old, currently unemployed. No car, no house, and no savings. I still live with my parents and will likely do so for quite some time. I have no particular plans or goals for the future. I am simply taking things as they come." Li Xiaoyun appeared taken aback by my candidness, finally responding, "Are you serious?" "Absolutely, without a doubt." "But Aunt Zhang didn't describe you that way." "What did she say?" Li Xiaoyun recalled. "She said you just returned from Suzhou, that you were a white-collar worker at a large department store, hardworking and ambitious, a very fine young man." I chuckled. "You believe in matchmaking's embellishments? That's quite a stretch. I feel embarrassed just hearing it." Li Xiaoyun looked at me, both amused and incredulous, before asking, "But Aunt Zhang mentioned you play guitar." Aren't you talented in that regard? 2. Her words made me sweat. I realized my mother had probably struggled to identify any merits about me and had exaggerated my guitar skills to Aunt Zhang, who then enthusiastically relayed it to Li Xiaoyun. After a moment, I told her, the guitar part is true, but it hardly pertains to the blind date. Li Xiaoyun nodded. Choosing not to comment further, I smiled and inquired, do you feel that your vibrant ideals have abruptly collided with the starkness of reality, leaving you disheartened? Li Xiaoyun shook her head, smiling, not really. I think you are quite decent, at least very honest. Far more than most men. My heart swelled with joy. I recognized an opportunity to gracefully exit this conversation. Thus, with a feigned earnestness, I replied, I, too, consider myself very honest. But there is one more thing I must be candid about. Li Xiaoyun looked at me quizzically, asking, what is it? I currently have no money, so I will need you to cover this meal. Chapter 72. An unexpected encounter. After I suggested that Li Xiaoyun pay for our meal, she looked at me with a mixture of disbelief and amusement, finally saying, then I shall treat you. A wave of relief washed over me. What could have been an awkward situation had been deftly resolved by my audacity. I then added, please don't mention to your parents that I couldn't pay for our meal. It would reflect poorly if it reached my parents' ears. Rest assured, I won't mention it. Let us just consider it a meal between friends. Li Xiaoyun responded cheerfully. I gave her a thumbs up, saying, your understanding is commendable. I truly appreciate it. It's not that I'm particularly understanding. I simply have no other choice. If we're on a blind date and you can't pay, it's only logical that I do. Li Xiaoyun chuckled, sighing. Her words made me feel slightly sheepish, and I awkwardly remarked, I've heard that on the road to finding a partner, one will encounter a few peculiar characters. Am I the one you've met? Speaking of peculiar, you have certainly taken the crown. I glanced at the wallet lying on the table in front of Li Xiaoyun and, in a moment of further audacity, suggested, since we know each other so well now, why not do me a solid? I'm in dire need of cash. Could you lend me a little? I promise to repay you once I secure a job, and it won't take long, at most. 2 months. How much do you need? Perhaps 1,000. Li Xiaoyun promptly counted out 1,000 yuan in cash from her wallet and handed it to me. I thanked her, again pushing my luck. About half an hour later, after finishing dinner, I used the borrowed 1,000 yuan to pay the bill. All in all, it was a decent outcome, and I considered it a successful meal since I would surely repay her. As night fell, Li Xiaoyun and I stood at the CAF's entrance and I asked, how did you get here? I took a taxi. Allow me to escort you home, I said. Li Xiaoyun shook her head and replied, there's no need. Why, home isn't far from here, and it's quite convenient to take a taxi. I did not insist, for I understood that when a woman declines a man's offer to escort her home, it typically indicates her dissatisfaction with the prospective match. I could certainly comprehend Li Xiaoyun's perspective. It would be peculiar for her to feel otherwise, especially as she had reached the age where a woman is expected to consider the economic foundation of her suitor. Though I understood, I still felt a tinge of disappointment. For in this era where everything seems to require financial validation, pure and innocent love has become increasingly rare, if not extinct. After a brief silence, I said to Li Xiaoyun, please leave me your phone number, so I can contact you when I repay you. Li Xiaoyun nodded and provided me with her number, which I diligently noted down. With a smile, I said to her, I hope this matchmaking experience hasn't left you with any shadows. Not at all, she replied. I find you quite interesting. At least our time together wasn't dull, I jested. Alas, your words only serve to make me feel more ashamed, as if aside from my ability to joke, I possess no other redeeming qualities. Everyone has their merits. It simply takes time to uncover them. However, you really need to put in more effort. After so many matchmaking encounters, you are the only one. Suddenly, Li Xiaoyun seemed to realize something and did not continue. I understood. She must have wanted to say that I was the only one at 26, yet still without savings or employment. After the conclusion of the matchmaking, I drove my father's nearly obsolete Santana 2000 to the riverbank opposite Xuanwu Market. Sitting alone on the grass by the river, I smoked in a somewhat gloomy manner, feeling waves of despondency, which stemmed from my inability to manage my life. The water in the moat flowed eastward with the autumn breeze under the night sky, and as I gazed blankly, I gradually felt that although my body resided in this city, I was more akin to a mere observer, detached from the myriad lights of the city that seemed entirely unrelated to me. I recalled Feng Yuan and Yin Yan, and then thoughts of Jianwei and Xiang Chan surfaced. These 4 individuals nearly constituted all my memories of university life. Perhaps at this moment, They were all living quite well. Lying on the grass, I stared up at the starry sky with a somewhat foolish expression and suddenly felt an emptiness within me. Zhao Yong, why aren't you going home after your matchmaking? What are you doing here all alone? My mother's voice suddenly rang out behind me. Startled, I sat up on the grass, staring blankly for a moment before asking, Mom, how did you find me? I followed you into the CAF. I was sitting at the table behind you and Xiaoyun's mother the whole time. My mother's words sent a shiver down my spine. If she had been sitting behind us, then she must have heard everything I said to Li Xiaoyun. I asked, didn't you say you wanted us to be alone? Why did you follow? Ignoring my question, my mother maintained a serious expression and said to me, you unreliable son. Is it customary to borrow money from a girl during matchmaking? Goodness, I genuinely have no money. I sighed weakly while my mother sat down beside me without losing her temper, instead softening her tone to ask, tell me, how have you been living in Suzhou all these years? After a long pause, I finally replied, just living in such an unreliable manner. Mom, I really haven't been a good son. I've caused you and Dad so much worry over the years. Everyone makes mistakes when they are young. It's important to correct them. There are still many days ahead, she assured me. I nodded heavily while my mother hugged me and smiled, saying, I'll talk to your dad later and see if he can arrange a job for you. You should stay close to us. If Dad is unwilling, then I'll find one myself. Correcting mistakes starts with finding a job. He is too traditional. If he doesn't help his own son, who will he help? I remained silent, as I too was unsure whether it would be right or wrong to ask Dad for a job. Eventually, I said, Mom, you should go back now. I need some time to myself. All right, but before I leave, I need to ask you one thing. Go ahead. What do you think of Xiaoyun? Do you want to continue seeing her? I pondered for a moment before replying, let's talk about relationships another time. Everything is too uncertain right now. It really just after one matchmaking that you've turned into this. I wiped my face and lay back down on the grass, remaining silent. I admit I was somewhat cowardly, but this was not due to the matchmaking itself, rather my own situation. I realized that while leaving Suzhou had offered a brief escape from pain, it had also left me feeling more lost regarding my future. That night, I lingered by the river for a long time, contemplating many things, yet found no clarity. The quality of my future would not be determined merely by thought. I didn't want to return home. I continued driving, wandering through Suzhou, the city where my life began, gazing at the towering buildings outside the car window. Suddenly, I remembered my past ambitions. I once aspired to be an outstanding entrepreneur, not only to realize my own value but also to help others achieve theirs. Yet, somewhere along the way, I lost sight of that grand aspiration, turning to learn the guitar instead, strumming it to express the myriad facets of life, but failing to convey a complete love story. Consequently, I became even less inclined to ponder the ambition of becoming an entrepreneur. In life, one must either succeed, settle for the status quo, or descend into depravity, and why unfortunate circumstance ultimately led me down the path of ruin. Yet I often couldn't remember how or when it all began. When depravity becomes a habit, one gradually loses the sense of shame. Thus, I found myself at an arcade, purchasing a small basket of game tokens and challenging a child who looked like a middle schooler to a fighting game. With a cigarette in my mouth, I maneuvered my character, landing a light kick, following it up with a heavy punch, and then executing a combo, ultimately delivering a devastating blow that knocked out the character the child was controlling. The child's face turned red, staring at me without daring to speak, igniting within me a profound sense of loneliness, and I chuckled at how pitiful it was that I sought validation in a video game. I tossed a token to the child, signaling him to continue, and he transformed his sorrow into joy, inserting the token into the machine, and soon we were locked in another battle, amidst the child's cries of despair. I made the arcade machine reverberate with the rhythm of our game. Xiaoyong, you play games quite well. A woman's voice suddenly echoed from behind me. My focus was entirely on the game, and I momentarily ignored it, only to realize with a start, how could someone in the arcade know my name? I turned around abruptly, only to find Mitsai standing behind me. Staring at Mitsai in disbelief, I thought I was dreaming, or perhaps still in Suzhou, and in that moment, the child seized the opportunity to unleash a powerful move that defeated my character. Chapter 73. You enjoy pretending so much. I pinched my face hard, the sharp sting confirming that I was not dreaming, and after a long pause, I asked Mitsai, what brings you here? Mitsai smiled and replied, of course, I came to find you. But why did you come looking for me? How did you even find me? In contrast to my astonishment, Mitsai remained calm and said, "Just keep playing. We can talk later." "But what about you?" I instinctively asked. "I'm here to watch you play," she said. Just then, the child inserted another token into the machine for me. I steadied my nerves and resumed battling the child. But no matter what I did, I couldn't win, and eventually threw the basket of tokens at him, leading Mitsai away from the arcade with a sense of longing. The night had grown late, and the autumn wind howled past us with a chilling bite, while Mitsai donned a rather thin coat, instinctively tightening her houndstooth wool jacket that she had worn many times before. Unable to contain myself, I asked, "Why does this all feel so absurd? You need to tell me why you came looking for me." Mitsai regarded me, her expression lacking the usual indifference, and pulled a letter from her pocket, handing it to me. "Isn't this what you wrote to me? You knew all along that I am the general manager of Zhuome." I took the letter but did not open it. Instead, I stared blankly at Mitsai, my emotions fluctuating wildly. After a long silence, I lit a cigarette and asked, "How did you find out about this?" "Feng Yuan told me. He said you resigned from Bolai department store because of this and then left Suzhou. He shouldn't have told you that. It was my own choice to quietly leave Suzhou, a city that had worn me down." Mitsai looked at me, silent. In truth, even without her words, I understood her attitude. She felt grateful to me, for she wouldn't have traveled all this way from Suzhou to Shuzhou to see me otherwise. I didn't want this to become a burden for Mitsai, nor did I need her gratitude, so I smiled and, aiming to divert her attention, asked, "I'm curious how you found me in the arcade." "That's quite impressive, considering this is Shuzhou." Mitsai dropped her burdened expression, smiled slightly, and said, "Feng Yuan told me your address, so I went to your house. Your dad was home. He even made dinner for me. When your mom returned, I asked her where you were, and she said, when he is feeling down, he often goes to the arcade. You can usually find him there, and lo and behold, I found you in the arcade. After all that effort, why didn't you just call me beforehand? You enjoy pretending so much. If I had called, you would have prepared yourself, and I wouldn't have seen your pitiable state." I was momentarily speechless, and after a while, I glanced at my dad Santana and said, "Am I really that pitiful? I have a car, I smoke, I play games, and I live freely like a deity." Mitsai shook her head helplessly and said, "Let us not stand here talking. I'm a bit cold." Without hesitation, I took off my jacket and draped it over Mitsai's shoulders, then pointed across the street, saying, "There's a tea restaurant over there. Let us go sit inside." Mitsai nodded, and together we crossed the street, avoiding the traffic. Inside the tea restaurant, Mitsai and I sat across from each other. I was drinking green tea while she had red tea. The steam from the cups spread between us, and as I peered through the warmth, I saw Mitsai, still so beautiful, as if she were not meant for this mundane world. Mitsai held her teacup, gently swirling it, seemingly wanting to say something but unsure how to begin. Finally, I broke the silence by casually asking, "Where are you staying tonight?" "In a hotel," she replied nonchalantly, not even looking at me. "Oh, when are you going back to Suzhou?" Mitsai finally looked up at me and asked, "Do you think it's presumptuous of me to come to Shuzhou to find you?" "You misunderstood my meaning. I was just concerned that you might be busy with work," I hurriedly explained. Mitsai shook her head and said, "No matter how busy I am, I still wanted to come to Shuzhou to find you. I truly appreciate your selfless help. You don't need to be so polite. I would do the same for anyone," I replied with a smile. Mitsai nodded in silence, and I realized that Mitsai and I had never interacted quite like this before, which made me feel somewhat awkward. After a long pause, Mitsai looked at me and asked, "So what are your plans for the future?" "I've returned to Shuzhou, so I'll definitely be staying here to live. It's actually quite nice, at least I can be with my family." Mitsai looked at me, her expression hesitant. "What about Zhuome? Is it stable now?" "For the time being, it is stable, but this is just the beginning. Similar incidents may occur in the future," Mitsai answered, her mood seemingly dampened. I sighed softly in my heart, fully aware that Mizhongda would not easily relinquish control of Zhuome, and there would surely be more underhanded moves directed at Mitsai. I felt even more sympathy for her, as the one scheming against her was her own uncle. However, I was powerless to help her. I could only assist her that once I heard from Feng Yuan that you lost a valuable job opportunity this time. "Do you regret paying such a high price?" I shook my head and said, "To be honest, I struggled for a long time at that moment. After all, human nature is selfish, but once I made up my mind, I never regretted it." Mitsai took a sip of her hot tea and seemed to have made a decision as she asked me, "Zhaoyang, would you consider returning to Suzhou and joining Zhuome? Is this a form of compensation, Or do you think I need such compensation? If I were merely compensating you, I wouldn't have conveyed it in that manner. I genuinely hope you join Zhuomei. Firstly, you're currently unemployed. Secondly, you were already engaged in planning work. Thirdly, working at Zhuomei is a good choice. I asked with a smile. If Fang Yuan hadn't told you all this, would you still have invited me to join Zhuomei? Ultimately, it seems you are doing this out of guilt, which is unnecessary. I admit I do feel some guilt, but have you considered why Fang Yuan would tell me all this? He doesn't want you to lose your job because of this incident. He hopes you can continue to stay in Suzhou, as it's a place you once worked hard for. I shook my head and said, what you said isn't accurate. Suzhou isn't a place I worked hard for. All my memories of Suzhou are gray, because I was disheartened and dejected there. Mitsai did not speak further. She clearly was not adept at persuasion, and I truly did not wish to return to Suzhou, as I could not find the meaning in going back. Joining Zhuomei was even less likely, as it would imbue my choices with a sense of self-interest, as if I were doing it solely to join Zhuomei, which would only deepen my guilt towards Chen Jingming, and no matter what, I was unwilling to live with such guilt. I preferred to regard Suzhou, the city where my life began, as a refuge, where I could settle down and thrive. Chapter 74. Working at Zhuomei, the night outside the window gradually quieted down. The tea restaurant had nearly emptied, and the staff announced through the speakers that the shop would close in 15 minutes, repeating it twice before the lights dimmed and rose, leaving only the lights at our table illuminated. That night, we did not reach a consensus, yet we had to part ways. I stood up and said to Mitsai, "It's time for us to go." Mitsai nodded and rose with me, her demeanor appearing somewhat downcast, though I could not discern whether her melancholy stemmed from concerns about her future at Zhuomei or from my reluctance to return and join Zhuomei. I accompanied Mitsai to book a hotel nearby, and when she received the room key, the moment of farewell arrived. I said to Mitsai, "If you're not leaving tomorrow, feel free to come to our home as a guest." "I'm not leaving. I plan to stay for a couple of days." Is it really necessary to stay that long? Suzhou isn't your home. I'll stay as long as I want. I was somewhat speechless and surprised, as Mitsai rarely expressed emotions, but her words were clearly laden with sentiment. After a moment, I said, "All right then, we'll see each other tomorrow." Mitsai nodded, then picked up her bag and followed the staff toward the elevator. On the way home, I immediately called Fang Yuan. I had to discuss things with him. The call connected quickly, and before I could say anything, Fang Yuan chuckled. "I was just about to call you. Did Mitsai go to find you? Why on earth did you feel the need to inform her about this? Is it not merely adding to her psychological burdens? Not only do you perform good deeds anonymously, but you also concern yourself with others' emotions. Even Comrade Lei Feng may not have demonstrated such attentiveness as you. Xiaoyang, spare me the nonsense." Before Fang Yuan could respond, the phone was snatched away by Yin Yan, who inquired immediately, "Xiaoyang, have you found a job yet?" "Not yet," I replied curtly, knowing full well that telling Mitsai about this was likely instigated by Yin Yan encouraging Fang Yuan to act. "Has Mitsai invited you back to Suzhou to work at her Zhuomei shopping center?" "She has." "What did you say? Do you think I find it necessary to return to Suzhou?" Yin Yan chuckled. "Xiaoyang, are you making an international call? Take it easy. Based on my understanding of you, I genuinely wonder whether you can manage your next phone bill." I couldn't help but admire Yin Yan's leap in logic, eventually exclaiming, "What on earth are you talking about?" "My point is, given your current predicament, Mitsai personally sought you out to offer you a job. Can you not just put on a humble demeanor and accept it? Hurry back to Suzhou and resume your life. You, a woman, know nothing. Stop talking to me and hand the phone back to Fang Yuan." Fang Yuan took the phone and said, "What Yin Yan means is precisely what I mean." "You mean Yin Yan is confused about the situation, and you are too?" I retorted that if I returned to Suzhou to work at Zhuomei, wouldn't that be a greater betrayal to Chen Jingming? How am I to reconcile that within myself? You need not necessarily work at Zhuomei upon returning to Suzhou. Of course, if you've already secured a decent job in Suzhou, then just disregard my comments. I was rendered speechless. Fang Yuan continued, "Think it over carefully. Coming to Suzhou means you have friends to lean on, while in Suzhou, based on my understanding of Bandai, he certainly will not assist you in your work endeavors." Once again, I was at a loss for words, as Fang Yuan had hit the nail on the head. Bandai truly had no intention of helping me with my job, otherwise, I wouldn't have been stuck in this employment limbo for over a week. "Xiaoyang, it's getting late. We should conclude our conversation here. Ponder over this matter. By the way, I'll send you 100 yuan for your phone bill shortly. Your phone cannot go silent. We must maintain our communication. Can you two refrain from being so harsh?" Fang Yuan did not engage further, abruptly ending the call. Then my embarrassment was amplified significantly following the relentless teasing from Fang Yuan and Yin Yin. Indeed, if it weren't for the 1,000 yuan I borrowed from my date, Li Xiaoyun, today, I would have been utterly devoid of funds for topping up my phone. After passing through another traffic light and crossing a street, I was almost home when suddenly my phone chimed with a text notification. Upon checking, I found it was a message confirming the successful recharge of 100 yuan, leaving me both amused and exasperated. Fang Yuan and Yin Yin truly possessed remarkable creativity. Upon arriving home and opening the door, I found Bandai and my mother seated on the living room sofa. I tossed the car keys to Bandai as I closed the door and asked, "You two are still awake?" My mother smiled and inquired, "Zhaoyang, is the girl who came to see you today your girlfriend?" I was not at all surprised by my mother's question and promptly replied, "She is not my girlfriend." Bandai, with a serious expression, interjected, "If she is not your girlfriend, what brings her all the way from Suzhou to Shuzhou to see you? Have you done something to let that girl down?" A wave of helplessness washed over me. I was at a loss for how to explain things to them, instinctively rubbing the bridge of my nose, and my mother immediately remarked to Bandai, "Did you see that? He always does that when he is not speaking the truth." Bandai nodded in agreement and I found myself cornered, finally saying, "I truly can't explain this to you both. She will likely come over for lunch tomorrow. If you don't believe me, feel free to ask her about our relationship." With that, I hurried to my room, fearing an unending barrage of questions. Just as I settled down with a cup of tea, my mother pushed open my bedroom door, clearly determined not to let me off the hook, continuing her inquiries. She moved a chair opposite me and, with a serious tone, said, "Zhaoyang, I heard your father mention that she is the girl you lived with in Suzhou. I even knitted her a scarf." That I nodded in acknowledgement. "Then, tell me honestly, what is your relationship? You live together, yet you claim there's nothing between you. Do you think I'm foolish? Mom, it's not that I'm denying it. It's just that there is truly nothing between us. You must know that co-living has become quite popular in cities nowadays. We lived together for a time, but we didn't share a room. If you must insist on defining it, I suppose we are merely ordinary friends." "Ordinary friends? Then how come she traveled such a long distance to find you?" My mother regarded me with an expression that seemed to say, "You can keep pretending that I found it utterly ridiculous," and reclined on my bed, covering myself with a blanket, tuning out everything. My mother, seemingly talking to herself but really directing her words at me, said, "That girl is truly lovely. It's no wonder you are reluctant to date Xiaoyun. But how could such a beautiful girl take a liking to you? It's quite puzzling." This lamentation left me both amused and exasperated. I almost wanted to ask her, "Am I really that undesirable?" Yet I dared not engage her further, fearing she would continue with her relentless questioning. Instead, I simply pulled the blanket over my head, shutting out sight, sound, and conversation. Chapter 75. Trustworthy friends. The following morning, still lost in dreams, my mother awakened me, and in a state of drowsiness, I complained, "Mom, what time is it? Why are you waking me up? Let me sleep a bit longer." "Stop sleeping. I need to ask you something." "Please, don't ask. I've already told you I have nothing to do with that girl. It's truly not the case." I yawned heavily, closed my eyes, and settled back onto the bed. "I want to know what that girl likes to eat. You mentioned she is coming over for lunch today, right? I'll go buy some groceries. Just get some lotus root, sweet peppers, gluten, river shrimp, and maybe make some spicy chicken. That should suffice. Aren't those all your favorites? Young people's tastes are quite similar. Do as you see fit. This is not something to be careless about." Before my mother could finish, I interrupted, "Don't worry. She will definitely enjoy it." Finally, my mother ceased her incessant chatter, but then she asked, "Have you called to check if the girl has had breakfast?" "Mom, we're from different eras. Don't impose your habits on us. I don't even know if she is awake yet. Just buy the groceries first. You always complain that I nag, but I'm only doing this for your own good. Hurry up and call the girl to see when she is coming. You should go pick her up. I'll do everything you say. Just let me sleep a little longer, please. Just a tiny bit." I pleaded, "But don't forget what I just told you. Did you hear me?" I nodded vigorously, and my mother rambled on for a few more moments before finally leaving my room. Once my mother was gone, I gradually lost my desire to sleep, tossing and turning in bed for a while, before finally pulling out my phone to dial Meetsai's number. Meetsai answered promptly, politely wishing me a good morning. I returned the greeting and asked, "Have you had breakfast?" "I'm having breakfast at the hotel restaurant." "Oh, you have quite a good routine. It's the perfect time for breakfast." Meetsai replied with a simple in acknowledgement. The conversation felt quite stiff, so I pondered and asked, "What are your plans after breakfast?" I plan to explore the department stores and shopping centers in Suzhou, so, Ms. Me, you've come all the way to Suzhou for market research. I exclaimed. Not really. I specifically came to see you, and the market research is just a side task, Mitsai said earnestly. I felt a pang of discomfort when someone spoke to me so seriously, leaving me momentarily speechless. Mitsai continued, Suzhou is your territory. Want you act as my guide. That's no problem. After all, I have plenty of time on my hands now. Then I'll wait for you at the hotel entrance. After concluding the call with Mitsai, I swiftly got out of bed, washed up in less than 10 minutes, wishing to show those sluggish women what true speed looked like. Having no time to eat breakfast, I drove my father's Santana 2000 towards the hotel where Mitsai was staying. Upon arriving at the hotel, I spotted Mitsai waiting at the entrance. I rolled down the window and asked, Are you taking my car or driving yourself? Without a word, she opened the passenger door and settled in beside me, prompting me to start the engine. As we drove towards the city center, I noticed Mitsai gazing intently at a photo displayed in the car. It was our family portrait, featuring my younger self with a cherubic smile, hugging my father's leg. Mitsai's expression turned somewhat somber, followed by a smile, and I understood that her melancholy stemmed from the loss of her father, while her smile reflected envy towards the happiness and unity of our family. I pressed the photo frame, not wishing to evoke further emotional turmoil in Mitsai, and shifted the topic. I heard that your Zhuome stores in Shanghai and Nanjing are in the midst of preparations. Conducting market research in a third-tier city like Suzhou seems at odds with your strategy for larger cities? Mitsai shook her head. Actually, there are differing opinions among our senior management regarding Zhuome's future direction. Personally, I believe our strategic focus should be on premier second and third-tier cities. The competition in first-tier cities is excessively fierce and drains our resources. If we can't turn a profit, it will swiftly impact the entire group's operations. I nodded, understanding that Mi Zhongda favored a strategy focused on first-tier cities, while Mitsai leaned towards second-tier and top third-tier cities. This divergence would inevitably deepen the rift between them. I sensed that Mitsai and Mi Zhongda could not coexist in Zhuome's future, and I refrained from speculating on who might ultimately take control of the company. Throughout the morning, I accompanied Mitsai as she toured several major department stores and shopping centers in Suzhou, and we exchanged opinions on the market, which constituted one of our few common languages. Before heading to my home for lunch, Mitsai insisted on purchasing numerous gifts for my parents, and I begrudgingly played the role of the porter, complaining, You really don't need to buy gifts when visiting our home. It's as if you're my girlfriend. Must one be a girlfriend to buy gifts? Not necessarily, but at our age, it's inevitable that the elders might misunderstand. When you meet my dad and mom later, you must clarify our relationship. Mitsai countered, And how do you perceive our relationship? I pondered briefly before answering. It's more like acquaintances with a hint of rivalry, rather than friends. Mitsai shook her head in disagreement. I certainly don't see you as a rival. Then what do you see me as? I asked with interest. A friend. A trustworthy friend, I smiled and replied. When you introduce yourself to my parents later, just say that, but please don't let that incident alter your perception of me. I'm hardly a good person. Mitsai shook her head. I prefer not to overcomplicate people, as that can be exhausting. Thus, I tend to trust my instincts. Did you feel the same way when we first met? No, back then, I only thought you were quite scummy. A rare breed of scoundrel. I remarked. So, you didn't judge me based on your instinct? Rather, I was merely a scoundrel in your eyes upon first impression. Mitsai chuckled. Let us not dwell on that. After wandering around for a while, I'm quite hungry and eager to taste your father's cooking. I halted. Mitsai, puzzled. What did you just call my dad? Uncle, she replied, then quickly added. I just thought it would be amusing to call him that. I meant no offense. You can't address him that way. He has always thought of himself as my father. If you call him that, it could lead to a significant misunderstanding. Realizing the severity of the situation, Mitsai nodded earnestly, and then we exchanged a knowing look before bursting into laughter. Her smile, under the warm midday sun, was utterly heart-stopping. Chapter 76. Are you crazy? Around 11:30 a.m., Mitsai and I arrived at my home, where my mother opened the door. Mitsai handed her the gifts she had purchased, saying, Auntie, I didn't manage to bring gifts when I visited yesterday. I hope you and Uncle will like these. My mother beamed, her smile stretching from ear to ear, yet she graciously replied, We appreciate it. Just your visit makes Auntie and Uncle very happy. There's no need to go to such lengths. Mitsai smiled in return, and my mother warmly beckoned her to come inside. Once in the house, Mitsai politely greeted my father, who was busy in the kitchen, Before taking a seat on the living room sofa, I found a magazine to keep Mitsai occupied while I sat beside her with another magazine. After a short while, my parents called us to the dining table. Mitsai and I set down our magazines, pulled out chairs, and sat down, maintaining a significant distance between us, entirely devoid of the intimacy expected between a couple, as we both anticipated the barrage of questions my parents would likely unleash during the meal. Sure enough, just as Mitsai and I took our first sips of juice, my mother scrutinized Mitsai and asked, "Young lady, how did you come to know our Xiaoyang?" Mitsai glanced at me, smiled, and replied, "Auntie, I purchased the apartment where Xiaoyang used to live in Suzhou, and that's how we met. It really that simple?" My mother questioned, sounding skeptical. I quickly interjected, "What else would you have it be? It's simply a straightforward matter. Now that Mitsai is here, let her clarify it directly to you, so you won't keep wondering." Both my father and mother turned their attention to Mitsai, waiting for her explanation. Mitsai set down her chopsticks and stated earnestly, "Uncle, Auntie, Xiaoyang and I are merely friends. I understand your confusion regarding why I traveled such a distance to find Xiaoyang, and I would like to explain. Actually, Xiaoyang had made some progress with his work in Suzhou. However, he lost his job while helping me, and I feel very guilty and remorseful about that. Hence, I came to Suzhou to see him, hoping to contribute to his work and alleviate my sense of guilt." Mitsai's articulate explanation left me quite satisfied, and I quickly chimed in, "Dad, Mom, that's the crux of the matter. Now you both understand, right?" My father remained impassive, while my mother displayed a look of disappointment, then comforted herself by saying, "It's all right. Feelings develop over time. You two should take your time to get to know each other." Before my mother could finish, Mitsai and I exchanged glances, both recognizing the futility of the situation. My mother simply did not comprehend that no matter how long she gave us, we would never cultivate a love akin to that of and. Finally, after enduring a rather grueling lunch under my mother's interrogation, we breathed a sigh of relief, for we had finally persuaded her and my father to accept the reality that we were merely friends. The afternoon had arrived. My father went off to work as usual, while my mother was summoned by a few friends to play mahjong. That moment, only Mitsai and I remained in the house. Compelled by a sudden urge, I lit a cigarette in front of Mitsai and declared, "I'm smoking now, don't oppose me. This is my home, and I am free to act as I please. Are you retaliating against me?" To which she replied, "It's not about retaliation. It's just that I felt quite stifled under your previous restrictions in that room. You even mentioned that I could find a place of my own, and that I could smoke on the roof without anyone bothering me. Dio, you know how suffocating that was for me." Mitsai countered with a smirk. "Since you feel so liberated now, why not climb up to the roof and have a smoke? It's an opportunity not to be missed, so hurry and release that pin-up frustration. Smoking in front of you is already gratifying enough. I'm too low-key to engage in such flashy behavior as smoking on the roof." As I spoke, I exhaled a long plume of smoke towards her. Mitsai frowned and waved away the smoke. I laughed heartily and remarked, "Now you understand the saying, a leopard cannot change its spots, don't you?" Mitsai simply responded with a pause of silence. The afternoon sun lazily filtered through the window, casting a warm glow on the sofa. The wind stirred the yellowing leaves outside, making them appear as if they were dancing in midair. I completely emptied my mind, reclining on the sofa, wishing that time could stand still in that very moment. Mitsai, it seemed, was enjoying the tranquil afternoon even more than I was. She had already dozed off on the sofa, her face radiating serenity and peace. I rose and fetched a duvet from the room, gently laying her down, removing her shoes and covering her with the duvet, while I retreated from the sofa to leave the comfortable space entirely to her slumber. Standing by the window, I lit another cigarette. Habitually lost in my thoughts, I knew that Mitsai had come to Suzhou with the hope that I would return with her to Suzhou, to restart my life and work there. However, after much contemplation, I had resolved to leave Suzhou behind. Now that I had returned, did I still have any reason to go back? In truth, I did not. Yet whenever Suzhou crossed my mind, an indescribable emotion surged within me, a feeling that continuously prevented me from completely severing ties with that city. I felt a twinge of pain and reluctance, but at the same time, I resisted the idea of returning as this emotional turmoil fermented. I found myself increasingly at a loss for choices. Mitsai seemed exhausted lately. Her slumber was deep and prolonged, only stirring awake as dusk approached. She glanced at the duvet draped over her and asked, "How long have I been asleep? It's almost dark outside, oh. Have you been standing there foolishly all this time?" I replied that I learned it from you. Remember the last time I dozed by the river? You sat beside me like a fool for the entire afternoon. Mitsai looked at me with exasperation and after a moment said, let us not talk about that. If we're not talking about that, what else is there to discuss? Take me to enjoy the culinary delights of Shujo. It's my first time here, and you should show me your hospitality. All right, I'll take you to try our local pot dishes. But I must warn you, they are quite spicy. I'm not afraid of spicy food. I told you that when we visited CCS restaurant last time. The place I'm taking you to is not just any level of spiciness. As a girl from the water town of Suzhou, don't speak too soon. How spicy are we talking? Spiciness beyond your imagination. Mitsai appeared somewhat hesitant and asked if it's truly too spicy. Can I request a milder version? That restaurant doesn't do mild. You go for the spiced if it's too much for you. We can always switch to another place, I said with a hint of disdain. Let us go. I won't be defeated by the flavors of Shujo. Mitsai declared boldly. Don't act as if you're here to conquer us. Don't forget, I'm here to guard the territory. Are you a deity? More like a lunatic. Say that again. Are you a lunatic? Do you dare believe I could strangle you? I shot back, feeling a surge of irritation at Mitsai for her audacity, considering I was only trying to treat her to a meal. Without further ado, Mitsai dragged me in front of a mirror and calmly asked, take a look in the mirror. Do you not resemble a lunatic? I fell silent. After informing my father and mother that we would not be home for dinner, I drove Mitsai to the Spicy Pot restaurant where I frequently gathered with friends. The restaurant had been renovated this year, expanding its capacity, yet the one constant was the chef, Mr. Lee, adorned in his chef's hat, bustling about with his apprentices in the open kitchen. Upon entering, the air was saturated with an intense aroma of chili, prompting Mitsai to instinctively cover her mouth and nose. I smirked at her and said, if you can't handle it, we can still change places. Undeterred, Mitsai lowered her hand, said nothing, and found an empty seat. I chuckled and called out to the service desk, 1 pot of chicken and 1 pot of Crucian carp, extra spicy, please. The staff acknowledged my order and promptly relayed it to Mr.Li in the kitchen. 20 minutes later, our dishes arrived, and I ordered 2 bottles of beer, feeling that this moment was the pinnacle of life for me. With delicious food, good drinks, and the delightful company of Mitsai. More importantly, I was eager to see her tearful and snotty reaction to the spiciness, not out of malice, but rather as a response to her earlier taunt of calling me a lunatic. Thus, to define our relationship, I felt the term rivals was the most fitting. I poured myself a glass of beer, downed it in one go, and then said to Mitsai, Miss Mitsai, it's time to eat. Why are you still hesitating? You are being sneaky. You just drank a glass of beer to neutralize the spiciness, didn't you? Mitsai accused me, her tone calculating. I understood her scrutiny stemmed from her own insecurity, as the 2 pots before us were laden with fiery chilies, and the spiciness seemed to bubble in the air. I chuckled and said, you could also drink a glass if you wish. I wouldn't mind it if I drink. Who will drive us back? That is easily solved. You can have a soft drink. I'll get you a can of herbal tea. It's even more refreshing than beer. I took the opportunity to hand her the herbal tea, raising an eyebrow. Drink up, eat up, and remember this fiery night. Mitsai shot me an annoyed look and said, I'll eat, but you don't need to flaunt your triumph like that. I immediately adopted a serious expression and replied, am I not serious enough now? Hurry and eat. The pot is best enjoyed hot. Once it cools, the pancakes lose their appeal. Mitsai regarded me, then tentatively pushed aside the top layer of chilies, picked up a piece of pancake, and took a cautious bite, abruptly freezing in place. My heart leaped with joy as I eagerly anticipated her imminent distress, only for Mitsai to calmly chew the pancake and say, it's not as spicy as I imagined. I scrutinized her, searching for any signs of her forcing herself to endure, but her expression was serene, giving no hint of distress. She even proceeded to pick up a piece of chicken with apparent enjoyment. Casting a dismissive glance my way, I turned to Mr. Lee, filled with doubt, and soon tried to piece myself, only to be met with a burst of heat that threatened to overwhelm my taste buds. One bite in, I felt my body heat up and sweat began to bead on my brow. Slamming my chopsticks on the table, I downed a glass of beer, still unsatisfied. I finished Mitsai's herbal tea in one go. Today, not only had Mr.Li maintained his standards, but he had also exceeded them. The spiciness was etched into the very fabric of the pancake. Mitsai, half smiling, asked, Zhaoyang, are you even from Suzhou? Can you not even handle a little spice? Are you even from Suzhou? Is there such a thing as a Suzhou girl who can handle spicy food? I retorted, pouring myself another glass of beer to ease the burning sensation, wiping the sweat from my brow with a napkin. Mitsai watched me with amusement, finally smiling and asking, Zhaoyang, have you heard of the Carolina Reaper? What on earth is that? It's the hottest chili pepper in the world, cultivated by an American. I've tried it. I couldn't handle it. But this little spice here doesn't frighten me. I was left speechless for a long moment before saying, then why were you so cautious earlier? I never guessed you were such a good actor. Mitsai replied leisurely, their essay saying, one who mingles with ink is bound to turn black. When one associates with people of poor character, it's inevitable to pick up some bad habits. Once again, Mitsai's words left me feeling as though I might choke on my own blood. I clutched my chest and said, I have a lump of resentment stuck in my heart. Then you should eat more chilies. The stimulation might help it come out, Mitsai said with feigned concern. I suddenly felt that I could no longer continue this conversation. Since I was out of sorts today, I decided to swallow my pride and regroup for another battle later. Upon exiting the spicy pot restaurant, my mouth burned with a fire that demanded relief, so I guzzled down another can of herbal tea, while Mitsai ambled along beside me, her calm demeanor amplifying my own disarray. After walking a few paces, I turned to Mitsai and asked, are you heading back to the hotel now? She shook her head. It's not yet time to rest. The hotel is too dull. Then how about I take you to play some video games? It'll aid in digestion, I proposed enthusiastically. Dio, we have to play those childish video games? I retorted angrily. Are you saying that if you don't insult me, you'll gain weight? Who told you that only children enjoy video games? When I came looking for you yesterday, you were playing with a child. Mitsai replied calmly. I stared at her for a long moment, my pride wounded. Fine. I'll be a childish little student. Is that satisfactory? Don't be so indignant. Look at your angry face now. If I were to tie a red scarf around your neck, you'd look just like a schoolboy. I finally conceded defeat, pleading, please stop mocking me. Otherwise, we won't be able to get along. Mitsai smiled victoriously and said, I don't necessarily have to insult you this week, man, but you'll have to follow my lead later. Lead? Did I hear you correctly? I'm not used to you being so assertive. You seem to have misunderstood me. I'm not a passive person either. Remember that night when we went outside to sing? I was the one who suggested it. I was suddenly enraged. How dare you bring that up? Do you know how badly you led me astray that night? But you also have no memory. You still do as you please, acting quite the rogue. Mitsai's words reminded me of my own misdeeds, leaving me feeling a bit embarrassed. I attempted to change the subject. Let us not dwell on that. It's meaningless. Just tell me how you want to proceed. After a moment of contemplation, Mitsai said, I want to hear you sing. I didn't get to appreciate it last time, and I was quite frightened. Frightened of what? Frightened of being discovered. My fate would be dire. You threw my blanket and quilt down from upstairs like a madman. Are you still afraid? That is hard to believe. You were so stubborn back then. I was stubborn because I refused to submit to you, you jerk. But of course, I was afraid. I'm just a woman. Seeing Mitsai's distressed expression, I suddenly realized this woman possessed a charming side. Perhaps this was the authentic her, unguarded and genuine. On this deep autumn night, I chose to honor Mitsai's wishes. Together, we drove home to fetch my guitar and made our way to a plaza by the lake. This plaza thrived in summer, yet now, in late autumn, it was nearly deserted after dusk. Sitting cross-legged on the lawn, the street lamp cast a gentle glow upon us, and the wind, filtered through the light, became soft and soothing. I tested the guitar's tune and asked Mitsai, now we move on to the segment where you choose a song for me to sing. What would you like to hear? I will do my best to oblige. Anything you like. After some thought, I finally chose the song Winter by the Good Sisters Band, as I was particularly fond of its lyrics. Ina Colder. Snow-laden winter. I once strolled past your door, on that street where we walked together. Further back still, in the hazy days of youth, your laughter lingered in the wind, enveloping my eyes like snowflakes. Years have passed. Flowers have withered, and we've parted ways. I yearn to ask the clouds if there are raindrops born of my longing for you. As the moon sets and the crows cry under a frosty sky, has the once vast sea turned to mulberry fields? Spring comes and autumn goes, a cycle repeated. Do you ever think of me as I think of you? I indulged in my own reverie. I concluded the song with a lingering note. Mitsai smiled and applauded me appreciatively. I chuckled, instinctively lighting a cigarette after singing, then offered the guitar to Mitsai, asking, can you play? I have a feeling you can. Mitsai showed me her hands, adorned with manicured nails. Are you saying you can play, but it's inconvenient? I inquired. I learned a bit while studying abroad. It was quite boring. Mitsai nodded. Your demeanor seems more suited to the piano. A woman with a vibe like CC would suit the guitar just fine. You seem to categorize women's qualities quite distinctly, she remarked. I exhaled a cloud of smoke and chuckled. My only remaining joy in life is studying women. Alas, otherwise, how would I endure the endless changes of the seasons? Mitsai smiled in agreement with my sentiment, and as I extinguished my cigarette, I lay back on the grass, gazing at the starry sky. The autumn breeze made me a little drowsy. Perhaps it was not just the wind, but the stillness of the night that lulled me. Mitsai's subtle fragrance wafted into my nostrils, and I felt at ease and comfortable, gradually closing my eyes and drifting into a light slumber. After a while, Mitsai nudged me awake and said, Zhao Yang, can you sing Love's Wisdom for me again? I sat up, recalling that I had played this song in her car not long ago. Causing her to cry, I realized that this song must carry a story she couldn't forget. I feared she might cry again and asked, Are you sure you want to hear it? Mitsai nodded firmly. All right, but after I sing, you must tell me your story about this song. Last time. She interrupted me, just sing. Although I didn't receive Mitsai's confirmation, I couldn't force it. As long as she was willing to listen at that moment, I would sing for her, letting the night unfold naturally. I strummed the guitar once more, using my lowest voice to convey this song that embodies profound love. Just as I reached the line, love is something no one can truly understand. Love is an eternal melody. Love is a process of laughter and tears. Mitsai's tears began to fall, her face etched with heartfelt sorrow. I did not cease my singing, for I knew that Mitsai would not wish for me to stop, as this song held the essence of her memories. To interrupt such reminiscence would be cruel to her in this moment. I sang the soothing melody slowly to its conclusion, while Mitsai wept like a sorrowful soul. In my recollection, she was a woman of great strength, seldom shedding tears. Yet this song had touched the most tender recesses of her heart. In the quiet of the night, with the gentle breeze blowing and the sound of a weeping woman, I felt a surge of compassion as I embraced Mitsai, stroking her hair and wiping away the tears that had followed her sorrow. She did not resist but nestled against me for a long while, choking back her emotions as she said, Do you know this was my father's favorite song during his lifetime? When I was 15, he took me to see Luo Dao's concert in Nanjing. That day was loud and chaotic. Yet when this song played, the entire venue fell silent. My father softly told me that he would always love me, that I was the most cherished person in his life. But he did not keep that promise. He was a deceiver. Yet I truly miss him. He must be so lonely in that world. Mitsai was overcome with grief, clinging to me like a girl starved for security. In that moment, I finally comprehended why she so despised the act of breaking promises. Her father, Mi Zhongxin, had failed to uphold his vow of everlasting love for her. Life is indeed capricious. A grand promise of love was shattered in a tragic accident. Yet I believe that if there truly exists another realm, Mi Zhongxin would steadfastly honor his promise, continuing to love his daughter. The wave of helplessness washed over me as the gentle breeze stirred. I was uncertain how to comfort her, and after a long pause, I spoke softly, Do not cry. Soon, there will be a man who will love you in place of your father, who will protect you, and his love will endure without end. Mitsai did not respond to my consolation, but drew even closer. I couldn't help but gaze into the distance, questioning, Does a river of happiness truly exist in this world? If so, at this very moment, I would willingly take this woman's hand and leap into its waters, swimming until we reached the river's end, even if it left me utterly exhausted. As the night deepened, the cool breeze danced with the moonlight around us. Eventually, Mitsai released herself from my embrace, tidying her hair, now dampened by her tears, as she stared into the dimness devoid of streetlights. The frailty in her expression had vanished, and after a long moment, she turned to me and said, Zhao Yang, I hope you will return to Suzhou. But I want to pressure you, if you don't find a suitable job in Suzhou and feel that Suzhou is more conducive to your development, come find me, and I will help you arrange it. I packed my guitar into its case and jokingly asked, If I return to Suzhou, would you be willing to let me have that room? Mitsai paused for a moment before replying, If you wish to return, it can be yours. I smiled, slinging my guitar over my shoulder, and gently said to Mitsai, Let us go. I'll take you back to the hotel. By the way, do you really intend to stay in Suzhou for a few more days? I could show you around our sites. No, I've said what I needed to say and done what I needed to do. The rest is up to you. I will be heading back to Suzhou tomorrow morning. I was not surprised by Mitsai's hasty departure. After all, a conglomerate as large as Zhuomei required her management. Even though she had only spent a day and a half in Suzhou, it was long enough for someone so busy. I only hoped she could resolve the internal conflicts of Zhuomei upon her return, for that would ease her mind significantly. As we walked side by side toward the car, I inquired, "What time are you leaving tomorrow morning?" "I'll see you off 7 o'clock, but you need not accompany me. I'll drive myself, it's quite convenient." "Regardless, you came to Suzhou to see me, so I must send you off. Suit yourself." I nodded, and as night enveloped us in our conversation, it seemed to grow even darker. Chapter 79. Farewell. Upon returning home, it was already 11 p.m. I assumed my father and mother had retired for the night. Yet unexpectedly, they were both seated in the living room watching television. I closed the door and retrieved a pair of slippers, preparing to change. My mother lowered the volume and asked, "Zhao Yang, did you have dinner with that girl tonight?" "Yes, I took her to eat the local specialty." Fearing further questioning, I quickly added, "She's returning to Suzhou tomorrow." My mother nodded, evidently satisfied, and returned her attention to the television. Just as I began to relax, my father suddenly asked, "Did she come to persuade you to return to work in Suzhou?" "That seems to be the implication," I replied ambiguously. "How did you lose your job in Suzhou? Why does she say your job loss is related to her?" "Father, I don't plan to return to work in Suzhou anymore, so your inquiries are somewhat pointless. Wouldn't you agree?" My father, with a stern expression, stated, "You can stay in Suzhou if you wish, but find your own job. Don't expect me to arrange anything for you." With a hint of frustration, I replied, "I have been looking for work myself recently. You need not worry about it." My father ignored my response and returned his focus to the television show. Once in my room, I leaned against the bed and lit a cigarette, my thoughts drifting to the pressing issue of employment. Ideally, I would prefer working in a department store, but the number of department stores in Suzhou could be counted on one hand, and the demand for staff was not strong. Finding a position similar to my previous one would likely prove challenging. If all else failed, I would have to lower my expectations and seek out lower-paying planning jobs. In the midst of this bleak outlook, I thought of Mitsai. Indeed, returning to Suzhou with her seemed a reasonable option at first glance. Yet that city drained me, leaving me devoid of any sense of anticipation. I did not wish to retrace my steps along the path I had once traveled. Sometimes, people are peculiar. Before deciding to leave Suzhou, I harbored a sense of reluctance and attachment. But once the decision to depart became a reality, those sentiments gradually faded, which fundamentally explained my refusal to return to Suzhou. The next day, as per my agreement with Mitsai, I arrived at her hotel before 7 a.m., bidding her farewell under the morning sun. I handed her a small box, saying, "This is a local delicacy from Suzhou, children's crispy candy. You can nibble on it when you're bored tonight. It won't make you gain weight." Mitsai accepted the box with a smile and thanked me. "Drive slowly on the road. If you feel tired, stop at a service station to rest," I advised, feeling a tinge of concern for her undertaking such a long drive alone. "I know, Mitsai looked at me, waiting for me to continue. Please come back to visit us in Suzhou when you have the chance." A flicker of disappointment crossed her face, but she nodded with a smile, replying, "I will, and if possible, I would love to come back to enjoy the local specialty with you." "Well then, let us say goodbye." Take care, Mitsai said, walking towards her car. Suddenly, I remembered what I had wanted to say. Calling out to her retreating figure, "Mitsai, be careful of your uncle, Mijongda. He won't let go so easily." Mitsai paused but did not turn around, nodding before continuing on her way, starting her car and driving out of the hotel parking lot. As I watched her vehicle blend into the flow of traffic, a wave of inexplicable melancholy washed over me. I sought to avoid delving too deeply into that feeling, letting out a soft sigh as I opened the car door and got in, driving in the opposite direction of Mitsai. Throughout the day, I applied to several companies, experiencing a mix of satisfaction and dissatisfaction, with the final results pending notification. By evening, I found the phone number of my first blind date, Li Xiaoyun, and dialed it. After a moment, the call connected, and I got straight to the point, saying, "Are you free tonight? I would like to treat you to dinner properly and also return the money I borrowed from you last time. I'll be off work shortly. Where do you want to eat?" Li Xiaoyun replied without hesitation. "You choose the place. I'll go wherever you like." After a moment of thought, Li Xiaoyun suggested, "How about Japanese cuisine? A new Japanese restaurant opened near Fashion Avenue, and I've heard good things about it." "Sounds good. Which advertising company do you work for? I'll come pick you up." "No need. I drove today." We can meet directly at the restaurant. Okay. I arrived at the newly opened restaurant first, reserved a table, and waited outside for Li Xiaoyun. Approximately 15 minutes later, a red Ford Focus pulled up, and Li Xiaoyun emerged, waving at me and asking, "Did you wait long?" "Just a little while. The table is ready. Let us go inside." Li Xiaoyun nodded and followed me into the restaurant. I in the small private booth. We sat across from each other, and soon our orders arrived. To be honest, I wasn't particularly fond of Japanese cuisine, but since Li Xiaoyun expressed that preference, I felt obliged to maintain a gentlemanly demeanor and accommodate her. As we dined and chatted, Li Xiaoyun suddenly asked, "Zhaoyang, did you know that on the day we had lunch at the CAF, my mother and your mother were sitting right behind us?" I knew. Otherwise, how could I have had the money to return it to you so quickly? My mother scolded me quite a bit, but she still generously gave me some pocket money. I chuckled. Li Xiaoyun smiled lightly, saying, "Do you know what my mom thought of you?" Surely it wasn't anything complimentary. Li Xiaoyun burst into laughter, saying, "She said she was quite enlightened. It was her first time witnessing someone ask a girl for money during a blind date." I sighed. "Ah, your mother has cast me aside. It seems our match is doomed to fail, but I can't blame her. It's my own fault for being so inappropriate. Don't be so pessimistic." I joked, "Are you implying that we still have a chance?" But that's not exactly what I meant." "Then you need not comfort me. Let us just enjoy this meal in good spirits." Li Xiaoyun nodded. "Let us drop that topic. By the way, are you currently looking for a job?" "Yes, I've been troubled by that for over a week now." Li Xiaoyun seemed surprised, asking, "I heard you graduated from Suzhou University? A pretty good school, and your father is a section chief in a state-owned enterprise. With your qualifications, shouldn't it be easy for you to secure a position there?" "Don't bring that up. I was merely a lucky charm," I replied. Feeling a bit downcast, Li Xiaoyun chuckled but didn't dwell on that topic, instead asking, "You previously worked in planning, right? Are you planning to introduce me to a job?" Li Xiaoyun nodded. "You could say that. Our advertising company's planning department is currently working on a project. With your experience in large department store planning, you should be able to handle the advertising planning work. That shouldn't be a problem. The essence of the work is quite similar. I should be able to adapt quickly," I said confidently. "Great. Please send me your resume, and I'll pass it to our planning director tomorrow. If he finds it acceptable, he'll arrange an interview," Li Xiaoyun replied. "Sure, thank you for your help. Why be so polite? Our families and Aunt Zhang, the one who introduced us, are quite familiar with each other. Just consider it helping a friend out. I have a good relationship with our planning director, so getting a job should not be an issue." Li Xiaoyun smiled. "Then I want to thank you. Once I secure a job, I'll treat you to a meal. To be honest, I'd prefer if you treated me after you achieve something in your career. That meal might taste even better then."